When the fantastical suddenly intrudes upon reality, chaos ensues. Corporate magnates ride on imperial penguins, university counselors commute via DODRIO, and even micro-businesses pivot to selling Pokeballs. Newly traversed Lin Zhou gazes at a sunstroke-afflicted Pikachu, wearing a benevolent smile. This marks the dawn of a new era, brimming with absurdity and opportunity, where the protagonist embarks on a journey to become the ultimate trainer amidst a Pokémon-infused awakening. Chapter 1. The Invasion of Pokémon into Reality. Beep, 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 the alarm clock rang, punctually as always. Light filtered through the partially drawn curtains, casting a glow upon the bed. Lin Zhou, bleary-eyed, furrowed his brow in discomfort. He felt a dull ache in his chest, his countenance reflecting the fatigue of a sleepless night. He tugged the blanket over his head, leaving one hand to fumble beside his pillow. Finding his phone, he swiped on the screen to silence the intrusive alarm. He had been up late assisting his mentor with a thesis, working tirelessly until past 4 in the morning. Now, all Lin Zhou desired was to luxuriate in the warmth of his blankets until he naturally awoke. As for the morning calculus class, he decided to skip it after all. During 4 years of university, who hasn't missed a few classes? As he contemplated this, Lin Zhou turned to resume his slumber, but wait, what a weight is pressing down on my chest. Attempting to roll over, but unable to, Lin Zhou suddenly realized that the discomfort in his chest was not merely a remnant of his late-night endeavors, but rather, something tangible was resting upon him. He reached out and felt something there. Soft, fluffy, warm, and it seemed to move. Lin Zhou's drowsy mind snapped into clarity. He abruptly opened his eyes, flung the covers aside. A small fox with a coat of vibrant yellow and flame-like red ears was peacefully slumbering on his chest. Lin Zhou was utterly bewildered. He had never owned a pet. So where had this little creature come from? Its vivid coloration and peculiar appearance bore no resemblance to any earthly creature he was familiar with. He suddenly recalled a Pokémon from a game he had played, known as Fennekin, which looked strikingly similar. The more he observed the slumbering little fox upon his chest, the more he was convinced of its likeness. What was happening? Lin Zhou propped himself up in bed. The sudden movement startled the sleeping creature. It rubbed its eyes with its forepaws, yawned widely, and released a shower of sparkling embers. Oh, it can breathe fire. Lin Zhou gasped in astonishment. There seemed to be no fire-breathing foxes on the earth he inhabited. Lin Zhou began to grasp the gravity of the situation. He picked up his phone from the bedside, unlocked the screen, opened WeChat, and navigated to the omnipotent moments. When in doubt, consult the internet. The news and trending topics were at his fingertips. One must admit, the social platform developed by Old Ma was, in some respects, truly all-encompassing. As Lin Zhou opened his social media feed, he was taken aback by what he saw. What on earth was happening? Friend A. I overslept this morning and rode my armored rhinoceros to class, accidentally scraping the rearview mirror of our counselor, DITTO. I received quite the lecture, sob. Sister. I spent the weekend cooped up at home playing duo matches with my Electra Dragon and achieved the illustrious rank of Star Glory. Next week, I shall ascend to the realm of kings. Behold my rank. Ex-girlfriend, my former boyfriend, gifted me an EV, which evolved yesterday into the adorable SYLVEON. Today, I took it to the Pokémon Center for a routine checkup. This little fairy shall accompany me in health for a lifetime. Old Wong, the purchasing agent. New arrivals. The exquisite LV Pokéball akin to Taylor Swift's collection, imported Lankme deep-sea balls from France, and a limited edition Pokéball showcased at Paris Fashion Week. Authentic products guaranteed, no fakes. For inquiries, please contact me via WeChat. Limited stock, act fast. As Lin Zhou scrolled through the myriad posts, he encountered numerous images of Pokémon, all from the beloved game. Why were these creatures manifesting in the real world? Had he somehow traversed into another realm? He closed the app and turned to the internet for news. A barrage of information bombarded him, shattering his worldview. Off the coast of the Baltic Sea, several orca whales have been found beached. The Pokémon Forest Rangers Alliance has intervened, while local marine conservation groups urge humanity to protect oceanic ecosystems. Recently, CEO Ma was spotted by paparazzi vacationing on a Los Angeles beach alongside an emperor penguin. The World Pokémon Alliance Championship held in Washington, D.C., concluded successfully yesterday, with next year's event confirmed to take place in Huagua. Japan's Tokyo University of Science announced groundbreaking advancements in the genetic research of mythical Pokémon, with hopes of overcoming the significant side effects of cancer pharmacological treatments within the next decade. The ban on Pokémon balls in Israel has been lifted, prompting local citizens to protest, leading to small-scale armed conflicts. Thanks to tips from vigilant citizens, police successfully dismantled a major theft ring, with criminals employing MAGIKARP to commit various illegal acts, involving substantial sums. According to our Pokémon usage regulations, they have been sentenced to 3 years in prison. The Food Safety Act has been further tightened. Quality supervision authorities will strictly oversee livestock meat production this year. The unwarranted killing of Pokémon and consumption of Pokémon meat is deemed a serious offense. As Lin Zhou absorbed the cascade of news and the plethora of images and videos circulating online, he realized that the world had irrevocably changed. In this new reality, Pokémon were not mere constructs of a game, but tangible beings that had intertwined with the fabric of human history. Their existence had birthed a plethora of related technologies, institutions, and legislation. Yet, astonishingly, this world bore a striking resemblance to the one Lin Zhou had previously inhabited. WeChat still thrived, old friends remained, and the environment surrounding him had changed little. His family and acquaintances were still present, untouched by the tumultuous transformations. Upon awakening from slumber, the world has transformed. What should one do? Lin Zhou found himself in a rather absurd situation, feeling both amused and bewildered. He was utterly unacquainted with this realm inhabited by magical creatures. Yet, from a more optimistic perspective, it was certainly preferable to the harrowing alternative of awakening to an apocalyptic world overrun by zombies. Lin Zhou set his phone aside and gazed at the diminutive fox-like creature perched on his blanket, its curious, bright eyes fixed upon him. With a smile, he affectionately ruffled its fur, the soft texture feeling remarkably tangible. The firefox contentedly squinted its eyes, emitting a soft chirp in response to Lin Zhou's gentle caress. Stand up. Sit down. Raise your left paw. Raise your right paw. Shake hands. As Lin Zhou clasped the little fox's paw, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The creature appeared quite intelligent, able to comprehend human speech with remarkable clarity. Encouraged, he continued to issue commands with a sense of curiosity. Try using Ember. Ember was the most fundamental fire-type move that creatures in the game could master. Upon receiving the command, the fire fox opened its mouth and, with a chirp, released a small burst of flame. The fire ignited swiftly, only to dissipate within 2 to 3 seconds, vanishing into the air. Astonishingly, it truly could breathe fire. Though the spark was modest in size, it was sufficient to evoke a sense of wonder within Lin Zhou. This world indeed held a certain allure. What other moves do you possess? The fire fox tilted its head thoughtfully, its eyes suddenly gleaming with realization as it vigorously nodded. A shimmering violet aura enveloped its form, and its little paw pressed against Lin Zhou's hand. A sudden sensation washed over Lin Zhou, as if his mind had emptied abruptly, and his vision was engulfed in a blinding white light. A blurred image flickered before his eyes. He glimpsed the time on his phone. 8 hours, 33 minutes, and 41 seconds. This vision lingered for but a fleeting moment before the white light receded, an ethereal glow around the fire fox dimmed. Everything around him returned to normal. Lin Zhou, perplexed, pondered the nature of the illusion he had just experienced. What kind of move was that? An illusionary light? A mental shock? The phony had seen it in the vision. Curiously, he picked up his phone to check the time. 8 hours, 33 minutes, and 41 seconds. Precisely. Not a second more or less. This uncanny sense of déjà vu washed over him. Lin Zhou suddenly realized, could it be that this was a form of future sight? Chapter 2. The Gentle Electric Dragon. The fire fox possessed the ability to use such a psychic move as future sight. Lin Zhou scratched his head, still grappling with the intricacies of this world's ecosystem of magical beings. He resolved to seek answers online later. He gently placed the fire fox on the floor, tidied up his bedding, changed his clothes, and surveyed the furnishings of his room. Everything appeared as it had before, with little alteration aside from a few photographs and some figurines of magical creatures. The pictures seemed to feature other creatures, with no sign of the fire fox within. Having just perused his phone's gallery, he was unable to find any photos of the fire fox. A sense of puzzlement lingered in Lin Zhou's mind. Dressed and ready, Lin Zhou was suddenly startled by a commotion outside his bedroom. I've overslept. I'm going to be late for work. My bag. Electric Dragon, please bring my bag from my room. And the car keys. I've forgotten the car keys as well. He scooped up the fire fox that was playfully circling around his feet and cradled it in his arms. Stepping out of his bedroom, he emerged into a 2-bedroom apartment he shared with a roommate, a decision made after his sister's gentle persuasion to help with the rent. His room was conveniently located near the hallway, allowing him to catch a glimpse of the front door as he opened his bedroom door. At that moment, a striking young woman stood at the entrance. With long hair cascading over her shoulders, she wore a fitted suit that accentuated her figure, though the collar of her white shirt was slightly wrinkled. Her legs, elegantly encased in black stockings, appeared long and graceful. She was half squatting, one hand clutching her handbag and the other precariously holding the heel of her low-heeled shoes, exuding a sense of frantic disarray. Beside her stood an electric dragon, towering over her, its vibrant yellow body adorned with two small black horns. It calmly handed her various items she had forgotten, exuding an air of composed reliability akin to a high-scoring gentleman. Lin Zhou had grown accustomed to such chaotic mornings. This young woman was his sister, Lin Lan, perpetually armed with 1,000 excuses for being late. He once believed her boss had yet to dismiss her due to her captivating beauty, although he recalled that her superior was, in fact, a woman. Despite her flustered state, Lin Lan noticed Lin Zhou stepping through the door. "Good morning. Up and about? Breakfast is on the table. Don't forget to eat. Oh, and about that Firefox you brought home yesterday. If you wish to keep it, remember to obtain a quarantine certificate and a feeding permit from the Pokémon Center. Also, get a Pokéball and register it online. Don't procrastinate on the feeding permit. I certainly want to avoid any inspections." So this Firefox was indeed the one he had found yesterday? Lin Zhou was taken aback, realizing that was why he had no photos of it on his phone. Apparently, he had only just met this little creature. Understood. I will take care of the feeding permit today. In this world, while Pokémon existed, they could not be kept casually. Unlike ordinary animals, Pokémon possessed a cognitive structure akin to that of humans. As sentient beings, ethical considerations came into play. The Pokémon protection and Pokémon usage regulations meticulously delineated the rights and responsibilities between Pokémon and humans, establishing a framework that was systematic, legal, and rational. For humans to keep Pokémon, they were required to complete thorough procedures to ensure legality. Typically, a normal citizen's entitlement to keep Pokémon was assessed based on income, granting them the right to possess up to 13 Pokémon. Higher income brackets allowed for greater numbers. As a student, Lin Zhou was entitled to keep a minimum of 1 Pokémon, ensuring that the creatures received adequate care without the threat of neglect due to financial burdens. Additionally, a quarantine certificate and a feeding permit were necessary. The identities of both the Pokémon and their owner had to be registered online, along with a plethora of public safety agreements to be signed. The Pokémon Center was specifically established to handle such administrative matters. Certainly, these regulations apply solely to ordinary citizens. In this world, numerous individuals and institutions engage in activities related to creatures. They are exempt from the constraints imposed by the breeding quantity regulations, such as trainers, breeders, coordinators, and research institutions. Due to the nature of their professions, they require the ability to nurture more creatures. Moreover, their income and expertise in breeding enable them to care for a greater number of these beings. Thus, the limitations set forth do not encompass these professions. However, becoming a trainer-breeder is not a matter of mere desire. One must possess qualifications and pass a nationally standardized examination for certification. The value of these qualifications is profoundly esteemed in this realm. Securing a breeder's certification and associating it with a research institute can yield substantial annual income with minimal effort. Consequently, the biannual qualification examinations attract a plethora of candidates, with the intensity of competition rivaling that of civil service exams. Naturally, the exceedingly low pass rate renders many aspirants unsuccessful. Lin Zhou acquired this information through his online searches. Given the transformation of the world, it is imperative for him to comprehend its intricacies to thrive. Well, just remember to go, I won't say more. I'm going to be late for work. Bye, his sister exclaimed, opening the door and waving at Lin Zhou, departing like a gust of wind to her job. The electric dragon tenderly waved goodbye and then closed the door. It bent down, adjusting the slippers his sister had discarded. It pointed towards the breakfast on the table, softly urging him to eat. Then it retreated to the inner room, retrieving a vacuum cleaner to tidy up. "Oh, thank you," Lin Zhou replied, his face alight with excitement. He had previously been responsible for attending to his sister's needs, and now, unexpectedly, there was suddenly a considerate, capable, and handsome young man who performed household chores and cooked. He was utterly moved. On the table, alongside his breakfast, there was a small bowl of energy cubes prepared for the Firefox. These energy cubes, crafted from berries, are specifically designed as sustenance for creatures. Different brands produce varied flavors tailored to distinct types of creatures. For these beings, energy cubes serve a role akin to staple food for humans, providing essential energy, nutrition, and a variety of vitamins. They are remarkably balanced and healthy, representing a common form of nourishment. Lin Zhou placed the fire fox, which he had been holding, onto the table, encouraging it to eat. The fire fox, with its lively eyes, gazed at the bowl of energy cubes. It extended its tiny, pink tongue to sample one. Suddenly, its eyes sparkled with delight. Using its little paws, it seized an energy cube and began nibbling eagerly. Lin Zhou chuckled, affectionately ruffling its fur, and captured a photograph of the fire fox with his phone. He often encountered delightful snapshots of kittens and puppies online. Having never owned a pet before, this was his inaugural experience, and he found it quite amusing. Lin Zhou picked up his phone and decided to share a photo on his social media to join in the excitement. Before long, a flurry of notifications appeared on WeChat. Were these people all residing in his social circle? Their responses were instantaneous. A naive junior, wow. Senior, your Firefox is so adorable. May I come over and give it a hug? Counselor, you all should be in class for your first period this morning. Where are you? Old Wong, the online shopper. Young man, such a beautiful Firefox deserves a premium, elegant Pokéball to go with it. There's a special discount of 20 today. Ex-girlfriend, fickle-minded pig. Friend A, my goodness, you really brought this little one home. Didn't the previous trainer mention that this Firefox had severe congenital defects and advised you against it? Wait, congenital defects? Lin Zhou paused, taken aback by friend A's comment. Did the Firefox he brought home yesterday have defects? Chapter 3. The Firefox with Congenital Defects at Binju University. Within the lecture hall of the teaching building, Professor Yin, who teaches advanced mathematics, ambles in with his reading glasses perched precariously on his nose. Though his steps are unsteady and his speech is not as fluid as it once was, he patiently elucidates the intricacies of the subject to his students. His lectures tend to be rather dry, monotonous, and devoid of excitement, particularly during the early morning sessions when students are still shaking off the remnants of sleep, making it all the more challenging to remain alert. Yet, none of the students dare to succumb to slumber in his class. For, hovering near the podium is a spectral entity, a dream demon that feasts upon the dreams of the unsuspecting. This ethereal creature, a spirit of the ghostly variety, is intrinsically linked to human dreams. The dream demon possesses the ability to consume dreams, plunging those in slumber into nightmarish terrors. Legends abound at Binju University, recounting tales of students who, having dozed off in Professor Yan's class, were so horrified by their nightmares that they lost control of their bladders. No one wishes to test the veracity of such tales. Decorum prevails among the students. Professor Yin is not known to be a stringent instructor, but he is accompanied by a rather strict spirit. Creaking softly, the back door of the lecture hall swings open. Lin Zhou enters stealthily, his movements cautious. Peering out from the hood, he wears as a curious Firefox, its small head bobbing as it surveys the surroundings. Lin Zhou makes his way to the last row of seats, navigating through the array of desks until he spots two familiar figures engaged in a lackadaisical manner, engrossed in a mobile game. There's an airdrop. I'm going for it. Cover me, little Saw Croc. I'm out of healing items. Little Saw Croc, hand me a first aid kit. Who shot me? I've been downed. Little Saw Croc, help me up. Oh no, I've been eliminated again. In the corner of the classroom, the duo and their spirits sit side by side, their faces illuminated by the dull glow of their screens, exuding an air of disillusionment. One of them turns, surprised to see an additional person in the adjacent seat. Hey, Lin Zhou, when did you arrive? This individual, Lulu, is Lin Zhou's friend, someone from his WeChat circle. Just got here, Lin Zhou replies, gently extracting the Firefox from his hood and placing it on the desk, where it sits obediently. Wow, you brought it to school. Are you really considering keeping it? Lulu leans in for a closer look at the Firefox. His companion, Little Saw Croc, also sets aside his phone, curiosity piqued. He rises from his chair and crawls onto the desk, reaching out with tiny paws to touch the Firefox's vibrant red ears. I can't just leave it at home, can I? My sister told me to get a quarantine certificate and a breeding license today. Your sister doesn't know what this Firefox is truly like. You must have some inkling yourself, right? Remember when we found it in the back alley of the shopping street and took it to the Pokémon Center for treatment? The benevolent trainer you encountered did not elucidate this matter clearly enough. This Firefox inherently possesses a weak sensitivity to fire energy, coupled with a poor affinity for it. For a creature like the Firefox, which relies solely on fire-type energy-based moves, a deficiency in energy affinity is tantamount to being intrinsically inept. Such a limitation renders it incapable of executing any moves effectively, if at all. Essentially, it may only serve as a pet. Do you not aspire to qualify as a trainer in the future? Nurturing a creature with virtually no combat prowess poses a significant obstacle for your examination endeavors. The trainer qualification examination encompasses not only knowledge assessments related to nurturing and battling Pokémon, but also practical evaluations involving the use of Pokémon that are under 2 years of cultivation and belong to the candidate. According to the laws of Huagua, the legal age for a citizen to possess Pokémon is 18. After turning 20, one may pursue a trainer or breeder qualification. The criteria for obtaining trainer qualifications are notably stringent, particularly due to the competitive nature of Pokémon battles, which necessitates that the combat Pokémon have an incubation period of less than 2 years. This regulation greatly restricts the frequency with which an individual can participate in the trainer qualification examination. Consequently, those preparing for the examination typically follow a pattern similar to Lin Zhou and his peers, commencing the cultivation of their first Pokémon only upon reaching the age of 20 to maximize their chances of taking the exam multiple times. Moreover, the first Pokémon is of paramount importance. Students like Lin Zhou possess legal rights to only this singular Pokémon, unless one becomes a trainer, a breeder, or secures stable employment after graduation. The notion of temporarily nurturing a Pokémon with the intention of replacing it later is expressly prohibited by Pokémon protection regulations. Any attempts to abandon one's Pokémon by any means will face legal repercussions, potentially resulting in a lifetime revocation of ownership rights in severe cases. This is precisely why Lulu urged Lin Zhou to contemplate this matter with care. If Lin Zhou truly wishes to nurture this firefox, which has been deemed by professional trainers to possess congenital flaws, it would essentially imply that he would forfeit any opportunity to participate in the trainer qualification examination during the ensuing 2 years before graduation. Upon hearing Lu Li's counsel, Lin Zhou furrowed his brow. Congenital flaws? Weak sensitivity to fire energy? Poor affinity? How could these assessments be discerned? He was at a loss, as his previous gaming experiences had only involved quantifiable metrics such as attack, defense, and health points. What did energy sensitivity even mean? How that trainer could ascertain the firefox's deficient affinity for fire energy remained elusive to him. However, it was rumored that trainers possess a Pokédex provided by the Pokémon League. The Pokémon Pokédex appears to allow one to ascertain the physiological status of Pokémon through a scanning method. Is such a thing truly existent? Lin Zhou was acquainted with the concept of the Pokédex, yet he had not anticipated its considerable value in this world. The Pokédex is exclusively possessed by trainers. Indeed, I have heard about it from my uncle. Typically, when we wish to understand the physiological state of our Pokémon, we must visit the Pokémon Center and pay for a complete health examination. However, with the Pokédex, one can assess their Pokémon's condition at any time. The Pokédex greatly facilitates trainers in nurturing and selecting their Pokémon. This exemplifies the privileges of the elite. Lin Zhou couldn't help but exclaim. Therefore, we should take this little creature to the Pokémon Center shortly. The Pokémon Center will accept such unowned Pokémon with physiological defects without charge. And where will it be sent thereafter? Lin Zhou's expression was inscrutable as he gently stroked the fluffy ears of the firefox. It is likely to be sent to a research facility. Defective Pokémon have a high probability of being sent for pathological studies. Oh, Lin Zhou gazed into the vibrant, expressive eyes that mirrored his own. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Very well, we shall go to the Pokémon Center this afternoon. Lulu chuckled. Have you come to a conclusion? Yes, I have come to a conclusion. We shall procure a quarantine certificate and a feeding permit, and perhaps purchase a Pokéball as well. Chapter 4. Sir, may I suggest a package deal? At the entrance of the Pokémon Center in Binju City, which towers 5 stories high and occupies a space larger than a Wanda Plaza, Lin Zhou was struck by the grandeur of this multifaceted establishment. It encompassed areas for qualification assessment, Pokémon treatment, shopping, and ecological parks. Lin Zhou couldn't help but marvel. The Pokémon League truly deserves its stature as a colossal organization on par with the governments of various nations. Its financial resources and assets are sufficient to establish Pokémon centers in every corner of the globe. Are you truly certain about your decision? Lulu glanced at Lin Zhou, who was cradling the firefox, and inquired once more. It is no wonder he was persistent. Deciding on one's first Pokémon is akin to selecting a university major. It represents a pivotal moment in one's life. Choosing a second-rate institution when one could attend a prestigious university would indeed be akin to jesting with one's own future. There is nothing to deliberate upon. Lin Zhou replied with a smile. The Firefox is the first Pokémon he encountered upon arriving in this world, and he holds a deep affection for this little creature. Pokémon are living beings, not mere tools. It has committed no wrongdoing. It was simply forsaken due to its congenital defect. This parallels the actions of parents who abandon infants with inherent disabilities. As for the trainer qualification examination, Lin Zhou felt he might not have the opportunity to partake in it at present, as he remains entirely unfamiliar with this world and its intricacies. He had accumulated neither experience nor knowledge. Uncertain of how long it would take to master the knowledge required for the trainer examination, he contemplated that, should the need arise, he could strive to enhance his income to improve his breeding conditions rating and secure new slots for raising Pokémon. This was a challenge he must undertake himself, rather than placing undue blame on his Firefox. Well, since you were so resolute, what more can I say? Lulu shrugged helplessly. As a friend, he understood Lin Zhou's character well. Had he been the type to forsake loyalty for profit, Lulu would not have deigned to associate with such a person. The two entered the Pokémon Center, where it was Lin Zhou's first visit. The interior exceeded his expectations in size and vibrancy. Numerous individuals strolled about with their Pokémon, shopping for clothes, dining, and watching films. Lin Zhou noticed movie posters featuring titles such as Detective Pikachu, Batman vs. Frog Ninja, Pokémon, The Movie 2, and Ranger Alliance 3, Infinite War, names that seemed entirely fitting. Had he not been familiar with the originals, he might have been convinced. Clearly, this world was free from any Marvel-related legal warnings. Prioritizing their tasks, Lulu, accompanied by his small saw Croc, headed to the store to make some purchases. Meanwhile, Lin Zhou took his Firefox to the Pokémon registration office. As an official establishment of the Pokémon League, the office occupied a spacious area within the center, with glass doors sliding open to either side. Upon entering with his Firefox, a young male clerk greeted him with a beaming smile. "Good day, sir. What services do you require? Is this your first time at the Pokémon registration office?" Taken aback by the warm service, Lin Zhou had expected the staff of a government office to be less amiable. To his surprise, the atmosphere within the Pokémon League's grassroots structure was quite pleasant. "This is my first time processing Pokémon breeding paperwork. I need to obtain a quarantine certificate and a breeding permit for this Firefox." The clerk, with a friendly smile that felt like a breath of fresh air, eagerly introduced him to their offerings using a tablet. "Based on your requirements, I would like to recommend our most popular luxury certificate package. This includes inspection and certification, a premium Pokéball, a Move secret gem, half a year's worth of energy cubes, a box of high-grade healing potions, and more. It's an exceptional value at only 10,000 yuan. Lin Zhou shivered at the mention of the price, regaining his composure before sheepishly inquiring, "Is there a more affordable option?" The clerk paused momentarily. "There are indeed cheaper alternatives, such as our quarterly discount package, which includes a commemorative Pokéball, 5 boxes of berries, and a league competition commemorative badge for just 5,000 yuan. Lin Zhou remained silent for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed before speaking up. "Is there a more affordable option?" The male salesperson's enthusiasm had evidently waned. The basic membership package included a commemorative edition Pokéball and a points card for the Pokémon Center, priced at a mere 1,000 yuan. Although Lin Zhou remained silent, his expectant gaze towards the salesperson conveyed his desire for further elaboration. The male salesperson closed the tablet and gestured towards a nearby service window, instructing him to proceed there to pay and collect the certificate with a processing fee of 500 yuan. "You should have mentioned that earlier. What a waste of words. Do I appear to be affluent?" Lin Zhou nodded, cradling his Firefox, and dashed to the window, where he registered his personal identity. He then spent 500 yuan to obtain a quarantine certificate and a breeding permit for his Firefox. Thanks to the advancements in internet technology, the processing was remarkably swift. With all formalities completed in less than half an hour, Lin Zhou felt a pang of regret upon receiving the certificates. These 2 documents, hardly larger than a driver's license, and resembling an exaggerated qualification certificate, had cost him a hefty 500 yuan in processing fees. It was no wonder the Pokémon League was so affluent. It felt quite unscrupulous. They even attempted to sell him a subpar package. Did they think they were some mobile service provider? No wonder they greeted him so warmly upon his entrance. As Lin Zhou pondered over the exorbitant price while exiting the office with his Firefox, he turned and entered a nearby Pokéball shop. The shelves inside were filled with a plethora of Pokéballs, including various types such as bug balls, forest balls, deep sea balls, healing balls, and gravity balls. The enticing descriptions of the products stirred Lin Zhou's interest, but upon glancing at the prices, his excitement quickly dissipated. He opted for the most ordinary red and white Pokéball. Lin Zhou scanned the payment with the shopkeeper, parting with 200 yuan. holding the fist-sized Pokéball, which was connected to the internet. Lin Zhou marveled at its functionality. It would automatically read the fingerprint of its first user and upload that information to the internet for user binding. Once a user captured a Pokémon with the Pokéball for the first time, that information would also be uploaded online, thereby completing the registration of the breeding relationship. The Pokéball was equipped with a disruption device, preventing other Pokéballs from capturing Pokémon that had already been caught. This Pokéball was a product of cutting-edge technology born from the essence of Pokémon. Although Lin Zhou did not comprehend the underlying principles, how such a large Pokémon could be contained within a fist-sized Pokéball, this did not deter him from using it. Holding the Pokéball aloft, Lin Zhou glanced at the Firefox perched on his shoulder and smiled. "Shall we go, little one?" The Firefox squinted its eyes and chirped happily, extending its tiny paw to press against the Pokéball's switch. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as the Firefox was captured within a Pokéball. Data was transmitted to the server via a wireless network. Lin Zhou successfully established a nurturing relationship with the Firefox. Chapter 5. The secret techniques and the maze. Have all matters been settled? Lulu called out to Lin Zhou while approaching with his small crocodile. The preliminary nurturing procedures are complete, but I wish to conduct a health examination for the Firefox shortly, Lin Zhou replied, pressing the button on the Pokéball to release the Firefox. Upon emerging, the Firefox nimbly climbed up Lin Zhou's clothing, eventually resting on his shoulder. Lulu's crocodile gazed at them with wide, starry eyes, filled with envy. Eager to join, it clutched at Lulu's pants, attempting to ascend as well. "Stop. No. I cannot bear your weight. Cease at once," Lulu exclaimed, desperately tugging at his crocodile. "If this little chub presses down on my shoulder, I might end up with shoulder pain. Let us postpone the health examination for now. I want to show you something fascinating that I just discovered. I had no idea it was here. Follow me," Lulu suggested, pointing behind him as he led Lin Zhou to a shop front. A crowd had gathered outside. Lin Zhou looked up at the sign above the establishment, Keshuan Secret Techniques. This shop specialized in the sale of technique secret jewels. In essence, these jewels were akin to skill books found in video games, enabling Pokémon to learn the techniques inscribed within. Unlike their game counterparts, Pokémon in the real world do not automatically acquire many new techniques as they grow. To learn new moves, there are two primary methods. The first method involves the Pokémon exploring their own strength or energy to comprehend or create techniques. This approach is arduous and has a low success rate. Even if a Pokémon successfully learns or invents a technique, the resulting flaws are often significant, requiring time to gradually improve, making it inefficient for trainers. True mastery demands heartfelt dedication. The second method is to utilize technique secret jewels. These jewels serve as a profound enlightenment, directly imprinting the methods, techniques, and details of the desired moves into the Pokémon's mind. Provided the Pokémon meets the necessary conditions, they can instantly master the technique. However, it is impossible, for instance, for a Magikarp to learn the move Flamethrower, as it is a water-type Pokémon and lacks any innate ability to sense fire-type energy. Due to their remarkable functionality, technique secret jewels are highly valuable and regarded as luxury items, especially those containing powerful combat techniques, which are particularly coveted by trainers and can fetch astronomical prices. Technique secret jewels can only be found within the depths of the maze, a space that exists within the crevices of this world, a forbidden realm accessible solely to trainers. Within the perilous confines of a labyrinth, three coveted treasures draw countless trainers: the technique gems, ancient relics, and rare Pokémon. The emergence of each new maze invariably attracts a throng of fortune seekers. Is this the Koyuan group, renowned for excavating gem mines within the labyrinths? Lin Zhou vaguely recalled encountering the name of this group in the news. Indeed, it is the very Koyuan group, specializing in the gem trade. Lulu nodded in acknowledgement. "Why have you brought me here? I cannot afford the technique gems. Each piece surely costs thousands, if not tens of thousands, of dollars. I'm not asking you to buy a gem. I merely wish for you to witness the spectacle. Step closer, and you shall see for yourself," Lulu chuckled. Lin Zhou, perplexed, edged nearer. The throng of spectators encircled the area tightly, making it nearly impenetrable. He had to rise on his toes to catch a glimpse within. In front of the Koyuan gem establishment stood a stainless steel shopping display, piled high with grayish-white stones, each roughly the size of a human head. Beside the display, a retractable banner proclaimed, "Raw gemstones, 500 yuan each. Buy now, slice on the spot, and strike it rich with a single cut. Scan to pay." At this moment, Lin Zhou understood. They were engaging in gemstone gambling. This practice, a notably lucrative yet murky aspect of the jade industry, thrives on the fact that gemstones are encased in a layer of stone skin post-extraction, rendering their quality unknown until cut. Thus, the gemstone gambling industry emerged for those who sensed opportunity. The allure of gem gambling is particularly tantalizing, as the chance of revealing a rare technique gem could yield a staggering profit, potentially selling for millions of dollars. At the entrance of the Koyuan gem establishment, a well-dressed manager wielded a microphone, fervently advertising and inciting the gathered crowd. Is there anyone brave enough to try cutting? At merely 500 yuan each. It's not an extravagant price. Our raw stones are guaranteed to contain treasure. Any successful cut will return your investment, an assured profit. Who knows? You might even cut a gem worth enough to purchase an apartment in central Kyoto. The manager's eloquence flowed effortlessly, spinning his words like a well-oiled machine. Before long, a voice emerged from the crowd, unable to contain excitement. Let me try? A burly man stepped forward, activating a Pokéball in his hand, releasing a psychic-type Pokémon. Esper, use telekinesis to discern which of these stones contains a gem. Esper's tail quivered as it swirled its spoon in the air. The mysterious psychic energy radiated outward, enveloping the raw stones. Moments later, Esper's telekinetic force began to coalesce, focusing on the spoon. With a deft command, 3 stones levitated into the air. Haha, these 3 will do. Cut them for me. Do not attempt to renege on our agreement. Chuckled Uncle Hu, exuding confidence in Yang Jila's abilities, his tone resolute. With a sweeping gesture, he completed a payment of 1,500 yuan. Naturally, the manager of the secret jade gallery wore a broad smile, instructing the mantis behind him to slice the stones for the customer. 2 emerald blades danced gracefully, peeling the stone exterior as if it were mere potato skin, swiftly reducing the raw stone to nothing but fragments. However, aside from the scattered debris, nothing remained. A sheen of perspiration formed on Uncle Hu's brow. What could be the cause of this? Yang Jila had clearly employed its telekinetic abilities to probe the stone. Why was there nothing inside? Uncle Hu glanced at Yang Jila, only to find it equally bewildered. In a brief span, the second raw stone had been nearly sliced, yielding yet another heap of stone dust. Uncle Hu's composure began to fray. Had he truly spent 1,000 yuan merely to purchase 2 piles of rubble? His face flushed crimson with indignation. He pointed an accusatory finger at the manager of the secret jade gallery, exclaiming, "You charlatan! There is no secret jade in this heap. You are peddling worthless stones. I demand a refund. One must maintain decorum for prosperity. Since you have not found anything, it can only be said that luck was not on your side today. Perhaps tomorrow will yield better results." The manager replied smoothly. "The stones have been cut, and thus the payment is non-refundable. You speak nonsense. You present a collection of worthless stones and spin tales of grandeur. Just tell me, will you refund my money or not?" Uncle Hu's agitation was palpable. "Your anger is understandable. It appears today has simply not favored you. Only a few of the stones yielded nothing. However, the stones you have had cut are indeed non-refundable, as per the regulations of the secret jade gallery. Nonetheless, I am willing to refund you for the uncut stone. I shall return 500 yuan as a gesture of goodwill. May I proceed with the cut?" Uncle Hu trembled with fury, yet he recognized the futility of pursuing the full refund. He understood the likelihood of recovering the total amount was slim. However, receiving 500 yuan back was still a consolation, and he resolved to accept it. "Very well, hand me that 500. Not a problem. I shall purchase this stone and bear the misfortune of the day on your behalf." The manager promptly transferred the funds to Uncle Hu. He then gestured towards the final uncut stone. "Mantis, proceed with the cutting." With the emerald blades flashing, just 3 slices in, the raw stone erupted with a cascade of sparkling light. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers, and a chill ran down Uncle Hu's spine. Everyone recognized it. Treasure had been unearthed. Chapter 6. A miraculous extraction. Could Yang Jila's telekinetic powers truly fail to detect the secret jade within the raw stone? Lin Zhou, who had been observing the proceedings, inquired with a hint of skepticism. Do not underestimate these secret jade raw stones. The outer layer of jade possesses a unique quality, harboring a mysterious trace element within. Exhibiting a remarkable capacity for energy isolation, even telekinetic abilities may be obstructed or interfered with. The telekinetic powers and supernatural abilities of psychic-type Pokémon indeed represent the most effective means of assessing the quality of raw stones. However, even the most expertly trained psychic Pokémon face a significant margin of error when confronted with the interference of rock layers. It is inconceivable that an untrained individual would achieve any success in such endeavors. Yet, amidst this heap of raw stones, there exists a genuine treasure. Although it appears to have been employed merely as a decoy, the Keshuan Secret Gem Company has certainly invested substantially. It nearly fell into the hands of that elderly gentleman. Lu raised his phone, capturing a photograph of the extracted secret gem. "What are you doing?" he inquired, scanning to identify the type of secret gem. The secret gems, due to their inherent capacity for efficient information transmission, can be easily deciphered. A simple scan on the phone reveals the answer. "Goodness. It's a secret gem for the water-type move liquid ring. I desire it so much," Lu exclaimed, astonished yet somewhat regretful. Had he acted sooner, perhaps fortune would have favored him, and the liquid ring secret gem would have been his. The liquid ring is a move accessible to water-type Pokémon, enabling them to surround themselves with healing waters, thereby continuously mending wounds and restoring stamina. In Pokémon battles, this greatly enhances a Pokémon's endurance in combat. Lin Zhou, having played various games, possessed a solid understanding of the effects of different moves. Is this liquid ring secret gem truly valuable? He pondered. The acquisition price at the secret gem company is already 50,000. If auctioned or consigned, it could fetch at least 100,000. Would you not consider that valuable? Lu gazed longingly at the secret gem, his desire evident. The secret gem industry is indeed quite lucrative. Lin Zhou contemplated his own savings accumulated through part-time work during university, which barely amounted to 10,000. It was astonishing that even such a small stone could surpass his savings. This underscored the necessity of striving to become a Pokémon trainer, a profession undoubtedly lucrative. Valuable items like secret gems and ancient relics can only be discovered by trainers. The price of any exceptional find is beyond what we ordinary individuals could hope to earn in a lifetime. Lu, with a distant relative who is a trainer, was well informed about the affairs of trainers. At the entrance of the Kashuan Secret Gem Company, excitement erupted among the crowd as they witnessed the unveiling of a $100,000 secret gem. Many spectators were envious, unable to resist the temptation to try their luck. For merely $500, they could potentially extract a secret gem and make a significant profit. As for the elderly bearded gentleman who had returned his raw stone, he had long since lost the courage to remain and had left in embarrassment and frustration, accompanied by his disgraced partner. Nothing could be more infuriating than spending $1,000 and walking away empty-handed. A stone valued at 100,000 in secret jade was unwittingly relinquished. Should one linger there, becoming the subject of ridicule? As all observed, our Kuyuan Secret Jade Company indeed possesses remarkable raw materials. Striking it rich overnight is no mere fantasy. Ladies and gentlemen, shall you not seize the opportunity to purchase a piece of this dream? The manager of the Secret Jade Company seized the moment to rally the surrounding crowd. Yet, within his heart, he was already reveling in joy. Among this batch of raw stones, there was likely only one that contained secret jade. He had deliberately marked it to stage a performance for the customers. Unexpectedly, it was uncovered by a bearded man. Fortunately, the raw stone was returned afterward. However, his commotion inadvertently enhanced the advertising effect. Several onlookers had already begun to draw money to cut stones. "Give me one. I want one too. Bring me 3. Count me in. I want one as well." The incessant chime of incoming payments was particularly pleasing to the ear. The sharp blade of the flying mantis danced, leaving a shower of stone shavings in its wake. Yet, no secret jade was revealed. The customers who had purchased stones wore dismal expressions. In a moment of impulse, they had bought the stones, only to find themselves sobered by the outcome. Especially the fellow who had bought 3 raw stones. His face had turned pale. He was now preoccupied with how to explain this expenditure to his wife upon returning home. Such is the nature of gambling with stones. One cut can lead to poverty or prosperity. However, it is invariably the buyers who end up impoverished, while the sellers reap the rewards. Merely selling a few worthless stones had garnered tens of thousands, leaving Lin Zhou astonished. Did these gentlemen believe they were some kind of fortunate emperor? Perhaps it is time to reconsider their gambling habits? After all, Kuyuan Group is the leader in the secret jade industry, and their gambling stones are renowned at the trainer level. It remains a mystery why they would venture into the market for ordinary people. This was indeed my first encounter with such a phenomenon, Lin Zhou explained to Lu. It appears rather deceptive, as they seem to be mere worthless stones. Observing the throng of people eager to cut stones, Lin Zhou noted that all the stones were empty. Apart from the initial liquid ring technique that yielded a piece of secret jade, no further jade was revealed. Of course, with a 500 per cut gamble on secret jade, Kuyuan would incur substantial losses if they were to reveal a piece of jade. This is merely a marketing gimmick. Kuyuan possesses considerable experience in managing the gambling stone industry. The raw stones they present are undoubtedly authenticated by their own evaluators, making it highly improbable for any to slip through undetected. Lu chuckled as he gazed at the crowd. After all, gambling with secret jade is an industry accessible only to trainers. For ordinary individuals, this was their first experience. They were merely driven by curiosity and a hint of luck. Well, having witnessed the spectacle, let us leave. Do you not need to conduct a health examination for the fire fox? Lin Zhou nodded in agreement. As he turned to leave, the fiery fox perched on his shoulder gently tugged at his ear with its small paw. What is it? Lin Zhou paused, glancing at the little creature on his shoulder. The fox's large, expressive eyes gleamed with intensity as it pointed with a tiny paw towards a nearby gambling stone stall, letting out a couple of soft calls. Is there something over there? Lin Zhou questioned, casting a puzzled look in the direction of the stall. Seeing that Lin Zhou did not comprehend, the fiery fox emanated a faint purple glow. Its tiny paw poked Lin Zhou's face, and a familiar sensation washed over him. His mind buzzed, blanking out, as his vision was engulfed in white light. A hazy image flickered before his eyes. In that fleeting moment, Lulu was seen using his phone to skin a piece of rough stone from which a secret jade technique was carved. The phone displayed the name of a move associated with attribute swapping. The image lasted but an instant before it vanished along with the white light in his vision. Lin Zhou turned to look at the fiery fox, which appeared somewhat mentally fatigued as it rested on his shoulder. He gently patted its head. Earlier that morning, Lin Zhou had experienced a glimpse into the future, and he now understood the fox's intent. He called out to Lulu. What is it? Lulu replied, confused. Lin Zhou chuckled, giving Lulu a pat on the shoulder. My young friend, do you believe in miracles through a single draw? Chapter 7. The secret jade worth 2 million. Lulu was taken aback, not grasping Lin Zhou's meaning. He had already stated that gambling on stones among ordinary folks was a pitfall. Why did it seem Lin Zhou was still eager to give it a try? Just come with me to take a look, Lin Zhou smiled, leading Lulu into the crowd. At that moment, the enthusiasm for cutting stones among the crowd had diminished. Previous buyers had already proven through experience that striking it rich was not as easy as it seemed. 500 yuan was a week's worth of groceries for a family trying to make ends meet, and most people were reluctant to risk it. The manager of the jade shop was also less fervent in his promotions. Before the stones were cut, people were unaware of the odds. But witnessing the failures to yield secret jade made them hesitant to be the foolish ones. After all, ordinary people were not trainers, and their spending capacities differed significantly. Moreover, selecting stones relied heavily on blind guesses and luck, unlike trainers who possessed some identification skills to discern whether secret jade lay within. Many might believe that operating in the stone gambling business meant easier profits from novices rather than experts, yet the reality was quite the opposite. Amateurs were not easily swayed. Trainers gambled on stones to validate their identification abilities, while ordinary people merely spent money hoping for luck. Who would be willing to squander a significant sum on elusive luck? The Chiyuan group's attempt to promote the mystical jade gambling stones to the general populace is, in truth, rather unwise. The manager of the jade establishment is well aware of this fact. This is merely a pilot scheme for the group's business strategy. Throughout the afternoon, aside from a few impulsive individuals who briefly engaged in cutting, the surrounding crowd remained merely spectators, engaged in idle chatter. No one was willing to part with their money to attempt cutting. The manager, recognizing the futility of the situation, contemplated wrapping up for the day. Just as he was about to summon an attendant to dismantle the exhibition booth, two young men squeezed through the crowd and called to him. Wait a moment before you pack up. I wish to cut a raw stone. Lin Zhou emerged from the throng, cradling a fiery fox in his arms. Who would have thought there were still fools willing to attempt cutting stones? The jade establishment manager paused in surprise, nodding to signify that Lin Zhou could choose for himself, not paying him much heed. After completing the payment via scan, Lin Zhou approached the display of raw stones, scrutinizing them closely and selecting one. Being stones, they naturally bore various textures and markings. Lin Zhou vividly recalled the stone he had seen in his foresight, a piece adorned with 3 dark streaks and a claw mark. Since he could foresee the appearance of the raw stone that would yield the mystical jade, his task became straightforward, to locate this very raw stone. He diligently sifted through the stones, and soon, from among a dozen or so, he discovered the one that perfectly matched the one from his foresight. Lin Zhou lifted the stone and placed it before the manager of the jade establishment. With confidence, he pointed and declared, "This is the raw stone I wish to cut. Let us proceed. Do not shirk your responsibility if something materializes." A commotion arose within the crowd, many whispering amongst themselves. Wow, this kid dares to cut. Didn't you see how many people just spent money without results? He must be out of his mind. Clearly, this is a deceptive scheme. There are always naive youths who don't heed warnings and end up handing over their money. Go ahead. What if he actually succeeds? Young man, don't go through with it. This is nothing but a scam. Among the crowd, There were not only those who relished the spectacle, but also well-meaning individuals cautioning Lin Zhou against falling for the trick. The manager regarded the confident youth before him with a bemused expression, pondering where such misplaced confidence originated. The previous bearded man had exuded a similar certainty, but at least he had an extraordinary psychic creature to assist him in selecting stones. What did this youth possess? Merely the ability to knock and listen to the stones? Was he about to proclaim that the watermelon was ripe? This was the cutting of mystical jade raw stones, not a simple trip to the market for watermelons. It was not that straightforward. Praying mantis, let us cut the stone. The manager of the secret jade pavilion regarded Lin Zhou merely as a headstrong youth eager to test his luck, giving it little thought as he directed the flying mantis to slice the stone. He was confident, knowing that this batch of rough stones had been appraised by the experts at the pavilion prior to their release. Aside from the previously extracted liquid ring jade, the rest were devoid of value. However, as the verdant blade of the flying mantis danced and cut through the stone, shards scattered, revealing glimmers of starlight from within the rough stone. Silence enveloped the scene, so profound that even the faintest sound of a needle dropping could be heard. It was Lu Li's exclamation that shattered this tranquility. What the heck? Lu, visibly astonished, rummaged through his pockets and pulled out his phone to scan the jade. It was then that the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonished murmurs. It's a hit. He actually struck jade. How lucky can this guy be? He must be a plant. Damn it. I was just eyeing that rough stone. I just couldn't bring myself to spend the money. Oh, come on. By your logic. I was interested in all the rough stones here too, but I didn't buy them. No. Stay calm. I can't fall for this again. This has to be a ruse. The onlookers, filled with envy and resentment, pointed and whispered about Lin Zhou. The manager of the secret jade pavilion stared at the rough stone that had yielded jade, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never imagined that this batch contained jade. In the jade gambling industry, due to the interference of unique stone layers, even the most skilled appraisers can sometimes overlook valuable pieces. The manager realized that one of their appraisers must have missed this jade. Yet, he was puzzled as to how Lin Zhou had discerned the presence of this jade. Was it truly mere luck? His confident demeanor earlier seemed inconsistent with simple fortune. But to suggest that such a method of appraisal, akin to picking melons, had been previously unseen was perplexing. What was this operation? The manager was engulfed in confusion, unaware that Lin Zhou had foreseen the jade's presence within the stone. While the manager was lost in thought, Lin Zhou leaned over to check Lu Li's phone, which indeed displayed the name of the ability associated with the jade. How much is this jade worth? Lin Zhou inquired softly, patting Lu on the shoulder. Lu, staring at the information on his phone, swallowed hard, his excitement causing his lips to tremble. Lin Zhou, you've struck it rich. It's the ability jade for ability swap. This jade is worth at least 2 million. Chapter 8. A moment's hesitation. The inherent traits of Pokémon are gifts bestowed by nature. Akin to how fish swim and birds soar, these traits embody the very essence of a Pokémon's life force. For instance, the Sandshrew possesses the common trait of sand veil, allowing it to seamlessly blend into its sandy surroundings during dust storms, thus concealing its presence flawlessly. Similarly, the water-absorb trait of the Frogadier endows it with the innate ability to absorb and store water, heal wounds, and restore vitality, distinct from active moves that require conscious execution. To draw a parallel with martial arts, moves represent the techniques and skills mastered by a Pokémon, while traits reflect its physical prowess and inner strength. In gaming terms, moves are akin to active skills, whereas traits are passive ones. The significance of traits for a Pokémon is unequivocal. They are fundamental to its very existence. The secret move encapsulated within the gem that Lin Zhou obtained is known as trait swap. In essence, trait swap allows for the temporary exchange of traits between two Pokémon. In the gaming realm, this ability is often deemed weak and unremarkable. However, in this tangible world, trait swap emerges as a mysterious power capable of influencing the laws of life. It enables the Sandshrew to temporarily acquire the water-absorb trait, allowing it to absorb water, heal itself, and restore its strength without altering its physiological structure. From a biological and physical standpoint, such an exchange seems utterly nonsensical. It defies the fundamentals of evolutionary theory. Yet, trait swap is precisely that, a move capable of impacting the very laws of life. This is the invaluable essence of high-tier secret gems. Unlike the liquid ring, which merely manipulates water energy, trait swap exerts influence over the laws of life itself. This method of controlling such laws can only be imparted through secret gems. A Pokémon could never grasp it on its own. Thus, although both are classified as secret moves, their value is worlds apart. As Lin Zhou listened to Lu whispering these revelations, he was taken aback. He had never anticipated that this seemingly mundane, commonplace psychic move in the gaming world would hold such worth in reality. Fortunately, their discreet conversation had gone unnoticed by the onlookers nearby. Otherwise, it could have led to complications. After all, with something so precious, one could never predict the intentions of those around them. Quick-witted, Lin Zhou immediately seized the trait swap gem and tucked it securely into his pocket. To prevent further complications, it was best not to let more people see. However, he was already a step too late. The manager of the Kashuan secret jade company had preceded him, utilizing his mobile phone to scan the stone and extracting the information contained within. Evidently, his phone harbored data similar to that of Lulu. Astonishingly, it was a case of attribute exchange. As the manager observed the information displayed on his phone, he was struck with a profound shock. How could a valuable yet elusive secret jade have been obtained by an ordinary person for a mere 500 yuan? This was utterly unacceptable. Their branch could not bear such a loss. Stones of this caliber were typically not meant for public sale. Rather, they were reserved for exchanges with the upper echelons of the Pokémon League or elite trainers, possessing a value beyond monetary measure. As Lin Zhou prepared to leave with the secret jade, the manager hastily called out to him. "Sir, please hold. You are the first individual to successfully cut jade in our Kashuan secret jade company's gambling stone event. Might I inquire if you would be interested in a discussion at our store? We are keen to acquire it." Lin Zhou gestured for the manager to cease his entreaties and promptly executed a swift dismissal. Not interested, farewell. He took hold of Lulu and turned to depart. "Wait. Please, let me speak." The manager, flustered, grasped Lin Zhou's arm, whispering a price in his ear. 3 million. Sell that jade back to us. Not selling, Lin Zhou retorted, pulling away from the manager's grip. 5 million. 5 million for that piece of jade. The exorbitant offer caused Lin Zhou to gasp in surprise. Nevertheless, he remained resolute. "I said no." He freed himself from the manager's grasp, summoned his Firefox back into its Pokéball, and swiftly melded into the crowd with Lulu, disappearing in no time. Lin Zhou was no fool. Having just gained such an advantage from Kashuan's secret jade company, there was no way he would accept an invitation to their establishment. Though the security measures at the Pokémon Center Mall were commendable, with numerous guards ensuring customer safety, one could never be too cautious. It was prudent to avoid placing oneself in a precarious situation. As the manager watched Lin Zhou depart, his expression soured. Yet he found himself at a loss for alternative measures. He could only instruct the staff to dismantle the exhibition booth. As for the fortunate individual who had cut the attribute exchange jade, he had already captured a photograph on his phone. Perhaps he could later leverage the corporation's resources to track him down. Given such a significant oversight, his bonus for the month was undoubtedly in jeopardy. As the gambling stone exhibition was dismantled, the onlookers, finding no further excitement, began to disperse. However, this experience had certainly broadened their horizons, enlightening them about the raw stones and secret jades that trainers frequently encountered. They have come to realize that trainers can effortlessly sell any item for a substantial sum. Their desire to become trainers has only intensified. However, many remain curious about the identity of the young man who suddenly emerged. How much is the precious jade he cut truly worth? What is the manager of the jade shop intending to do with him? Yet, due to Lin Zhou and his companion's vigilance, their voices have remained hushed and no one has overheard their conversation. Nevertheless, a fortunate, ordinary individual, through a gamble at the Kashuan jade shop, managed to extract a piece of jade valued at an astronomical amount, having only invested 500 yuan. This news, propelled by those with ulterior motives, began to circulate widely in various circles, particularly on the fast-paced internet. Numerous forums have sparked discussions about the jade gambling phenomenon. What was once an exclusive game for trainers is now gradually revealing itself to the common folk. However, these events are merely a prelude. At this moment, Lin Zhou, having acquired a moved jade, has already departed the vicinity of the Kashuan jade shop with Lulu. The two are making their way to the top floor of the Pokémon Center Mall. Lin Zhou intends to visit the Pokémon Research Center to conduct a health check on his Firefox. Throughout this journey, he clutches the jade tightly in his pocket, a precious treasure that others have offered 5 million for, and thus, he exercises utmost caution. Chapter 9. Health check. Did you step in something lucky today? You only spent 500 yuan, yet you managed to cut a piece of jade worth 5 million. Lulu still finds it somewhat unbelievable. Having only heard of overnight riches in the news, this is his first encounter with living proof. Lin Zhou, however, remains composed, pondering for a moment before modestly responding. Perhaps it's due to my handsome face and fair complexion giving me an advantage. You insufferable lucky fool. Lulu rolls his eyes. He feels as though he is witnessing a seal proudly flaunting its catch. Extremely smug. Yet, despite the jest, Lulu harbors some concern regarding Lin Zhou's acquisition of this jade. He has an uncle who is a trainer and is quite knowledgeable about the world of trainers. He understands that they exist in an entirely different social stratum from ordinary people and may not necessarily adhere to societal laws. At least, that is the impression he has gathered from the stories he has heard. Many trainers would go to great lengths to obtain resources that could significantly enhance their Pokémon's abilities. The saying goes, a commoner is innocent. But possessing a treasure is a crime. The rarity of a move jade such as the ability swap is such that even many trainers may never have the opportunity to encounter one. For such a treasure to appear in a seemingly frivolous gambling market is truly astonishing. From the reaction of the manager of the secret jade establishment, Lulu discerned that they had not anticipated such a situation. Even the professional appraisers from the Kyuin group failed to recognize this secret jade. Indeed, Lin Zhou had fortuitously stumbled upon a rare treasure. While the item is undoubtedly valuable, it is also perilously hot to handle. It would be manageable if no one else was aware, but the manager clearly recognized the immense worth of this jade. Otherwise, he would not have offered such a substantial price. Should he disseminate this information, it could potentially wreak havoc on Lin Zhou's daily life, even posing a danger. What do you plan to do with this jade? Are you considering selling it? Not all individuals in the training community abide by the law. This technique jade is exceedingly rare, and its exposure could bring peril upon you. I believe that converting it into cash would be a more prudent course of action. Lulu felt compelled to caution Lin Zhou. It would be wise to dispose of this troublesome item swiftly and exchange it for currency, ensuring greater safety. Unexpectedly, however, Lin Zhou waved his hand dismissively. I want to sell it. It may prove useful to me. Lulu was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Lin Zhou's intentions. What do you need it for? The move trait swap is a psychic-type technique, accessible only to psychic Pokémon endowed with telekinesis or psychic abilities. Since Lin Zhou did not possess a psychic Pokémon, what utility could this hold for him? Lin Zhou then retrieved a Pokéball and released the slightly rejuvenated Firefox. Knowledge of Firefox's ecological characteristics flickered through Lu Li's mind, and he swiftly grasped Lin Zhou's implication. Evolution. Evolution is a critical process in the growth of Pokémon. Many Pokémon do not exhibit complete life signs in their juvenile forms and require a quantitative accumulation to achieve a qualitative transformation. They must evolve to refine their life forms and elevate their vitality. The difficulty of evolution, the extent of growth post-evolution, the degree of physical change, and the number of possible evolutions vary among different Pokémon. Some can evolve once, others twice. Even within the same species, the abilities and appearances post-evolution can differ significantly. Nevertheless, there exists a relatively stable pattern overall. According to contemporary scientific research, the maximum number of known evolutions among Pokémon is 2. No Pokémon has yet been discovered capable of evolving 3 times. It may simply be that the accumulation of quantitative changes has not yet reached the threshold necessary for a 3rd evolution. In any case, scientific inquiry has yet to reach a definitive conclusion. Firefox belongs to a category of Pokémon capable of evolving twice. Its first evolutionary form is referred to as long-tailed Firefox, while the second evolution is known as Fiery Red Fox. Upon the evolution of the Firefox into the enigmatic Flame Red Fox, it awakens extraordinary abilities, becoming a dual-type sprite, encompassing both fire and psychic powers. Surely, you would not contemplate reserving this precious gem for that little creature's evolution, for such a delay seems excessively protracted. The growth of sprites nurtured by ordinary individuals diverges significantly from that of seasoned trainers. In the absence of training experience, knowledge, and resources, a sprite's development becomes exceedingly sluggish. For an average person to guide the Firefox through 2 evolutions into the enigmatic Flame Red Fox may require no less than 3 to 4 years. Do you truly intend to withhold this gem for such an extended period? Lulu found himself at a loss for words. In the span of 3 to 4 years, myriad events could unfold. Rather than allowing such a treasure to languish in obscurity for years, he might as well sell it for 5 million and procure other resources to foster his own sprites. However, Lin Zhou, upon hearing Lu Li's remarks, shook his head. It may not necessarily take that long, though I cannot assert that with certainty. Let us first conduct a physical examination on the Firefox. Lin Zhou gestured towards the automatic glass doors ahead. Amidst their conversation, they had already arrived at the Pokémon Research Center. Lin Zhou understood Lu Li's good intentions. Under normal circumstances, he would not entertain the idea of holding onto such a ticking time bomb for 3 to 4 years. Awaiting the evolution of the Firefox into the enigmatic Flame Red Fox, he would have promptly exchanged the gem for currency. 5 million is an amount that, for an ordinary person like him, would be unattainable within a lifetime, even extending to the next. However, his firefox was anything but ordinary. The uniqueness of this firefox was known only to Lin Zhou himself, although the creature exhibited a poor sensitivity to fire energy, earning it the label of a natural failure. It possessed the remarkable ability to foresee the future. In gaming, the ability to predict the future is regarded as weak and rather commonplace within the psychic category. Yet, having previously experienced a feature exchange with a mystical gem, Lin Zhou wisely consulted his mobile device, only to discover that the reality was even grimmer than he had anticipated. According to the musings of netizens, the ability to foresee the future involves the laws of time and holds a legendary status akin to that of roar of time in this world. This ability has only been documented in ancient texts, with no one ever having witnessed it in practice. Nor has a gem granting the ability to foresee the future ever been discovered. The notion of foresight is merely an ethereal legend, with many believing it to be a figment of imagination. Initially, Lin Zhou found it peculiar that a fire-type sprite could wield a psychic ability. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more intricate than it seemed. This ability, once thought to exist solely within the realm of legend, poses a perplexing question. Why would this fire fox, deemed by trainers to possess an inherent flaw, exhibit such a capability? The enigma is overwhelming. Thus, Lin Zhou concludes that it is imperative to conduct a physical examination of the fire fox at the earliest opportunity. This examination is designed to assess the physical condition and energy sensing ability of the Pokémon, akin to a routine blood test, and is remarkably straightforward. There is no requirement for the Pokémon to run laps or engage in combat to determine its health, nor is it necessary for the creature to utilize any moves. A simple scan with professional equipment suffices. Chapter 10. A surging psychic ability upon applying for the physical examination. Lin Zhou is unsurprised to be inundated with an array of packages laden with both useful and superfluous gifts. This follows an all-too-familiar pattern reminiscent of the Pokémon registration office downstairs. Lin Zhou finds himself exasperated by the relentless sales pitches of these promoters. Why do the Pokémon League's administrative offices cling to such package deals? He hastily intervenes to halt the front desk's attempts at persuasion. Lin Zhou insists on a straightforward physical examination, dismissing any extraneous packages. For a routine check of fire-type Pokémon, he proceeds to the payment desk to pay a fee of 2,000 yuan, subsequently receiving a number to await his turn in the examination room. The previously cheerful receptionist now bears an expression as frosty as winter's chill, an all-too-real contrast. After settling the payment and acquiring his number, Lin Zhou takes a seat outside the examination room, where many others are also queuing with their Pokémon. With the first trainer qualification exam of the year approaching in about 2 weeks, numerous candidates have brought their Pokémon for physical checks. They wish to ascertain the progress their Pokémon have made over the past half year in preparation for the evaluation. As Lin Zhou sits waiting to be called, his friend Lulu has taken his small crocodile Pokémon to explore. The fire fox, now rejuvenated, perches on Lin Zhou's lap, its small head held high as it curiously surveys the other Pokémon around them. Opposite him, a duck-billed dragon, engrossed in a Korean drama, sobs uncontrollably while clutching a packet of tissues. Nearby, a sleek, well-groomed fire lizard elegantly applies nail polish to its claws. In the aisle, a small monkey Pokémon, surrounded by a throng of admirers, performs impressive yo-yo tricks that elicit applause from the onlooking Pokémon. The lives and interests of these Pokémon are far more intriguing and diverse than Lin Zhou had initially anticipated. Many Pokémon, having interacted with humans from a young age, exhibit traits strikingly similar to their human counterparts. They engage with social media, watch Korean dramas, and play mobile games. Those sufficiently intelligent have even learned to communicate with humans through typing. Luli's little crocodile is capable of spelling out simple words and phrases. According to Lulu, it seems that the skills were honed during the playful banter with less skilled teammates while gaming. Thus, one can never truly discern whether the player criticizing one's abilities is even human. After waiting for approximately half an hour, Lin Zhou's name was finally called. During this interval, he did not squander time. He diligently scoured Weibo and Baidu on his phone to swiftly acclimatize himself to this enchanting world of sprites. Entering the examination room with his fire fox cradled in his arms, he was greeted by a researcher clad in a white lab coat and a cheerful nurse, adorned with the signature of a happiness egg. The researcher gestured towards a bed-like apparatus in the room, indicating that Lin Zhou should place the fire fox upon it. Upon activation, several red beams emanated from the device, exuding a sense of advanced technology. The beams enveloped the fire fox, scanning it for approximately 3 seconds. Suddenly, the lights flickered and extinguished. What transpired? It wilted in merely 3 seconds? Lin Zhou, momentarily bewildered, turned to the researcher in the white coat. What happened? Did the power go out? No, the examination is complete, came the response. You've paid 2,000 yuan for just 3 seconds of infrared scanning? Lin Zhou stifled the coarse words that nearly escaped his lips. He took the printed examination report from the researcher and exited the room with the Firefox in his arms. The entire process had taken less than 2 minutes. A clear testament to the exploitative nature of the Sprite Alliance. Once outside the examination room, Lin Zhou found a seat and perused the report. The content was surprisingly thorough. Species, Firefox, trait, magician, fire energy affinity, extremely low. In addition to these entries, there was a multifaceted spider web diagram. This diagram included metrics such as reaction ability, muscle density, and nerve transmission frequency, all pertaining to physical capabilities. These metrics were represented through numerical values and graphical representations, alongside comparative averages derived from extensive data collection. All of the Firefox's metrics surpassed the average significantly, indicating that the little creature was indeed in excellent health. As Lulu had mentioned, the fire energy affinity presented a congenital defect, with the detection results confirming it as extremely low. The passing trainer had spoken truthfully. Lin Zhou harbored no dissatisfaction with this outcome. He had mentally prepared himself for the inherent deficiency in fire energy affinity. What mattered more was that the Firefox's health was robust, which was more than sufficient. Lin Zhou approached the front desk, contemplating before taking another number. He opted for a standard examination for psychic-type sprites, proceeded to the payment counter to remit the 2,000 yuan examination fee, and then took a number to queue for the examination room. The receptionist, accustomed to discerning price-sensitive customers like Lin Zhou, did not display a particularly amiable demeanor. However, after casting a fleeting glance at the Firefox nestled in Lin Zhou's arms, she offered an additional remark. The instruments in the psychic examination room are designed solely to assess the energy affinity corresponding to their specific type. This statement served as a subtle reminder to Lin Zhou that the equipment in the psychic examination room could only evaluate the energy affinity of psychic-type entities. Bringing a fire-type spirit for examination would be futile, resulting in a mere waste of funds. Lin Zhou smiled appreciatively, expressing his gratitude before proceeding to pay the fee and take a number for the queue. Since his arrival at the Pokémon Center to handle the paperwork for the Firefox, Lin Zhou's modest savings of 10,000 yuan had already diminished by half. The cost of a physical examination was indeed exorbitant, particularly when it involved dual-type spirits, as the testing apparatus could only assess one corresponding type's energy affinity at a time. Consequently, dual-type spirits necessitated 2 separate examinations to evaluate their energy affinity. Based on the Firefox's previous display of precognition, Lin Zhou speculated that it might have awakened its psychic abilities ahead of time. Thus, he opted for an additional examination in the psychic category. The same examination room, the same lab-coated researcher, the same happiness egg, and the same procedure unfolded once more. Although the researcher found it peculiar that someone would bring a purely fire-type spirit for a psychic assessment, he refrained from further inquiry, focusing solely on fulfilling his duties. The apparatus activated, and infrared rays scanned the Firefox just as before. Lin Zhou noticed a faint, luminous violet glow emanating from the Firefox's form. After 3 seconds, the glow vanished, and the device faltered once more. However, this time, an odd burnt odor permeated the air. Is the examination complete? Lin Zhou inquired, puzzled. It wasn't due to a malfunction of the equipment. The researcher's expression turned grim as he manipulated the control panel, which indeed failed to respond. What goes around comes around. Those who exploit others will eventually face retribution, Lin Zhou thought, rolling his eyes as he approached. He gently lifted the Firefox, which gazed back with wide, innocent eyes, blissfully unaware of the situation. I won't be held liable for the damaged equipment, will I? He asked. No. This is an issue with the apparatus. The customer bears no responsibility for problems that arise during the examination process, the researcher clarified, gesturing to a nearby backup device. There is a spare instrument over there. To avoid any delays, we can use that one for your spirit. Lin Zhou nodded and carried the Firefox over. The apparatus powered on, scanned, and after 3 seconds, it faltered once again. Inhaling the familiar burnt scent in the air, Lin Zhou looked at the researcher and shrugged innocently. Is there another backup? Chapter 11. Genetic Lineage. Lin Zhou swore, asserting that his words were not intended to provoke the destruction of more equipment as an act of vengeance against the unscrupulous Pokémon League. You must be a devil, Lin Zhou declared, firmly insisting that he did not harbor such intentions. You must be a devil, the researcher observed Lin Zhou, who seemed unperturbed even after the destruction of 2 instruments, feeling a growing sense of frustration. The apparatus used for examining the vital signs of various Pokémon was exceedingly expensive. Was it acceptable to burn through them with each use? A substantial portion of the annual funding provided by the Pokémon League to the research center was allocated for the procurement and maintenance of such equipment. The loss of 2 devices in one instance was indeed a catastrophic blow. There was no need for further examinations. Any additional tests would likely yield the same results. And there were no instruments left to utilize. The researcher glanced at an energy fluctuation graph that was partially printed from the nearby printer. The oscillation curve, which dramatically twisted before abruptly reaching its peak and then ceasing, revealed the harrowing ordeal the instrument had endured before its demise. Lin Zhou approached, cradling his Firefox, but was unable to comprehend the significance of the graph's lines. "Doctor, what is the condition of my little one? It's a rather uncommon situation." "The energy affinity is unstable," the researcher replied, pushing up his glasses and pondering before reaching a conclusion. "Unstable affinity? What does that mean? Is it serious? Can it be treated with medication or IVs?" While it is not overly severe, it is indeed rare. The Pokémon possesses an exceptionally high affinity for psychic energy, and being quite young, it lacks sufficient control over this energy, resulting in instability. It's akin to a river overflowing its banks. If the channel is too narrow, it requires careful management and expansion to accommodate the floodwaters. In the future, ensure your Pokémon regularly utilizes its psychic abilities and engages in training. Gradually mastering its heightened affinity will be beneficial. To be honest, it is the first time I have encountered a purely fire-type Firefox with such a strong psychic energy affinity. It may indeed be a result of hereditary traits. Hereditary traits? Yes, hereditary traits. The researcher nodded, scrutinizing the Firefox closely. He produced an energy cube specifically designed to appeal to psychic-type Pokémon and offered it to the creature, which eagerly devoured it in just a few bites, clearly enjoying the treat. Like humans, Pokémon possess genetic factors and inherit traits from their maternal lineage. The Firefox's second evolution, the Inferno Fox, is a dual-type Pokémon with a significantly high psychic energy affinity. There exists a slight chance of hereditary transmission during reproduction. A spark of realization ignited in Lin Zhou's mind as he recalled that the game he played also featured hereditary mechanics. In the game's framework, offspring Pokémon had a chance to inherit a skill from their parent. Can techniques be inherited? Current research has not reached a definitive conclusion. Unlike humans, we cannot distinctly differentiate whether certain techniques are acquired abilities or innate instincts encoded in their genetic sequences. Thus, the scientific community has yet to arrive at a unified verdict. However, I personally believe that it is possible for techniques to be inherited. Lin Zhou received an answer that was somewhat inaccurate, yet he had already formed a mental picture of the situation, whether it pertained to techniques or abilities. The Firefox's foresight and extraordinary psychic talents did not emerge from thin air. They were likely inherited from its maternal lineage. With this realization, Lin Zhou lingered a while longer at the Pokémon Research Center, awaiting the resolution of an issue caused by malfunctioning equipment that prevented a proper examination of his Pokémon. Ultimately, the center refunded half of the examination fee as compensation. The head of the Psychic Research Department at the Pokémon Research Center, upon hearing of this incident, extended an invitation to Lin Zhou, expressing a desire to study his Firefox, of course, for a fee. Each collaboration on examination tests would yield a substantial reward. However, Lin Zhou declined the offer. He did not wish for his Firefox to be treated like a laboratory specimen subjected to research. Furthermore, the ability of the Firefox to foresee the future needed to remain a secret. Lin Zhou had gradually come to recognize the rarity of such a gift, a legendary ability. Should it fall into the wrong hands, the consequences could be dire. Lulu had previously remarked that not all trainers adhered to the law. For a single rare high-grade gem, they might resort to unscrupulous actions. The stakes were even higher when it came to a legendary power. As an ordinary person, Lin Zhou felt the weight of responsibility, especially since his Firefox was still young and lacked the means to protect itself. Revealing the secret of its foresight would be akin to a child carrying gold through a bustling marketplace, placing both himself and his Pokémon in perilous circumstances. Thus, Lin Zhou resolved to exercise greater caution regarding his Firefox and its extraordinary ability. Regardless of his aspirations to become a trainer, he was determined to cultivate the Firefox's potential, equipping it with the skills necessary for self-defense. Despite the Firefox's weak affinity for fire-type energy, rendering it seemingly ineffective in that realm, it possessed unparalleled psychic talent. Lin Zhou had once been an avid enthusiast of Pokémon games. While he might not excel in every aspect of Pokémon mastery, he was well-versed in enhancing a Pokémon's combat prowess through techniques and strategies. If the path of fire proved unfruitful, they would pursue the psychic route. There were no weak Pokémon, only trainers who lacked the insight to unlock their potential. By the time Lin Zhou completed his errands, night had nearly fallen. He sought out Lulo, and together they indulged in a lavish meal at the Pokémon Center's restaurant, treating their 2 Pokémon to a delightful feast. After dinner, the pair returned to their respective abodes. Lulu headed back to the school dormitory, while Lin Zhou made his way to the shared apartment with his elder sister. Upon unlocking the door with a click of the key, he stepped inside to find his sister and a Dragonite nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. Freshly emerged from a bath, Lin Lan donned a breezy gauze camisole and shorts, her feet resting upon the sofa, her legs curled against her chest. Beads of moisture clung to her cascading hair, one hand grasping the remote control while the other tenderly embraced the neck of the electric dragon. Tears shimmered in her eyes, glistening with emotion. How profoundly moving. The scene of Xiao Yan standing protectively in front of Sun Er was indeed heart-wrenching. Lin Zhou, who had just entered the living room, wore a puzzled expression as he glanced at the television, the chi of battle transforming into a horse, a scene so terrifying. Unlike Lin Lan, who was hopelessly engrossed in the drama, the electric dragon seated beside her could not fathom the absurdity of the plot, its face an embodiment of disillusionment. One claw gripped a plug, crackling with electricity, while the other held a hairdryer to dry Lin Lan's hair. Who says a lazy woman cannot lead a refined life? All one needs is a diligent and amiable sprite to assist with household chores. Chapter 12. Lin Lan, 3 years elder than Lin Zhou, had been his sister for as long as he could remember. Over the years they spent growing up together. Lin Zhou's most vivid impression of his sister could be encapsulated in 3 words: utterly unreliable. Despite her seniority, Lin Lan seemed to find herself in mishaps more often than not. From getting her head stuck in railings to hiding in trash bins during hide-and-seek, and even washing her hands with the faucet for their mother, Lin Lan had faced her share of reprimands for such antics. Their parents showed no signs of indulgence towards this unruly sister. The notion of raising a girl with care and pampering, often spoken of in other households, was foreign to Lin Zhou's family. His parents adhered to a rather straightforward and blunt philosophy. If a child lacked intelligence, they were merely pretending. A couple of spankings would suffice. Perhaps as a result of having an older sister who served as a cautionary tale, Lin Zhou had always been well-behaved. Excelling in school and diligently assisting with household chores, his parents regarded him with unwavering affection. After graduating high school, Lin Zhou left home to attend university in Binju. Coincidentally, Lin Lan had just graduated as well and was working at an editorial office for a sprite magazine in Binju. Thus began her relentless pleas for Lin Zhou to cohabitate with her. Initially, he declined, fully aware of his sister's intentions, which were simply to have someone to look after her daily needs. However, circumstances changed when Lin Lan faced an admirer who, after being rejected, threatened to cause her trouble. Considering his sister's lack of common sense and the undeniable risks of a young woman living alone after graduation, Lin Zhou ultimately agreed to share an apartment for her safety. In the initial months of their cohabitation, Lin Zhou predictably assumed the responsibilities of grocery shopping, cooking, laundry, and cleaning. Every day, Lin Zhou is overwhelmed by the burdensome tasks assigned by his elder sister, leaving him utterly exhausted. It is not that he wishes to spare her from domestic chores. Rather, he dares not allow her to undertake them. He once attempted to have Lin Lan prepare a meal, only to nearly incinerate the kitchen. He let her clean the toilet, and she almost punctured it. When he entrusted her with laundry, the washing machine met its demise. After these calamities, Lin Zhou resolutely abandoned any hopes of teaching his elder sister domestic skills. This is not merely having an elder sister. It feels akin to nurturing a deity. In public, Lin Lan appears relatively normal, albeit somewhat lacking in common sense. However, upon returning home, her true nature is unveiled, and she indulges in her eccentricities. Resembling a rather repulsive homebody, Lin Zhou often envisions her sprawled on the couch, one hand engrossed in mobile games, the other clutching a bottle of sugary soda. He contemplates capturing this scene in a photograph to share online, hoping to awaken the delusions of her admirers to the stark reality. Eventually, their parents brought home an electric dragon, which took over the responsibility of caring for them. It was then that Lin Zhou finally liberated himself from the burdens of household chores. "I'm back," Lin Zhou announced as he hung his coat on the rack. His elder sister, engrossed in a television series, finally registered his presence. "You're back? What about your Fire Fox? Have you completed the adoption paperwork?" Lin Zhou retrieved the Pokéball from his pocket and pressed the button, a flash of white light revealing the Fire Fox at his feet. "Oh my, what an adorable little creature. Come here and let your sister give you a hug." Lin Lan's eyes sparkled with the unique glow that girls possess when encountering something delightful. She stretched out her arms, half leaning off the couch in her eagerness to embrace the firefox. Had it not been for the swift reaction of the electric dragon, which deftly grasped Lin Lan's head to prevent her from tumbling off the couch, she would have certainly fallen. The firefox, startled by her enthusiasm, quivered and instinctively retreated behind Lin Zhou's legs. Medication cannot cease, Lin Zhou sighed, rubbing his forehead. You need to compose yourself. I will let it come to you. Instantly, Lin Lan adjusted her posture, sitting upright on the couch with wide, starry eyes, her cheeks flushed and her hands resting on her knees, eagerly nodding her head. Lin Zhou then gently soothed the firefox, cradling it in his arms and placing it in his sister's embrace. The moment the firefox was nestled in her arms, Lin Lan's eyes lit up with delight. She immediately began to engage in a joyful bout of petting, nuzzling her face against it, nearly licking it with glee, which sent a shiver down Lin Zhou's spine. Women seem invariably powerless against fluffy creatures, with the exception of burly men with excessive body hair. Lin Zhou pondered whether he should procure a small wild boar or a fluffy ball for his sister to indulge in, something with ample fur. Initially, the firefox remained wide-eyed and terrified, glancing at Lin Zhou for assistance. In no time, he had abandoned the struggle, his expression one of utter desolation, clearly overwhelmed by that formidable woman. Lin Zhou, unable to assist the firefox in its plight, simply shrugged. After all, she was the reigning monarch of the household, too daunting to provoke. Beside him, the electric dragon observed the scene, absent-mindedly stroking its own sleek body. It reminisced about its past as a bleating sheep, once adorned with a luxuriant coat. However, after evolving into an electric dragon, its form had become bare, gaining strength at the expense of its fur. Lin Zhou left the firefox and Lin Lan to their playful antics and retreated to his room. He wasn't overly concerned. Despite his sister's perpetual silliness, as long as she didn't strip the firefox of its fur, all would be well. During their previous time together, a lonely Lin Lan had displayed an almost obsessive attachment to him, causing Lin Zhou to live in constant trepidation. Fearing a sudden call from their father announcing an appointment with the finest orthopedic specialist in Germany. Now, with the addition of the electric dragon and the firefox, Lin Lan, who had few friends, could find companionship even when she chose to stay home on weekends. This alleviated Lin Zhou's worries significantly. The relationship between humans and Pokémon is such that their intelligence and cognitive patterns closely resemble those of humans, allowing them to serve as trustworthy companions in many instances. Especially in this era of advanced technology and growing emotional distance, where social circles shrink and loneliness pervades, Pokémon offer an irreplaceable bond to humanity. Though Lin Zhou had only recently begun to explore this world of Pokémon, the events of the day had crystallized his feelings. He found himself quite fond of these creatures and aspired to pursue this path as a profession. For both his own sake and that of the firefox, he felt compelled to attempt the Pokémon trainer qualification examination. Upon returning to his room, he switched on the desk lamp and rummaged through his backpack and bookshelves, collecting every volume related to Pokémon. He even retrieved a box of old books from beneath his bed, searching for any Pokémon-related texts within. Lin Zhou had given it considerable thought. His advantage in taking the trainer qualification examination lay in his past experience with Pokémon games, which had equipped him with knowledge of Pokémon and their moves. Yet, his shortcomings were equally pronounced. He lacked any understanding of this real-world Pokémon realm, being ignorant of training techniques, Pokémon habits, and even basic common knowledge. Thus, he would have to start anew, learning everything from the ground up. Chapter 13. Unsteady Ascent at Benju University. In the lecture hall of the main building, Lulu entered the classroom with his little crocodile, only to spot two familiar figures seated in the back row. As he approached to greet them, he was startled by their faces, which bore the unmistakable signs of mastery in the mystical arts. What did you do when you returned home yesterday? You seem to radiate an ethereal aura. Young people should practice moderation. Lin Zhou, with dark circles under his eyes, and the firefox both sighed in unison, their expressions heavy with unspoken sorrows. One had been engrossed in books until nearly dawn, while the other had been kept awake the entire night by Lin Lan's relentless antics in the covers. Lin Zhou had not intended to study so late, believing that learning should be a gradual process, sustained through perseverance rather than through exhaustive cramming. Yet, when he began to peruse those texts, he found his mind racing with clarity. Many concepts were grasped instantly, and he even experienced a surge of related knowledge flooding his thoughts, as if he had always possessed this understanding, merely obscured by forgetfulness. This efficiency in learning was unparalleled, far surpassing any mere attempt to relearn. Later, Lin Zhou glanced through the reference books he had purchased for the trainer qualification exam. The knowledge contained within those pages appeared obscure, devoid of the same learning efficacy. It was evident that these were concepts he had not mastered previously. Thus they could not be recalled. Why do many individuals struggle with their studies? It is often due to the tediousness, the difficulty in comprehension, and the absence of a sense of achievement after prolonged effort. One might toil for an entire week only to see no improvement. Unlike in gaming, where defeating a monster yields visible experience points. However, Lin Zhou was different. His ability to recall information regarding these Pokémon had reached an almost superhuman speed. In just one night, he had managed to review all the related literature from elementary to middle school, encompassing 9 years of compulsory education, and had retained and understood over 90% of the material. By today, he was poised to complete the high school section. This was not mere studying. It was akin to having a cheat code. In the midst of this fervent knowledge absorption, Lin Zhou found himself unable to stop, inadvertently pulling an all-nighter. Upon waking, his eyes felt sore and his chest ached, leading him to resolve not to repeat such late nights. One's health is paramount, and sleep is essential for maintaining good habits. Fortunately, there was no class with Professor Yin this morning, and the Dream Demon was absent, alleviating concerns about dozing off and being subjected to an unwanted Dream Eater. By the way, how did you handle that special gem that allows for the exchange of abilities? Did you teach it to that little one? Lu inquired with keen interest. Yesterday, Lin Zhou had informed him about the Fire Fox's inherited psychic abilities. The awakening of such powers in a Pokémon is always evident during its use of moves. There was no harm in disclosing this, though Lin Zhou certainly refrained from mentioning any foresight regarding the future. The fewer individuals who are privy to this secret, the better. I have learned that the Fire Fox has indeed awakened its psychic abilities. This morning, Lin Zhou directly administered the precious secret jade to the little creature. This jade, valued at 5 million, was placed upon the creature's head. After approximately half a minute of intense heat, it disintegrated into a stream of data particles, entering its mind. Just like that, a property in the third ring of Kyoto was forfeited. To be honest, Lin Zhou felt a pang of regret. However, considering the future of the Fire Fox, he resolved to have it learn this technique rather than sell it. Lin Zhou had devised numerous plans and concepts for nurturing the Fire Fox, should it choose to pursue the path of specializing in psychic abilities. Many essential psychic techniques would be indispensable. If it could not learn and comprehend them on its own, it would have to rely on secret jades. The technique of trait swap, for instance, has a remarkably broad application. It can be paired with various tactics, significantly enhancing the versatility of psychic abilities. Such a practical technique is rare, and who knows when another opportunity to acquire it might arise. Thus, Lin Zhou resolutely decided to have the Fire Fox learn it. What are the effects? Lu inquired with keen interest, as this was his first encounter with such a rare technique. Ordinary trainers, with their Pokémon, practice earnestly and rely solely on their own exploration to master techniques. Being able to learn a few conventional moves is already commendable. Those with more financial means might invest in a relatively inexpensive low-level secret jade to prepare for their trainer qualifications. However, rare high-level techniques like trait swap are far less common. The effects are quite intriguing. Just a moment, let me find a suitable Pokémon to demonstrate, Lin Zhou replied, scanning the classroom. His gaze settled on a wind chime floating gracefully above a nearby desk. He gently rubbed the Fire Fox's ears, signaling it to use trait swap on the wind chime. A faint purplish glow emanated from the Fire Fox. An invisible beam surged toward the wind chime. The psychic energy intertwined and twisted, forming an intangible bond of laws that connected the two Pokémon. The bond of trait swap took shape. The wind chime, which had been floating serenely, suddenly tilted and fell onto the desk with a thud. Conversely, the Fire Fox felt lighter and began to float upwards involuntarily. Lin Zhou, having anticipated this, quickly reached out and restrained it. After all, they were still in class, and it was best not to make too grand a spectacle. Otherwise, the instructor had the authority to require students to return their Pokémon to their Pokéballs. The wind chime's ability is levitate, which allows it to become lighter and float in the air. By using trait swap, the Fire Fox effectively transferred its magician ability to the wind chime. As the ethereal qualities of the wind chime were transferred onto oneself, one naturally began to float. The classmate seated beside the wind chime, who had been engrossed in browsing Weibo beneath the desk, suddenly found the wind chime inexplicably plummeting onto the table. He lifted his gaze in bewilderment, witnessing the wind chime quivering and gracefully ascending once more. He mused to himself, pondering whether it had merely been an unstable flotation. The wind chime itself bore an expression of confusion, having felt an abrupt increase in weight for a fleeting moment before descending. However, it swiftly regained its light and airy disposition. The classmate scrutinized his wind chime, confirming there was nothing amiss, concluding that it had indeed only been a moment of instability. With a sense of relief, he returned to his Weibo scrolling. Given the current capabilities of the Firefox's extraordinary powers, the phenomenon could only last for approximately 15 seconds before the bond of the characteristic exchange would naturally sever. Moreover, if the counterpart became aware, it could easily break free from the constraints of the bond prematurely. Lulu observed the entire process of the Firefox employing the characteristic exchange, unable to suppress his admiration for what truly was a rare and advanced technique. The effects were astonishing, as the Firefox floated effortlessly through the exchange of characteristics. Was there potential for enhancement in this technique? It likely correlated with the intensity of the Firefox's psychic abilities. The stronger the psychic power, the more difficult it would be to break the bond, and the longer the effect would persist. Chapter 14. The Dilemma of Investment Goodness. This technique seems rather formidable. Lula couldn't help but exclaim. What is a characteristic? It is an instinct inherent to a creature. This instinct may be of great significance, or perhaps trivial. It resembles the organs of a human being. A human possesses only one heart, which is vital for normal existence and cannot simply be discarded. Conversely, there are two kidneys. One could theoretically sacrifice one for a new smartphone, yet one would still manage to survive. Life would become considerably more inconvenient, and no amount of kidney supplements could restore what was lost. Characteristics operate similarly. Some characteristics may be superfluous for certain creatures, while for others, they are absolutely essential. The characteristic exchange technique possesses an inherent dominion over such creatures. Initially, I believed that adopting this Firefox, which bore an inherent flaw, would preclude any chance of success in this year's trainer qualification examination. However, it now appears that we might have a glimmer of hope. Lulu retrieved his phone to check the examination dates for the trainer qualifications. There were two opportunities this year, one in June, which was merely a month away, and another in December, half a year later. They certainly would not participate in the June examination, as Lin Zhou had only just brought home the Firefox 2 days prior, and Luli's own little alligator had only recently begun its training. Their levels of development were far from meeting the requirements for the examination. Even the college entrance examination sees older candidates who have repeated their studies for several years. This is even more evident in the qualification exams that allow participation from the general public. Among the candidates each year, there are many who have taken the exam for 4 or 5 years. These individuals, with their wealth of experience and the Pokémon they have nurtured, possess a depth of knowledge far surpassing that of the novices embarking on their first attempts at the qualification exams. Fortunately, there are restrictions requiring that the Pokémon be nurtured for less than 2 years, which theoretically limits an individual to no more than 12 attempts over 6 years. Excluding the scheduling factors of Pokémon training cycles, this reduces the practical number of attempts to approximately 69. In such a highly competitive environment with a low acceptance rate, many candidates return home disheartened after each examination. Some may exhaust their attempts over 6 years, depleting their Pokémon slots, and ultimately fail to become trainers. They are left with no choice but to turn to the less restrictive breeder examinations or seek other employment. Should we consider registering for the exam this December to test the waters? Lu Li's suggestion stems from a desire to broaden his horizons. It is rare for anyone to pass the trainer qualification exam on their first try, especially after only 6 months. As their Pokémon's abilities are far from reaching their peak, we can reassess the situation later. Lin Zhou, however, is not overly concerned. His primary focus remains on training his Firefox. He first needs to ensure it can grow to compete in practical battles with other Pokémon. Although the Firefox currently commands 2 exceptionally advanced psychic moves, Future Sight and Skill Swap, what good is a nuclear launch button when adversaries can simply chase you down the street wielding a kitchen knife? In reality, the Firefox lacks more practical and fundamental psychic moves, such as telekinesis, light screen, and reflect. Basic moves may seem straightforward, yet they form the most crucial components in real combat. No one begins a fight by unleashing their most powerful abilities. Even Ultraman saves his energy wave for last when battling monsters. Therefore, aside from developing the Firefox's advanced techniques, Lin Zhou's primary task remains training its fundamental moves. The challenge lies in his apparent lack of understanding regarding how to conduct this training. While it may not be difficult to progress from 1 to 10, taking the first step from 0 to 1 proves exceedingly challenging. The Firefox undoubtedly possesses a high affinity for psychic energy, yet it is entirely unaware of how to utilize methods like telekinesis or light screen. During training, Lin Zhou encourages it to attempt moving small objects with its psychic abilities or to create a shockwave. The little creature comprehends the commands but struggles to execute them. It can only employ its known techniques, Future Sight or Skill Swap, and is at a loss with anything beyond that. It's akin to wiring an electrical circuit. Achieving different effects necessitates distinct configurations. It is a misconception to believe that mastering a single technique grants one the ability to effortlessly grasp a multitude of others. The journey of self-discovery necessitates a gradual and meticulous approach, requiring time and effort to comprehend the intricacies of each connection. The endeavor to master even the most fundamental psychic abilities may take several months of diligent practice. The difficulty of understanding varies across different categories. From the material to the energetic and spiritual realms, the challenges increase progressively. Combat techniques are relatively simpler, while energy-based ones follow suit, with ghostly and psychic disciplines presenting greater complexity. In contrast to the arduous path of self-exploration, a far more reliable method is to obtain a blueprint of the techniques. This clarity allows for rapid mastery. Such an efficient blueprint is encapsulated in the essence of technique secrets. Lin Zhou recognized the necessity of acquiring these secrets. Having tasted their benefits, their efficacy is unparalleled, significantly reducing the time spent on fruitless endeavors. The reason trainers advance more swiftly in cultivating their Pokémon compared to ordinary individuals is precisely due to the resources and methods at their disposal, which enable their Pokémon to circumvent many obstacles. Do you know of any place where one can purchase the basic technique secrets? Ideally, at a more affordable price. Lin Zhou determined that Lulu would be the best person to consult, given his connections and knowledge. Upon hearing Lin Zhou's inquiry, Lulu quickly deduced that he sought to procure basic technique secrets for his Firefox. The most cost-effective source for such secrets is the Keshuan Group, renowned for their authenticity and quality, being a leading entity in the industry. However, their retail outlets are not particularly inexpensive, as the value of these secrets tends to be quite high. Regardless of the vendor, prices rarely dip significantly. After contemplating, Lulu opened his phone and logged into a website, Keshuan Group's official site. There, he found listings for secret techniques, auction houses, and online marketplaces. Bulk purchases are approximately 20% cheaper than market rates, which is already the most economical option available. For fundamental techniques like telekinesis and light barrier, the market price hovers around 20,000 per piece, while wholesale prices drop to 16,000. If you have sufficient funds and are determined to buy, I can inquire with my uncle. If there are any psychic gems that have recently stocked these secrets, I could help you acquire a few. Lulu suggested as he browsed the official site for pricing information. Even the most affordable basic technique secrets were listed at 20,000. Lin Zhou reflected on his dwindling bank account, which barely held 4,000. He understood that purchasing them outright was currently beyond his means, even with discounts. Gazing at the clearly marked prices on Keshuan's online marketplace, he suddenly recalled a sage piece of advice from Old Ma. Consider this. Will you grow stronger without investing? Indeed. Spending money is a straightforward and somewhat crude method of enhancement. Lin Zhou gazed at the official website of Keshuan with a slight curl of his lips. Just as he was about to turn his attention to other methods, he suddenly spotted a live streaming pop-up on the site. What is this? Lin Zhou inquired, pointing at the pop-up in curiosity. Isn't this the official site of Keshuan Group? Why is there a live stream? This is a newly launched live streaming platform by Keshuan. They've invited several streamers to showcase maze explorations, auction off secret jade, and engage in online stone betting. Came the reply. How does this differ from other live streaming platforms online? I see that those platforms like Douyu, Xiongmao, and Hiai also feature content about spirits. Although it's rare to find trainers streaming on these mainstream platforms, many ordinary individuals do enjoy broadcasting low-tier spirit battles, which are quite popular. Additionally, numerous breeders also stream the daily lives of spirits in their breeding facilities, and that garners significant viewership. Lin Zhou felt a twinge of confusion. Keshuan Group, primarily focused on the secret jade industry, why would they venture into a live streaming platform that seems unrelated and compete with other platforms for attention? Oh, that's a rather complex matter. If you wish to inquire, we must begin with the establishment of the Spirit Alliance. If you are interested, I can share what I know in a simplified manner. You are aware that the Spirit Alliance, an organization of trainers, exists independently of the governments of various nations, yet is recognized by them. The existence of the Spirit Alliance has created a scenario where trainers and ordinary people seem to inhabit entirely different realms, abiding by distinct laws, enjoying varying rights, and fulfilling different obligations. This dichotomy has gradually formed since the end of World War II, following the establishment of the Spirit Alliance. Prior to this, the profession of a trainer did not exist. Spirits were merely utilized as instruments of war by nations, and private ownership was prohibited. The creation of the Spirit Alliance rallied a significant number of early spirit holders. leading to the establishment of a globally recognized trainer system and prompting nations to relax restrictions on spirit ownership, thus ushering in an era of widespread spirit prosperity. The very first legislation passed under the trainer system stipulated that ordinary citizens adhere to the laws of their respective nations, while trainers follow the laws of the Spirit Alliance. All of this is documented in history books. Lin Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. He had acquired a rudimentary understanding of this history while perusing a book yesterday. However, the trajectory of this historical narrative always felt somewhat unnatural. In reality, the situation was far from the harmonious portrayal found in texts. How could nations around the globe possibly agree to the establishment of the Spirit Alliance and the trainer system, having wielded spirits as weapons of war for so many years? Countries were undeniably aware of the terrifying potential these spirits possessed. Each trainer essentially represented a humanoid embodiment of terror. The trainer system of the Pokémon Alliance is essentially a declaration of autonomy for all trainers, establishing a vast militarized regime that supersedes national governance. Initially, there was a nearly unanimous opposition from various nations. However, within a month, all dissenting voices faded into silence. The Pokémon Alliance was swiftly established, and the Trainer Act was enacted. Nations were compelled to permit the possession of Pokémon and amend their relevant legal frameworks. Why did this occur? The inexplicable maneuvering of these countries left Lin Zhou bewildered. Shouldn't they have united in resistance? What prompted this sudden familial harmony? Was it a theatrical production with 9 actors on stage? Were there provisions for the cast? Why did they suddenly acquiesce? No one knows what transpired during that time. Such clandestine machinations are not meant for public knowledge. Perhaps today's awareness could lead to an invitation for tea tomorrow. However, it is certain that something significant must have occurred, ultimately steering history toward its current trajectory. Following these events, trainers emerged as a privileged class within society. This disparity was meticulously crafted by the Pokémon Alliance through economic manipulation, market monopolization, and information suppression. Ordinary individuals may remain oblivious to this reality, as they exist within the confines of their everyday lives, unaware of the world that remains closed off to them. Yet, upon becoming trainers, one can distinctly perceive this divide. The purchasing power of money diminishes, while the market presents an abundance of Pokémon-related goods. Information regarding labyrinth exploration, rare Pokémon, and ancient relics is deliberately confined within the circle of trainers, accessible only to them, while ordinary people can merely catch whispers of such matters. Lulu picked up his phone and logged into another website, entering his account credentials to access a forum with a minimalist design. Lin Zhou leaned in to observe the various threads, new discoveries in the Dianyuan Mountain Labyrinth, an unverified yield of secret jade mines, recruiting mining partners, offering a handsome reward for coordinates and keys to labyrinths where mini-dragons appear. The 35th mine shaft has unearthed ancient Pokémon fossils. Prompt purchases encouraged. Recruitment for exploration in the Shizhu Forest Labyrinth. Reports of unknown totems emerging from the collapsed ruins of the Alufu site. Suspected traces of legendary Pokémon. This is the internal forum of the Pokémon Alliance, a platform for trainers to share intelligence. Only certified trainers of the Alliance can log in. This account was lent to me by my uncle. It includes the distribution of secret jades and rare Pokémon, as well as coordinates and methods for entering labyrinths. The excavation of ancient relics and the legendary creatures associated with them is information that is scarcely available on the internet. Most trainers engage in discussions here, and any information that trickles into the outside world is swiftly erased. This is all to safeguard the interests of the privileged class of trainers. Imagine if ordinary individuals were allowed to wander through the labyrinth. It would hinder trainers from capturing rare creatures and uncovering treasures. Picture the scene of the labyrinth transforming into a 5th-tier tourist attraction, with various elderly tour groups visiting daily. Any rare creature would be frightened away, rendering the pursuit futile. Lin Zhou nodded in agreement, imagining they might even break into a square dance on-site if they were in high spirits. You haven't yet explained why the Koyuan group is establishing a live streaming platform, Lin Zhou remarked, intrigued by the secrets known only to trainers that Lulu had shared. Yet, he recalled the reason for his inquiry. The Pokémon League had been established for several decades, and the drawbacks of the trainer system were beginning to reveal themselves. While the number of trainers was expanding, the influx of external funds did not show significant improvement. The capital only circulated within this class, which would soon lead to considerable problems. When the trainer system was initially established, it aimed to stabilize the channels for external funding. The Pokémon League coerced various nations to open up the rights to Pokémon ownership, intending for ordinary people to also raise Pokémon, thereby creating a demand for Pokémon-related goods. This would enable them to sell the products derived from the labyrinth and secure external financial inflows. It resembles the behavior of landlords monopolizing land and resources. Lin Zhou couldn't help but think cynically. After summarizing the series of actions taken by the Pokémon League, it becomes evident that their strategy was straightforward. By wielding absolute power through their ownership of Pokémon, they recruited talent and seized control of the labyrinth, the secret gem mines, and the production of rare creatures. They then extracted these resources to satisfy their own needs for strength, subsequently selling some to the outside world. This established a beneficial cycle, enhancing their military might while simultaneously acquiring external funds. However, according to Lulu, this cycle evidently encountered issues now. Chapter 16. Tenfold returns. The initial concept was promising, yet the current developments have evidently deviated from the Pokémon League's original expectations. Trainers possess many valuable items, yet they are unable to sell them. Ordinary individuals neither can afford nor have any use for these goods. The ecology of life between ordinary people and Pokémon differs significantly from that of trainers. They do not require deep explorations into the labyrinth and would naturally not spend exorbitant sums on a powerful secret technique gem. For ordinary people, it suffices that their Pokémon can accompany them healthily each day. In recent decades, due to the stability of the social environment and improved living conditions, coupled with the absence of warfare, the general mindset of people has gradually shifted from utilitarianism to a more Buddhist-like approach to life. At the time when the trainer system was established, such a transformation was hardly anticipated. This shift has led to significant issues within the Pokémon League and its economic structure. Relying solely on the facilities of Pokémon centers cannot generate sufficient funds. The system is rigid, while humanity is dynamic. Within the League, there exists a considerable divide regarding how to address this predicament, ultimately resulting in the emergence of two factions, the conservatives and the reformists. The conservatives advocate for stringent control over the entry of new trainers into the training society, proposing to raise the difficulty of assessments. They also exert pressure on various nations to enhance competitions or relax breeding policies, employing every possible measure to elevate the demand among the general populace for products derived from the labyrinthine realms. Conversely, the reformists advocate for a dismantling of the current status quo, promoting the idea of expanding the market that has traditionally catered exclusively to trainers. They seek to enlighten the common people about the world of trainers, thereby opening new avenues for market opportunities. The conservatives perceive the reformists' approach as perilous, fearing that a misstep could jeopardize their privileged status. The preservation of resources such as labyrinths and precious gems would then be uncertain. Meanwhile, the reformists argue that the conservatives' methods are ineffective. With the current economic chain in disarray and nations seizing the opportunity to impose embargoes, attempting to rely on the goodwill of various governments is deemed foolish. Both factions remain steadfast in their positions, unable to reach a consensus. Since last year, the internal schism within the League has persisted for nearly a year. A brief contemplation reveals that neither faction harbors altruistic intentions. Both are driven by self-interest, striving to extract value from the ordinary populace within the Pokémon League. The conservatives are predominantly comprised of entrenched elders wielding substantial power, controlling vast labyrinthine resources. The reformists, on the other hand, mainly consist of leaders from various family enterprises, conglomerates, and financial magnates. The absence of external capital inflow and the decline in trainers' purchasing power have adversely affected them the most. Their points of interest indeed reveal significant disparities, with the Sichuan group aligning with the reformist faction, notably taking a more radical stance. The precious gem betting stones we observed yesterday, along with this live streaming platform, were once exclusive to trainers. After localizing their offerings to cater to the general market, the Sichuan group has begun to release them gradually for experimental purposes. They aim to extend services previously reserved for trainers to the general populace, inviting them to engage in consumption. Given the downturn in the trainer market, they find it imperative to proactively pursue volume success among ordinary people, thereby expanding into new markets. Lin Zhou found himself at a loss for words. It is akin to a purveyor of diamonds transitioning to the sale of gold jewelry. While both are luxurious commodities, they cater to distinctly different demographics. One appeals to a select affluent clientele, while the other targets a more general audience. In these uncertain times, the adage quantity over quality holds true. Better to have an abundance of dishes on the table than a singular exquisite plate that may vanish unexpectedly, leaving one with naught but crumbs. Is their foray into live streaming and e-commerce not reflective of this sentiment? Are they truly intent on unveiling the labyrinthine intricacies of high-end jade and stone gambling to the common populace? Indeed, Although the Keshuan platform has only recently launched, its live streaming content is notably robust, featuring trainers as hosts, distinctly setting it apart from more conventional platforms, with a superior backing. If one wishes to delve into the realm of trainers, I would recommend perusing this live stream. It proves rather informative. For instance, Lulu was casually swiping his finger across the screen when he stumbled upon an intriguing live broadcast and shared it with Lin Zhou. What is this? Lin Zhou leaned in to observe a live session focused on stone gambling. A man clad in sunglasses had just acquired a sizable raw stone, practically towering at human height, and was preparing to slice it. Yet, this stone gambling is not as one might envision. It diverges significantly from the mere 500 yuan wagers of your prior luck was merely fortuitous. The stakes for trainers are considerably elevated, with prices ranging from 50,000 to 100,000 yuan per cut. The yield rate is relatively high, unlike the deceptive trinkets that plagued yesterday's endeavors. This particular raw stone, however, commanded a staggering 5 million yuan, comparable to your prized jade. What? 5 million for a raw stone? What if it yields nothing? Lin Zhou was utterly bewildered, contemplating the naivety of those affluent enough to be easily deceived. 5 million for a mere rock. Should I venture to the construction site tomorrow and haul a truckload of stones for him? Who knows, perhaps in his exuberance, I might strike it rich. Typically, such exorbitantly priced raw stones harbor some form of treasure within. However, the contents are uncertain. They may not necessarily be jade and could very well be something entirely different, of which even the merchant remains unaware of its true value. Engaging in stone gambling necessitates a certain skill set to discern the nature of what lies within, and it may also entail risks. Generally, those trainers capable of partaking in such gambling possess commendable prowess. Are raw stones not solely limited to jade? Could there be other hidden treasures? And might there be danger involved? Lin Zhou gazed quizzically at the man in the broadcast. Lu Li's remarks only heightened his curiosity regarding what the raw stone might reveal. However, after acquiring the raw stone, the man in sunglasses chose not to cut it immediately. Instead, he jogged over to embrace the camera, engaging with the audience while simultaneously perusing the barrage of comments flooding the live stream. Dear friends, I have procured the magnificent $5 million raw stone that you all wish to behold. If you are eager to see what lies within, let the barrage of 666 commence. The atmosphere in this Treasure Brothers live stream is quite lively, indicating a robust viewership. As soon as he finished his words, the screen was flooded with 666 comments. Before we proceed with the cutting, let us open up the betting, adhering to our usual practice, with a maximum cap of 100,000. Interested participants may place their bets and test their fortune today. In 10 minutes, I shall close the betting channel, and we will commence the stone cutting. As soon as the Treasure Brother concluded, a betting interface appeared in the live stream, showcasing a plethora of different odds and options. Lin Zhou was momentarily taken aback by the myriad of features on this streaming platform, Koyuan. This betting function allows viewers to wager money on what might be revealed during the cut, with various odds available. If one predicts correctly that the stone is empty, a return of 1 times the wager is typical. However, given the value of this $5 million raw stone, it is certain to yield something, and hence, that particular bet has not been set. Predicting the general category of what is inside, be it a secret jade, a fossil, or an ancient relic, yields a return of 3 times the wager, while guessing the specific name grants a 10-fold return. Koyuan, after all, is engaged in the stone gambling business, and they have devised numerous enticing schemes. Yet, Lulu was interrupted before he could finish his thought by Lin Zhou. Wait, how much is the return for guessing the specific name? 10 times why? Lulu inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. While this multiplier is indeed high, the likelihood of guessing correctly is virtually non-existent. Who could possibly discern what lies within the stone from behind a screen? If one possessed such good fortune, buying lottery tickets would surely be a more lucrative endeavor. Lin Zhou gently shook his head, disregarding the ongoing class. He swiftly grabbed the Firefox beside him and dashed out of the classroom, his voice trailing behind him. I need to use the restroom. Chapter 17. A gift for recharging. The glow surrounding the Firefox gradually dimmed. Lin Zhou, free from the influence of foresight, regained his normal vision. Through the images of the future, he had already glimpsed the contents of the $5 million raw stone. To his astonishment, purchasing this stone for such a price was indeed a lucrative investment. He never anticipated that it would contain such treasures. The 10-minute betting window was now nearly halfway through. Seated on the toilet, Lin Zhou swiftly accessed Koyuan's official website via his mobile phone, registered an account, and recharged his online banking. He then wagered all that remained in his bank account, 531 yuan, on the highest 10-fold return bet. A gambler with no victories is a poor one, and wagering on external outcomes is not a commendable habit. Yet, Lin Zhou did not consider this a gamble. Guessing blindly without knowledge is indeed gambling. But he was operating based on his own discernment, having seen what lay within. This could be considered prudent financial management at most. On the betting window of the live stream, numbers continuously fluctuated. The backend system on Baodi's side allows for direct access to this data. Baodi is merely a pseudonym used during live broadcasts, while his true name is Wang Ziyang. In his early 20s, he has already attained the status of a certified intermediate trainer, a feat attributed to his illustrious lineage. His grandfather was a founding member of the Pokémon League, contributing to its establishment, and both of his parents currently hold high-ranking positions within the league. Wang Ziyang is indeed a second-generation scion of impeccable pedigree. Under the stringent supervision and guidance of his mother, he regrettably missed all opportunities to stray from the righteous path. At the age of 20, he successfully passed the trainer qualification examination on his first attempt, subsequently becoming a novice trainer. This year, he advanced to the rank of intermediate trainer. His life has been remarkably smooth, each step meticulously orchestrated according to the plans established by his controlling mother. However, he grew weary of this predetermined existence and eventually fled from home. To his dismay, he soon discovered that his bank card had been frozen. Bewildered, he questioned, "Why has my bank card been frozen? I believe I applied for it myself, and the funds within it are my own savings. Am I truly your biological child? Huh. You are merely a promotional gimmick." The bank system prompted a friend verification request, stating, "You are not yet friends with this person. Please send a friend verification request. Only after approval can you chat." Gazing at the glaring red exclamation mark on WeChat, Wang Ziyang silently recited the core values and the 8 honors and 8 shames multiple times, stifling his coarse words. That day, having spent a night hungry on a park bench, he came to the realization that experience prevails. A mother is eternally a mother. The following morning, he stumbled upon a recruitment advertisement for streamers from Sichuan Group on his phone. Intrigued by the idea of a career that involved leisure, entertainment, and sharing experiences in a maze, he decided to apply. Utilizing his status as an intermediate trainer, he faced little difficulty during the interview. The interviewer even inquired whether he was interested in joining their maze exploration department, which offered superior remuneration, deeming it a waste for an intermediate trainer to merely become a streamer. Nevertheless, Wang Ziyang declined the offer, as he sought out the role of a streamer solely for the enjoyment it promised, with no intention of pursuing any other profession. Ultimately, he remained with Sichuan's streaming platform as a streamer. The executive team engaged with him, crafting his streaming persona, designing his image, and developing a repertoire of catchphrases and witty remarks. In the end, he fashioned a rather eccentric persona, donning frog-shaped sunglasses and a leopard print cloak, exuding a slightly rebellious air. This rather nonconformist image was primarily of his own design. From a young age, he was tightly controlled by his mother, resulting in a protracted period of stunted development. Now, having finally escaped the confines of his upbringing, his rebellious phase and adolescent whims have erupted simultaneously. This is quite understandable. However, it must be said that once he began streaming, Wang Ziyang's wild and adventurous spirit, akin to that of a runaway stallion, indeed attracted a considerable number of fans. After all, he is a mid-level trainer, daring to venture into labyrinths that other streamers shy away from and challenging dominant Pokémon that others would not dare provoke. Outdoor streaming invariably brings fresh thrills to the audience, making it nearly impossible for him not to gain popularity. Moreover, throughout his broadcasts, he frequently showcased his signature Pokémon, the Greninja, which exhibited remarkable prowess, capturing the admiration of many, particularly during the previous 2 months. When the Kuyuan streaming platform was still in beta testing at the trainer level, it had yet to reach the general public, with the primary audience being trainers themselves. Many seasoned trainers possess keen insights and can readily discern that this newcomer, Baodi, is no novice. His Greninja has been exceptionally well trained, with physical fitness and reaction times far exceeding the average. When commanding it in battle, his tactical acumen and seamless coordination are evident, presenting a fluid and coherent combat style that is aesthetically pleasing to observe. While casual viewers relish the spectacle, those with expertise appreciate the underlying skill. Baodi's quirky attire and his audacious gameplay are engaging, and both his Pokémon's capabilities and his command are widely acknowledged. Naturally, his fanbase skyrocketed, akin to a rocket taking flight. Many fans generously offered gifts and tips, including affluent patrons who showered him with numerous tokens of appreciation. The wealthier segment of trainers is substantial, with more progressive spending habits. The Kuyuan streaming platform, recognizing the potential of such a promising streamer who could generate revenue, was eager to assist Bao Di with promotion and publicity. In just 2 months, he became a frequent feature on the homepage of the official website. This time, the 5 million yuan raw stone he intended to cut was something he had stumbled upon during a previous livestream while passing by a jade shop. Intrigued by such a large piece, which he had never encountered before, he engaged with his viewers, who encouraged him to cut it open. Upon inquiring about the price, he learned it was 5 million yuan. At that moment, he lacked sufficient funds, but he promised his audience that he would return to cut the stone once he had gathered enough money from his salary and gifts in about half a month, marking a celebration of his 3-month streaming milestone. Wang Ziyang, however, had little concept of saving money. Once it was spent, it was gone. His company provided meals and accommodation, leaving him without other significant expenses. His audience had been expressing a desire to cut the raw stone, and he himself was quite intrigued by such a sizable gem. So why hesitate? He should proceed with the cut. Wang Ziyang glanced at the betting panel on his phone. The current funds amassed through betting had reached nearly 100,000 yuan. This money was of no concern to him. It was a feature of the platform that operated on its own profit and loss. Ultimately, whether the cutting resulted in profit or loss from the betting function was solely the platform's responsibility. The betting system was categorized into 3 levels: single, triple, and tenfold bets. This time, there were no single bets, yet to Wang Ziyang's surprise, amidst the uniform triple bets, he discovered an exceptional tenfold bet. Remarkably, this bet had over 4,000 yuan wagered on it. Furthermore, the opponent had guessed the item after placing the wager. Chapter 18. The Resurrected Ancient Spirit. As the 10-minute mark approached, Bao Di closed the betting function, marking the end of the betting period. The live stream's betting panel displayed the bets, their contents, and amounts. The single bet column was empty, while the triple bet column was overflowing. Arranged in descending order according to the amount bet, it took several pages to scroll through. The tenfold bet column stood isolated with a single entry: 4396, wagering amount, 48,531 yuan, betting target, the head covering dragon egg. As soon as this betting result emerged, the barrage of comments exploded. Wow, a tenfold bet. Who is this divine being? Throwing in a few thousand yuan is nothing? Clearly, they are seeking the limelight on television. Indeed, who would have thought of such a method to appear on screen? Next time, I should gather a few alternate accounts to try and dominate the leaderboard. What did this fellow bet on? The head covering dragon egg? What is a head covering dragon? I don't seem to have heard of it before. The head covering dragon is an ancient spirit, contemporaneous with dinosaurs, believed to have gone extinct 100 million years ago. You are 4,396? I am 7,777. In the live stream, many viewers were discussing the head covering dragon. Some were informed, others were oblivious, some pretended to understand, while others reveled in the humor. Bao Di had anticipated this scenario. To be honest, when he first saw this bet in the back end, he was taken aback. If it were merely for fun, a wager of a few dozen yuan would suffice. There was no need to throw nearly 5,000 yuan into the mix. Yet, to take it seriously was even more improbable. Cutting the raw stone to reveal a spirit egg, especially of a prehistoric spirit, seemed unprecedented. Moreover, considering the head-covering dragon was an extinct spirit, it might only be plausible if it were a fossil. Bao Di was entirely skeptical of this tenfold bet, dismissing it as a whimsical guess. The betting had already consumed a considerable amount of time. So Bao Di did not prolong it any further and promptly summoned the manager of the secret jade firm to bring the praying mantis for the stone cutting. The celestial mantis has long been celebrated for its agility, flexibility, and remarkable skill. Its pair of razor-sharp scythes moves with a grace akin to a master swordsman. In the realm of ordinary humans, the celestial mantis is a beloved creature, revered for its unparalleled craftsmanship, enabling it to excel in tasks requiring precision, such as gem cutting and intricate machining. A mantis of exceptional skill can effortlessly replace high-precision cutting machines, and there are even instances of mantis wielding blades during surgical procedures. Some qualities possessed by these ethereal beings often surpass the capabilities of the machines humans take pride in. As the celestial mantis brandishes its scythes, a flurry of gleaming blade light dances. Swift cuts rain down upon the raw stone, sending shards flying in all directions. The layers of stone gradually peel away, revealing the raw gem bit by bit. From the cracks of the fragmented stone, an icy chill emanates, causing Bao Di to shiver in surprise. Why is it so cold inside the raw stone? The celestial mantis intensifies its swift movements, and the stone debris accumulates. The contents of the raw stone are on the verge of revelation. Viewers in the live stream, captivated by the unfolding spectacle, fixate intently on the screen, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within this $5 million raw stone. As the final layer of stone crumbles away, a massive block of ice comes into view. Baodi approaches for a closer inspection, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Following Baodi's gaze, the audience in the live stream also catches sight of what lies within the icy mass. The chat erupts in excitement. An egg. A sprite egg encased in ice. Goodness. Is it alive or dead? Why does it give off such a chilling sensation? Is it you, Winia? Everyone is taken aback. This is exceedingly rare. A chunk of ice cut from the raw stone, containing a sprite egg. Baodi adjusts his froggy sunglasses and retrieves a pokeball. A flash of white light reveals a small fiery steed ablaze with flames, directing the steed to utilize a flame vortex combined with a hot wind. Baodi aims to melt the block of ice. The steed lets out a fierce whinny, its surrounding fire energy swirling with intensity. The dry, scorching hot winds transform into a surging wave of heat, radiating outward. The blazing flames spiral around the ice, soaring skyward in a tempest of fire. The searing heat scorches the ground, creating fissures along its surface. As the ice melts into water, it drips steadily through the cracks, ultimately seeping into the depths below. Observing the ice nearing completion of its melt, Baodi instructs the fiery steed to extinguish the flame vortex, opting instead to maintain warmth through the residual heat of the hot wind. He was also concerned that if the flames were too intense, they might cook the egg. However, Baodi evidently underestimated the vitality of this spirit egg. Before the ice had fully melted away, the egg began to tremble violently. It moved. It was alive. Truly alive. The viewers in the live stream were exhilarated. Even the manager of the nearby jewelry store, who had been watching throughout, was taken aback. This rough stone had been sitting here for a while, nearly becoming the store's emblem. Today, it was finally purchased and cut open, revealing something extraordinary. He didn't regret it, as those in the jade business were accustomed to such occurrences. They preferred to let others cut the good stones for steady profits rather than impulsively gamble on stones themselves. This rough stone had been in the shop for quite some time, and everyone believed it contained something valuable. Yet no one knew if it could be worth $5 million. They were in business, not in the gambling trade. On Baodi's side, witnessing the egg thawing and moving sparked a unique glimmer in his eyes. This was indeed the first time he had seen a living creature emerge from a rough stone. Simultaneously, Baodi suddenly recalled the betting panel in his live stream, where a solitary tenfold bet had been placed. That wager predicted a Gula dragon egg. Surely, it couldn't be that miraculous. Baodi still held onto a sliver of hope. However, with a crack, the shell of the spirit egg shattered. A small head peeked out, showcasing the gray head adorned with a prominent blue hard crest. That was the most distinctive characteristic of the Gula dragon. It was indeed a Gula dragon, an ancient spirit revived. Incredible. The one who placed the tenfold bet was vindicated. As new viewers entered the live stream, they clamored for updates. Hey, newcomers. I heard there's an extinct ancient spirit to see. Where do I hop on? Baodi was astounded. Old Lu told him about the Gula dragon in his stream, and he thought he was joking. It was worth coming to see, with 10 super hot connections. Is this spirit for sale, broadcaster? Baodi's live stream was truly on the verge of bursting with excitement. Not only were the original viewers present, but many others had rushed in from unknown sources. Since he started live streaming, he had never witnessed such an overwhelming turnout. Just moments ago, the platform's super admin had approached him, advising him to prepare for an imminent explosion of viewers, as the numbers had already exceeded capacity. However, as attention centered on Baodi's live stream and the Gula dragon, an individual who should have been scrutinized mysteriously vanished at that moment. The one who had placed the solitary tenfold bet, identifying the Gula dragon, had slipped away unnoticed. At this moment, he had already exited Baodi's live stream with a tenfold rebate. Chapter 19, Koyuan Group. The cashback arrived, and the withdrawal from his account was merely a matter of seconds. Lin Zhou observed that a zero had been added to his bank balance, transforming it from 4,008 to 48,000, a staggering tenfold increase. Possessing the ability to foresee the future and discern the contents within raw stones made it exceedingly easy to profit from online stone gambling. However, such a method could only be employed once or twice. Overuse would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Websites maintain back-end systems that record and analyze user betting information. One instance could be attributed to sheer luck, but consistently achieving high multipliers would certainly arouse doubt. After all, only a handful of highly skilled appraisers exist, who would routinely win such small sums of tens of thousands. It's akin to a casino employing tricks. Minor wins go unnoticed, but excessive gains would inevitably attract scrutiny. Lin Zhou preferred to avoid trouble, believing that quietly amassing wealth and steadily developing was the way to success. Ultimately, this method of earning money was not a sustainable strategy. Lin Zhou put away his phone, exited the restroom, and returned to the classroom, where he saw Lulu still engrossed in Baodi's live stream. You missed witnessing a historic moment just while you were in the restroom. The host just cut a raw stone and revealed a skull dragon, an extinct ancient sprite. Lulu appeared quite exhilarated. Such monumental news, akin to the resurrection of dinosaurs, indeed captured significant attention. However, it was unfortunate. An ordinary streamer trainer would likely be unable to preserve such a research-worthy ancient sprite. It would probably be reclaimed by the Alliance for study. Lin Zhou considered this. Previously, any archaeological finds unearthed had to be surrendered to the state, let alone a living specimen. Nonetheless, the individual who bet tenfold was truly remarkable to have predicted such an outcome. It was unclear how he managed it, as the live chat was abuzz with speculation. Lin Zhou leaned over to glimpse the live stream on Luli's phone. At that moment, Baodi had already terminated the broadcast, likely due to the Skull Dragon's revelation. Yet, the black screen stream still retained a multitude of viewers. The focus of discussion began to shift gradually, with a flurry of comments analyzing the tenfold better numbered 4396. They were eager to uncover how he discerned the presence of a skull dragon within the raw stone. Was that tenfold better an appraiser? An ordinary appraiser could hardly identify raw stones through a screen, could they? This required at least a certain level of expertise, perhaps even some sort of X-ray vision. It was confirmed. Just moments ago, it was found that the account was only level 1, appearing either newly registered or infrequently watching live streams. Was Baodi employing a hired hand for hype? After all, how could a newcomer suddenly gain such popularity? It must be a product of marketing. There are always detractors stirring the pot. Let SCU conjure a skull dragon for promotion. TSK. Look, the trolls are already here to whitewash. You're the real troll, a troll among trolls. The barrage of comments in the live streaming room quickly veered off course. The focus swiftly shifted from the prophet boasting a tenfold bet to a contentious exchange questioning the sensationalism of Baodi. Fans and detractors engaged in a fierce verbal clash, and Lin Zhou subsequently lost interest. In this world, news unfolds incessantly, with headlines such as a certain celebrity's wedding today, an actor's infidelity tomorrow, and an artist's dual accomplishments the day after. For the majority, as long as these events bear no personal relevance, they are readily cast aside. The QN live streaming platform witnessed an astonishing occurrence, a long-extinct ancient sprite. This news ascended to the headlines on its first day and remained among the trending topics for 3 consecutive days, inadvertently eclipsing a certain singer with the surname Wang. Consequently, Baodi's live streaming room experienced a surge in popularity. However, he refrained from broadcasting for an entire week, leaving the curious viewers to chat, banter, and flood the darkened live room with comments. When Baodi eventually resumed his broadcasts, inquiries regarding the fate of the head-covering dragon arose, yet he chose to remain tight-lipped. The whereabouts of that head-covering dragon became an enigma. In this incident, the QN live streaming platform emerged as a beneficiary, serendipitously seizing an excellent opportunity and gaining free media exposure. As a result, more ordinary individuals became acquainted with the QN live streaming platform, a window into the world of trainers. The once thriving outdoor live streaming has gradually revealed signs of fatigue, as the same patterns repeat ad nauseum. Most participants are just ordinary individuals, lacking the extraordinary, leading to aesthetic fatigue after prolonged exposure. However, QN stands apart. QN Group is a member of the Sprite Alliance, enabling them to host trainers as streamers and showcase a world filled with mystery, the unknown, and excitement, an experience that other platforms cannot replicate. While the high salaries for trainers are noteworthy, the primary concern for these platforms lies in avoiding conflict with the Sprite Alliance. It is well understood that content related to sprites holds significant potential and appeal, yet no one dares to cross the line. Streaming sprite competitions and battles is permissible, and the Sprite Alliance even allows breeders to share knowledge about sprite nurturing and cultivation, though this treads a fine line. However, daring to broadcast content regarding mazes or gambling stones would be tantamount to courting disaster, as these subjects infringe upon the core interests of the Sprite Alliance. The conservatives would undoubtedly impose strict prohibitions, while the reformists would prefer to maintain control over such content without delegating it to others. Thus, QN live streaming platform currently stands as a unique and highly competitive trainer streaming platform on the internet. As long as the promotional efforts are in place, the remaining task lies in gradually refining the live streaming model and accumulating users. The senior management of Sichuan Group did not anticipate that among the numerous pilot projects underway, This initially underestimated internet industry would yield the most favorable results. In contrast, the previously promising venture of inexpensive gambling stones has demonstrated lackluster performance. According to reports, several trial operation points have surfaced losses due to unrecognized gemstones being cut away, attributed to oversight in appraisal. To accommodate the economic capabilities of the average individual, the established cutting costs have been set excessively low, despite incorporating a significant amount of raw stones to mitigate risks and balance expenses. The appraisal of raw stones cannot achieve absolute accuracy. In each batch, the occurrence of even a single unappraised stone can lead to substantial losses. The root cause remains the inadequately low pricing, resulting in a minimal margin for error. The dilemma is that if prices are raised, ordinary consumers would refrain from purchasing. With that kind of money, they could easily procure finished products from gemstone retailers, as they do not necessarily seek rare gemstones. Recently, the senior executives of Keshuan Group have been evaluating the feedback from several experimental projects, opting to cease operations for those yielding little effect while retaining and following up on the more successful initiatives. This evaluation process involves not only the management but also several shareholders, as it pertains to the profitability of the group. They cannot delegate such crucial decisions to others without their direct involvement. The inexpensive gambling stones have been temporarily shelved as a controversial project, despite their poor performance, due to their connection with Keshuan's most profitable gambling stone industry. The primary reason for this suspension lies with the largest shareholder, the Doxon family, who have expressed their intention to conduct personal investigations before making a final decision. The chosen pilot for this investigation is the one that suffered the greatest losses in this project, reported to have had a characteristic gemstone cut away. In the city of Binzhushi, Huagua Chapter 20, Uncontrolled Telekinesis Delivery by the Great-Mouthed Seagull. Mission accomplished. Mr. Lin Zhou, you have a package to sign for. The scanning device hanging on its chest announced automatically. The Great-Mouthed Seagull, carrying a backpack full of parcels, flapped its wings and landed on the balcony outside Lin Zhou's window. Nowadays, small parcel logistics are primarily delivered by flying sprites after being transported to distribution points. By equipping the flying sprites with positioning and navigation devices, the entire delivery process is precisely monitored. This emerging sprite delivery system effectively circumvents traffic congestion compared to traditional couriers, offering both speed and convenience. Lin Zhou scanned the code with his mobile phone to acknowledge receipt of the package. This parcel was procured at a discounted price with the assistance of Lu Li's uncle, containing basic technique gemstones. It has been half a month since the explosive news broke in Bao Di's live streaming room. In the past fortnight, Lin Zhou has diligently revisited and reinforced all the knowledge related to sprites that he has acquired from primary school through university. This body of knowledge, akin to the principles of biology, encompasses topics such as sprite ecology, the history of sprite development, and the physiological structure of sprites. However, this theoretical understanding can only enhance Lin Zhou's cognitive grasp and does not translate into practical application. Consequently, in addition to these foundational principles, Lin Zhou sought out practical resources in the library and online, delving into books on sprite breeding and care, fruit tree cultivation, energy cube creation, and medical care. His room is now overflowing with these tomes, leaving scarcely any space to move. So much so that his older sister, who used to burst into his room while he was changing clothes, has now become quite hesitant to enter, expressing that his room exudes a daunting atmosphere that encourages relentless study, which unnerves her. After retrieving a metal box from a package he had opened with a craft knife, Lin Zhou uncovered 3 neatly arranged super energy secret orbs within. These orbs correspond to the abilities of telekinesis, light barrier, and reflective shield, costing him a total of 48,000 yuan. Coupled with his expenditure on books, Lin Zhou now finds himself nearly penniless. Just last week, he had won nearly 50,000 yuan through betting, and now it has all been spent. Such is the financial burden of being a trainer. This is merely the beginning of his journey in nurturing a single sprite. As he aspires to advance to higher levels within the trainer hierarchy, the financial demands will only become more daunting. The official Pokémon League categorizes trainers into 3 levels: novice, intermediate, and advanced. This classification is reminiscent of professional titles such as engineers and accountants. Progression necessitates examinations and evaluations. Beyond written tests, the number of sprites, the extent of their training, and their combat capabilities serve as the most critical metrics for assessing a trainer's worth. When cultivating multiple sprites, the costs tend to escalate geometrically. This process becomes a contest of financial resources and assets. The composition of advanced trainers within the Pokémon League illustrates this disparity. Most hail from families with a lineage of trainers, having benefited from generations of accumulation. Only within such familial backgrounds can sufficient resources and connections be provided to propel a child further along their path. Conversely, trainers from ordinary families find it exceedingly rare to ascend to great heights. Moreover, this disparity is accentuated within the Pokémon League, echoing the timeless theme of discrimination between those of noble lineage and those of common birth. However, these considerations are not currently within Lin Zhou's sphere of concern. As he is not yet a trainer himself, he does not even qualify as one of the commoners. At this moment, he is merely an outsider. He called over the fire fox, which lay nearby, squinting in the sun. 3 mystical jade pieces were sequentially placed upon the little creature's head. Lin Zhou observed as they transformed into streams of data particles, surging into the young one's brain. This process was considerably swifter than the previous use of the attribute exchange jade, likely due to the simplicity and lesser information contained within the foundational techniques, allowing for a more rapid assimilation. Upon completing the 3 technique jade pieces, Lin Zhou rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation as he prepared to have the Fire Fox test its newfound abilities. He had waited a full fortnight for this moment. First came telekinesis. As the name suggests, it involved transforming thought into force, enabling the manipulation of objects or the exertion of mental pressure upon adversaries. This represents the most fundamental and versatile application of psychic abilities. Lin Zhou casually retrieved several books, encouraging the little creature to attempt lifting them using telekinesis. The fire fox emitted a sound, and a faint aura enveloped its form. The power of thought began to materialize, and Lin Zhou sensed an invisible pressure surrounding him, causing even the flow of air to feel sluggish. One by one, the books began to levitate. 1, 2, 3, the effects of telekinesis continued. 4, 5, 6. Lin Zhou had exhausted the books in his hands, yet the telekinesis persisted. 7, 8, 9. Other books in the room began to rise as well. Suddenly, the situation seemed amiss. Tables, cabinets, and beds, the entire room appeared to tremble. Stop! Stop! Lin Zhou's eyes widened in alarm as he witnessed everything within the room on the verge of taking flight. He quickly called out to the fire fox. The aura surrounding the creature vanished instantaneously, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, allowing the air to circulate freely once more. The various objects that had been suspended in midair fell back to the ground with a resounding crash, particularly when the bed tumbled down. Lin Zhou felt the entire room quake violently. Once the chaos subsided, he cautiously lifted his head, having previously shielded the fire fox in a protective crouch. The sight that greeted him was one of utter disarray. Suddenly, the door burst open with a forceful bang. Was there an earthquake? Lin Lan, balancing a metal pod atop her head, entered wearing a light tank top that showcased her long, fair legs. Don't be afraid, brother. I'll protect you. Let us hide in the corner. I've seen on television that hiding in a corner keeps you safe. Ignoring everything else, Lin Lan seized Lin Zhou's arm and dragged him toward the corner. It's fine. It's not an earthquake, just a little accident with the things. As Lin Zhou gazed at Lin Lan, who was precariously balancing the pod atop her head, he rubbed his temples in exasperation, thinking to himself that if foolishness had a color, it would undoubtedly be blue. Lin Lan lifted the edge of the pot, casting a puzzled glance around her surroundings. It seemed that after a brief tremor, everything had settled. How did you accidentally create such a mess? Are you truly all right? Do you need assistance in tidying up? No need. Don't. I can handle it myself. Please, do not touch anything in my room. Lin Zhou quickly declined, startled. What a jest. This is a domestic disaster zone that has previously blown up the kitchen, the washing machine, and even the toilet. Allowing her to meddle in her room was a gamble. Who could predict what chaos she might unleash? Quickly return to your game. Aren't you supposed to be climbing the ranks in honor of kings today and claim your seasonal skin? Be good, listen to me, and go queue up. You need not worry about me. Lin Zhou rose and gently ushered Lin Lan towards the door. You don't understand, do you? Just reaching gold allows you to claim skins. But in honor of kings, you can also receive a very stylish frame. Lin Lan, with the pot still perched atop her head, excitedly turned back to chatter incessantly. All right, hurry and claim your honor of king's frame. But remember to return the pot first. Electric Dragon quickly escorted her away. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, and Lin Zhou finally managed to send Lin Lan, who had come to stir up trouble, out of the room. The pot on her head was merely a customary act for his sister, something he had grown accustomed to. She had even balanced a kitchen knife at one point. Lin Zhou glanced around the disarray in the room, crouched down, and picked up the fire fox, which was bowing its head, filled with guilt, its eyes brimming with tears. He comfortingly rubbed its head. It's not your fault. Observing the room, which resembled a scene ravaged by a typhoon, he pondered for a moment and decided it would be best to take the firefox outside to test its abilities. Otherwise, the house might very well be demolished. Chapter 21. I have a shield wall. Lin Zhou had not anticipated that simply allowing the firefox to practice telekinesis with a few books could nearly bring the house down. He took the firefox to a nearby park that was sparsely populated, attempting to prompt it to activate telekinesis several times. After startling a number of elderly gentlemen practicing Tai Chi, he finally discerned the underlying issue. The firefox's affinity for psychic energy was excessively potent, and the amassed psychic energy was overwhelmingly vast. Telekinesis, being a highly flexible technique without a fixed form, rendered the firefox incapable of controlling it. During the initial assessment of the firefox's physical attributes, the researcher had remarked upon its unstable energy affinity. It was akin to floodwaters overflowing a narrow riverbed, necessitating practice to gain control and gradually widen the channel to accommodate it. Lin Zhou realized that mastering telekinesis would require a gradual approach. He decided to first experiment with two other techniques, the light wall and the reflective wall. Unlike the flexible telekinesis, these techniques involved solidifying into a wall-like form for defense, making them considerably easier to control. Lin Zhou instructed the firefox to attempt using these two techniques. A faint halo began to swirl. As the power of thought gradually materialized and transformed, the familiar sensation of pressure enveloped him. The walls, suffused with a violet luminescence, coalesce into a radiant barrier, adorned with undulating ripples that whirl in an eternal vortex. As energy traverses this luminous barrier, it is disassembled, diminished, and dissipated, effectively isolated from the outside. However, it cannot impede material objects. The luminous barrier resembles a virtual veil of light. When Lin Zhou extended his hand, he encountered no obstruction. His hand effortlessly passed through. The reflective barrier, woven from beams of light, features interspersed mesh openings that serve as a cushion. Lin Zhou tested it with a punch, causing the reflective barrier to indent, the mesh constricting, absorbing the force. It felt akin to striking a resilient net, as his fist was rebuffed. The luminous barrier and the reflective barrier, two seemingly similar techniques with distinct applications. The reflective barrier obstructs physical impacts, while the luminous barrier dissipates energy. The primary offensive techniques of spirits can generally be classified into two categories, the first being physical contact attacks, which involve fists, tails, and teeth. The second pertains to energy-based assaults, where energy coalesces into forms such as flames, water currents, or rays. Often, these two types intertwine, giving rise to hybrid techniques like flame punch, ice punch, and thunder punch. The luminous barrier serves to thwart energy attacks, while the reflective barrier defends against physical ones. Lin Zhou opted for both the luminous and reflective barriers for the firefox to learn, aiming to establish comprehensive protection against assaults. The psychic type is not inherently an offensive specialization. Among the 18 types of spirits, there are numerous that possess superior offensive capabilities compared to the psychic type. Its forte lies in the versatile and peculiar abilities it can wield. To effectively employ these myriad capabilities, one must first be grounded. After all, only those who stand firm are qualified to unleash their potential. How does one maintain their stance? By fortifying their defenses. In Lin Zhou's training regimen, the initial step involves enhancing the firefox's defensive capabilities, creating an impenetrable fortress that is resilient against both fire and water. During battles, regardless of the opponent's flamboyant displays, Lin Zhou need only utter the forward mantra, "I have my shield wall." Even if the world outside crumbles and chaos reigns, he remains steadfast within. This approach may appear passive at first glance, yet it proves to be remarkably pragmatic in combat. Lin Zhou's philosophy stems from his experiences in gaming, where players emphasize strategic counters, cooperative defense, and responsive tactics. In this reality, however, trainers predominantly pursue the notion that sheer strength yields miraculous results, adhering to the belief that a fist is the ultimate truth and zealously striving for exceptional offensive prowess, often favoring high-yield techniques. This aggressive, thoughtless approach, while yielding standard performance in confrontations of equal strength, lacks the finesse of a more nuanced strategy. However, when faced with adversaries who surpass him, he becomes feeble, struggling to respond, and finds himself bereft of any maneuvering space. Lin Zhou's current objective is quite straightforward: self-preservation. For the time being, a singular psychic force suffices as an offensive measure. His primary focus lies in fortifying his defenses. The application of light wall and reflective wall by the firefox surpasses that of psychic energy, as both techniques possess fixed forms. The trajectory of psychic energy is rather direct and comprehensible, thus easier to master. Lin Zhou conducted a timing test using his mobile device. The Firefox, utilizing the light wall and reflective wall, can maintain a single wall for approximately 3 minutes. When both walls are activated simultaneously, the duration diminishes to around 1 minute. Beyond this time frame, the output of the Firefox's psychic energy begins to wane in stability, and the integrity of the walls cannot be sustained. Thus, this method shall serve as practice for energy control. Once proficiency is achieved, psychic energy will be employed. Lin Zhou devised a training regimen for the Firefox, dedicating 1 hour each to the practice of the light wall and reflective wall individually, followed by 2 hours of simultaneous wall training, concluding with an hour of alternating exercises. This training schedule and its content were not arbitrarily formulated. They are the result of Lin Zhou's observations and studies of various trainers' methodologies during the past month on the Sichuan live streaming platform. Occasionally, he engaged with the chat, seeking advice from accomplished trainers. Ultimately, he synthesized a training plan tailored for the Firefox. 5 hours of training daily is considered extensive for a juvenile Pokémon, whose typical training duration generally falls below 2 hours, often even 1 hour. This is due to their incomplete development, which limits both stamina and energy affinity. Excessive training can lead to overwhelming fatigue and potentially irreversible physiological damage. However, the Firefox is distinct from other Pokémon. It has inherited an unparalleled affinity for psychic energy. If other Pokémon are likened to 2-cylinder engines, the Firefox is akin to a 16-cylinder, 4-turbocharged powerhouse. The disparity in capability is profound. Other Pokémon, constrained by limited stamina and affinity, cannot endure prolonged training. The Firefox, however, is unencumbered by such concerns. It possesses an abundance of affinity and energy. What it lacks is the finesse to wield this immense power. Mastery of technique cannot be expedited. It demands diligent practice. Daily application, compounded over time, leads to proficiency. Lin Zhou adheres stringently to the training regimen for the Firefox. Aside from his daily class commitments, he devotes any available time to oversee the Firefox's training. If I truly cannot spare the time, I would entrust Electric Dragon to supervise the training of Firefox, ensuring that the little creature does not become lazy. After all, Firefox is still young and has a playful spirit. While it generally trains diligently, it occasionally takes advantage of Lin Zhou's absence to shirk its responsibilities. When Lin Zhou catches it in the act, he reprimands it or intensifies its training as a form of punishment. He dotes on Firefox, but does not indulge it excessively. He remains firm in administering discipline when mistakes are made. Life flows serenely in this manner, and before one realizes it, half a month has swiftly passed. Chapter 22. What sort of creature are you? Binju University, as one of the nation's top-tier comprehensive universities, boasts various essential facilities on its campus. While they may not be extravagant, they are certainly well-equipped. The Pokémon Gymnasium, a requisite structure for any comprehensive university, is funded and operated by the Pokémon Alliance. The gymnasium encompasses a range of facilities, including physical training equipment and Pokémon battle arenas. It is typically open to students free of charge for daily training and battles, while external individuals may rent the space for a fee. The Alliance also establishes a prize pool each year to host various campus cups, championship tournaments, and city competitions at numerous universities. This initiative encourages the general populace to engage in Pokémon competitive events, indirectly stimulating market sales of high-grade secret stones and potions related to Pokémon. The gymnasium features a standardized Pokémon battle arena, approximately the size of 2 basketball courts, marked by white lines. The ground is composed of a special, fireproof, and waterproof malleable material. When a neutralizing agent is added, the surface softens into a mud-like state. After being smoothed and allowed to rest for a period, it regains its hardness, effectively repairing any damage inflicted during Pokémon battles. At this moment, within Arena 3, 2 Pokémon are engaged in combat. Under Lu Li's command, Blue Croc channels the moist energy of the water type surrounding its body. A torrent of water erupts from its mouth, forming a powerful water gun. The jet of water blasts toward the opposing Pokémon. Lu, watching the formidable power displayed by his Blue Croc, cannot help but smile with satisfaction, nodding in approval. His little alligator had evolved into Blue Croc just yesterday. In the mere span of 2 months, he has nurtured this little alligator since its acquisition. The rapid evolution of his Pokémon can be attributed to the abundant resources he has devoted to its training. His uncle, a seasoned trainer, has provided him with considerable experience and connections. Coming from a relatively affluent family, his parents invested significantly in his pursuit of becoming a trainer. Lulu has judiciously utilized these funds and resources to cultivate his little alligator. It is now evident that the results are remarkably effective. Following the methods and resources of an ordinary person, nurturing a small saw crocodile is estimated to take between 6 months to a year for it to evolve into a blue crocodile. However, Lulu, employing the techniques of a seasoned trainer, managed to achieve this transformation in a mere 2 months. The speed at which the blue crocodile harnesses its water gun, along with its formidable power, clearly indicates that Lulu has cultivated an exceptional specimen. Many mistakenly believe that a rapid nurturing process and early evolution result in stunted growth and developmental flaws in the creatures. This is a misconception. The evolution of a creature occurs when its inherent energy accumulation reaches a threshold sufficient for a metamorphosis in its life stage. The timing of evolution for each creature is contingent upon its individual developmental progress. It is akin to the natural progression of leveling up once one's experience gauge is filled. There is no such thing as developmental deficiencies. In fact, those creatures that take an excessively long time to evolve through natural development often experience a decline in physical capabilities due to insufficient nutrient intake. Their foundational strength is tenuous, lacking the solid grounding that comes from a well-established growth process. Conversely, those that lay a robust foundation early on through abundant resources and rigorous training, and break through to evolution at the opportune moment of physical saturation, stand to benefit significantly in their future growth. Evolution represents a pivotal stage in a creature's transformation and serves as a watershed moment for its strength. It is the process through which every effort exerted by the creature and every ounce of dedication from the trainer is elevated to a new level. Lulu's blue crocodile exemplifies this. His investment in the creature has already yielded noticeable results, and he dares to assert that its level of cultivation not only surpasses that of ordinary individuals, but would also draw admiration even among trainers. Yet, Lulu clenched his teeth, his expression shifting as he glanced at the opposing creature engaged in battle with his blue crocodile, an indescribable emotion washing over him. A torrent of water surged forth. The overwhelming energy of the water element rippled through the air, hurtling towards the opposing creature. The thick current was poised to crash upon the diminutive figure, threatening to engulf it beneath the weight of the water's pressure. A low, resonant sound of air bursting erupted. The air before the small figure was abruptly compressed. Thought transformed into energy, manifesting as two insurmountable barriers of luminous light. They shimmered in harmonious interplay, the rippling waves of the light barrier intertwining with the luminous patterns of the reflective wall, creating an impenetrable fortress. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated throughout the arena, drawing the astonished gazes of onlookers in adjacent areas. Clearly, this was a duel of considerable prowess at Binju University. The water gun collided with the swirling ripples of the light barrier. The whirlpool began to spin furiously, resembling a relentless grinder, resisting the ceaseless influx of aquatic energy. It shattered, decomposed, and obliterated. The surging waters that flowed into the vortex seemed to plunge into an expansive ocean, scattering in all directions, utterly disoriented. With a crisp pop, the light barrier fractured. The once powerful torrent of water energy from the water gun had been nearly expended, leaving only the residual pressure and momentum striving for a final stand. Yet, the immovable light pattern net stood resolutely in its path. The last vestige of force from the water gun was finally exhausted, and the splashes of water fell helplessly to the ground, drenching the area. The whirlpool of the light barrier had dispersed the energy. Without the support of water energy, the impact had dwindled to mere ordinary water. Behind the reflective barrier, the firefox glanced disdainfully at the damp ground before retreating a couple of steps. It loathed water with an intense aversion. Beside the battlefield, Lin Zhou and Lulu sat side by side on a bench. Observing the performance of the blue crocodile, Lin Zhou could not help but voice his admiration. Your blue crocodile has grown stronger after evolution. The power of that water gun nearly rivals that of a small water cannon. I've seen trainers in the live streams with Pokémon that can only achieve such a level. Lulu rolled his eyes, exasperated with Lin Zhou. How dare you say that? I'm more curious about how you've raised that firefox of yours. It hasn't even evolved yet it can hold its own against my evolved blue crocodile? And that even with the type disadvantage. What sort of monster is that? Lulu's voice was laced with agitation as he spoke, increasingly perplexed by Lin Zhou's firefox. When his blue crocodile was still a small saw crocodile, they had battled a few times, and at that time, the small saw crocodile could not triumph over the firefox, unable to breach its two defensive walls. It had puzzled him then. How could his small saw crocodile, with abundant resources at its disposal, fail to defeat a Pokémon with a type advantage? After a long hiatus from battling, it wasn't until yesterday that the small saw crocodile evolved into the blue crocodile, gaining immense strength. Thrilled yet eager to assert his dominance, Lulu decided to challenge Lin Zhou. However, upon the confrontation today, the outcome was still far from what he anticipated. At least there was progress. Previously, they could not breach even a single layer of defense, yet this time, one layer was finally shattered. Lulu gazed at the diminutive figure on the battlefield, uncertain of the emotions swirling within him. Was this truly the Firefox once deemed a failure? It was clearly on the verge of overpowering his blue crocodile. In the month that has passed, what exactly has Lin Zhou accomplished? Chapter 23. The Spirit Competition Society. When Lulu and Lin Zhou stumbled upon the fiery fox in a narrow alley, they recognized it as a naturally inept and unremarkable fire-type sprite. Despite Luli's reservations, Lin Zhou insisted on nurturing it, and thus, they began their journey together. Later, they discovered that the fiery fox possessed a latent psychic inheritance, a promising revelation. Although the path of fire seemed futile, the potential for psychic abilities warranted exploration. However, Lulu did not take this development seriously at the time, viewing it merely as an incongruity with the sprite's inherent traits, believing that its training would yield limited results. As a rational individual with profound insights into the world of trainers, Lulu understood the significance of innate talent in a sprite's future growth. He remained skeptical about the fiery fox, regarding it as nothing more than a pet Lin Zhou had compassionately adopted. When Lin Zhou invested substantial sums in acquiring foundational psychic moves, and even a $5 million ability swap secret, Lulu cautioned him to preserve some resources for future endeavors, such as obtaining a trainer's qualification certificate and nurturing more promising sprites. Yet, Lin Zhou remained resolute, seemingly willing to gamble everything on the unpromising fiery fox. Lulu believed this was a futile endeavor, squandering resources on a sprite devoid of talent, a commonly accepted truth among trainers. However, Lulu's perspective began to waver during the fiery fox's initial battle with the little alligator. In that contest, the alligator, exhausted and spent, could not penetrate the fiery fox's defenses, which maintained two formidable shields throughout, displaying an unmistakable sense of inadequacy. Subsequently, the evolution of the blue alligator merely managed to breach the fiery fox's defenses by a narrow margin. Lulu felt his worldview shatter, grappling with disbelief. He recalled his sprite, the blue alligator, and rushed to the battlefield, inspecting the fiery fox closely, eager to comprehend how this little creature had achieved such prowess. In contrast to Luli's agitation, Lin Zhou remained unfazed by the fiery fox's performance. He understood all too well the dedication and effort that had fueled the fiery fox's current capabilities. While other sprites trained for merely 1 to 2 hours each day, the fiery fox had diligently engaged in training for at least 5 hours daily over the past month, persistently practicing light screens and reflect walls. It honed its control over psychic energy, continually striving to elevate its limits. Initially, Lin Zhou had to supervise the fiery fox's training each day. It was only later that Lin Zhou caught the little creature slacking off during training. When reprimanding the fire fox, Lin Zhou's words were rather harsh, stating that it was already inherently lacking and that its lack of effort would lead to being eliminated by other spirits. At that moment, tears streamed down the fire fox's face. Lin Zhou, akin to a parent scolding a child, felt a mix of anger and disappointment. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized their severity and felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Subsequently, Lin Zhou embraced the fire fox and comforted it for quite some time before it calmed down. However, ever since that incident, he had not witnessed the fire fox slacking off again. The little one became remarkably self-disciplined, training diligently each day without needing reminders. Whenever there was a spare moment, it practiced the double shield repeatedly, honing its control over energy. Lin Zhou later calculated that the fire fox's average training duration had even reached 8 hours daily. Fortunately, its strong affinity for energy allowed it to endure such exertion, coupled with the modest living allowance Lin Zhou had just received from his parents. He scrimped and saved every penny to purchase vitality roots for the little creature, replenishing its energy and nourishing its body. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary juvenile spirit, such training would have led to physical overload long ago. After all, even an adult spirit might struggle to withstand such intense training. Lin Zhou couldn't completely dismiss the notion of innate talent that Lulu often spoke of. He merely believed that every spirit harbored potential yet to be discovered. Perhaps the spirits themselves were unaware of their own talents. However, as a nurturer, it was his responsibility to assist them in finding their path. The fire fox exemplified this notion. Its low affinity for fire energy rendered that path unfeasible, so Lin Zhou aimed to uncover its potential in the psychic realm. Given the instability of psychic energy, it could not be harnessed effectively. Thus, Lin Zhou devised training methods, invested resources, and encouraged the little one to practice. If one were to define the Firefox's talent, it would be its ability to train for extended periods without concern for physical strain. Nevertheless, talent remains merely talent. Whether it transforms into strength ultimately depends on the choices made by the Firefox itself. While other spirits might complete a mere hour of training daily and then indulge in play and rest, the Firefox opted for relentless dedication, training for 8 hours each day until utterly exhausted. This determination gradually became its habit. As the Firefox's nurturer, Lin Zhou was acutely aware of the little one's efforts and naturally understood the results it deserved. In the brief span of half a month, the Firefox's mastery of the double shield had seen remarkable advancement. Initially, the double shield would shatter upon the slightest contact. Now, it had grown significantly stronger. Lu Li's blue crocodile has indeed been cultivated remarkably, demonstrating an impressive mastery of the basic move, water gun, with both ferocity and finesse. However, it is a pity that fundamental techniques are, by their very nature, limited in their potential for enhancement. Ultimately, the blue crocodile could only match the Firefox in a stalemate, employing a dual shield strategy. Had the blue crocodile learned more advanced techniques such as surf or hydro pump, the current Firefox might have struggled to withstand its prowess. Lin Zhou surveyed the throng of onlookers that had gathered nearby. He withdrew his Firefox into its Pokéball and called out to Lu Lu. And together they departed from the Pokémon gym. Today, Lin Zhou had merely been summoned by Lu Lu to assist in training his evolved blue crocodile, engaging in some practice battles. He had other part-time commitments to attend to and did not wish to linger for too long. As Lin Zhou and Lu Lu exited the gym, the curious crowd continued to gossip about the impressive skills displayed by the two trainers. Wow, that blue crocodile is ferocious. Its water gun produces such an astonishing effect. And that Firefox is terrifying too. Not only does it have a type disadvantage, but it also lags behind in evolution level, yet it can hold its own against the blue crocodile. Who are these two? I feel like I've never seen them before. Are they freshmen? They do seem unfamiliar. They've only recently been spotted around the gym in the past month. Are the first-year students really this formidable now? Their combat abilities rival those of third and fourth-year students in the Pokémon competitive club. There's no point in comparing. You don't know their background. Perhaps they come from a family of trainers. Who wouldn't excel with that kind of support? So envious. If you think you can do better, why not challenge them to a match? With such powerful Pokémon at their disposal, it is likely that the Pokémon competitive club will soon extend an invitation to them. This year, our school seems poised for success in the city tournament. Chapter 24, September House. After leaving the gym, Lin Zhou parted ways with Lu Lu, who intended to continue his intensive training with the blue crocodile. Lin Zhou, on the other hand, was heading to his part-time job. Before the emergence of Pokémon, Lin Zhou had worked as a server in a CAF. However, after acquiring the Firefox, he resigned from that position to seek a new job related to Pokémon. He found a shared dojo on campus, scanning the deposit code attached to it. Upon successful payment, the dojo received a signal and lowered itself, allowing Lin Zhou to mount. As a species adept at running, the dojo has been domesticated and developed as a means of transportation in urban areas. Shared dojo operates similarly to previous bike-sharing systems, deployed at various locations throughout the city. These stations provide energy cubes to the dojo, and the shared dojo are all carefully selected for their exceptionally gentle temperaments. People can conveniently borrow these Doodoo Li by scanning a deposit code anytime and anywhere. Lin Zhou rode his Doodoo Li out of the campus of Benju University and onto the city roads. The urban planning reforms had long since enveloped the entire city with municipal roadways. Nowadays, the roads, in addition to conventional motor vehicle lanes and non-motor vehicle lanes, feature a dedicated lane exclusively for Pokémon. The traffic regulations specify various types of Pokémon that are permitted on the roads, including Doodoo Li, Iron Rhino, Heavy Mud Horse, Long-Haired Dog, and Windspeed Dog. Other Pokémon are prohibited from transporting humans on the roads. Furthermore, regardless of whether these Pokémon are raised at home or purchased directly from a store, they must pass a licensing examination. Humans no longer require a driver's license. Instead, it is the Pokémon that must be tested. However, akin to humans, many Pokémon are often halted during the practical driving test. After riding a short distance, Lin Zhou arrived at a commercial area, ultimately stopping in front of a shop. The store was a quaint two-story building, surrounded by small flower gardens in both the front and back. The decor leaned towards a rustic wooden cottage style, evoking a sense of tranquility and comfort. A wooden sign displayed the name of the establishment, September House, where Lin Zhou worked part-time. This shop primarily dealt in Pokémon food and medicine, selling energy cubes, various berry products, and plant-based remedies. Since the establishment of the Pokémon Alliance, the breeding and nurturing of Pokémon had gained popularity among the general public, leading to a burgeoning ancillary industry. Not only rare stones, but various Pokémon foods and medicines also occupied the upper echelons of the market. In comparison to rare stones, the practicality and widespread appeal of food and medicine are far superior. Just as humans prioritize food, so too do Pokémon. Unlike the rare stone industry, which is monopolized by a few leading companies, there are various large-scale energy cube manufacturers and Pokémon potion companies in different countries. Each possesses its own brand and unique selling points, creating a vibrant and diverse market. Occasionally, some private trendy shops even become sensation hits, drawing popularity for their products rather than their brands. This phenomenon is quite remarkable in modern society, where even mundane purchases, such as diapers, are influenced by brand considerations for quality assurance and safety. However, energy cubes and Pokémon potions differ significantly. Their production does not solely rely on extensive manufacturing lines, but can also be accomplished by breeders. Each breeder has their own unique formulas, with many possessing exclusive recipes. This phenomenon elucidates why the public often overlooks brand names when selecting products. To draw a parallel with contemporary consumer behavior, one might liken it to a master chef possessing a unique culinary skill, crafting a signature dish that only he can prepare. Naturally, patrons eager to savor this delicacy will seek him out. Therefore, within the current market of energy cubes and elixirs, it is not solely the renowned brand chains that dominate. Rather, many private establishments run by breeders are more prevalent. The establishment known as September House is one such venture opened by a breeder. Tucked away in a quiet corner of this commercial district, it offers a serene contrast to the bustling crowds. Lin Zhou alighted from the DODRIO, pushed open the small wooden gate at the entrance, and stepped inside. In the front yard, the steps were adorned with an array of potted plants, each exhibiting unique forms. These flora were cultivated by the breeder, many of which were intended for the research and creation of various elixirs. Among the pots, a sleeping walking grass lay camouflaged, seated on the ground with its tiny feet extended, its verdant head resting against a flower pot as it snored softly. Lin Zhou chose not to disturb the slumbering creature. Delicately maneuvering around it as he ascended the steps, turned the doorknob, and entered the shop. September House resembles not so much a store, but rather a charming rural abode brimming with life. Upon entering, the sound of jingling bells announces the arrival of a visitor to the proprietor. Inside September House, numerous wooden and copper metal shelves are densely populated with glass jars of varying sizes, each containing powders, liquids, seeds, fruits, and dried herbs of different hues. To the left wall upon entry, there is a row of energy cube production machines, akin to vending machines. These machines encompass functions such as grinding, mixing, heating, and molding, allowing one to place tree fruits into the top and adjust various parameters like temperature and stirring time via buttons, ultimately producing energy cubes. To the right upon entering, several herb grinders and an assortment of flasks can be found. In contrast to the automated devices on the opposite side, these manual tools appear more primitive. They are employed for pharmacological analysis and the preparation of various potions, necessitating meticulous control over the pharmacodynamic changes of different active herbs through manual operation. Venturing deeper into the shop reveals a spacious area furnished with rustic wooden tables and chairs. Further inside lies the counter, behind which sits an elderly woman with graying hair and spectacles. She is intently adjusting the focus of a microscope, scrutinizing slices of herbs. Hearing the bells, she lifts her gaze and recognizes that her newly hired assistant from the previous week has arrived. Nodding slightly, she gestured for him to attend to the usual tasks within the shop. The elderly woman then returned her focus to the microscope, examining the slices before her. This matriarch was the proprietor of the establishment, a genuine and seasoned cultivator, whom Lin Zhou affectionately referred to as Medicine Granny. It was sheer serendipity that Lin Zhou found this part-time job. The September House, as it was known, primarily served as a residence and research facility for Medicine Granny herself. Occasionally, she would sell finished products or accept orders, conducting her business in a rather laid-back, fate-driven manner. Consequently, apart from herself, she had only employed a single part-time assistant. This assistant happened to be a student from Binzha's University, who, coinciding with graduation season, was preoccupied with completing her thesis and job hunting, ultimately leading her to resign from the position. The assistant had posted an advertisement on the university forum to recruit new staff for Medicine Granny. It was fortuitously seen by Lin Zhou, who was in search of a relevant part-time job at the time. Thus, he applied and subsequently became a member of the September House staff. Chapter 25. crafting energy cubes. Lin Zhou had initially expected that securing a part-time position in a cultivator shop would entail rigorous evaluations and challenges, much like depicted in television dramas. In those narratives, accomplished masters, particularly the elderly, often devised elaborate tests to challenge the protagonists. However, reality proved far less theatrical. Medicine Granny's requirements for her staff were refreshingly simple. The only prerequisite was the ability to sweep the floor. She was a pragmatic individual who genuinely needed assistance with maintaining cleanliness in her shop, which was the impetus for hiring. Medicine Granny did not impose strict attendance demands on Lin Zhou. He was merely required to dedicate 1 hour each day to clean the premises. The compensation was structured as a daily wage of 100 yuan. Given the exceedingly modest nature of her job expectations, this remuneration was remarkably generous. Nevertheless, Lin Zhou expressed his preference to convert his earnings into store merchandise. He hoped Medicine Granny would directly provide him with desired potions or energy cubes as payment. Lin Zhou was determined to work in a store operated by a cultivator, dealing in elixirs and energy cubes, primarily to acquire these items at cost price. Moreover, within a cultivator's shop, there existed numerous potions and energy cubes with unique properties that were not typically available for general sale. They were often custom-made, or even experimental. His motivation for taking on this part-time role was to earn money to purchase energy cubes and various potions for his fiery fox, aiding the little creature in maintaining both physical and mental well-being amidst rigorous training. Thus, he opted to request these elixirs and energy cubes directly. Occasionally, the shop stocks energy bars and potions with a short shelf life that, nearing expiration, remain unsold. The elderly herbalist often permits Lin Zhou to take these potions away. Lin Zhou holds himself to a higher standard in his duties at the shop. Working in a cultivator's establishment is a rare opportunity. If he were merely to heed the herbalist's request to sweep the floor for an hour, he would be foolishly relinquishing a valuable chance that lies before him. Cultivation techniques, potion recipes, and fruit cultivation. These are the knowledge and wealth possessed by cultivators. Serving as an assistant in the cultivator's shop is, in essence, a form of indirect training. During this process, he can learn these invaluable insights akin to an apprentice. The herbalist speaks infrequently and spends most of her time engrossed in her research. Nevertheless, Lin Zhou is aware that she pays attention to his performance as a shop assistant. The herbalist mandates daily cleaning of the shop. Thus, even if Lin Zhou has other plans, he must first fulfill his primary responsibilities. Upon arriving at the shop, he releases his fire fox from its pokeball to practice its moves nearby while he retrieves a mop and cloth from the storage room, commencing his cleaning duties as per the herbalist's instructions. The herbalist's shop is not particularly small. However, Lin Zhou only needs to clean the first floor, as the second floor is the herbalist's living quarters, which he is not permitted to access. Completing the cleaning of the entire ground floor takes him a mere half hour. After finishing, Lin Zhou glances over at the herbalist, who is still engrossed in her work with a microscope, and he refrains from interrupting her. He approaches the shelves and inspects the fresh fruits neatly arranged upon them. From among them, he selects 2 golden cushion fruits and records the withdrawal in his ledger hanging nearby, which serves as a receipt for calculating his wages. The golden cushion fruit is beneficial for enhancing a Pokémon's cognitive abilities and is an excellent brain food for psychic-type Pokémon, akin to a premium supplement in the Pokémon realm. Energy bars made from golden cushion fruits are highly favored among psychic Pokémon. Recently, Lin Zhou has been studying the process of creating energy bars from his reference books. This marks his first hands-on experience, though the procedure is not overly complex, as the energy bar production machine is largely automated. By placing the fruits correctly and adjusting the temperature and other parameters as outlined in the book, he can initiate the production with a single press of a button. Common fruits typically sell for 50 yuan each, with each fruit yielding approximately 10 energy bars. For a small Pokémon like the Firefox, consuming 3 bars a day suffices. However, given the substantial energy expenditure from its daily training, the Firefox often requires 6 to 7 bars daily to replenish its strength. The energy cube is a highly concentrated nutritional entity. It is far more refined than human food and is highly beneficial for the energy intake of elves. It is advisable for humans to refrain from consuming energy cubes, as they are overly rich in nutrients while lacking certain essential substances required by humans. Consumption can lead to an overwhelming sense of satiety, rendering one unable to eat regular meals. Prolonged intake may result in nutritional imbalances. Similarly, elves should not frequently consume human food. However, indulging occasionally as a snack poses no harm to their health. Lin Zhou placed 2 tree fruits into the energy cube manufacturing machine and adjusted the temperature, mixing time, and other parameters according to the recipe in the book. Just as he was about to commence production, The old woman raised her hand to stop him. The training intensity of your Firefox is quite high. Using ordinary energy cubes will yield insufficient recovery effects. They are practically ineffective. The herbalist had appeared behind Lin Zhou without his notice, observing the tutorial book he had laid out. She pondered for a moment before walking to the middle of the shelf and retrieving a dragon fire fruit. She skillfully placed the dragon fire fruit into the energy cube machine, adeptly adjusting the temperature dial, mixing time, and stirring intensity. Lin Zhou, who was still clumsily following the book, was outpaced by her expertise. After a brief hum of operation, the machine produced 3 purple energy cubes that glimmered with transparency. Lin Zhou raised an eyebrow. The cost was 100 coins for 2 golden cushion fruits and 200 coins for 1 dragonfire fruit, totaling 300 coins for the 3 energy cubes, an average cost of 100 coins each. Is this energy cube akin to Häagen-Dazs? This is a recipe I researched in my youth, the herbalist replied. At that time, a trainer with a similar issue approached me. He had an unstable dream eater with psychic affinity and sought dietary adjustments. Thus, I specifically developed this recipe. To be honest, I haven't used it in quite some time. The herbalist handed the 3 energy cubes to Lin Zhou. These energy cubes are highly concentrated in nutrition. For your Firefox, 1 a day will suffice. Thank you. Thank you, Grandma. Lin Zhou expressed his gratitude as he accepted the energy cubes. He understood that the herbalist had given him much more than just these 3 energy cubes. She had demonstrated the adjustments of temperature, mixing time, and stirring intensity right before his eyes, leaving no secrets concealed. This was akin to her freely imparting the recipe for creating these energy cubes without reservation. There is no need for thanks. These recipes were originally developed for the elves and should indeed be utilized for those in need. The old woman waved her hand dismissively, showing little concern. She turned and walked behind the counter, retrieving her tea canister. She then beckoned Lin Zhou to take a seat at the round table in the hall. At this hour, there were no customers, providing a serene opportunity to enjoy a cup of tea. You have been here for nearly half a month, yet we have not had the chance for a proper conversation. Chapter 26. I aspire to become a trainer. Lin Zhou diligently recorded the newly acquired recipes in his study notebook, marking one with a label indicating it as the first advanced formula he had learned, suitable for psychic-type elves. Lin Zhou firmly believed that knowledge is power, and he took pleasure in noting down what he learned. This way, should he encounter a knowledgeable opponent, he could wield his notebook as a formidable weapon. Upon finishing his notes, he noticed the old woman beckoning him. He closed his black notebook and approached her. Recently, he had been preoccupied with a particular project, which limited their interaction. However, he found you quite astute, learning rapidly and managing the store's affairs commendably. The old woman placed a cup of tea on the table before Lin Zhou, pleased with the performance of her new employee over the past half-month. He had been exemplary in receiving guests and assisting her in measuring various medicinal ingredients, demonstrating a commendable level of professionalism and diligence. Recognizing Lin Zhou's earnest attitude toward his work, she was willing to impart her personal research recipes to him. Moreover, his Firefox was indeed a fascinating creature. Each day, when she spotted the little one in the shop, it was invariably engaged in rigorous training, never once appearing lazy. Such a dedicated young Pokémon, consistently honing its skills, was a rarity. Few young Pokémon possessed the self-discipline to persist in their training so diligently. As a breeder, the old woman primarily focused on Pokémon potions rather than their physiology, yet she could discern the symptoms exhibited by the little creature. The Firefox was in excellent physical condition, expending minimal energy when using its moves. While this rigorous training was acceptable, prolonged exertion without adequate nourishment would eventually lead to physical strain. Thus, it was imperative to begin nurturing its stamina and vitality now. High-intensity training could be beneficial, but nutritional support must keep pace to ensure longevity. The Firefox sat at the table, nibbling on a psychic energy cube. The old woman affectionately rubbed its ears, quite enamored with the little creature. I should indeed express my gratitude to the old woman for her assistance. In the past half-month at the shop, I have truly learned a great deal. Lin Zhou speaks from the heart. Although the apothecary often immerses herself in research and rarely engages in conversation, she possesses a kind nature and takes great care of both him and the Firefox. Lin Zhou is currently studying the intricacies of elven potions and energy cubes, and whenever he is caught by the apothecary while reading or experimenting in the shop, she always offers him a piece of guidance. Thus, Lin Zhou's gratitude towards her is entirely sincere. The apothecary squinted at Lin Zhou, her face beaming with a smile. Humans are creatures of complex emotions, making it quite challenging to understand an individual. They excel at concealing their true selves, mastering the art of disguise and deception. In contrast, the thoughts of elves are far simpler and more transparent. Observing a child's daily behavior often reveals much about their parent's character. The fire fox, at such a tender age, already possesses remarkable qualities that are undoubtedly a reflection of the influence of her caretaker. What are your thoughts about the future? Are you interested in the path of a caretaker? The apothecary inquired, expressing her curiosity. Lin Zhou, modest yet astute in his dealings with others, displayed a sincere and responsible attitude towards elves that deeply moved her. Such a sense of responsibility towards elves makes one well-suited to become a caretaker. This was the first time she entertained the thought of taking on an apprentice since her retirement to the September house. Lin Zhou was momentarily taken aback by her question. Upon locking eyes with the apothecary, he began to suspect her intentions. If he were to express his desire to become a caretaker, there was a significant likelihood that she would permit him to study under her tutelage. Though the apothecary may appear unremarkable at first glance, resembling an ordinary elderly neighbor, she is not a renowned caretaker by any means. The September house sees few visitors, rendering it rather commonplace. However, from what Lin Zhou has occasionally observed of the formulas and research topics she possesses, as well as the rare and precious flora cultivated in the backyard of the September house, it is evident that she is far from an ordinary woman. Learning from such a knowledgeable and profoundly experienced caretaker, provided one is not entirely foolish, would make it quite feasible to become a moderately successful caretaker. The societal status of caretakers is not inferior to that of trainers. They are among the most knowledgeable in the realm of elven science, serving as a vital link between elves and humans. The journey of knowledge in this field is endless, traversing from ecology to cultivation and from climate to flora. The more erudite a caretaker, the more esteemed their position. The very essence of knowledge one possesses is akin to a living treasure. In ancient times, such a reservoir of wisdom would undoubtedly have positioned one as a venerable sage or a distinguished scholar. The prospect of becoming a nurturer, spending each day in the company of ethereal spirits and flora, far removed from strife, indeed sounds appealing. Yet, Lin Zhou cast a glance at the table, where the exuberant fire fox joyfully gnawed on an energy cube. If this little creature were merely an ordinary fire fox, Lin Zhou might have been inclined to embrace the life of a nurturer, savoring tranquil days alongside his spirit. However, the fire fox was evidently extraordinary. It possessed the legendary ability to foresee the future. This secret loomed like a volatile bomb, uncertain of when it might detonate. Lin Zhou was acutely aware that, should this truth ever be unveiled, they would undoubtedly be besieged by countless troubles. Moreover, he harbored doubts about whether the fire fox's secret was known only to him. Given that he had rescued the battered creature, the future was shrouded in uncertainty. Even with the power of foresight, the fire fox was unable to glimpse far ahead. Lin Zhou, ever the optimist, nevertheless prepared for the worst. Should he find himself cornered, he did not wish to be powerless, merely shouting that knowledge is power while tossing notebooks at adversaries. He longed for the ability to protect the fire fox. I wish to become a trainer, Lin Zhou declared resolutely, his tone devoid of hesitation. Oh, the old herbalist was momentarily taken aback. Lin Zhou's response was somewhat unexpected. She believed that, with the young man's discernment and intellect, he should recognize the distinction between herself and ordinary nurturers. Had he chosen the path of a nurturer, she would have imparted all her knowledge, confident in her ability to mold him into a renowned nurturing master. You come from an ordinary family. I wonder if you truly comprehend what it means to become a trainer. Once you embark on that path, you will inevitably find yourself ensnared in the fierce competition for resources within the labyrinth. You will be drawn into the vortex of interest that entangles every trainer in the Pokémon League, with no escape. Within this whirlpool, there are only two outcomes. One is to be shattered today, the other to be shattered tomorrow. The world of trainers is a ruthless one. I have witnessed far too many young souls, blinded by the allure of wealth and fame that trainers acquire, rush headlong into this realm, only to meet grim fates. Lin Zhou, have you truly resolved the path you wish to take? If I were to urge you to reconsider carefully and provide me with your answer anew, would you do so? The kindness that once graced the herbalist's face had long since vanished. Now her expression was more serious than ever, and her tone was sharp as she questioned Lin Zhou. Yet, in the face of the old herbalist's inquiry, Lin Zhou had already solidified his resolve. Not a single ripple stirred within his heart as he calmly articulated his response. I aspire to become a trainer. Chapter 27. The photographer's meal. The old herbalist fell silent, gazing at Lin Zhou for a considerable time. Ultimately, she could not conjure a rebuttal to his declaration and, with a resigned smile, remarked, You young people are indeed intriguing. Pouring herself a cup of tea from the small teapot, she set a cup before Lin Zhou. Thank you, Granny. Lin Zhou accepted the teacup, placing it gently on the table, his fingers brushing the rim. Let us put aside those matters and discuss something of substance. The herbalist, pouring herself a cup as well, continued, next week, I must take a journey and may not return for some time. How long will you be gone? Will the September house remain open during your absence? Lin Zhou initially assumed the herbalist intended to inform him that the September house would close temporarily. If all goes well, I should return in 3 years. Lin Zhou was momentarily taken aback. You call 3 years a trip? I could return from the moon faster than that. It's a project from 20 years ago that I had long abandoned due to a lack of progress. However, an old friend of mine called yesterday, informing me of a breakthrough. He insisted I must go. I have a personal interest in this project, so I plan to make the journey. The location, however, is quite inhospitable, and research there proceeds slowly. My absence may extend for a considerable duration. Where exactly are you headed? The Amazon rainforest. How did you suddenly end up in South America? That place is so humid, and you must endure the jungle. Can your health withstand it? Lin Zhou looked at the herbalist, genuinely concerned for her well-being, considering her advanced age. The herbalist understood Lin Zhou's apprehension. You need not worry about me. My old friend is an expert in wilderness survival, a man at the pinnacle of the food chain. He will be there to assist me in the rainforest. Lin Zhou appeared puzzled. Is his name Bear Grylls? Huh? How do you know? The herbalist was taken aback. Lin Zhou chuckled softly. I've heard he eats just about anything. If you find yourself in a situation where food is scarce, please take care of yourself. Don't worry, he generally eats the photographer first. If you choose the path of a nurturer, I had originally intended to take you along this time. It would have been a splendid opportunity. What a pity. The herbalist expressed with a hint of regret. Lin Zhou felt fortunate to have escaped the potential fate at the hands of Bear Grylls. What will happen to the September house once you leave? At this moment, Lin Zhou felt within himself that it was time to bid farewell to this job, considering that his grandmother would be leaving for 3 years. However, her response took him by surprise. Jiuyu House will certainly continue its operations. As long as there are spirits in need, it shall not close its doors. The herbalist finished her tea and added, I have a granddaughter around your age, who will arrive next week to take over Jiuyu House. From now on, she will manage the establishment. That girl has been immersed in the knowledge of nurturing since childhood, excelling in both theoretical understanding and practical skills. My only concern is that she has lived in the countryside all her life and will be venturing into the city alone, without acquaintances. If possible, I would greatly appreciate it if you could remain at the shop to assist her. Of course, as a token of gratitude, I would like to give you this. The herbalist said, retrieving a notebook from behind the counter and handing it to Lin Zhou. To entrust your granddaughter to me after only knowing me for half a month? You certainly have faith, grandmother. Are you not worried I might abscond with her? Lin Zhou thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle. Upon receiving the notebook and opening it, he was astonished to find meticulously documented formulas for various potions and energy blocks. This was a researcher's notebook. Lin Zhou was taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet the herbalist's. Grandmother, this is incredibly precious. He hesitated to accept it. The research notes of a nurturer represent the culmination of their efforts and are considered the most significant secrets of every nurturer. Perhaps, given the herbalist's expertise, she was merely offering one of many such notebooks, containing only relatively simple formulas. Yet, its value remained immeasurable. It is known that a practical formula, once transformed into a product and achieving great popularity, can yield returns in the millions solely through patent rights. Take it, she insisted, on your journey as a trainer. I cannot assist you much, but perhaps one of these formulas could save your life at a crucial moment. I hope that when I return, you will still be at Jiuyu House, as you will be helping me look after my granddaughter. The herbalist gestured for Lin Zhou to accept the gift. To her, these formulas were of little consequence. In the grand scheme of her lifetime's research, they were but a drop in the ocean. However, for Lin Zhou, these formulas could provide significant assistance in his current studies. Thank you, grandmother. In the end, Lin Zhou accepted the notebook, recognizing its value as he endeavored to learn the relevant knowledge. After a brief conversation, the herbalist and Lin Zhou decided to close for the day. He initially thought it would be another leisurely day with no customers at Jiuyu House. As the evening approached its close, an unexpected guest burst through the door with fervor. The sound of jingling bells resonated as the door swung open, revealing a man in his 30s, visibly agitated with a restless gaze. He bore a backpack, his attire wrinkled and half-drenched in perspiration. Affixed to his waist were 3 Pokeballs, with one clutched tightly in his hand, totaling 4. This man was undoubtedly a trainer. During Lin Zhou's time at the September shop, he had encountered many patrons. Yet trainers exuded a distinctly different aura, easily discernible. Moreover, possessing 4 Pokeballs indicated that he was engaged in a profession related to Pokémon. Welcome. Please bring me 4 bottles of high-grade healing potions and 1 interference spray. The middle-aged man leaned against the counter, his voice laced with suppressed anxiety. Lin Zhou observed his hands and feet fidgeting restlessly. Judging by the man's demeanor and his requested items, Lin Zhou surmised that he was being pursued. The need for high-grade healing potions suggested that his Pokémon had sustained injuries, while the interference spray could disrupt the tracking abilities of certain Pokémon, rendering them ineffective. Lin Zhou glanced back at the elderly apothecary, who nodded in approval. Receiving her consent, he swiftly gathered the requested items from the shelves and placed them on the counter. The man paid hastily, snatching the items without a moment's hesitation. He promptly sprayed himself with the interference spray before hurriedly pushing the door open and departing. Not long after the middle-aged man had left, another customer entered the shop. Chapter 28. All are villains welcome. A young woman stepped inside, her presence captivating. With long black hair cascading over her shoulders and an alluring Eastern visage, she wore an unusual outfit, a black Japanese short kimono adorned with golden cherry blossom embroidery. Beneath the hem, she sported over-the-knee thigh-high boots, creating an enticing glimpse of skin that sparked the imagination. Accompanying her was a moonlight EV, its dark fur shimmering with golden spots that harmonized beautifully with the woman's kimono. Lin Zhou mused that with the addition of a katana, this ensemble would befit a samurai or a kunoichi in a period drama, and with her striking beauty, she would surely achieve stardom. The woman approached Lin Zhou, producing her phone to show him a photograph. The photograph features the middle-aged man who just came to purchase items. Have you seen this individual? The woman's pronunciation in Chinese is somewhat unnatural, unmistakably revealing her foreign origins. The monosyllabic breaks in her speech are quite pronounced. Lin Zhou deduces that she is likely a Japanese girl. The customer who had just come to buy something has since departed. Where has he gone? Uncertain. Lin Zhou replies honestly. However, the woman perceives Lin Zhou's response as dismissive, a faintly malevolent smile curling at the corners of her lips. Beside her, the moon EV emanates a subtle, ominous darkness. A shiver runs through Lin Zhou as he senses the temperature around him plummeting. An inexplicable dread burgeons from within. It feels as though an endless tide of malevolence is encroaching. The firefox senses the unsettling atmosphere in the air. It shakes the Pokéball, eager to emerge. Yet, Lin Zhou steadies the ball, calming the little creature. Although he remains unaware of the true strength of the woman's moon EV, he is certain it does not pale in comparison to Lulu's blue crocodile. The firefox is certainly no match. Thus, he cannot allow the little one to take any risks. Fortunately, the woman does not command her moon EV to harm Lin Zhou. She merely intimidates him with her sinister aura. The woman maintains an exceedingly uncomfortable, playful smile on her face. With a cursory glance at Lin Zhou, she turns and departs with her moon EV. Lin Zhou watches her leave, the shop door closing behind her, and shrugs. He muses that her glare serves no purpose. Glaring will not reveal where that man has gone. This was merely a trivial incident of the evening. Trainers with vastly different personalities abound. Lin Zhou is gradually understanding how to communicate with them. As long as he refrains from engaging in their disputes, he will not attract trouble. Trainers typically prefer to avoid entanglements with ordinary people, as legal disputes are cumbersome. The Pokémon League and the respective laws of various countries simultaneously restrict trainers from infringing upon the rights of regular citizens. Causing harm to ordinary people offers no advantage and invites a host of legal troubles. After attending to those 2 customers, it is nearly closing time for September House. His sister has already called several times, impatiently urging him to return for dinner. After bidding farewell to his grandmother, Lin Zhou makes his way home. At the Pokémon Center in Binshushi, the hotel reception area is bustling. As the most cost-effective lodging service in Binshushi, the Pokémon Center has long been in a state of full occupancy. Currently, the small LCD screen at the front desk displays a notice, no vacancies available. Nonetheless, I require a room. The woman places her identification on the counter while speaking in somewhat halting Chinese. The moon EV at her feet yawns widely. I deeply apologize, but our guest rooms are fully occupied. The front desk attendant, with documents in hand, intended to return them to the guest, only to realize that the identification was neither a national identity card nor a passport. Rather, it appeared to be a work permit. This document bore the distinctive golden emblem of the Elf Alliance. Below it were the identity details of the individual, Investigator Sakura Fujiwara, an official of the Elf Alliance. The front desk was momentarily taken aback and quickly altered her response. Please hold on for a moment. I will consult the manager. Do hurry. Do not keep me waiting too long. I am quite fatigued, Sakura Fujiwara murmured, her eyelids heavy as she stifled a yawn with one hand. Her demeanor exuding a languid elegance. A mere subtle pose. Yet it effortlessly captured the attention of the surrounding men, several of whom were covertly observing her. The front desk attendant hurriedly dashed to the back office to find the manager. Upon hearing of the arrival of an Alliance investigator, the manager was equally astonished. The Pokémon Center is, after all, an office under the jurisdiction of the Elf Alliance, akin to various local offices governed by the government, albeit enhanced with numerous conveniences. Although tasked with the responsibility of investigating Alliance criminals, the role of an investigator is regarded as a senior position within the Alliance. Typically, high-ranking officials would notify local offices in advance if they were to visit, allowing for the coordination of schedules and arrangements. This would include daily meals, accommodations, transportation, Pokémon care, and the logistics of supplies, all meticulously organized ahead of time. However, this time, no directives had been issued from above, leaving them completely unprepared. What is the name of that investigator? I will call to confirm with my superiors, the hotel manager declared, pulling out his phone to access the contact information of the upper-level personnel. He intended to ascertain the specifics for the convenience of subsequent arrangements. I believe it was a Japanese name, Sakura Fujiwara, the front desk attendant recalled. Suddenly, the hotel manager's eyes widened in shock, his phone slipping from his grasp and crashing to the floor. Stammering, he exclaimed, "Why, you said what?" Startled by the manager's abrupt reaction, the front desk attendant whispered, "Isn't she wearing a black yukata adorned with golden cherry blossoms? It truly is that malevolent Sakura." The manager lamented, covering his face in despair. Why must it be that particular investigator from the Fujiwara family? He retrieved his phone from the ground, abandoning the call, and motioned for the front desk attendant to accompany him back to the front desk. Indeed, if it pertains to Fujiwara Sakurako, it is entirely plausible that the Alliance did not notify them, for they possess no jurisdiction over her whereabouts. "Manager, what is the Fujiwara family? Do you know that Miss Fujiwara?" The receptionist inquired curiously, trailing behind the manager. The Fujiwara family is a prestigious lineage within the realm of Pokémon trainers in Japan. Members of the Fujiwara clan specialize in Dark-type Pokémon, and their mastery in the cultivation of such creatures is unparalleled within the entire Pokémon Alliance. Due to their transcendent status in the Alliance, the Fujiwara family tends to operate outside conventional norms, often skirting the edges of Alliance regulations. There exists a widely acknowledged sentiment regarding the Fujiwara family within the Alliance. Observing the manager's anxious demeanor, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the receptionist inquired with great curiosity, "What sentiment?" "They are all villains." Chapter 29. Fujiwara Sakurako, are you a traveling trainer? It is quite rare to encounter such a beautiful female trainer traveling alone. A rather handsome gentleman clad in a suit approached, greeting Fujiwara Sakurako, who was waiting at the reception. In the relatively simple-minded Huagua, while it is uncommon to approach a beautiful woman for casual conversation, it is not entirely unheard of. Especially in the case of Fujiwara Sakurako, with her striking beauty, innate grace, distinctive attire, and clearly evident troubles as a foreigner. It is even more tempting for someone to attempt to engage her in conversation. The rationale is simple. Approaching an unremarkable individual may yield a lack of topics, resulting in awkward small talk. However, with someone like Fujiwara Sakurako, it is apparent that she is a woman full of stories. Casual discussions about her attire or hometown could easily extend into lengthy conversations, creating opportunities for exchanging contact information. Nevertheless, the suited gentleman had undoubtedly chosen the wrong target for his flirtation. Fujiwara Sakurako, troubled by drowsiness, lifted her eyelids to glance at the man. "Are you a trainer?" The gentleman was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the sudden inquiry from the enchanting woman before him. Yes, I am a trainer." He retrieved a sleek, modern, full-screen POK Dex from his pocket, presenting it to Fujiwara Sakurako. The POK Dex is a possession exclusive to trainers. "It seems you are facing some difficulties. I wonder if there's any way I could assist you." The gentleman exhibited a gentlemanly demeanor, yet as an experienced charmer, he had already devised a plan for the ensuing circumstances. Regardless of the challenges this beautiful woman faced, he would first invite her to dine together, showcasing his wealth through luxury vehicles and fine dining, followed by shopping excursions to gift her items, eventually leading to the exchange of WeChat numbers. "Are you staying at the Pokémon Center Hotel?" The gentleman was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, I have." "Have you never stayed there?" "Not yet." "That's good. I have a penchant for cleanliness. Come, let me take you to the rooftop for some fresh air." The suited man appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering the meaning behind her words. Instinctively sensing something amiss, he hesitated. "Enough with the nonsense. Follow me upstairs. The car door is welded shut. I am an experienced driver." The suited man wore an expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. Who taught you such proficient Chinese? At this moment, he was already contemplating retreat. Perhaps it would be best to let it go. It was getting late. Stop the chatter and take me up. Suddenly, Fujiwara Sakurako's demeanor shifted. She grasped his tie, pulling him along as one would a pet, leading him toward the elevator. Naturally, the suited man's first instinct was to break free. How dare this woman lay hands on him, unaware of his identity? Yet, he quickly realized he could not escape her grip. Her hand, clutching his tie, felt as unyielding as a vice. No matter how he struggled, he could not loosen her hold. Panic surged within him as he reached for his Pokéballs, only to find his hands empty. Without his Pokémon, a trainer was no different from an ordinary person, in a state of alarm. He turned to see his 3 Pokéballs neatly arranged at the front desk. When had they been taken from him? It must have been this woman. A sense of dread enveloped him. However, Fujiwara Sakurako had already dragged him into the elevator. The doors closed, and the ascent began slowly. Uninformed onlookers merely gawked, recording short videos to share on social media platforms, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. No one grasped the gravity of the situation. They simply found it amusing. Eventually, the hotel manager arrived, albeit belatedly. Noticing the absence of staff at the front desk, a sense of unease washed over him. Upon inquiring with another receptionist, he learned the unfolding events. She took someone upstairs. Was it an ordinary person or a trainer? The hotel manager broke into a sweat. It was a trainer, the second young master of Fengao Airlines, Jin Shiyuan. This was dire. Realization struck him cold, prompting an immediate call for security. Hurry. Go upstairs and rescue them. He would have preferred if Fujiwara Sakurako had only taken an ordinary person upstairs to commandeer a room. At least, she would not endanger the life of a non-trainer. However, if it was a trainer, the stakes were entirely different. Numerous trainers had met their demise or suffered grievous injuries at the hands of that nefarious Sakura. After all, when a trainer assaults an ordinary person, it involves the Pokémon League and international treaties, classifying it as an international dispute. Conversely, when a trainer confronts another trainer, it becomes a matter for the Pokémon League itself. Even with the League's legal constraints, there remain numerous ambiguous ways to address such incidents. The hotel manager, anxious, led a contingent of robust security personnel to the luxurious top-floor suite. Although Fengao Airlines did not hold a candle to the prestigious Fujiwara family, it stood as one of the largest airlines in Huabwa and was not affiliated with the Pokémon League. Fengao Airlines maintains a collaborative relationship with the Spirit Alliance in the realm of air transport. Although the second son of Fengao Airlines is merely a privileged heir, whose status as a trainer is tenuously upheld by familial connections, he is nonetheless the most cherished grandson of the venerable patriarch, Mr. Jin. Should the malevolent Sakura bring about the demise of Jin Shiyuan, she could easily vanish from the scene. However, this hotel manager would undoubtedly be scapegoated. The ensuing consequences are all too predictable. This explains the hotel manager's unease upon hearing of Fujiwara Sakurako's arrival. The Fujiwara family has earned a notorious reputation as a band of scoundrels for good reason. Their brazen actions often lead to calamities for which the lower-tier workers of the Alliance must bear the brunt. Yet, the Fujiwara family's unique standing within the Alliance makes them largely untouchable, and few would dare to confront them. Why would anyone risk their own well-being when conflicts can be resolved at the expense of a few inconsequential figures? Young Master Jin, your fate must be resilient enough to withstand turmoil. The hotel manager silently prayed. The onlookers, witnessing the fierce atmosphere, mistakenly believed that the police had arrived to conduct a raid. Those clutching small cards hastily tore them in secret. The hotel manager, unable to delay any longer, approached the door with determination. He glanced back at the imposing figures behind him, feeling a sense of security. Summoning his courage, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. No response came from within. Perplexed, he pressed his ear against the door to listen. The soundproofing was impeccable. He could discern no activity inside. Doubt crept in as he recalled that he possessed a spare room key. Should he use it? If he dared to unlock the door, would Sakura hurl him from the upper floor? Yet, if he refrained from opening it, what if something befell young Master Jin inside? Ultimately, he would still be the one to shoulder the blame. Clutching the room key, the hotel manager wavered. Finally, he steeled himself, closed his eyes, and was just about to press the key against the door when a sudden commotion erupted and the door swung open. His countenance brightened momentarily. But just as he was about to speak, a ghastly visage, marred with veins, surged forth from within, nearly colliding with his own. The hotel manager's face drained of color, and he let out a piercing scream, stumbling backward and landing on the floor. His back bristled with goosebumps, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and in an instant, he was drenched in sweat, his shirt clinging to him uncomfortably. The formidable figures surrounding him were startled by his shriek. Once they regained their composure, they raised their fists, each as large as a sandbag. Casting a vigilant glance towards the open doorway, a visage emerged, one that was grotesquely terrifying. Yet, after instilling fear, it deflated like a punctured balloon. The countenance gradually shrank, vanishing with a soft pop into the void. From the threshold, a sleek, moonlit EV gracefully stepped forth, revealing itself as the source of the earlier fright. Such ruckus in the dead of night. I must leave a 1-star review for the service at your Pokémon Center, grumbled Fujiwara Sakura, casting a sidelong glance at the hotel manager, evidently displeased by the disturbance. She retrieved her phone, opened an app, and searched for the Pokémon Center Hotel in Binju City. With a swift tap, she submitted her 1-star review. Success. A satisfied smile graced her face. Meanwhile, the hotel manager, nearly brought to tears by the eerie visage of the moonlit EV, found his legs weak and was unable to stand. Aware that lives were at stake, he hastily summoned his companion, Howley, for support. Miss Fujiwara, could you return young Master Jin Shiyuan to us? This room is yours, but if anything happens to him, we will be held accountable. Jin Shiyuan? I don't know him. Who is that? Fujiwara Sakura inquired, perplexed as she ran her fingers through her hair. The very person you brought in moments ago. Oh, he is outside enjoying the breeze. Fujiwara Sakura exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, gesturing towards the floor-to-ceiling window. The hotel manager's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed inside, accompanied by Howley, to peer out the window. There, Jin Shiyuan dangled precariously, tied by sheets, on the verge of plummeting from the 30th floor of the Pokémon Center Hotel. Quick, pull him back up. The hotel manager, witnessing the makeshift rope straining under Jin Shiyuan's weight, urged Howley into action. The muscular Howley, undeterred, effortlessly hoisted Jin Shiyuan into the room. Fujiwara Sakura, cradling the moonlit EV against her chest, leaned forward to observe Jin Shiyuan, who lay on the floor, battered by the wind. He is a good person. Knowing I had no place to stay, he kindly offered me this room. Jin Shiyuan, you earned a good person card. Yet, you left him hanging out the window. The hotel manager's expression was one of despair, more sorrowful than tears could convey. He insisted on finding a cool place to rest. He defended, glancing at Jin Shiyuan, whose face bore bruises and was clearly unconscious. Trusting you, Fujiwara, is a fool's errand. He quickly instructed Howley to carry Jin Shiyuan away for medical attention, while the hotel manager lingered for a moment, needing to address further matters. Sakurako Fujiwara is, after all, an investigator of the Alliance and, strictly speaking, a high-ranking official. When such a senior leader descends to the local level, it is unreasonable to feign ignorance. Ms. Fujiwara, are you here on official business for the Alliance or on holiday? Shall I assist you in arranging your itinerary? Official business. A fugitive has escaped to Binzhushi City, and I am here to apprehend him. There is no need for extensive arrangements. Provisions for logistics and medical supplies will suffice. Furthermore, this operation must remain confidential. I would appreciate it if you refrain from making any unnecessary noise or complicating matters for me. That will be all. You may leave now, as I am quite fatigued and in need of rest. With a dismissive wave, Sakurako Fujiwara sent the hotel manager out of her room. As she pressed the wall lamp switch, the room descended into darkness. She lay down on the bed, picked up her phone, and began to tap the screen gently, watching as messages flashed before her eyes. Suzujin, male, 34 years old, a trainer, was the fugitive she was pursuing. A month prior, a horrific massacre had occurred in Dongjiang City, where an ordinary family of 4 was brutally slaughtered by none other than Suzujin. The Alliance had issued a warrant for his arrest. This case was meant to be handled by domestic investigators from Huagua. However, as fate would have it, Sakurako Fujiwara was linked to the incident, possessing crucial information that even the Alliance was unaware of. Thus, she proactively volunteered to capture the fugitive. Known as the notorious evil cherry of the Fujiwara family, some within the Alliance harbored doubts regarding her motives in this case. Nonetheless, no one dared to provoke the Fujiwara family over such trivial matters. Was there truly an ulterior motive behind Sakurako Fujiwara's insistence on taking over this case? Certainly. Why would a trainer arbitrarily commit such heinous acts against ordinary people? Having fortuitously found herself embroiled in the incident, Sakurako was acutely aware of the reasons. The ordinary family possessed a family heirloom that would make any trainer envious. The family, unaware of the heirloom's true worth, had refused to sell it, even as Sakurako attempted to negotiate its purchase. Tragically, within days of her discussions with them, she received the devastating news that the family had been brutally murdered by a trainer. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, she rushed to the scene and consulted the evidence collection department, only to discover that the heirloom was missing, taken by the murderer. utilizing her position as an alliance investigator. Sakurako swiftly took charge of the case, leveraging the resources provided by the alliance to relentlessly pursue the trail of the killer. Although she had come close to capturing him on several occasions, he always managed to elude her grasp. Until yesterday, Chapter 31, the Pokémon name-ripping contest. This evening, at the dining table of the Lin family, Lin Lan cast a resentful gaze at her younger brother. Could you please eat properly without staring at me all the time? Lin Zhou, feeling quite uncomfortable under her intense scrutiny, finally spoke up. Ever since he returned from the September house, his sister's mournful eyes had been fixed upon him, never leaving him for a moment, making him feel quite uneasy. Seated beside him, the electric dragon picked up a piece of energy block with its short arms and began to chew. Could you not manage her? Lin Zhou directed a finger toward the woman radiating discontent. The electric dragon shrugged its shoulders, expressing its inability to assist. Lin Lan puffed up her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with tears, glaring at him like a goldfish. Her brother had grown up, turning away from his once adoring sister. No longer the sweet little brother who clung to her every day. Stop it. That never happened. Lin Zhou felt a headache coming on. His sister's obsession had reached an alarming level. However, he had indeed been returning home quite late since he began working part-time at the September house, and Lin Lan had already complained several times. I don't care. You must accompany me this weekend. Lin Lan put down her chopsticks, pouting and starting to act petulantly. What exactly do you want to do this weekend? Lin Zhou grew wary. He knew Lin Lan all too well. Whenever she specified a time, it was certain she was up to something. Hee. Lin Lan awkwardly scratched her head and produced a flyer for Lin Zhou to see. The 15th Annual Citywide Pokémon Name-Ripping Contest. The annual Pokémon Name-Ripping Contest in Binju City is about to commence. Gather your Pokémon and join the chaotic battle for name tags. Generous prizes await you. The champion's reward: 1 mysterious Pokémon egg and 2 annual health check cards for the Pokémon Center. The runner-up's reward: 1 move secret gem and 1 annual health check card for the Pokémon Center. The third place reward: 5 boxes of Binju special fruit and 10 boxes of universal energy blocks. Prizes for the top 10. This contest requires teams of 2, and it's being held this weekend. Will you accompany me to participate? Lin Lan bit her lip and gazed at Lin Zhou with a pitiful expression. You, a homebody, actually want to participate in an outdoor event? Lin Zhou was astonished. Honestly, why? Lin Lan, feeling guilty, whistled softly. Because our editor asked me to write an interview piece for the next issue about the name-ripping contest, but... She hesitated, her voice dropping to a whisper. That day, I was too busy playing Honor of Kings and forgot to obtain the interview permit from the organizers. Without the permit, I can't enter the contest area. Thus, I have no choice but to register and sneak in. You really are a clever little rascal. Lin Zhou looked at her in disbelief, thinking to himself how her boss had not yet fired her. He is aware of the citywide Pokémon name-tearing competition. This event is an annual tradition in Binju City, celebrated for its unique character, and is widely broadcast on television, making it a renowned affair. The rules of the name-tearing competition closely resemble those of a popular show previously aired on the Blue and White channel. Teams consist of 2 participants and their respective Pokémon, each adorned with name tags, competing to tear off the opponent's tags. If a participant's name tag is removed, they are eliminated, and the tag they hold is transferred to another contestant. Upon the conclusion of the competition, the remaining participants' name tags are tallied to determine rankings. The contestant with the most name tags is declared the winner. In addition to rewards, the victor also receives an opportunity for a television interview. The presence of Pokémon adds a degree of competitive intensity, contributing to the event's popularity, with numerous participants each year. However, the organizers impose restrictions on the number of slots available, generally capping the participants at around 1,000 teams. A significant portion of these slots is pre-allocated to certain streamers, media personalities, and a selection of minor celebrities and internet influencers, leaving very few slots for others. Lin Zhou is unsure how his sister secured a slot. Yet he recognizes that participating in such an event presents a valuable opportunity. Over the past month, his Firefox has made considerable progress in mastering its dual shields. However, constant practice in isolation may not yield optimal results. Although Lu Li's Krakenov frequently serves as a training partner, Firefox has grown accustomed to its opponent's battle strategies. Facing the same adversary repeatedly has limited its growth and development. Thus, Lin Zhou believes this competition is an excellent chance for Firefox to encounter a variety of opponents. Furthermore, a strong performance could lead to additional rewards for acquiring more name tags. Alright, I'll do my best to clear my schedule for this weekend. Lin Zhou nodded in agreement. Yay, I love you so much, big brother. Lin Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clung to Lin Zhou's neck. playfully swaying back and forth. Lin Zhou gently pushed her away, thinking to himself that she would eventually face their father's wrath. Chapter 32. Seed Machine Gun After Dinner. Lin Zhou took Firefox out to the park they had visited previously. Over the past month, the training with the dual shields had progressed significantly. Firefox had also enhanced its control over psychic energy to a higher level. Lin Zhou felt it was time for Firefox to begin experimenting with telekinesis. He retrieved 3 empty cans and placed them on the ground. Firefox, try using your telekinesis to make these cans float. Take your time, there's no need to rush. The park, rather dilapidated and desolate, was relatively empty at night, allowing Lin Zhou to encourage Firefox to practice its techniques without the fear of injuring anyone. Firefox nodded in response. The little creature had undergone a remarkable transformation over the course of the month. The figure has become more upright, the muscles taut, and the once dull yellow fur now radiates with a vibrant luster. The ears, previously adorned with fiery red hair reminiscent of burning clouds, have subtly begun their transformation over the past month, shifting gradually towards a luminous violet hue. The ruby-like eyes occasionally shimmer with a violet aura of psychic energy, displaying an agility and sharpness that surpasses its former self, elevating its vitality to a higher echelon. A month ago, the Firefox exuded an impression of cuteness and fragility. Now, it embodies an air of elegance, vigor, and confidence. The Firefox gazes intently at the 3 aluminum cans before it, emanating a faint violet glow of psychic energy. Psychic energy, also known as psychokinesis, is both a technique and a collective term. The energies of the psychic, ghost, and dark types all fall within the realm of psychokinesis, as they utilize thought to manifest their powers, albeit differing in their energy properties. Psychic power emphasizes the extraordinary and mastery. Ghostly power focuses on weakening and cursing, while dark power is rooted in intimidation and fear. Lin Zhou trains the Firefox with the aluminum cans, adhering to the training regimen learned from the livestream. Lacking psychic abilities himself, he cannot fathom what it feels like for a spirit to wield such powers. He relies solely on the methodologies established by trainers. The 3 cans, influenced by psychic energy, begin to levitate slowly. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Lin Zhou uses his phone to time the Firefox. At the 5-minute mark, the cans begin to tremble slightly. By 6 minutes, one can uncontrollably flies away. Lin Zhou signals the Firefox to cease its use of psychic energy. The mastery displayed this time far exceeds that of a month prior, when it would have spiraled out of control in an instant. Now, it has managed to maintain control for 6 minutes. This improvement is primarily attributed to the practice of the double shield, which has enhanced the Firefox's command over energy, making the use of psychic energy more manageable. Employing techniques is not merely a matter of brute force. It is akin to walking while balancing a cup filled with water. Skillful control is essential to prevent spilling. Trainers refine their spirit's techniques repeatedly to enhance their control, thereby amplifying the technique's effectiveness. Well done, Lin Zhou strokes the Firefox's head. Let us incorporate psychic techniques into the daily training regimen. With your current level of control, you are now capable of harnessing it within a safe and manageable power range. Lin Zhou deliberately brought the Firefox to the park for this psychic training session, initially prepared for the possibility of another uncontrollable outburst. However, it seems he was overly concerned. The techniques often share underlying principles, particularly the foundational moves, which complement and enhance one another. Although the psychic type is not the inherent specialty of the Firefox, its current prowess is on par with that of any equally leveled psychic Pokémon, and it even surpasses many ordinary psychic types by a considerable margin. Lin Zhou retrieved 3 aluminum cans and arranged them neatly, gesturing for the Firefox to attempt a psychic impact attack once more. This versatile psychic move, aside from its control and levitation capabilities, can also be manifested through a forceful impact. The Firefox concentrated its psychic energy once again, causing the air in front of it to coalesce and stagnate. After a moment of intense compression, it was suddenly propelled forward. With a resounding pop, one can was sent flying, completely crumpled and deformed. Pop, pop. 2 more cans soared through the air with remarkable precision and substantial power. Lin Zhou felt a deep sense of satisfaction with the Firefox's application of psychic energy. After practicing for a while longer, he had a clear understanding of their progress and called the little creature to prepare to return. However, at that moment, the little one perked up its ears, seemingly catching a sound. Lin Zhou noticed the Firefox's unusual behavior. "What's wrong?" he inquired. The Firefox stood alert, listening intently. Then, it tilted its head towards a nearby alley, indicating that something was amiss in that direction. Lin Zhou furrowed his brow and approached quietly. As he neared the alley, he too began to discern the sounds, groans of pain emanating from a Pokémon. Leaning against the wall, he cautiously peeked into the darkness of the alley. It was night, and the alley was shrouded in shadows, devoid of light. He could barely make out a figure moving within. Uncertain of the situation, he hesitated to enter. The thought of venturing into such darkness was quickly dismissed. After all, caution is prudent in the face of potential danger. Better to call for help. If it turned out to be a misunderstanding, he could simply endure some reprimand. Just as Lin Zhou took out his phone to dial for assistance, a rough male voice boomed from the inky shadows of the alley. "Who's there? Who's in that spot?" Startled, Lin Zhou realized he had been detected. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed ominously from the alley, akin to the rattle of a submachine gun firing. Instinctively, Lin Zhou shielded his head with his arms and crouched down. Bang, 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 bang. The corner where he had been hiding erupted in a shower of stone dust and debris, riddled with several holes. Glancing back at the shattered corner, cold sweat trickled down his spine. If he had lowered his head just a moment later, it would have been his skull that was pierced. This is the seed machine gun, a formidable grass-type technique that can launch hard seeds as if they were bullets. The impact of these seeds is hardly weaker than that of bullets fired from a gun. If they strike a person, they would undoubtedly penetrate cleanly through. Lin Zhou, alert, quickly rose and retreated, striving to distance himself and move closer to the bustling street. The opponent had unleashed a lethal attack, leaving him no choice but to proceed with caution. At that moment, individuals from the alley had already pursued him out. "It's you." Two voices resounded simultaneously. Lin Zhou recognized the man emerging from the alley. He was the middle-aged individual who had purchased healing potions and interference sprays at September's shop. Accompanying this man was a battle-scarred Shroomish, its eyes gleaming with menace as it prepared its seed machine gun. Chapter 33. Silencing Witnesses. Su Zijin. Now a fugitive from the Pokémon League. Once, he was an ordinary person born into a modestly well-off family. Like every child, Su Zijin harbored dreams of becoming a trainer, captivated by the powerful trainers he saw on television, traversing the globe, claiming championships and accolades. In those days, he too aspired to become a trainer. Years later, at the age of 27, after 4 years of relentless effort, he finally succeeded in obtaining his trainer's license. Achieving his childhood dream filled Su Zijin with euphoric delight. He felt fortunate to have passed the trainer assessment at his age. During that same examination, he witnessed many individuals nearing 30 who were taking the test for the last time, ultimately failing to qualify. These individuals could no longer participate in the examinations, relegated to a life devoid of the title of trainer. When his parents learned of his success, they joyously hosted a banquet for every relative they could gather. At the feast, relatives praised him, extolling how he had brought honor to their family. His parents, filled with joy and pride, believed their son would no longer have any worries for the rest of his life. Relatives offered congratulations and compliments, reminding their own children to learn from the illustrious Su family elder brother. He became the epitome of the other people's child, basking in the envious and jealous gazes of his peers. Amidst this adulation, Su Zijin felt himself soaring, convinced that becoming a trainer would pave a bright and prosperous path for his future. He imagined himself soon achieving the same accolades and wealth as those trainers on television, celebrated and revered by society. However, 7 years have passed. Now at 34, Su Zijin still finds himself entrenched at the bottom of the league. His current income barely meets the basic necessities of life. The expenses associated with training Pokémon are exorbitant, rendering the cultivation of a single creature prohibitively costly. Su Zijin hails from an ordinary family and only attained his trainer qualifications at the age of 27. While he may seem impressive among the average populace, with boundless potential, it is only upon entering the realm of trainers that he comprehends his insignificance. In the Pokémon League, there are countless trainers younger than himself. Among them, 8 out of 10 possess affluent backgrounds and connections. Within the Pokémon League, factions abound, and individuals like him, devoid of any organizational support, find it nearly impossible to survive. After expending 6 arduous years working as a laborer in a small jade mine development company, Su Zijin finally saw a glimmer of hope for promotion to a formal employee, contingent upon 1 additional year of service. However, just as he anticipated advancement, the company unexpectedly faced a financial crisis and commenced mass layoffs. Regrettably, Su Zijin was among those dismissed. In that moment, he felt as though he had reached a dead end. The immense costs associated with training Pokémon became suffocatingly burdensome after he lost his source of income. On the brink of collapse, it was during this desperate time that he encountered a mysterious artifact in Dongjiang City. Uncertain of the artifact's name, he recognized it from his past experiences at the Jade Mine, where an identical treasure had been unearthed. On the evening of its excavation, A senior figure from the League had personally visited, purportedly attracted by the artifact's allure. He was unaware of what transpired afterward, but it was evident that such a treasure, capable of drawing the attention of League elders, must possess extraordinary value. If he could acquire and sell this artifact, financial relief would be within reach. Driven to desperation, Su Zijin entertained nefarious thoughts. He resolved to seize the treasure. However, as he attempted to steal the artifact from its owner, he was discovered. As it was his first foray into such illicit activities, panic surged within him. With the owner commanding their Pokémon to attack and threatening to call the authorities, Su Zijin swiftly directed his own Pokémon to retaliate. The Pokémon of an ordinary person stood no chance against those of a trained professional. The barrage from his seed machine gun obliterated both the owner and their Pokémon. Witnessing this, the family erupted into frantic cries, desperately attempting to flee. Having already crossed a line by taking a life, Su Zijin's mental state deteriorated further, and he succumbed to a darker impulse. The seed machine gun unleashed its fury, decimating the entire household. Thus, in Dongjiang City, Su Zijin committed an atrocity that would forever stain his soul. After having stained his hands with blood, Su Zijin found himself engulfed in fear. The anxiety escalated when he learned that the Elf Alliance had identified him as the perpetrator and issued a warrant for his arrest. For a time, he resorted to hiding in Dongjiang City. During this period, he successfully established contact with the Gene Group, the entity controlling Feng AO Airlines. He sent them photographs of the treasure, along with his demands and price. Fortunately, there were individuals within the Gene Group who recognized the value of the artifact and consented to the transaction. Under the organization of the Gene Group, he managed to escape the clutches of the Alliance's blockade. Departing from Dongjiang City, he made his way to Binshushi. Last night was supposed to be the moment of their exchange, the Gene Group acquiring the treasure they desired while Su Zijin would receive the funds he needed to flee. However, that accursed woman appeared. Having been a trainer for quite some time, Su Zijin, though lacking in notable achievements, was familiar with the Alliance's search officers. The individual pursuing him was the notorious villain, Fujihara Akuma, known as the Evil Cherry Blossom, a formidable presence that he could never hope to confront. Su Zijin could not comprehend why this person, operating within the territory of Huagua, would be involved in the case. He had no choice but to abandon the agreement and escape. One thing Su Zijin was certain of was that as long as he possessed the treasure, the Gene Group would ensure that he did not fall into the hands of the Elf Alliance. Nevertheless, the Evil Cherry Blossom was indeed terrifying. She relentlessly pursued him for an entire day and night, engaging him in several battles that left his Pokémon utterly powerless. Were it not for his Furitos sacrificing itself in a self-destruct maneuver to delay the Evil Cherry Blossom, he would have undoubtedly been captured by now. However, his situation was far from favorable. Apart from his relatively unscathed Shroomish, all his other Pokémon were gravely injured and incapable of battling. Even with a significant supply of high-grade potions, he required time for their effects to aid in recovery, necessitating at least a day of rest to return to normalcy. If he were at a Pokémon Center, equipped with the necessary facilities, his Pokémon could be fully restored in a mere 2 hours. But as a wanted fugitive of the Alliance, how could he dare to approach a Pokémon Center? Su Zijin was initially concealed in an alley, tending to his injured Pokémon with potions. However, to his dismay, he was unexpectedly spotted by a passerby. What was worse, this individual was someone he had recently encountered while purchasing medicine. Su Zijin was uncertain whether this was mere coincidence or if the person was deliberately tracking him, having gleaned some knowledge of his situation. Nevertheless, in order to safeguard his whereabouts, he resolved that the young man accompanied by a fiery fox could not be allowed to live. This remote area, distanced from the bustling crowds, presented an ideal opportunity for him to eliminate a potential threat. With his Shroomish still possessing some fighting spirit, the moment was ripe for him to silence this witness. Su Zijin gazed at the youth standing not far away, who was continuously retreating. A cruel smile crept across his face. Chapter 34. On the edge of life and death, the ferocious toadstool emanated an aura of peril. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Lin Zhou's forehead. He was acutely aware that the toadstool before him, despite its battered appearance and poor condition, could unleash a barrage of spores in an instant, transforming him into a mere sieve. I am merely passing by, Lin Zhou managed a grim smile, his figure retreating steadily in the direction away from the looming threat of the toadstool. However, Su Zijin remained silent, advancing slowly yet inexorably. Lin Zhou's heart sank. He sensed that this individual harbored sinister intentions. His earlier frantic demeanor in the shop suggested he was evading someone's pursuit. Now, having inadvertently stumbled upon his hiding place, Lin Zhou feared the possibility of being silenced. Casting a glance behind him, Lin Zhou noted the straight road stretching nearly 50 meters. Beyond that distance lay a corner. Turning it would bring him closer to the bustling shopping street, teeming with people. If this man sought to remain incognito, he would undoubtedly hesitate to act in the throng of the vibrant marketplace. Thus, if Lin Zhou could traverse those 50 meters and round the corner, survival might be within reach. Yet, the thought of safely covering that distance was daunting. Lin Zhou understood that the moment he turned to flee, the toadstool would unleash its deadly spores upon him. At such close range, he would have no chance of survival. He swallowed hard, his mind racing and adrenaline surging, his eyes darting about in search of an escape route. This was the most perilous moment he had ever faced since birth. The menacing barrel of the toadstool was already trained on him, ready to pull the trigger at any moment, threatening to snuff out his life. As Lin Zhou's eyes flicked upward, he caught sight of a pair of large earthen jars filled with pickled vegetables perched on the windowsills of the two dilapidated low buildings flanking the alley. He crouched slightly, reaching for the nearby firefox, while his mouth continued to engage in a verbal distraction to buy time. I advise you to show kindness. I advise you to mind your own business. Suzijin, well aware that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter, would not waste time on Lin Zhou's prattle. With a swift motion of his hand, the toadstool was poised to unleash its spores, ready to turn Lin Zhou into a sieve. Firefox. Telekinesis. Clang. Bang. Under the influence of telekinesis, the two earthen jars plummeted from above, crashing down onto the toadstool's head. Taken by surprise by the sudden assault, the toadstool staggered as the jars struck its crown, leaving it momentarily disoriented. The seed machine gun, which had been brewing, was abruptly interrupted, failing to be unleashed. It is now or never. Lin Zhou's mind was taut with tension, refusing to relax for even a moment. The instant the straw mushroom was stunned by the blow, he sprang into action. Swiftly, he seized the firefox and tucked it into his embrace, turning on his heel to flee. Damn it! Suzijin could never have anticipated that Lin Zhou possessed such a tactic. Not only had he failed to notice the large ceramic jar upstairs, but the fact that the firefox, a fire-type spirit, could utilize telekinesis was utterly beyond his expectations. There was no way he could have foreseen such a move. However, he certainly could not allow Lin Zhou to escape unchallenged. The straw mushroom, a creature nurtured by trainers, despite being caught off guard, regained its senses within a mere 2 to 3 seconds. At this moment, Lin Zhou had already covered more than 30 meters, with the corner just within reach. Once he rounded that corner, he would find himself in the bustling shopping district, safely out of danger. But, tap, 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 tap. The awakened straw mushroom immediately directed its seed machine gun toward Lin Zhou's fleeing figure. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the seed bullets raced forth like deadly incantations, aimed directly at Lin Zhou's retreating back. Double shields. Virum. The sound of air splintering erupted. Thought transformed into energy, as the atmosphere was abruptly compressed. The rippling wave of the light wall intertwined with the light patterns of the reflective barrier, creating an impenetrable lattice. Two luminous barriers rose behind Lin Zhou. The firefox within his arms surged with a torrent of psychic energy, solidifying the dual shields to safeguard Lin Zhou. Bang, bang, bang. The seed bullets collided with the dual barriers, the relentless sound reminiscent of a torrential downpour battering against a window. Although the firefox had become adept at wielding the dual shields, their sturdiness far surpassing the ordinary, the disparity in strength between the two spirits presented an insurmountable chasm. The seed bullets effortlessly pierced through the dual walls, consuming only a modicum of energy. Realizing that their defenses had been breached and that the perilous seed bullets were advancing toward Lin Zhou, the firefox felt a surge of urgency, channeling all its psychic force. Double shields. Another layer of dual shields rapidly coalesced, determined to protect Lin Zhou. The tremendous force of the seed bullets continued to penetrate. Double shields. The firefox frantically urged its psychic energy to surge forth. The energy was teetering on the brink of frenzy. As Lin Zhou sprinted, layers of resplendent shield wall auras erupted behind him like blooming flowers. With the third layer of dual shields in place, the momentum of the seed bullets finally began to wane, slowing imperceptibly. And at this moment, Lin Zhou needed just 2 more steps to round the corner. But, in a brief span, the relentless use of the dual shields thrice pushed the already exhausted firefox to the brink of losing control over its telekinetic powers. The form of the dual shields suddenly collapsed, and the seed bullets, with their force still unabated, whistled through the air, relentlessly pursuing Lin Zhou's back. Just 1 more step. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Zhou felt the warmth of the seed bullets slice past his ears, his heart constricting violently as a roar of fury erupted from within him. He propelled himself forward with a powerful push, turning the corner. Pat, pat, pat. The cacophony intensified. The terrifying momentum of the seed bullets blasted a gaping hole in the corner of the wall. Su Zejin cursed furiously, urgently chasing after the corner with the umbrella mushroom in tow. To his dismay, he discovered that the young man had already fled the alley and into the bustling commercial street. Lin Zhou recalled the exhausted, unconscious Firefox into its Pokéball, clutching the gaping wound on his shoulder from which blood poured forth, and ran away without a backward glance. In that life-and-death moment, although he had escaped the threat of death under the Firefox's full protection, his shoulder had still been struck by a seed bullet. Upon finally reaching the crowd, Lin Zhou, feeling dizzy from the loss of blood, stumbled and collapsed onto the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. Ah, blood, blood. Someone is hurt. Call an ambulance. Oh no, that brother is injured. There is so much blood. Honey, don't go near him. You don't know who he is. Covered in blood. What if a bad person hurt him? Is there anyone who knows first aid? Hurry, help him stop the bleeding. Yes, quick, stop the bleeding. He is losing too much blood. Soon, some members of the crowd noticed Lin Zhou's condition, while most either observed coldly or dared not approach. There were still kind-hearted individuals who stepped forward to assess the situation and called for an ambulance. Chapter 35. To borrow or not to borrow under Su Zejin's gaze. As the crowd gathered thicker, he realized he had lost his chance to act. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he cast a venomous glance at Lin Zhou before retreating into the shadowy alley, where human presence was scarce. As a wanted criminal of the Alliance, particularly with Alliance investigators still searching in Binju, he dared not reveal himself in a crowded area. The ambulance arrived, and Lin Zhou was transported to the hospital. After a minor surgical procedure to extract the seed bullet from his wound, the healing was performed using the soothing waves of a happiny. A warm aura flickered, and the wound began to close on its own. In 20 minutes, the injury had entirely vanished, leaving no scar behind, as if he had never been harmed at all. This was the first time Lin Zhou had witnessed such a miraculous treatment, and he found it truly astonishing. The happiny designated for surgical procedures at the hospital were uniformly allocated by the Pokémon Alliance. These happiny are meticulously trained by trainers for the purpose of wound healing. Although many countries have now permitted the breeding of Pokémon, it remains restricted to only a select few species. Large and rare Pokémon, for instance, are generally prohibited from being cared for by the average citizen. Certain specialized Pokémon are only allowed to be raised by licensed individuals associated with specific professions. For example, Happiny and Togepi are utilized in medical settings, while Mook is employed for waste management, and ONIX and STELEX are used in subway construction and excavation. During Lin Zhou's treatment at the hospital, Lin Lan called to inquire about his whereabouts. He simply stated that he had temporarily returned to his school dorm for some matters and might not return that night, also advising her to refrain from going out. He wished to shield his sister from the knowledge of the danger he had encountered and the injury he had sustained, fearing it would cause her distress. While Lin Zhou was receiving treatment, two individuals in uniforms, bearing credentials, approached the doctor, stating they needed to speak with Lin Zhou regarding a wanted criminal. Unfamiliar with these individuals, Lin Zhou complied as the doctor urged him to cooperate, sensing they appeared to be official personnel. Consequently, he provided them with a detailed account of the events. That evening, Lin Zhou left the hospital and took a taxi back to the university. Upon returning to the dormitory, he ascended the staircase to the room he had not visited in quite some time. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sound of keyboard tapping. Blue Crocodile, help me catch the wave. Their top laner is too strong for me. I can't win. Dive. Dive. Get him. Oh no. Their jungler is counter-ganking. This is bad. The top and jungle combo is going to result in a death and a feed. When engrossed in gaming, one can easily lose track of their surroundings. Oblivious to the sound of the door opening, Lulu, witnessing the black screen in front of him, stood up to fetch some water, only to notice another person in the room. This individual was covered in blood. Lulu was startled, his heart racing, but exhaled in relief upon recognizing Lin Zhou. What brings you back so suddenly? I haven't seen you in the dorm for half a year. You opened the door so quietly. Thank goodness I was gaming. Or it would have been quite awkward if I had been watching something else. It's your engrossment in the game that made you oblivious to my entry. Lin Zhou retorted as he removed his blood-stained clothing, tossing it aside, revealing a fit physique with faint muscle definition. What happened to you? Lulu inquired, noting the blood on Lin Zhou's clothes with curiosity. I was attacked by a trainer. I just returned from the hospital after healing, Lin Zhou explained. What did you say? You were attacked by a trainer, Lulu exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock, his composure shattered. According to the legal agreements established by the Pokémon League and various nations, trainers are held to serious legal accountability for causing bodily harm to ordinary citizens. Did you report it to the police? I was gravely injured at that time, nearly losing my life, and I couldn't afford to report it. However, there was an individual in uniform who came to inquire about my situation. Lin Zhou shook his head. Upon hearing that Lin Zhou had nearly perished, Lulu realized that the matter was far from simple. A normal trainer should not assault ordinary individuals without cause, and they must be acutely aware of the potential legal ramifications that could ensue. Please, elaborate on what transpired, Lulu urged. Lin Zhou recounted the entire incident to Lulu, including the initial encounter with the middle-aged man in the September house, as well as the incident involving the woman in the bathrobe. After listening attentively, Lulu pondered for a moment before articulating his conjecture. The trainer who attacked you is likely a wanted criminal within the league. Typically, only those with prior offenses would exhibit such reckless behavior. You mentioned a female trainer was pursuing him, which suggests she may be a league investigator. Lulu returned to his computer, allowing the game to idle. Observing that Lulu had ceased playing, Lan Yi also decided to idle in the game, engaging in light-hearted banter with teammates. Lulu logged into the Pokémon League's internal network using his uncle's account. He selected the wanted notice board, where a series of photographs of wanted criminals appeared, organized by the date of publication. See if you recognize any trainers among them, Lulu suggested. Lin Zhou leaned closer to examine the board and, after only a glance, spotted the photograph of the trainer. Suzujin, this is the person. Lin Zhou pointed to the image displayed on the screen. He had previously harbored suspicions, and now, upon seeing the wanted notice, he was convinced that this individual was indeed a fugitive. Suzujin is currently on the run for deliberately causing harm to ordinary people, resulting in multiple fatalities, Lulu noted as he read the information on the wanted notice. Unfortunately, this notice serves merely as a warning and lacks detailed information. This is all we can ascertain. Should we report this? Lin Zhou felt a surge of discomfort at the thought of a dangerous trainer, a fugitive, lurking near his community. He imagined waking up one morning to news of a serial killer prowling in his vicinity, warning residents to exercise caution when venturing outside. The thought was quite alarming. It would be unsettling to step out each day with such trepidation. Lulu remarked, reporting the matter now would have little effect. You mentioned that someone had come to inquire about your circumstances, correct? Those individuals might very well be from the League's security division. Lulu possessed a deeper understanding of the regulations within the trainer's world than Lin Zhou. Trainers and ordinary citizens operate under distinctly different legal frameworks. Since Suzujin was already a wanted man, and you encountered an investigator nearby, having already provided a statement at the hospital, the League has documented your testimony. Even if you were to report it again, local law enforcement would not take on the case nor file an official report, at most. They would simply compile a duplicate statement to submit to the League. The Alliance will initiate a compensation procedure, and when the fugitive is apprehended, they will reimburse you for some medical expenses. The Alliance is quite stringent in its efforts to capture these unlawful trainers. Yet they are remarkably stingy when it comes to compensating the victims. Upon hearing Lu Li's words, Lin Zhou decided against reporting the incident to the authorities. Since he had already provided a statement once, repeating the process seemed futile. The current healthcare system is quite commendable, and he had hardly incurred any expenses. For the sake of a trivial medical bill, it hardly seemed worth the hassle of filing another report, especially since it was already midnight. Very well, I shall not go. It feels rather cumbersome. I will take a shower first, as I am quite uncomfortable with all the blood on me. Lin Zhou removed his trousers and stepped into the bathroom. The dormitory at Binju University boasts a decent environment, with shared rooms and private bathrooms. Are you staying here tonight? No, I had intended to stay here, but my sister is home alone, and I am a bit concerned. I think I will return home shortly. Lin Zhou had originally planned to spend the night in the dormitory. However, the thought of a fugitive lurking near his home made him worry about Lin Lan. Thus, he resolved to head back after all. Could you lend me a set of clothes? My outfit is stained with blood and is unwearable. Ugh, do you need to borrow underwear as well? You should watch fewer films. Chapter 36. The Enigmatic Cube. After showering, Lin Zhou borrowed a set of clothes from Lulu and then made his way home. Throughout the journey, he remained vigilant, wary of any potential dangers lurking in the night. However, considering that the trainer was a fugitive, having revealed his whereabouts, he likely fled long ago. Nothing untoward occurred, and he safely returned home. Lin Lan was already asleep, so Lin Zhou refrained from disturbing her, quietly returning to his own room. Inside, he took out a Pokéball and released the Firefox. The little one had also received treatment at the hospital and had regained some of its spirit. Nevertheless, the extensive use of telekinesis earlier had left it looking somewhat fatigued. Reflecting on the recent events, Lin Zhou felt a twinge of trepidation. Had he employed his foresight to glimpse the future upon hearing the strange sounds in the alley? Rather than confirming it personally, perhaps today's events could have been avoided, sparing him from numerous dangers and troubles. After all, Lin Zhou is merely an ordinary individual living in a time of peace, lacking the sensitivity to recognize peril. He had not anticipated the existence of such insecurity within a law-abiding society. The incident involving Su Zijin served as a wake-up call for him. This is a world where Pokémon exist. The creatures in the hands of trainers can easily become lethal weapons against humanity. He cannot place complete trust in the legal and moral constraints imposed upon these individuals, but must instead exercise greater caution in the face of adversity. Lin Zhou gently rubbed the Firefox's ears, feeling a sense of gratitude for the little one's valiant protection of him earlier. He presented a super energy cube one to the little creature. Although the elder had advised that one should suffice each day, the little one had already consumed one earlier in the afternoon. However, given the significant exertion the creature had undergone today, it was imperative to replenish its energy and nutrition with another cube, alleviating any concerns of nutritional excess. The fiery fox devoured the energy cube with remarkable speed. Truly, the Super Energy Cube #1 lived up to its reputation as a premium, Agendas level energy source. Previously somewhat lethargic, the fiery fox instantly regained its vitality, wagging its tail and sparkling with bright eyes. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But Lin Zhou sensed that after this recovery from fatigue, the fiery fox seemed to have undergone some form of transformation. The entire sprite appeared more agile, and the red fur on its ears had completely transformed to a vibrant purple. Lin Zhou picked up a book and said, "Fiery fox, let us test your telekinesis." The fiery fox concentrated, channeling its telekinetic energy, and effortlessly lifted the book. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. It was not until the 20th minute that the floating book was gently placed back onto the table. Lin Zhou, glancing at the timer, felt a mixture of astonishment and delight. During their earlier experiment in the park, the fiery fox could barely maintain its telekinetic control for 6 minutes. Now it had astonishingly reached 20 minutes. The duration of stable telekinetic use had more than tripled. The mastery of its telekinesis had evidently undergone a significant metamorphosis. Lin Zhou theorized that this remarkable improvement was likely related to the intense exertion followed by recovery. It resembled the phenomenon of achieving a second wind after surpassing one's limits in a long-distance run. However, this enhancement was indeed a stroke of fortune. Fortunately, the fiery fox possessed a solid foundation, maintaining rigorous daily training, which allowed it to endure and seamlessly transition from quantitative to qualitative change. Otherwise, if a less trained sprite had attempted such an excessive use of telekinesis, it would not have resulted in transformation. Rather, it could have led to adverse side effects or even jeopardized its very essence. Thus, this breakthrough was, in truth, quite perilous. Yet the fiery fox had truly seized the opportunity. Lin Zhou gently coaxed the little one to sleep, encouraging it to rest well. He then lay on his bed, closing his eyes for a moment. However, as soon as he did, his mind was plagued by the harrowing events he had just experienced, leaving his heart in a constant state of unease, rendering sleep elusive. Frustrated by his insomnia, Lin Zhou eventually rose from his bed, resolving that since sleep was out of reach, he might as well read a book. Illuminated by a small desk lamp, he opened the nurturing notes the elder had provided him that day. The notes were primarily divided into 2 sections, one focused on energy cubes, and the other on sprite potions. The primary function of the energy cubes was to serve as sustenance and energy supplementation for the sprites. The purpose of the elven potion lies in the treatment of both internal and external injuries, as well as serving other unique functions, such as interference sprays. Currently, Lin Zhou primarily focuses on the crafting of energy cubes, as he has yet to fully utilize potions. The materials used for creating energy cubes are typically fruit from trees. These fruits are cultivated in various orchards and are highly nutritious, akin to common fruits, thriving in diverse climates. The varieties of tree fruits differ in cultivation difficulty and value. By combining these fruits according to specific recipes, one can produce various energy cubes, each containing distinct nutritional components that serve different purposes for the elves. For instance, the Super Energy Cube #1 primarily functions to restore and enhance mental strength. Prolonged consumption of this energy cube significantly benefits the cultivation of psychic-type elves, improving their affinity and control over their abilities. The distinction in nurturing elves with energy cubes of varying quality is akin to the difference between fueling a vehicle with 92-octane and 95-octane gasoline. The higher quality is undoubtedly more beneficial for the elves, Grandma's cultivation notebook records numerous methods for crafting such energy cubes. Lin Zhou perused the pages, noting that recipes for 18 different elemental energy cubes were meticulously arranged, with several practical formulas listed under each attribute. However, beyond these 18 attributes, he stumbled upon a page featuring a particularly intriguing recipe titled Mystical Cube. The required crafting material is the mystical fruit. According to the notes, this cube possesses the ability to comprehensively enhance an elf's strength. Lin Zhou felt a bit perplexed. Such a vague assertion of comprehensive enhancement was something he had never encountered before. Yet, the description of its function bore a striking resemblance to the mystical candies from previous games, items designed to elevate an elf's level. Curious, he searched online for information about the mystical cube and mystical fruit, only to find no relevant content. Assuming Lulu was still awake at this hour, he sent a WeChat message, and indeed, a prompt response followed. Lin Zhou, what are the mystical cube and mystical fruit? Lulu, where did you hear about this? Lin Zhou, I saw it in a book. Lulu, the mystical cube is a universal cube that can comprehensively enhance an elf's strength. Its effects are astonishing. Lulu, the mystical fruit is its crafting material. Lin Zhou, that's too vague. Your explanation is essentially meaningless. Lulu, to put it in perspective, have you read any immortal cultivation novels? You know about the elixirs and spiritual stones? It's quite similar. Lulu, after consuming it, an elf experiences significant improvements in physical attributes, energy affinity, and energy control, akin to leveling up in an online game, with virtually no side effects. Lin Zhou was secretly astonished. It turned out this was indeed a leveling potion. If he could procure a considerable amount of mystical fruit, wouldn't that enable him to elevate his elves through these potions? Lin Zhou, is the miraculous fruit easy to obtain? What is its market price? Lulu, as of now, no artificial cultivation method for the miraculous fruit has been developed. All the miraculous fruits available on the market are sourced from the labyrinth. Lulu, the quantity of miraculous fruit is exceedingly scarce, with prices ranging from 10 to 20 million for a single specimen. Moreover, though there is a price, the market is virtually non-existent. Generally, trainers, even if they possess it, would not consider selling it. It is primarily reserved for their own Pokémon. Upon seeing such a price, Lin Zhou's thoughts of using potions to level up were instantly extinguished. This was not merely a matter of consuming potions, but rather a significant financial investment. It felt as though everything had reverted to the beginning. Indeed, the path to becoming stronger was not as simple as he had hoped. Chapter 37. The school team invitation. Lin Zhou spent 2 hours reviewing his notes. Finally, he felt a modicum of calmness settle within him, though drowsiness soon crept in. He turned off the lamp, climbed into bed, and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Lin Zhou awoke as usual to attend class. This morning's lecture was once again Professor Yan's advanced mathematics course. The dream demon floated about, its malicious gaze scanning the classroom, seemingly eager to capture a student who dozed off during the lesson, eager to indulge in their dreams. Lin Zhou and Lulu continued to lounge at the back of the classroom. Hey, your incident from yesterday made it to Weibo. Lulu nudged Lin Zhou's elbow, presenting his phone for him to see. Lin Zhou glanced at the phone, where a sensationalist video awaited him. Shocking. Terrorists spotted in the bustling district of Binju. Innocent bystanders severely injured and lying unconscious. Their fate unknown. The brief video, lasting only a few dozen seconds, captured the scene of Lin Zhou appearing bloodied in the shopping district. Although Lin Zhou had been obscured with a mosaic, Lulu, being an informed party, could easily recognize him. TSK, you managed to heal your injuries by the time you got back to the dorm. Hearing you talk about it didn't seem so alarming. But now that I see the video, it looks terrifying, blood trailing all over the street, truly frightening. Lulu remarked with a mischievous grin as he watched the video. This blogger spouts nonsense online, creating rumors and causing chaos. Aren't they afraid of repercussions? Lin Zhou scoffed, feeling disdain for those who would resort to any means for fleeting fame. Hey, don't be upset. I'll report him for you, Lulu delightedly suggested, relishing in such mischief. However, upon clicking to report, they encountered an error message. Refreshing the page revealed that the content had been blocked. What? How did it disappear? It was just posted 10 minutes ago, and it's already been taken down. How swift. Lulu's expression suggested he was not yet satisfied with the spectacle. What's going on? Has the relevant authority already caught wind of it? Lin Zhou leaned in to take a look. It seemed likely that the Alliance had detected a connection to the wanted criminal, thus leading to the suppression of related content. Lulu attempted to search for several keywords, only to find that there was no information regarding Lin Zhou's assault from the previous night. Logically, given the number of people present in the bustling district during such an incident, There should have been someone recording and posting the video online. It now appears that the information has been tightly controlled. What needed to be deleted has been erased, and what required censorship has been duly suppressed. Presently, the Spirit Alliance exhibits a far greater efficiency in managing the internet compared to the relevant authorities, especially considering the multitude of 3 dragons within the Alliance's network monitoring division, which are not maintained without purpose. The 3 dragons, ethereal beings thriving in the digital realm, possess the remarkable ability to traverse the internet at will. Due to their unique functionalities, they are classified as specialized spirits under the Alliance's jurisdiction, employed for the surveillance of online activities. The censorship is indeed fortuitous, as any videos surfacing online could potentially expose my identity, leading to a cascade of complications. Lin Zhou rolled his eyes and lowered his head to continue perusing the reference material for the trainer qualification examination. He had already commenced his review of the requisite knowledge for the examination. The first trainer qualification examination of this year had just concluded in June, signifying that Lin Zhou had 6 months to prepare for the upcoming test. The examination encompasses 4 primary components: written assessment, practical simulation, breeding evaluation, and spirit battles. Each stage builds upon the last, and failure in any section results in disqualification from subsequent assessments. The written test assesses theoretical knowledge, which, for Lin Zhou at this juncture, is not exceedingly challenging. The annual pass rate for the written examination hovers around 50, primarily filtering out those merely coasting through. As long as he methodically reviews and consolidates his understanding, passing the written portion should pose no issue. The true challenges lie within the latter 3 examinations. The practical simulation entails a randomized selection of spirit-related tasks for hands-on assessment, with a pass rate plummeting to as low as 10. The breeding evaluation, often humorously dubbed a face-value examination, involves inspectors assessing the spirits nurtured by the candidates. Successful evaluations yield a mere 5 pass rate. In the spirit battles, candidates command their spirits against those of the examiners, with scores assigned based on performance, resulting in a pass rate below 3. Each year, approximately 200,000 candidates participate in the trainer examination nationwide. Yet, after navigating through these 4 assessments, fewer than 15 individuals emerge successfully as certified trainers. This truly exemplifies a selection process of the utmost rigor. While Lin Zhou feels little pressure regarding the initial written test, he remains uncertain about his chances of success in the subsequent 3 evaluations, opting instead to take it one step at a time. As the morning classes concluded, Lulu initially intended to seek out Lin Zhou, hoping to have his Firefox practice moves with his blue croc. However, upon exiting the classroom, he unexpectedly spotted a man waiting at the door. The man appeared slender, sporting a ponytail, and possessing a somewhat androgynous visage. "You must be Lin Zhou and Lulu, correct? Greetings," he said with a smile, extending his hand to both Lin Zhou and Lulu. "I am Luo Yunjia, a 3rd-year student from the School of Management, and I serve as the club manager of the Spirit Combat Society at our Banju University." The Spirit Combat Society? Lin Zhou recognized this club within the school. This institution has been specifically established to cultivate competitive players for participation in the annual Pokémon competitive city tournaments, essentially serving as the preparatory team for the school's official team. In this era of Pokémon, competitive battling has emerged as the most popular sporting endeavor, embraced and cherished by individuals of all ages. Much like other athletic competitions, Pokémon battling encompasses a myriad of events. For instance, the World Pokémon League Championship stands as an Olympic-level competition hosted by the Pokémon League. While primarily broadcast for the general public, participation is restricted to trainers only. In addition to such grand international events, various nations also host competitions aimed at the general populace. The National Collegiate League, for example, is akin to a national university sports festival. Contestants are organized by schools, with the city tournaments serving as a means to identify the seeds for each regional competition. Teams from universities that excel in the city tournaments are granted the opportunity to secure a ticket to the National Collegiate League. As a premier university in Binju City, Binju University naturally boasts its own official team, as well as a competitive club functioning as the preparatory team. However, Lin Zhou has heard that the performance of their school's official team is rather mediocre, particularly in recent years. They have consistently been eliminated in the first round of the city tournaments, unable to compete with other institutions. "My purpose in coming here is to invite the 2 of you to join the official team. I wonder if either of you would be interested," expressed Luo Yunjia. "Isn't the Pokémon competitive club always recruiting new members each year? Don't you have enough preparatory players?" Lulu inquired with some curiosity. According to the rules of the city tournament, Each school's representative team comprises 5 participants. Thus, an official team typically consists of a maximum of 5 core members. Even if Binju University's official team is lacking, entry is not open to just anyone, as it pertains to the distribution of competitive subsidies. Indeed, as members of the official team, they receive a monthly cash subsidy. With a total of 30,000 yuan to be divided among the members, each individual receives 6,000 yuan per month. This sum essentially serves as a salary for the team members, allowing them to nurture their primary battling Pokémon. Countless individuals within the university covet the position of team members solely for this cash subsidy. The pathway to joining the official team involves first becoming a member of the Pokémon competitive club, showcasing one's abilities until the club manager takes notice. The manager holds the authority to finalize the selection of official team members. It may sound foolish, and indeed it is rather naive. Many hopefuls have spent 4 years in the competitive club, only to graduate without ever making it onto the official team, and they constitute the majority. While joining the competitive club does not guarantee a spot on the official team, most team members are indeed selected from the club, barring exceptional circumstances, such as the current situation. The current cohort of club members has yet to meet the requirements for selection to the official team, Luo Yunjia admitted with some embarrassment. Yesterday, I witnessed your match at the gym. To be frank, the level of your Pokémon training far surpasses that of the lackluster members in the competitive club. Has the school team fallen to such a dire state? What has become of the veteran players? Lu, clearly intrigued, inquired further. Although the invitation was unexpected, he found himself genuinely interested. After all, the monetary compensation for being a member of the school team is a considerable sum. If he could earn extra money each month to acquire resources, his blue alligator could develop much more rapidly. On the other hand, Lin Zhou remained largely silent. His responsibilities at September House kept him preoccupied, leaving little time for other pursuits. While he too was intrigued by the cash incentives offered by the team, he simply could not manage the commitment. Luo Yunjia appeared visibly uncomfortable in response to Lu's questions, struggling to provide an explanation. I am the newly appointed club manager, and the current situation of the team might be rather complex. If you are interested in joining. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a brusque voice. Luo Yunjia, what are you doing? A young man with curly hair approached swiftly, his demeanor menacing. With a dark expression, he pushed Luo Yunjia against the wall, gripping his collar. You have some nerve seeking out team members behind my back, don't you? Now that you've become the manager, you think you're capable, don't you? The curly-haired youth sneered contemptuously, shoving Luo Yunjia against the wall. Luo Yunjia, already frail in stature, was unable to resist, but Lu intervened. What are you doing? Let him go. No need for violence. Otherwise, I will summon the counselor. Lu frowned at the curly-haired youth. Where did this person come from? Why did he appear so intent on causing trouble? The commotion attracted attention in the bustling corridor, especially since classes had just ended. Many curious onlookers began to gather. Isn't that the school team captain, Shin Qingming? Someone whispered. Who are those people with him? I don't recognize them. A couple of them are freshmen. I've seen them around. Shin Qingming is grabbing the new manager of the school team. What are they up to? Are they about to fight? Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let Shin Qingming hear you. It was evident that many were eager to witness the unfolding drama. Lin Zhou glanced around, contemplating whether he should make an early exit. After all, this seemed like an internal dispute within the school team that did not concern him. He believed that rather than remaining as a spectator, it would be more beneficial to head to September House and seek further guidance from the herbalist. How dare you, Shin Qingming, claim to be the captain of the school team? Luo Yunjia spat, his face flushed with anger. For years, you have been a blight within the team. You've manipulated matches for money, undermined other players, and created a toxic environment. Drive away capable teammates. Collude with the former manager to embezzle the cash subsidies provided by the school. After uttering such words, how can you dare to call yourself the captain of the school team? When Luo Yunjia spoke, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. What did he just say? Did I hear that correctly? Is the school team so corrupt? Is this for real? I used to think the team performed poorly due to a lack of skill. But it seems I was mistaken. It is due to such rampant corruption. No, I have watched their matches, and they truly lack talent. Lin Zhou was equally astonished, pondering. So he is the team bully. No wonder the school team always gets eliminated in the first round of city competitions. Shin Qingming's expression darkened considerably. With each word Luo Yunjia spoke, his complexion paled further. He only knew that Luo Yunjia was once a mere logistics worker in the team, responsible for menial tasks. After becoming the manager, his first action was to seek out the players. However, Shin Qingming never anticipated that such a lowly worker could be aware of all his previous misdeeds. Even his secretive embezzlement of cash subsidies with the former manager was known to him. More alarmingly, he had publicly exposed this matter in front of so many students. With so many already informed, how long would it be before the school authorities found out? What would happen to him then? Expulsion? Imprisonment? He couldn't bear to contemplate the consequences. All of this was the fault of that damned Luo Yunjia. You're asking for trouble. Shen Qingming's fear and apprehension had transformed into fury, and he raised his fist, ready to strike. Enough. Lulu had been on guard and quickly stepped forward, forcefully pushing Shen Qingming aside and saving Luo Yunjia. Who do you think you are to boss me around? Just because this logistics worker invited you to join the team, you think you've got what it takes? Huh. Fuming with rage, Shen Qingming let out a cold sneer. And unbeknownst to him, he had already grasped a Pokéball in his hand. This is bad. Danger. Lu Li's heart raced, but it was too late for him to retrieve his own Pokéball. If only he hadn't allowed Lan Yi to return to the ball earlier. But regret was futile at this point. The Pokéball in Shen Qingming's hand had already opened, emitting a blinding white light. Ions danced in the air, and the crackling sound of static filled the atmosphere as electric energy surged around, as if invisible lightning was weaving through the space. With a sizzling sound, the white light dissipated, revealing a Pokémon enveloped in electric energy, which suddenly unleashed a brilliant flash of gold, unleashing a torrent of lightning aimed directly at Lulu. Chapter 39. Stand aside, I am about to show off. Buzz. The familiar sound of an explosion resonated. Thought transformed into energy, abruptly compressing the surrounding air. The rippling waves of light barriers and the reflective patterns of the barriers overlapped. Two insurmountable fluorescent barriers rose before Lulu. Crackling sounds filled the air. The clash of electric shocks and dual shields reverberated through the air as thunder and lightning collided amidst the rippling waves. Extinguished. The shield shattered, and the lightning was simultaneously exhausted. The Firefox peeked out from the hood behind Lin Zhou, its large eyes surveying the surroundings. While the fluctuations of its psychic energy gradually subsided, the little creature was becoming increasingly sensitive to energy, with its reaction speed significantly heightened. Were it not for the Firefox's swift intervention, Lulu would likely have taken that electric shock head-on. Although the power of a spirit raised by an ordinary person would not inflict severe harm on Lulu, it would undoubtedly leave him in discomfort for a couple of days. Lin Zhou gently lifted the Firefox from his hood and turned to glance at the spirit released by Shen Qingming. Wow, what a plump, orange creature. It was a robust Raichu, its entire body a vibrant shade of orange, appearing excessively well-nourished. Among 10 Raichus, 9 are typically chubby, with one collapsing the bed. Lin Zhou confirmed with a single glance that this was indeed the one that had flattened the bed. When the electric shock had just been unleashed towards Lulu, many timid classmates had gasped in alarm. Now, witnessing the sudden appearance of the dual shields effortlessly dispersing the fearsome lightning, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Had Shen Qingming lost his mind, daring to command a spirit to attack a classmate within the school? A disciplinary action was certainly forthcoming. Not only that, given his previous antics on the school team, it would be surprising if he were not expelled. What had just occurred with Shen Qingming's Raichu's attack being blocked? It happened too swiftly for me to comprehend. It seemed as though a light barrier had intercepted the electric strike. That Firefox belonging to the freshman, I recall witnessing its battle in the gymnasium. It can utilize light barriers. A Firefox capable of psychic moves? Such a rarity indeed. Regardless of Shen Qingming's position as the captain of the school team, he possessed considerable strength. How could this freshman match him so evenly? It is evident that today's newcomers are extraordinary. From just one exchange between the two spirits, one can glean much. You speak as if you could withstand a blow yourself. Could your spirit truly withstand that electric shock? My spirit is one that cultivates harmony and tranquility. It shuns violence. As Lulu observed the electric light dissipating before him, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, Lin Zhou had intervened, shielding him from the sudden attack. Otherwise, he might have found himself hospitalized for several days due to the shock's potency. Clutching the Pokéball in his pocket, a flash of white light erupted as the fierce blue alligator materialized, glaring ominously at the plump Raichu in the distance. Is this the extent of the captain's stealthy prowess? Lulu was evidently incensed by Shen Qingming's earlier ambush. However, Shen Qingming's focus was not on him. Instead, his fierce gaze was fixed on Lin Zhou. You were the one who intercepted Raichu's electric strike. Shen Qingming was acutely aware of his Raichu's capabilities. Over the past year, he has leveraged his position to acquire numerous resources for Raichu, diligently cultivating its mastery over electricity and affinity. The reason Shen Qingming holds the captaincy and exercises considerable influence within the school team is not merely due to his connections as a former club manager. His strength is an indispensable factor as well. Other team members harbor discontent towards him, but in Pokémon battles, they cannot best him. Consequently, they find themselves without recourse. As long as the club manager remains indifferent, no one can challenge him. This year, he successfully passed the third stage of the trainer examination, coming tantalizingly close to obtaining his trainer's license. But alas, the examiner in the practical assessment proved overwhelmingly formidable. Shen Qingming is convinced that with an additional 6 months to continue receiving the Team's support and nurturing Raichu, he would undoubtedly succeed in the next qualification exam. However, at this critical juncture, the previous club manager, who had colluded with him, graduated. The new manager, Luo Yunjie, has arrived with an audacious resolve to reform the chaotic team. Shen Qingming is, of course, unwilling to comply. The monthly subsidies represent substantial resources, and he cannot allow anyone to encroach upon his interests. He believes that occupying a public position and utilizing public resources to train his Pokémon is a testament to his capability. Why should a newly appointed manager like Luo Yunjie disrupt his affairs? Shen Qingming harbors intense resentment towards Luo Yunjie, and with this uproar, not only are his subsidies at risk, but his own situation has also become precarious. To make matters worse, there are 2 bothersome freshmen. He never anticipated that his Raichu's electric attack would be thwarted by a freshman's Pokémon. It is worth noting that his Raichu is nearly at the trainer level. Yet, the opponent wields a fire fox that has never evolved even once. As Shen Qingming scrutinizes Lin Zhou is equally assessing his formidable Raichu. This Raichu is indeed powerful. Although it appears quite plump and moves with considerable effort, the terrifying electric energy surrounding it is palpably intense. Despite being at a considerable distance, Lin Zhou can feel his hair stand on end from the static electricity. This Raichu is not to be trifled with. Lulu's Blue Crocodile may struggle to contend with it, especially given the type advantage of electric over water. The disparity in Pokémon strength is stark. Evident to all, Lin Zhou estimates that even if the Fire Fox were to undergo a transformation, it might not prevail against this Raichu in a direct confrontation. However, is Lin Zhou the type to recklessly charge in and engage in a brawl? Certainly not. He steps forward, placing a reassuring hand on Lu Li's shoulder. Lu, who had been contemplating how to tackle this daunting Raichu, feels as though his Blue Crocodile stands little chance in either direction. As he was deep in thought, Lin Zhou patted his shoulder, signaling him to step back. Lu wore a puzzled expression. What are you doing? Move aside. I am about to impress. How straightforward you are. Lu sighed, covering his face, and retreated 2 steps with the Blue Crocodile. His Blue Crocodile could not gain the upper hand against that Raichu. It was outmatched in both attributes and strength, and there was no need to fight for pride. However, he felt a twinge of concern. Was it truly wise for Lin Zhou to confront the situation head-on? Though he had witnessed the formidable defensive capabilities of Lin Zhou's Firefox with its dual shields, the opponent was the captain of the school team, and the prowess displayed by that Raichu was utterly daunting. This was the first time Lu had encountered such a powerful Pokémon among his peers. It felt almost on par with the trainer-level Pokémon owned by his uncle. Lu gently tapped Luo Yunjie's arm and whispered for him to fetch the counselor and the security team. He estimated that Lin Zhou's Firefox could only rely on its shields for a limited time. As long as they could hold out until help arrived, that would suffice. Chapter 40. 100,000 volts among the surrounding crowd. Many were amused by Lin Zhou's bold proclamation, laughing aloud. Ha, that freshman is quite entertaining. He truly dares to challenge the captain of the school team, who has participated in numerous competitions, while he has only just begun nurturing his Pokémon. Do you really think he stands no chance? Didn't that Firefox just withstand Raichu's Thunderbolt? Haha, you are a freshman too, right? Do you think Shen Qingming's Raichu relies solely on Thunderbolt? It takes more than that to become the captain of the school team. Look at that Raichu. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Suddenly, a brilliant surge of electricity enveloped Shen Qingming's Raichu, as it began to harness an astounding amount of electrical energy. Shen Qingming stood beside his Raichu, the surging lightning around him creating an imposing aura, akin to the arrival of a thunder god. You freshmen are truly ignorant and fearless, having only engaged in some childish low-level battles, never having witnessed advanced techniques. Do you genuinely believe your Pokémon are strong? Shen Qingming scoffed disdainfully. He felt an inexplicable aversion towards the newcomer who dared to provoke him. The strength of Raichu was nearly enough to pass the trainer examination, a stark contrast to the capabilities of ordinary Pokémon. In his view, those who had just begun raising Pokémon and had never experienced true life-and-death battles could never comprehend the vast disparity in strength. Lin Zhou watched as thunder and lightning erupted from Shun Qingming's Reichu, the spectacle overwhelming. He could not help but retort, I feel inclined to provide you with a hammer to battle against the sweet potato Pokémon. Enough with the nonsense. You have forced my hand. Shun Qingming's face twisted into a cruel smile. He was determined to teach this irritating newcomer a lesson today. Reichu, 100,000 volts. The currents surged forth, and the thunder roared. The air around Reichu crackled with electrical energy, which swiftly transformed into arcs of high-voltage electricity, racing toward the fiery fox. Thunderbolt, a moderately advanced move that electric-type Pokémon can master, possesses a power that far exceeds that of the basic Thunder Shock. Different moves for Pokémon are akin to wielding weapons of varying strength. If Thunder Shock is the most ordinary beginner's sword, then Thunderbolt is akin to a dragon-slaying blade. The potency of the two is distinctly different, with higher-level moves often exhibiting terrifying power. Lin Zhou had not anticipated that this Reichu would command such a move as Thunderbolt. The secret technique for Thunderbolt was openly priced at 200,000 yuan on the official Koyuan website, equivalent to the cost of a small car. A true luxury for the affluent. Such toys are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. It seemed that Shun Qingming, as the captain of the school team, had indeed profited handsomely. Thunderbolt was likely the very reason he could dominate the school team, rarely facing any challengers. In a university where most could only afford basic moves, Thunderbolt stood out as remarkably advanced. This is typically a consideration for serious trainers when preparing moves for their Pokémon, as ordinary individuals would find little opportunity to utilize such techniques, rendering the expenditure unnecessary. Moreover, the Reichu itself had undergone significant training and was no weakling. Shun Qingming's Reichu, within the Pokémon competitive society, was akin to throwing a wolf into a flock of sheep. This illustrated the distinction between professionalism and casual play. This Reichu was being trained with the intent of reaching trainer level. Yet, would Lin Zhou be intimidated? Certainly not. He had faced a genuine trainer just the previous night. He was acutely aware that this Reichu was far inferior in strength compared to that Shroomish. There exists an invisible chasm between trainer-level Pokémon and ordinary ones. Until that threshold is crossed, even a close proximity in strength renders them worlds apart. Furthermore, his fiery fox would not be outmatched in battle against that Reichu. This was not a game. Victory does not solely belong to the higher level or better equipped. The level of training is one matter, but the actual outcome of a battle is an entirely different affair. The rippling vortex of the light wall and the reflective patterns of the reflective wall intertwined, forming an insurmountable barrier of luminescence. The fiery fox's renowned dual shields materialized before it. However, this time was different. The little creature's dual shields were confronted with an intermediate move of nearly unmatched power within its tier. The high-voltage current of Thunderbolt wreaked havoc, its force far surpassing that of an ordinary move. The dual shields struggled against the surge of Thunderbolt, the vortex spinning wildly, consuming the electrical energy within. Yet, as expected of an intermediate move, it undeniably possessed formidable suppressive power. The dual shields merely held for a fleeting moment before shattering with a resounding bang. 100,000 volts of high-voltage electricity erupted in a cacophony of sparks, as if bent on tearing apart everything in its path, surging directly towards the Fire Fox. With the shields obliterated, the Fire Fox found itself exposed beneath the overwhelming force of 100,000 volts. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the Fire Fox was struck directly by the terrifying current. The electric arcs surged. The lights in the corridor flickered ominously, several tubes bursting under the strain. Those caught in the electromagnetic wave felt a tingling current brush against them, inducing a mild sensation of electric shock. It was over. Most of the spectators felt a chill in their hearts, fearing that even if the Fire Fox survived, it would be severely weakened. No one had anticipated that Shun Qingming's Reichu, long absent from the fray, had quietly developed such formidable power. It was nearly comparable to that of a trainer's Pokémon. The Fire Fox had scarcely been able to evade, struck head-on by the 100,000 volts. How could it possibly escape unscathed? Some timid girls had already covered their eyes, terrified that when they opened them, they would behold a charred little creature lying there, barely alive. Lu Li's heart sank at the sight of the terrifying lightning. He hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Lin Zhou, urging him to recall the Fire Fox with its Pokéball. He had never imagined that Reichu could unleash such a devastating 100,000 volts. The escalation of this conflict was largely tied to him. If anything befell Lin Zhou's Fire Fox, he could scarcely fathom how to face him. Yet, it was too late. The 100,000 volts had already pierced through the shields, striking the Fire Fox. Lu Li's heart plummeted, his hand never reaching Lin Zhou's shoulder in time. Shun Qingming wore a cruel smile. Regardless of the impending consequences, He resolved to obliterate this rookie Pokémon. However, what was happening? A gasp erupted from the crowd. Chapter 41. The lightning rod, the 100,000 volts, struck the Firefox with unerring accuracy. The electric light engulfed the diminutive figure. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, the scene of the little creature being gravely injured and left for dead did not unfold. On the contrary, the Firefox emerged unscathed, bathing in the tempest of electricity. Its spirit soared, radiating brilliance. The high-voltage current danced around the Firefox, swirling and surging. The electric flashes roared, as if the little creature were the true master of the lightning. A Firefox, basking in the terrifying high-voltage current of 100,000 volts, entirely unharmed. What sorcery was this? The gathered spectators were left utterly bewildered. Did I not see correctly? Why did that fiery fox seem utterly unscathed? That was a thunderbolt. A fearsome intermediate move. It felt as if it were all a jest. Did Shen Qingming accept bribes to let it slide? Nonsense. The voltage shattered light bulbs, and I could feel a tingling sensation coursing through my body. It was far from leniency. Shen Qingming is indeed formidable. The power of that thunderbolt was clearly beyond mere retribution or saving face. It was evidently intended to annihilate that fiery fox. But why? How could that fiery fox withstand such an assault without a scratch? Could it be that it had activated the legendary invincibility cheat? Coach, I wish to learn this. Shen Qingming gazed at the fiery fox with disbelief. He was all too aware of the immense power wielded by Raichu's Thunderbolt. During the trainer qualification exam, it was this very move that enabled his Raichu to contend with the examiner's Pokémon. Alas, despite the considerable might of an intermediate move like Thunderbolt, its energy consumption was equally significant. Raichu had yet to ascend to the trainer level. Its energy reserves could only allow it to unleash Thunderbolt once in a short span. This was a move that could easily obliterate any opponent of the same level. Why, then, did that fiery fox emerge unscathed after withstanding it? It basked in the lightning, seemingly reveling in it, a blatant affront to him. Lin Zhou observed the state of the fiery fox and seized the moment to deliver a cutting remark to Shen Qingming. Is this your hidden ace? It appears somewhat lacking, my young friend. Shen Qingming felt a wave of blood rush to his throat. He harbored intense disdain for this newcomer from the very beginning. Yet, this was far from over. Merely enduring the opponent's Thunderbolt? Lin Zhou asserted that this was far from sufficient. The power of Thunderbolt should have gradually waned over time. Strangely, however, the rampant electricity surrounding the fiery fox showed no sign of diminishing. The lightning coursed along the fiery fox's body, radiating into the surrounding air, as if awakening the dormant energy within the space. Energy. It began to stir. A radiant, purplish aura of psychic energy began to emanate from the fiery fox. The air suddenly felt thick and viscous, as if it had become stagnant. Everyone around sensed a halt in their breath, as if something had instantaneously drained the air from this space. A tremendous psychic pressure followed closely behind. An overwhelming sense of suffocation engulfed all present, rendering them momentarily blind. Everything within sight seemed to dim, and through the haze, there was only a singular, radiant purplish point. Buzz. The highly compressed psychic energy erupted. The savage psychic force surged violently within the space. The spiritual pressure generated by the mental energy seemed poised to rend the very fabric of the surrounding space. Within the radius of this spiritual pressure, everyone felt as though their minds were swept by an unseen force. An indescribable chill surged from the brain, coursing down the spine. Under the impact of this astounding mental force, the robust body of Raichu was suddenly hurled away. With a resounding crash, the propelled Raichu crashed directly through a wall. A substantial portion of the orange-hued creature, marred by numerous wounds, lay incapacitated amidst the debris, having succumbed to the immense shock. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unsure whether they were dazed from the mental assault or awestruck by the scene before them. Finally, someone broke the silence. Raichu, under Shen Qingming's command, had indeed been defeated. With a single move. Just one move. What technique had that fiery fox employed? Was that mental energy? This was inconceivable. How could such terrifying mental force exist? Why was it that my own spirit's mental energy struggles to lift a book, while other spirits wield mental energy like a demolition crew? Shen Qingming's eyes widened in shock, staring at his spirit lying amidst the rubble, utterly bewildered by what had transpired. Lu, too, was rendered speechless by the unfolding events. Lin Zhou's fiery fox had effortlessly dispatched Shen Qingming's Raichu with a single strike. That was a spirit nearing the level of a trainer. Just yesterday, his blue croc had seemed evenly matched against that fiery fox, yet today, its prowess appeared to have escalated to an extraordinary level. What on earth was this formidable mental energy? It had clearly transcended the realm of basic techniques. The displayed power was evidently a notch above the previous thunderbolt. The might of the fiery fox's move could easily rival that of genuine trainer-level techniques. Lulu, filled with shock and confusion, gazed blankly at the fiery fox for a moment, when suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. Could it be? Was it possible? Raichu's innate ability, Lightning Rod. The Lightning Rod allows the creature to become a conduit, dispersing electrical currents in the surrounding area. Not only does it significantly diminish the effectiveness of electric-type moves to nil, but it also activates the surrounding energy, enhancing the efficiency of energy manipulation, thus amplifying the power of its own moves. As long as the electrical energy absorbed does not exceed the Lightning Rod's threshold, it can be transformed into the creature's own strength. The Lightning Rod can be considered the greatest nemesis of electric-type spirits, while others may be oblivious. Lulu was well aware that Lin Zhou's fiery fox possessed a highly advanced technique, Ability Swap. The fiery fox had utilized Ability Swap to transfer Raichu's Lightning Rod ability to itself, utilizing the properties of a Lightning Rod. The fire fox not only effortlessly withstood 100,000 volts, but also significantly amplified its telekinetic powers through the energy enhancement effect. No wonder the force of that telekinetic attack was so terrifying. With the added power of the Lightning Rod, it was indeed plausible to harness such formidable strength. Lulu finally felt a sense of relief. He realized he had underestimated Lin Zhou's combat intuition. Even before the battle commenced, Lin Zhou had already comprehended the entire flow of the confrontation. To outsiders, this might seem like a thrilling duel between formidable opponents. However, those who truly understood the nuances of the battle recognized that Shen Qingming had already lost the moment he made his move. From the very outset, Lin Zhou had set his sights on Raichu's Lightning Rod, completely overpowering Shen Qingming in terms of strategic thought. Lin Zhou glanced at the fallen Raichu amidst the collapsed ruins, then at the bewildered Shen Qingming, and casually delivered a parting taunt. "Brother, care for a carry?" Chapter 42. The former club manager, who is this freshman? Their power is utterly terrifying, taking down the captain of the school team with a single strike. Is Shen Qingming, the captain, really this weak? Bested by a newcomer? What do you mean by this weak? Did you not see the power of that Raichu's 100,000 volts? Would you like to challenge Shen Qingming yourself? Indeed. I heard Shen Qingming reached the final stage of the trainer examination this year, so that Raichu must be close to attaining trainer level status. Are you implying that the newcomer's Pokémon has already reached trainer level? I'm not sure. I'm not a professional trainer, so I wouldn't know. Why overthink Pokémon battles? Just enjoy them. Understanding them won't put you on par with him. The reality was too raw, eliciting discomfort among the crowd. Shen Qingming felt a chilling sense of defeat from Lin Zhou's casual remark. He was fuming inside, wanting to confront Lin Zhou directly, yet he hesitated. His Raichu was now gravely injured and unconscious, while the opposing Fire Fox stood vigilantly nearby. Without his Pokémon, he had no advantage. Shen Qingming recalled his Raichu into its Pokéball, his expression darkening. He never expected that his pride, Raichu, would be so thoroughly defeated by a freshman's Pokémon. Moreover, he was clueless as to how he had lost. As a seasoned candidate who had passed 3 rounds of the trainer qualification examination, discerning a Pokémon's training level was fundamental. Shen Qingming had witnessed what trainer-level Pokémon looked like, and he was well aware that the Fire Fox was far from that caliber. In fact, the Fire Fox's training level seemed inferior even to Raichu. Yet, it had undeniably unleashed an astonishing telekinetic force that exceeded its apparent strength. Shen Qingming was baffled as to how this was achieved. His defeat was utterly bewildering. And while losing is one thing, the real embarrassment lay in the fact that it occurred before the watchful eyes of numerous classmates. In such a moment, uttering any words felt exceedingly awkward, prompting Shen Qingming to simply choose silence. Hee, Lin Zhou, you are truly wicked. As the captain of the school team, you show no mercy at all, nearly transforming my face into a pig's head. Lulu approached Lin Zhou, recalling the moment when Lei Qiu unleashed Thunderbolt, which had initially made him anxious, yet now it seemed his worries were entirely unfounded. Lin Zhou shrugged nonchalantly. What else is there? Should I be paying in installments for a slap to the face? Your reasoning is so compelling that I find myself at a loss for words, Lulu replied, bemused. As they conversed, an exasperated voice erupted from the crowd outside. Students inside, what on earth are you doing? Do you not realize that battling Pokémon privately is a violation of school rules? The speaker was the tardy counselor accompanied by security personnel. Upon seeing the counselor's arrival, the surrounding students hastily made way. The counselor, upon entering, immediately noticed the wall in the corridor that had been smashed to pieces. Through the gaping hole, Several desks and chairs against the wall in the classroom were visible, wrecked beyond repair. The counselor was visibly furious, trembling as he pointed at Lin Zhou and Shen Qingming. You have actually vandalized school property. Come with me to the Student Affairs office. The school has its own regulations, and thus, Lin Zhou and Shen Qingming were escorted away by the counselor. The onlookers, seeing that there was no longer any spectacle to behold, gradually dispersed. Nonetheless, the clash between Lin Zhou and Shen Qingming instantaneously ignited a frenzy on the campus forum of Binju University. The news of a freshman's Pokémon battle obliterating the school team captain spread like wildfire. The captivating scene of the two Pokémon battling, unbeknownst to them, had been clandestinely recorded by a classmate and uploaded online. The visual impact of the Firefox withstanding Thunderbolt and defeating Lei Qiu in a single blow was electrifying, stirring a fervor among spectators. Such high-quality battle footage is a rarity on the internet, and students at Binju University fervently shared it across their social circles. With the university being relatively small, the student body limited, and the number of social media platforms few, the video of Lin Zhou and Shen Qingming's clash quickly became common knowledge throughout the campus. Naturally, many of Lin Zhou's classmates had witnessed it. Since that moment, Lin Zhou's WeChat had been incessantly buzzing, with the class group chat nearing explosion from messages. Numerous classmates were inquiring whether the individual in the video was indeed him. Due to the overwhelming influx of notifications, Lin Zhou decided to mute the class group chat. At that moment, he was in the Student Affairs office, listening to the Vice Principal's lecture on moral education, leaving him no time to respond to messages. The handling of this incident for Lin Zhou was not particularly complicated. The teaching building was equipped with surveillance cameras. A simple review of the footage would reveal that it was Shen Qingming who had instigated the attack with his Pokémon first. Lin Zhou's actions fall within the realm of legitimate self-defense, and he bears no responsibility whatsoever. Regarding the damaged wall, the school allocates funds yearly for repairing public property. Thus, Lin Zhou is not liable for any compensation. Lin Zhou, you may take your leave, although the responsibility for this incident does not lie with you. I hope that in future occurrences, you will seek assistance from the school promptly rather than resorting to violence as a means of resolution. The vice principal handling this matter is Yan Xuedong, a man in his 50s, holding a deputy department head position. He primarily oversees student management within the Student Affairs office at the school. The words Yan imparted to Lin Zhou were merely platitudes, fair and just but lacking in practicality. Much like Lin Zhou enduring the onslaught from Shen Qingming's spirit, it is unreasonable to expect one to refrain from retaliation while searching for a teacher. Lin Zhou listened passively, and once the monologue concluded, he felt as though he had received a reprieve when Yin allowed him to depart. The Student Affairs Office typically accommodates two categories of students: those who are distinguished representatives, having received scholarships or national awards, occasionally summoned for discussions, and those who have violated school regulations and faced disciplinary actions. The latter group evidently constitutes the majority, as most students entering this office appear as if awaiting judgment on the gallows. However, Lin Zhou had committed no wrongdoing. Thus he exited the office unscathed. In contrast, Shen Qingming was certainly retained, as his infractions were considerably severe. Engaging in combat with a fellow student using spirits is but a minor offense. The real issue at hand, which Vice Principal Yin intends to address, lies in Shen's misappropriation of school subsidies and his involvement in match fixing. Upon leaving the Student Affairs office, Lin Zhou encountered Lu Lu and Luo Yunjie waiting for him outside. So, how does it feel to be summoned by the higher-ups at the Student Affairs office? Lu Lu chuckled, giving Lin Zhou a friendly pat on the shoulder. I'm sorry. It's all my fault that you had to confront Shen Qingming. Luo Yunjie quickly interjected with a flurry of apologies. It's fine. After all, I bear no blame, and I'm not facing any disciplinary action or criticism. Lin Zhou replied nonchalantly. Lin Zhou had been irked by Shen Qingming's initial sneak attack on Lu Lu. He had intended to teach that individual a lesson and aided Luo Yunjie merely as a matter of convenience. Moreover, the opportunity allowed his fiery fox to engage in combat with a formidable spirit, honing its skills and rhythm without disadvantage. As the trio conversed, a sharply dressed young man passed by, turning to enter the Student Affairs office. Luo Yunjie paused, taken aback by the sight. Lin Zhou, noticing his expression, followed his gaze and saw the suit-clad youth. What is the matter? Lin Zhou inquired. That person, Luo Yunjie's demeanor shifted slightly. He is the former president of the competitive club. Chapter 43 Prelude to Reform. After Lin Zhou departed, only Shen Qingming and Principal Yin remained in the office. Shen Qingming stood silently before the desk, while Yan Xuedong sat behind it, resting his hands on the surface, both enveloped in silence. There was little to discuss between them. Shen Qingming, as a student, had violated school regulations by engaging in clandestine battles with Pokémon and unlawfully appropriating school subsidy funds. As the administrative principal, the utmost he could do was to expel Shen Qingming and pursue legal accountability, yet such actions would yield no personal benefit to him. Therefore, he awaited the arrival of someone capable of resolving this matter. Fortunately, the wait was brief. The office door creaked open, revealing the former club manager. Impeccably dressed and wearing a smile. "Uncle Yin, it has been quite some time," he greeted. "Hua Chen, you are indeed full of vigor. Tirelessly engaged in work without a moment to spare for an old man like me to share a cup of tea." Yin Xuedong, upon seeing the visitor, rose with a beaming smile, and the two made their way to the small sofa designated for meetings. They warmed the teacups and brewed a pot of the recently acquired red robe tea. "How is it? Working in the provincial office after graduation, any adjustments needed?" Wang Huachun, a soon-to-be graduate from Binzhe's University, was now employed in the provincial government office. Although Yin Xuedong held the position of vice president at the university, he felt an implicit inclination to curry favor with Wang Huachun, largely due to the latter's influential family background. "Uncle Yin, I appreciate your concern. The new job is quite satisfactory. I am adjusting well," Wang Huachun replied with a smile as he accepted the teacup. "How is your father's health?" "He is well. Thank you for your thoughtfulness." The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, before Wang Huachun steered the conversation towards serious matters. "I believe you are aware of the reason for my visit today. It pertains to Qingming and the school team. This situation is somewhat my fault. I left in haste and did not anticipate leaving behind such a mess." Wang Huachun's purpose for coming was unmistakable. He sought to protect Shen Qingming. While he and Shen Qingming were not exactly allies in this matter, his involvement was merely incidental. Even if his connection to the situation were to come to light, his family status would allow him to suppress any fallout. The amount of club funds in question was trivial. It was merely a means to court Shen Qingming's talent. However, it was preferable to avoid complications. Wang Huachun's circumstances differed from Shen Qingming's. While Shen Qingming aspired to become a Pokémon trainer, with little regard for consequences, Wang Huachun had no such ambitions. He aimed to navigate further into the political arena. Yin Xuedong pondered for a moment, expressing his dilemma. This matter is indeed challenging to address, particularly with other students becoming aware of it. If the school refrains from penalizing him, there could be dissatisfied students who might escalate the matter to higher authorities, leading to an unwelcome investigation. Wang Huachun chuckled upon hearing this and placed his teacup down. The inquiry from above would not merely concern Shen Qingming's situation, but rather the misappropriated funds attributed to you. The atmosphere suddenly turned somber. Observing the cold smirk on Wang Huachun's face, Yin Xuedong felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back. "We are all in the same boat. And who doesn't he know who? It is simply unnecessary to bring such matters to light. We are all in a similar predicament. Once these issues are openly discussed, it becomes unmistakably a warning signal, indicating a divergence in paths from the majority on this vessel, signifying a misstep." Yin Xuedong dabbed at his cold sweat. "Huachun, it's truly unnecessary. Simply expelling him will not implicate you." As Yin Xuedong uttered this, he paid no heed to Shen Qingming's presence, viewing him merely as a tool for decision-making. Shen Qingming understood well that his voice held no weight here. As long as he remained an ordinary citizen, he would not challenge the authorities, so he chose silence. He possessed the potential to become a trainer and would soon achieve that status. Once he passed the examination and aligned himself with the alliance, he would no longer be relevant to us, Wang Huachun remarked. For an ordinary person, becoming a trainer and joining the Pokémon Alliance is akin to acquiring a new nationality, severing ties with their home country's administrative and legal frameworks. While they must still adhere to the law, they are exempted from certain obligations and no longer enjoy civic rights. Yin Xuedong failed to grasp the implication of Wang Huachun's mention of this. "Uncle Yin, you are aware that the champions from Binzhe's annual city competition typically perform mediocrely at the national level, correct?" Wang Huachun began to pivot the conversation, leaving Yin Xuedong in confusion, yet he nodded in agreement. He was aware that the strength of the university teams in Binzhe was not particularly formidable on a national scale. Yin Xuedong recognized this, but he was not overly concerned. Would an administrative vice president truly care about their school's performance in a national college sports event? Clearly not. It was not a matter of significant importance. "I know you have not placed much emphasis on this national competition in previous years, but this year is different," Wang Huachun remarked with a smile. After years in politics, Yin Xuedong had developed a keen political sensitivity. Upon hearing Wang Huachun's words, he subtly sensed a shift. He refrained from interjecting and continued to listen attentively. "Yesterday, our office received a directive from above, which has yet to be disseminated. I learned this information from my father. Wang Huachen spoke softly. Yan Shuodong's heart sank. Indeed, there have been new policy changes from above. Though the direction remains unclear as the office is still deciphering the intent behind these directives. No one dares to claim a complete understanding of the decision-making trajectory. This will require time, making it inconvenient to convey further details at present. Wang Huachen paused before continuing. However, I can offer a reminder to Uncle Yin based on my interpretation. The recent decisions from above are related to the Elf Alliance, potentially involving financial support or the introduction of funding and technology. The specific implementation at the local level is yet to be defined. Nevertheless, this national competition holds significant importance. Its outcomes could greatly influence the central government's determination of new pilot reform zones. New special zones, specifically related to elf technology. Yan Shuodong felt a profound shock. This is a major initiative to establish new special zones. What advantages does a national pilot city bring? It affects financial allocations, policy preferences, and the exploration of new pathways. For the common people, it can lead to the emergence of new industries, new business opportunities, and new employment prospects, fostering urban development. Simply put, wages will rise. Real estate will flourish, low-rise buildings will transform into towering skyscrapers, and there will be more large shopping malls and commercial streets. Alongside the robust development of convenient transportation methods like subways, the living conditions for citizens will improve, their earnings will increase, and their standards of living will elevate. The new special zones are established based on the exploration of various paths, each with distinct missions. Wang Huachen's reference to elves indicates a domain previously controlled by the Elf Alliance, a realm that nations had not previously ventured into. And now it seems they are finally poised to make a move. Chapter 44. The possibility Yan Shuodong, now in his 50s, is nearing retirement. At this age, remaining merely a deputy department head signifies the culmination of his political career. Currently serving as the vice president of Binju University, he finds himself in a position that could be likened to a comfortable retirement, as such roles often yield minimal political achievements. Yin has been quite anxious about whether he would be able to attain a full department head position post-retirement. He feels utterly uncertain and can only leave it to fate. However, the situation has changed. The establishment of new special zones is imminent. The city and province will undoubtedly place great importance on securing this designation. According to the information provided by Wang Huachen, it appears they want him to seize this opportunity. In the near future, an inspection team will arrive. Following the journey from the city competition to the national competition, and the results of this assessment will greatly impact the selection of pilot cities. Wang Huachen's implication is quite clear. Don't you desire political accomplishments, Yan Shuodong? Now, the opportunity lies before you. Binju University should assemble a team to compete and claim victory in the national competition. This will leave a lasting impression on the inspection team. Once the pilot city is determined to be Binju, the province will certainly take note of your contributions. Assist the province in securing the pilot city. Without further ado, attaining a ministerial level should be a certainty. Once you retire, life will undoubtedly become much more comfortable. Yan Shuodong felt a surge of excitement. He understood this principle all too well. This was the opportunity bestowed upon him by Wang Huachen. Uncle Yan, you need not ponder so much at this juncture. All that is required is for you to assemble a championship-winning team at Binju University. Wang Huachen smiled, acknowledging the potency of authority. This information alone was enough for Yan Shuodong to feel gratitude for a lifetime. Shen Qingming recently triumphed in 3 stages of the trainer examination. His prowess now exceedingly close to that of a seasoned trainer. Given his capabilities, assisting the school team in advancing through the city tournament would prove pivotal. Are you truly certain you wish to dismiss him at this moment? Wang Huachen's tone, while seemingly consultative, carried no hint of negotiation. Yan Shuodong recognized that this matter had been escalated to the level of an administrative decree by Wang Huachen, leaving him without any decision-making power. His own authority was negligible. It was Wang Huachen's decisions that held true weight, merely informing him of the outcome. This young man, barely in his 20s, had already mastered the art of wielding political leverage with finesse. Reflecting upon his own nascent days in politics, Yan Shuodong felt, for a fleeting moment, the vast chasm that lay between individuals. With a deep sigh, he acquiesced. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. However, how do you intend to resolve this matter? If I choose not to dismiss him, the students may report to the disciplinary committee, and I cannot withstand that pressure. Wang Huachen chuckled lightly. That will depend on the level of support from the university. Uncle Yan, given your age, you may not fully grasp the fervor surrounding Pokémon competitions among the youth. Having managed the competitive club for several years, my understanding in this arena may surpass yours. To be candid, the Pokémon trained within the competitive club at Binju University rank among the elite in our institution. Yet, when pitted against the formidable schools in the national competition, they resemble a disorganized rabble, scarcely able to serve as warm-ups for the seasoned teams. Aside from Shun Qingming, who possesses sufficient strength to contend with those prestigious schools, the rest are hardly worthy of even observing the water cooler. This explains why I initially refrained from developing a school team. Wang Huaqin spoke candidly about the inadequacies of Binju University's competitive club. Yen Xuedong felt a heaviness in his heart. As an elder, he indeed lacked an understanding of Pokémon competitions and had scarcely paid attention to them. Hearing Wang Huaqin's words now illuminated the dismal state of their school team. With such a roster, it was questionable whether they could even qualify for the national tournament, let alone achieve any notable success. However, the situation was not devoid of hope. Wang Huaqin retrieved his phone and played a video showcasing the impressive battle between Xin Qingming and Lin Zhou. In the video, the student commanding the Fire Fox, along with the one beside him wielding the blue crocodile, have caught my attention. I have come to understand their capabilities, which far exceed those of the disorganized group in the esports club. Even in a national competition, they would be formidable contenders. Particularly, the Fire Fox's ability to defeat Xin Qingming's Raichu in a single move places it at the pinnacle of strength among its peers. If we could recruit both of them into the school team, alongside Xin Qingming, we would instantly acquire 3 core members. Wang Huaqin's tone revealed a hint of excitement. The national competition requires a team of 5 participants. However, most schools cannot produce 5 top-tier players. 1 or 2 aces are typically their limit, while the rest merely exhibit slightly above-average skills. Yet our school has the potential to boast 3 players of elite caliber. I believe this would make winning the city competition a mere formality, and contending for the championship at the national level would not be out of reach. Wang Huaqin articulated his thoughts with remarkable clarity, enabling even Yen Xuedong, who lacked knowledge of Pokémon battles, to grasp the ideal outcome. This matter pertains to whether we can achieve victory in the national tournament. It is crucial for Binzhushi to become a pilot city. It ultimately affects whether he attains a deputy department level position or a full department level 1. Only children make choices. I want them all. We must find a way to include all 3 in the school team. However, it was evident that there were underlying conflicts among them. Yen Xuedong clenched his teeth and replied, "Uncle Yen, there are no unsolvable conflicts in this world, only insufficient incentives, a truth you should be more aware of than I." Wang Huaqin shook his head. The school's monthly funding for the team is 30,000 yuan. With just a month until the city competition and 4 months until the national competition, what are your plans? Yen Xuedong understood Wang Huaqin's implication. He was asking for money. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "The school can allocate 60,000 yuan to the team each month." Wang Huaqin smiled, pulling out his phone to open WeChat. Casually chatting with someone while saying, "It seems I have come with news in vain today. If this is the extent of your resolve, consider my visit inconsequential." Yen Xuedong felt a slight sweat bead on his forehead. "Huaqin, please don't say that. Your uncle Yen is older and may not grasp your youthful perspectives. What do you think is a fair amount? Please offer a suggestion." Wang Huaqin lifted his head, revealing a grin. 200,000 yuan per month. Yen Xuedong had anticipated Wang Huaqin's audacious demand, and although the figure was painful to hear, it was still within the realm of possibility. Just as he was about to agree, Wang Huaqin added, "Per person. 200,000 per person." Yen Xuedong's teacup clattered to the floor, shattering into countless pieces. "Are you saying that those 5 individuals are each receiving 1,000,000 every month?" Wang Huaqin, holding his phone, pretended to glance at his watch. "Uncle Yen, my time is rather limited. I must return now. What do you think Yen Xuedong can do?" He must comply, even if he is on the verge of shattering his porcelain dental crown. "Very well. Each month, it shall be 200,000 per person." A satisfied smile graced Wang Huaqin's face as he pressed a button, sending a WeChat message. "Wang Huaqin, how about 200,000 a month?" "Lin Zhou, that sounds feasible." Chapter 45. Truly delightful at Binju University. In the Jinyuan cafeteria, Lin Zhou, Lulu, and Luo Yunjie were seated at a corner table, enjoying their lunch. "I can't believe you dared to guess that Raichu's ability was Lightning Rod," Lulu remarked while watching a looped video on his phone of a battle between a Fire Fox and Raichu. This battle, both in terms of performance and strategy, could undoubtedly be considered a textbook example. In just a few seconds, the visual impact of a swift defeat amidst flashes of lightning was astonishing. If this were posted on Douyin, it would undoubtedly attract hundreds of thousands of followers in no time. This isn't even a guess. Raichu only has two common abilities, Static and Lightning Rod. The distinctions between these abilities can be observed in their fur color, length, and physical characteristics. Such knowledge is readily available in textbooks. With a little more reading, one can easily discern the differences. Lin Zhou asserted that knowledge is power. For a trainer, knowledge holds immense significance. When faced with a battle, an exemplary trainer should be able to quickly assess the opponent's training level, abilities, and potential moves merely through observation. This is the fundamental quality and knowledge base that a trainer must possess. As for those lacking in knowledge, experience compensates for knowledge. Enduring a few harsh lessons from society will surely lead to growth. Lulu rolled his eyes at Lin Zhou's words. What he spoke were the expectations of a seasoned trainer. They had yet to even participate in a single trainer examination, merely at the beginning of their journey. However, Lin Zhou was different. Lulu was well aware of that. Remarkably, in the past few days, Lin Zhou had managed to complete all the review materials for the trainer examination and had even begun studying the knowledge required for the advancement exam. Nowadays, Lin Zhou no longer joined him for duo matches in PUBG, becoming utterly engrossed in his studies, unable to extricate himself. Lulu felt that ever since Lin Zhou had found that firefox, it was as if he had transformed into a different person, even flipping through Baidu encyclopedia during meals. However, Lulu noticed that Lin Zhou hadn't been studying during lunch today. Instead, he had been typing away on his phone, engrossed in a conversation with someone unknown. Was he perhaps chatting with another companion? Lulu regarded him with a knowing glance. Xiao Zhouzhou, who are you chatting with on WeChat? Lulu and Luo Yunjia were left in a state of confusion. He mentioned on WeChat that he seemed to have arrived. Lin Zhou lifted his head and glanced around, and indeed spotted two figures searching for someone, signaling them with a hand. Upon noticing Lin Zhou, the two approached. Shen Qingming? Lulu was taken aback upon seeing the newcomers, and when he turned to look at the person beside him, he recognized Luo Yunjia's former club manager. A frown creased his brow as he pondered the reason for their presence. Luo Yunjia, upon seeing the impeccably dressed young man, was visibly anxious. Hua Huaqin, Sr. Wang Huaqin, not only the former club manager but also his direct senior, elicited a sense of trepidation in Luo Yunjia, particularly as he was aware of Wang Huaqin's prestigious background. With a smile gracing his face, Wang Huaqin nodded politely to Luo Yunjia and Lulu, a courtesy befitting his status. Then, he turned his attention to Lin Zhou, the primary focus of his interest. Wang Huaqin held little interest in becoming a trainer himself. His family background loomed large in his life. He hailed from a well-connected lineage. With abundant resources at his disposal, there was no reason for him to forsake such advantages in pursuit of a trainer's path, which he deemed unworthy. However, this did not diminish his fascination with trainers. As a youth with an agile mind and broad horizons, Wang Huaqin was astute enough to anticipate the unfolding trends. With the gradual integration of Pokémon into everyday life since the advent of the Pokémon breeding policy, the community of trainers and breeders, while still under the stringent oversight of the Pokémon League, would inevitably become part of the fabric of society. Wang Huaqin had an affinity for investment, and although his current connections and resources were limited, he viewed this investment venture as beneficial. It resembled how affluent entrepreneurs might take an interest in a particular technology or project without the necessity of mastering it themselves. They simply invest and delegate the execution. His initial investment in Shen Qingming stemmed from recognizing his potential. At that time, Shen Qingming, accompanied by his Raichu, was nearly unbeatable at Benju University. Now, with the emergence of another capable of besting Shen Qingming with a single move, he was naturally eager to make an acquaintance. After all, it was Yen Xuedong who covered the establishment costs behind the scenes, allowing him to accrue a personal favor. Yen Xuedong, a man who merely knew to cozy up to his superiors, was rather rigid-minded, lacking the insight and vision that could explain why he had only achieved such a modest standing at his age. For instance, had it not been for Wang Huaqin's foresight in retaining Shen Qingming and subsequently discovering Lin Zhou and Lulu, Yen Xuedong would have found it challenging to assemble a team for the national competition, even with his connections. Thus, the lack of foresight was not surprising, as it only narrowed their paths further. Hello, I am Wang Huaqin. Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou exchanged little in the way of pleasantries with Wang Huaqin. Had it not been for Luo Yunjia mentioning that this individual was the former club manager, Lin Zhou would not have recognized him. Just moments ago, Lin Zhou had exited the Office of Student Affairs when he received a friend request on WeChat. After accepting, the other party messaged him, inquiring if he would be interested in joining the school team, which offered a monthly financial subsidy. Lin Zhou promptly replied with disinterest, as he was not the type to possess an overwhelming sense of collective honor or yearn to bring glory to the school. The school team required participation in both training and competitions, and he was too disinclined to engage in such endeavors for a mere stipend. Subsequently, the other party messaged again, suggesting that if the subsidy was insufficient, they could negotiate. Lin Zhou had no intention of pursuing this. After all, how substantial could the subsidy possibly be? He had nearly typed out a dismissive response when the other party swiftly followed up with an enticing offer of 200,000 per month. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhou's body instinctively reacted, and he thought, who would be foolish enough to refuse such an opportunity? What was this situation? Lu glanced curiously at Lin Zhou. Perplexed about how he knew this person, he mentioned that they should consider joining the school team. Lin Zhou gestured toward Wang Huachen, clarifying, to be precise, it's you three who should form a team. Wang Huachen, smiling, pointed at Shen Qingming. Initially, Lu seemed indifferent, but upon hearing this, he promptly expressed his discontent, pointing at Shen Qingming and exclaiming, team up with him? Not a chance. Lin Zhou quietly muttered to himself, I get it, even if you starve. Lu, you wouldn't join the school team. What? Lu did not catch Lin Zhou's whispered remarks. Wang Huachen, being straightforward, told Lu. School team members receive a monthly subsidy of 200,000. Lu chuckled, stood up with determination, and declared, count me in. Chapter 46. Just 3 people. This funding comes from the school's allocation, with 5 official team members each receiving 200,000 per month, totaling a monthly subsidy of 1,000,000. Wang Huachun raised his hands in a gesture of clarification, as this was his bargaining chip, and he wanted to ensure its value was understood. Is this person credible? Lu turned to Luo Yunjie for confirmation. Lin Zhou and he were unfamiliar with Wang Huachun, with only Luo Yunjie having a slight acquaintance, being the former and current managers of the competitive society respectively. Luo Yunjie nodded vigorously, affirming that someone of Wang Huachun's stature would not make baseless claims regarding such matters. This is perplexing. Why would the school suddenly allocate such a substantial sum to the team? Lu inquired of Wang Huachun, his face a mask of confusion. If their school were a powerhouse in national competitions, it would be plausible for them to receive funding opportunities and allocate resources to subsidize the team. However, the issue lies in the fact that the school's team is utterly lacking in skill, resembling nothing more than a sightseeing tour group participating in the city competition, a mere gathering of elderly enthusiasts. It is highly unlikely that any affluent business association would invest in the team from Binju University. I shall not beat about the bush. I will state the school's objective plainly. Wang Huachun gently adjusted his sleeves. The school has spared no expense this time, allocating substantial funds with a singular aim, to clinch the championship in the upcoming national competition. The national championship? Lu exclaimed, astonished. What has prompted the school leadership this year? They have languished at the bottom for so long. Why the sudden desire to win? This year, the national competition will be scrutinized by a central evaluation team, and the provincial government is placing significant emphasis on it. The school must excel in this national event. Wang Huachun's words were a blend of truth and embellishment. He did not elaborate on the evaluation team or the provincial matters. But his essence was not far from reality. The funds, however, were procured from Yan Xuedong and had little to do with the school itself. Both Yan Xuedong and he, as a rising star in politics, sought achievements. Involvement in establishing the new pilot special zone is pivotal for Wang Huachun's political ascent. He had the chance to converse with the evaluation team, contingent on Lin Zhou and the others delivering an outstanding performance in the competition. Such matters need not be explicitly stated. They rely on personal interpretation. Lin Zhou had received a message from Wang Huachun. By comparing the time spent entering the student affairs office, he could surmise that it was not the school that required them to win the national competition, but rather Wang Huachun himself. Lin Zhou pondered for a moment and then spoke. There is still a month until the city competition, right? The city competition serves as a preliminary for the national contest. Only the champion of the city competition can qualify for the national event. Wang Huachun's gaze sharpened as he nodded slightly. Indeed, you must secure the championship in this city competition. Otherwise, all previously mentioned conditions will be rendered void, and there will be no further financial support. Lin Zhou then gestured towards Shen Qingming, inquiring, how do you plan to handle this individual? Can we suppress the voices of the other students without expelling him? Wang Huachun waved his hand dismissively. You need not concern yourself with this. I will manage it. As a consequence, he will not receive his allowance for the first month, and his funds will be redistributed among the other 14 members. Consider it a fine to reimburse the money he previously misappropriated. Shen Qingming's eyes widened in shock. This amounted to 200,000. He had been listening intently. But how had he suddenly found himself excluded? What? This is not what was agreed upon. Silence! Wang Huaqin suddenly shouted, his voice echoing with unexpected fury. No one anticipated that this seemingly genteel young man would erupt in anger. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, seeing the dark expression on Wang Huaqin's face. Shen Qingming realized that this formidable figure had become incensed, and fear gripped him, rendering him mute. Shen Qingming, listen closely. Do not create trouble for me in this competition. If we fail to secure the championship in the city tournament, do not think that you are still a trainer. Even if you become one, I possess methods to reveal the consequences of obstructing my endeavors. I am well acquainted with ways to make someone vanish without a trace. Lu and Luo Yunjie, upon witnessing Wang Huaqin's demeanor, were initially taken aback, but soon regarded his double act as overly contrived, an insincere attempt to ingratiate himself with Lin Zhou and his companions. However, Lin Zhou recognized that Wang Huaqin was genuinely issuing a serious warning to Shen Qingming to avoid causing disruptions. This individual placed immense importance on the upcoming competition. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zhou consulted the rules for the city tournament and inquired of Lu. The tournament consists of both singles and doubles matches, and there are no restrictions on the number of times a participant may compete, correct? Even if we do not have a full team of 5, we can still participate? Lu paused, then nodded in agreement. In principle, this was indeed permissible. However, participating in multiple consecutive battles would inevitably exhaust the Pokémon stamina. Disregarding Lu Li's subsequent comments, Lin Zhou presented his terms to Wang Huaqin. 3 of us will be sufficient for the city tournament. This individual will not require any monetary compensation. For the first month, Lu and I will each take 500,000 yuan. The atmosphere fell eerily silent, as Lin Zhou's proclamation effectively stifled conversation. Lu and Luo Yunjie stared at Lin Zhou in utter disbelief, completely flabbergasted. Even Shen Qingming, who was filled with discontent yet dared not voice it, was rendered speechless by the audacity of Lin Zhou's statement. How bold of him! He intended for Lu and himself to claim an entire 1 million yuan. Should one commend his courage and determination, or lament his greed and hubris? Shen Qingming reflected on his own capabilities. Facing Wang Huaqin, he could never muster the audacity to utter such daring words. Oh! Wang Huaqin's narrowed eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity as he coldly retorted, on what grounds do you make such a demand? While he indeed held a favorable view of Lin Zhou, he was indifferent to whether Lin Zhou received 200,000 or 500,000 yuan. His sole concern was securing the qualification for the trial city and safeguarding his future. But what was Lin Zhou suggesting? 3 participants for the competition, merely to divide the winnings among fewer individuals. What if they lost? Was Lin Zhou jesting with his future? This was the true source of Wang Huaqin's fury. Yet, in response to Wang Huaqin's reaction, Lin Zhou merely retrieved a Pokéball, released his Fire Fox, and gently stroked the creature's ears, saying, if you are dissatisfied, you may seek alternatives. Wang Huaqin momentarily faltered, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly at Lin Zhou's words. He understood that Lin Zhou had accurately discerned his intentions and hidden motives. If there were any better options, Wang Huaqin would undoubtedly have chosen a different team from Binju University. Alas, no superior alternatives existed. The prowess exhibited by Lin Zhou's Fire Fox in the video stands at the pinnacle among his peers. At least within the esteemed universities of Binju, there exists no team capable of rivaling his formidable strength. It's up to you. A month from now, I expect to see you return with the trophy from the city competition, Wang Huaqin declared, his demeanor cold as he rose and departed. As Lin Zhou watched Wang Huaqin's retreating figure, a smile graced his face. This is how it should be. As long as the young proprietor provides the funds, he need not meddle in the affairs of the team. Chapter 47. Brother, you scheme against me after Wang Huaqin's departure. Shen Qingming lost interest in remaining with Lin Zhou and the others. With a dark expression, he silently stood and exited. Luo Yunjie cast a worried glance at Lin Zhou, hesitating to speak. He too felt that participating in the competition with just 3 members was overly ambitious. Should they falter, Wang Huaqin might indeed take drastic measures. However, from Luo Yunjie's perspective, it was inappropriate to voice his concerns to Lin Zhou, especially since their acquaintance was not close and this predicament had arisen due to him. Lu, unencumbered by such reservations, given his amicable rapport with Lin Zhou, one where they even exchanged undergarments, directly inquired, are you certain that the 3 of us will suffice? Or do you have alternative plans? No other plans. 3 is sufficient. Lin Zhou was rather indifferent regarding the city competition and the school team. During the past month, while fervently studying knowledge of Pokémon, he had watched some footage of the city competition. His impression of the event could be summed up in a single word: weak. The university students had only begun their journey in Pokémon training for a year or two at most, and their methods were still rather rudimentary. To Lin Zhou, the so-called Pokémon contests resembled nothing more than children's play. He believed that even the live streams in the Kashuan studio exhibited greater technical sophistication than this competition. Since his harrowing encounter with a wanted criminal the previous night, Lin Zhou's perspective and mindset had undergone a significant transformation. The sensation of death looming as a bullet pierced his body. That was the true strength of a trainer, the authentic power that Pokémon could wield. Prior to reaching the trainer level, Pokémon were classified as ordinary, meaning they were akin to an average person's Pokémon. The moves of ordinary Pokémon were almost incapable of posing a lethal threat to humans. At best, they could inflict severe injuries or indirectly threaten life, which is why ordinary individuals were permitted to possess Pokémon. While not entirely devoid of danger, their lethality was, in some respects, less than that of firearms. In certain countries in his past life, legal firearm possession was permitted. In comparison, Pokémon were hardly noteworthy. However, once a Pokémon ascends to the trainer level, the scenario transforms drastically. Even the most basic moves of a trainer-level Pokémon possess the capability to effortlessly take the life of an ordinary person. This is precisely why trainers must adhere to an entirely different set of legal agreements, as these laws were originally established to safeguard the vulnerable. The interpretation of such laws varies from person to person and from sage to sage. Achieving trainer status is a significant milestone, one that not all Pokémon can surmount. In fact, the majority of ordinarily cultivated Pokémon struggle to transcend this barrier. Unlike the combat-driven Scions, Pokémon possess a naturally brief vitality period, often lasting only a few fleeting years. Within this limited time frame, if they manage to break through the ordinary level and ascend to trainer status, they stand a chance of liberating themselves from the constraints of their vitality. Otherwise, once this vitality period has elapsed, it becomes exceedingly unlikely for them to surpass the ordinary level throughout their lives. Attaining trainer status marks the genuine commencement of their journey from the ordinary to the extraordinary. The power associated with the trainer level is what Lin Zhou truly yearns for. His agreement to participate in the city competition at Wang Huachen's behest stems not from a desire for fame, but solely for the 500,000 subsidy. With this funding, he can further develop his Fire Fox. Rest assured, Shen Qingming will be there. If they lose the city competition, he will be the first to seek retribution, and he will take it seriously. Lin Zhou suggested that Shen Qingming handle the points round-robin matches alone, leaving the subsequent matches for later discussion. With a single sentence, Lin Zhou unceremoniously relegated poor Shen Qingming to toil. It is worth noting that there are a total of 15 competing teams, engaging in a double round-robin format, with the top 8 teams advancing based on points. Essentially, Lin Zhou was implying that Shen Qingming must face the other 14 teams, enduring a total of 28 matches alone. Lu, upon hearing Lin Zhou's words, couldn't help but grimace, silently mourning for the misfortune that befell Shen Qingming. A week passed swiftly. The formation of the new school team did not create much of a stir, especially with Shen Qingming involved. They hastily organized it in low-key fashion, ensuring discretion. In contrast, the videos of Lin Zhou and Shen Qingming's battles generated considerable buzz within the school, igniting significant interest. However, these developments bore little relevance to Lin Zhou. Although he initially received a flurry of peculiar calls inviting him to engage in live broadcasts and advertisements, he chose to remain indifferent. Time would naturally diminish the fervor, and in this age of the internet, new trending topics would swiftly capture the public's attention. Lin Zhou's most tangible experience of this was that just a couple of days ago, a junior from his elementary school who had been incessantly messaging him on WeChat seemed to have deleted him today. Time passed in a blink, and the weekend arrived. On that morning, as a new day was just beginning, Lin Zhou could already foresee the torturous nature of the day ahead. For today marked the day of the Pokémon name tag ripping competition. He had no choice but to accompany his sister to the event. Before stepping out, Lin Zhou glanced at Lin Lan, who was burdened with a bulky backpack, and felt a twinge of embarrassment at the sight of her. "Come here," he said. Lin Lan approached, her face alight with excitement, burdened by her full gear. "What are you doing?" Lin Zhou disregarded her, yanking her backpack and beginning to discard its superfluous contents. "Brother, you're scheming against me," Lin Lan exclaimed in shock, watching helplessly as her meticulously prepared equipment was extracted one by one. "Ah, my gaming console. Ah, my iced drink. Oh, the potato chips I bought at half price from the supermarket. Ah, my pot." Lin Zhou gazed at the blackened bottom of the pot in his hands, bemused. He simply could not fathom why one would carry a cast iron pot to a name tag tearing competition. Was she a scapegoat? After much fuss, Lin Zhou finally disposed of all the unnecessary items from Lin Lan's bag, allowing the electric dragon to lead her out the door. Throughout their journey, Lin Lan incessantly chattered in Lin Zhou's ear, lamenting that a name tag tearing contest without a black pot lacked soul. Lin Zhou felt that even the pot would be inclined to retaliate. Taking the subway, the duo arrived at the POKÉ commercial district in Binju, where, 2 days prior, traffic restrictions had been imposed, barring unauthorized personnel and vehicles to facilitate the upcoming Pokémon name tag tearing competition. Now, the area was primarily populated by staff members and various broadcasting equipment. Competitors were required to enter by 9 o'clock in the morning, with the contest officially commencing at 10. Lin Zhou and Lin Lan arrived punctually around 9. The event staff distributed name tags and explained the rules and regulations. The name tags were palm-sized, luminous badges capable of adhering to Pokémon, detaching only when subjected to a certain degree of force. Lin Zhou tested the adhesive nature of the name tags by affixing 2 to the backs of the Fire Fox and Electric Dragon, and they indeed adhered successfully. According to the staff, even intangible ghost-type Pokémon could bond with these tags. The rules of the name tag tearing contest were straightforward. Pokémon would tear off each other's name tags using basic moves, while competitors could only issue commands without physically intervening. If a name tag was torn off, the owner was eliminated. Should a competitor possess multiple name tags, losing one would result in all their remaining name tags being transferred to the opposing player. Each name tag was worth 1 point, and the final scores would determine the rankings at the end of the allotted time. With the Fire Fox and Electric Dragon in position, Lin Lan stood at the starting point, her long hair tied into a ponytail by a braided band on her wrist. With unwavering confidence, she proclaimed, "Today, I must win this competition." Lin Zhou, unable to contain himself, inquired, "Didn't you say you were here to gather material for a news article?" "Haha, I've already thought it through. If I win the competition, I will surely be the hottest news story, and then I won't have any trouble writing the report." Lin Lan beamed, her face radiating joy, as if the words planned success were inscribed upon it. Lin Zhou was taken aback. How could his silly sister be so quick-witted today? Chapter 48. As long as you're happy, the 15th citywide Pokémon name tag tearing contest officially commenced. The loudspeakers within the competition area blared to life. Contestants assigned to various starting points surged forth, ready to engage in an exhilarating battle of name tag tearing. Numerous small cameras darted out, trailing behind the standout competitors, capturing their every move. The footage recorded by these cameras, featuring hundreds of perspectives, was curated and broadcasted live to the internet and television channels. With the determination to secure victory, Lin Lan confidently crouched down to tie her shoelaces, then set off running. However, a mere 15 minutes later, "Oh no. I can't go on. I'm exhausted. I don't want to try anymore. I wish my younger brother would support me." Lin Lan, drenched in perspiration, slumped onto a nearby bench. Her gaze lifelessly fixed on the sky, utterly unwilling to move another step. Let science nurture you and lead us to prosperity. Lin Zhou had anticipated this outcome. For Lin Lan, the quintessential homebody, venturing outdoors for physical activity was a daunting task, even before she could begin to accumulate her steps on WeChat. She had already collapsed from fatigue. She typically lacked exercise. Why had she sprinted so vigorously just moments ago? Hadn't she just claimed she wanted to win? "I simply cannot do it." Lin Lan once again resorted to her habitual excuses. Lin Zhou could barely bear to watch her. What about the press release? With so many participating celebrities and influencers, one could simply conduct a few interviews with them. Lin Zhou mused that without an interview pass, those stars would hardly pay her any mind. They might even tear at her own name tag, enticed by the brand on her attire. After a brief respite on the bench, Lin Zhou and Lin Lan set off once more. This time, Lin Lan had learned her lesson and refrained from running too quickly. The competition area in the POKÉ commercial district was notably expansive, yet it also hosted a significant number of participants. As the duo walked, they soon encountered competitors from another group, 2 young men accompanied by their Pokémon, a fiery Monferno and a charming Croagunk. Finally, Lin Lan spotted fellow competitors. It was time to stir things up. Naturally, she charged forward with her electric dragon. The 2 young men, taken aback by the sudden approach of a strikingly attractive girl, initially felt a twinge of interest, contemplating a few casual exchanges before the confrontation. However, Lin Lan paid them no heed, shouting, "Charge!" as she directed her electric dragon straight towards their Pokémon, aiming directly for their name tags. The 2 boys were momentarily stunned, thinking, is this girl truly that reckless? Is she throwing herself to the wolves? As Lin Lan's electric dragon barreled between their Monferno and Croagunk, they swiftly commanded their Pokémon to attack, intending to tear off the name tag from the electric dragon. However, their Pokémon stood frozen, seemingly oblivious to their commands. Croagunk, what are you doing? Why aren't you following orders? Monferno, what's wrong? The two individuals shouted in unison, yet strangely, the two sprites stood there, utterly unresponsive. At that moment, the electric dragon had already dashed between the two sprites. It was over. A chill ran down the spines of the two young men. Whoosh, whoosh. The two sprites, devoid of any resistance, had their name tags torn away by the electric dragon. Floating in midair, the camera drone, a small magneton, approached and hovered before the two young men. The display screen atop the magneton illuminated with the word eliminated, signifying that the two young men had been ousted from the competition. Only then did the mosquito frog and the fire monkey turn to look at their owner. Their expressions a mix of anxiety and confusion, scratching their heads in bewilderment at their previous inability to move. Lin Zhou gently stroked the ear of the firefox, causing the psychic aura surrounding it to dim. The psychic control effect forcibly suppressed the sprite's movements, rendering them immobile, much like the earlier practice of levitating a soda can. Although the duration was brief and easily broken, it proved exceedingly effective against weaker sprites. This sprite name tag tearing contest was merely a form of entertainment, lacking any significant technical merit. Many participants entered primarily for exposure, as their sprites were not particularly strong. Frankly, had Lin Zhou not felt the need to occasionally take Lin Lan, this reclusive homebody, out for a breath of fresh air, he would never have considered joining such a contest. For Lin Zhou, the time spent on a variety show would be far better invested in reading at home. Of course, accompanying his somewhat challenged sister was a different matter altogether. No amount of reading could compare. After all, this was an act of kindness, potentially leading to a favorable rebirth. Yay, look at me. Aren't I impressive? Lin Lan exclaimed, proudly showcasing the two name tags she had taken from the electric dragon before Lin Zhou, her ego swelling rapidly. This is too easy. TSK, these competitors are so weak. With the electric dragon and me, winning the championship is a piece of cake. Little Zhou, just follow behind and cheer for me. As long as you're happy, Lin Zhou replied, affectionately ruffling Lin Lan's hair with a smile of endearment. Brimming with confidence, Lin Lan led the electric dragon onward, confronting anyone and anything in her path. Lin Zhou trailed behind, guiding the firefox to use its psychic abilities to immobilize their opponents one by one, allowing the electric dragon to effortlessly tear away their name tags. Despite the electric dragon's high evolutionary tier, having undergone 2 transformations from a Mareep to its current form, its combat prowess might not even surpass that of the firefox. Although this electric dragon was older, it remained at an ordinary level, having missed opportunities for growth during its vital developmental phase. Even as time progressed and its physical form evolved, there would be no further enhancements to its strength. The growth of strength is akin to a bottle filled with water. If one fails to replace the bottle at the appropriate moment, the opportunity to do so diminishes, and once the bottle is full, further growth becomes impossible. However, the electric dragon does not require such concerns. It is merely a spirit of an ordinary family, longing for a tranquil life alongside its master. This electric dragon belonging to Lin Zhou's household possesses a high level of intelligence, excels in various household chores, and is exceptionally empathetic and caring. In this era of peace, culinary skills far outweigh the utility of combat prowess. Lin Lan has always been grateful for the care provided by the electric dragon. From her childhood, the Mareep served as her companion, evolving into an electric dragon, accompanying her through school, graduation, and employment, a presence that has been with her for over a decade. To Lin Lan, the electric dragon is akin to a beloved family member. In fact, within most ordinary families, spirits serve such a role. Though they may possess a modicum of special abilities, they remain, above all, sentient beings with emotions. Chapter 49. A broken leg. After encountering the initial group of competitors, Lin Zhou and his companions appeared to have wandered into an area with a higher density of participants, consecutively meeting several groups. With the covert assistance of Lin Zhou's firefox, Lin Lan effortlessly triumphed, tearing off the opponent's name tag. As she gazed at the handful of name tags she had collected, a sense of achievement welled within her, filling her with delight. Excited like a child, she felt no fatigue, eagerly pulling Lin Zhou to seek out more opponents. The spirited display of Lin Lan and her electric dragon, as they engaged in fierce battles, was transmitted through the small magneton camera to the broadcasting station. This remarkable performance swiftly captured the director's attention, prompting a shift in the main focus to her. Lin Lan, already possessing striking looks and a photogenic presence, showcased commendable entertainment value, naturally drawing the audience's interest. In the live streaming room for the name tag tearing competition, a flurry of comments flooded in. Wow, a beautiful girl. Let's support the lovely little one. Is she a celebrity or a streamer? I've never seen her before. Does anyone know her? I don't recognize her, but she's adorable. The cameraman deserves a bonus tonight. On the weekend, Lulu, feeling bored in his dormitory, was also watching the live stream of the name tag tearing competition to pass the time. This annual event garnered considerable viewership in Binju, primarily due to the participation of several popular celebrities, attracting numerous fans eager to join in, along with some minor internet personalities seeking to ride the wave of popularity. Lulu tuned into the broadcast because of a streamer he greatly admired who was also partaking in the event. When the camera shifted to Lin Zhou, he was momentarily taken aback, thinking, this person looks somewhat familiar. As the camera panned back, he spotted Lin Zhou. Li's eyes widened in surprise, thinking to himself, how did this kid manage to get into the name tag tearing competition? The woman he recalled was Lin Zhou's sister, whom he had encountered a few times before. She was strikingly beautiful and possessed an enviable figure, a true beauty. Regrettably, her intellect seemed somewhat lacking. The camera captured Lin Zhou behind Lin Zhou, and the barrage of comments became increasingly lively. That male partner behind the young lady was quite an eyesore. He was being dragged along by her, seemingly intent on breaking his legs. The smile gradually faded. Jealousy twisted my perspective. Legs broken. The firefox that the man was holding looked oddly familiar. With its purple ears, such a rarity, it seemed to have been seen before. This was the firefox that had achieved a swift victory in that highlight video just days ago. Indeed, some in the comments recognized the firefox, though not everyone was aware. What highlight video? What swift victory? Go search online. It was the video from a few days ago where the firefox swiftly defeated Raichu amidst flashes of lightning. A truly spectacular scene. Can it be that such a gaming genius would participate in a variety show? Isn't it obvious? They must be here to support the ladies. Ugh. Disdain for those who seek to impress the ladies. I'm a girl. I request the gaming master's contact information. I'm a guy. I request the gaming master's contact information while cross-dressing. I'm also a guy. I request a picture of the aforementioned cross-dresser. The barrage of comments from those seeking contact information would certainly be unseen by Lin Zhou, who was focused on the competition, and even if he did see them, he would undoubtedly ignore them. Throughout the morning, Lin Zhou was immersed in the joy of gaining fame. Unbeknownst to her, the director was particularly attentive to her beauty, frequently granting her the spotlight. Unintentionally, she had garnered countless admirers online, much to the envy of various studios. These studios had hoped to utilize this opportunity to promote their own internet celebrities. However, despite their attempts to showcase their talent and invest money, they ended up with very few camera shots. The spotlight was monopolized by high-profile stars and this unknown woman who had emerged from nowhere. Little did they know, the production team was equally helpless. Have they not observed what those internet celebrities were doing? When the two elves met, they didn't even come close. Instead, one covered her mouth, shrieking with tears, exclaiming how pitiful it was and pleading for them to stop. Are you kidding me? Do the audience genuinely enjoy this melodrama? You're clearly placing a pile of nonsense there for me to present to the viewers. Are you insulting my intelligence or that of the audience? Should I even continue with this program? Honestly, I granted you a few camera shots out of consideration for the money you provided, so be grateful. Just look at how the camera shifts to those pretentious internet celebrities. What do the comments say? What on earth is that creature on screen? Did they pay to get featured? Why did she suddenly start crying? Can someone explain what is happening? Go away, plastic face. Return, my young lady. I find myself overwhelmed and must step away for a moment. I shall return when the camera shifts back to my dear sister. She exudes such purity and authenticity, distinctly different from the ostentatious individuals outside. However, that man beside her is somewhat distracting. Could he not be removed? The production team adjusts according to real-time data. When the camera shifts to your internet celebrity, the barrage of comments erupts and viewership plummets. What can be done? One is left with no choice but to revert to the more palatable shots for the audience. The name tag tearing competition is, after all, a variety show, laden with intricate nuances behind the scenes. Variety shows seek to generate buzz rather than the cutthroat pursuit of victory like competitive sports. There is a 2-hour intermission during the midday competition, designated for the participants' lunch. During this break, contestants are prohibited from tearing each other's name tags. Any such act would be rendered void. Within the Pu-Xin commercial district, several upscale restaurants are available as dining spots, offering complimentary lunches. Even for participants unfamiliar with the vicinity, the monitor atop the little creature will guide them to the restaurant, alleviating any concerns about getting lost. At a French open-air restaurant, Verdant vines entwine the bronze railings, and the afternoon sun cascades over the awning. A few wild grasshoppers lounge in the shade, napping. Lin Zhou glanced at the plate before her, pondering why the dishes were served one at a time, reminiscent of a Michelin establishment. Could they not simply adhere to the custom of serving everything at once, as is customary in Huagua? Lin Lan, however, was not as discerning as Lin Zhou. For her, the mere availability of delicious food sufficed. Lin Zhou recognized that she had long coveted this restaurant, but its high prices had deterred her from visiting. With the opportunity to dine for free, she was naturally inclined to treat Lin Lan to a meal. As they awaited the next dish, Lin Lan's gaze wandered, and suddenly, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she nudged Lin Zhou's arm. Hey, look over there, Lin Lan insisted, urging Lin Zhou to glance at a nearby table. What is it? Lin Zhou asked, perplexed, turning her head to look. Chapter 50, Iloa Deoxin. Is this truly the finest Western restaurant, as claimed by the official name tag tearing competition? Sasha tentatively tasted the rich soup on her plate, only to set down her spoon, disinclined to continue. For someone who grew up in Paris, the foreign rendition of her hometown cuisine was utterly unpalatable. Had she known, she would have preferred to seek out a Chinese restaurant. Sasha surveyed the table and reached for a biscuit from the tray, breaking off a small piece to feed her shoulder-perched parakeet. Her parakeet had a particular fondness for biscuits, even more so than for energy cubes. Although Sasha rarely allowed her parakeet to consume human food, striving to maintain its healthy diet, she would occasionally indulge it with treats. Sasha, a translator, is not yet 30 years old, a graduate of a prestigious university, and proficient in multiple languages. A month ago, I joined the Dachshund family in London as a dedicated translator. Accompanying the Dachshund family's research team, I arrived in Huagua. The Dachshund family is a venerable aristocracy with a rich history in London. This so-called history is indeed profoundly deep, tracing back to the noble lineage of the Tudor dynasty. Nearly 500 years ago, over the centuries, the Dachshund family has weathered the rise and fall of various dynasties, from the Tudors to the Stuarts, and from Hanover to Windsor. While the English monarchy has undergone numerous changes, the Dachshund family has stood resilient through these tumultuous times, unwavering and enduring. They are an aristocracy older than the royal family itself. Historically, there have been attempts to dismantle this formidable entity. Henry VIII had the greatest opportunity during the family's weakest period, yet he ultimately failed. Soon after, he became embroiled in conflicts with France and Rome, leaving him no time to address other matters. He could only watch as the Dachshund family grew stronger with each passing day. During the decline of the Tudor dynasty, both Mary I and Elizabeth I signaled their intentions for marriage with the Dachshund family, recognizing that only this premier English aristocracy could salvage the monarchy. However, the Dachshund family declined, adhering to their unyielding principles. Consequently, Mary chose Spain, and Elizabeth became the Virgin Queen. Eventually, the Tudor dynasty faded into history, while the Dachshund family transcended time itself. With the onset of the steam age, the Dachshund family shifted their investments from agriculture and metallurgy to steam engines and maritime ventures. Subsequently, vast territories inherited from the era of absolute monarchy lost their lordly rights with the advent of constitutional governance, yet the estates remained intact. These properties have granted the Dachshund family immense wealth and legacy over the past 500 years. To this day, not only in England, but throughout much of Europe, the shadows of the Dachshund family loom behind a significant portion of the tangible industries. The Dachshund family's ironclad principles prioritize interests over disputes, continuity over mere ascendance. Their manner, standing steadfast in the outskirts of London for centuries, resembles an eternal curtain of steel. Dachshund embodies an everlasting creed of resilience. While the Kiyuan Group is a member of the Elven Alliance, the principal investor behind it is, in fact, the Dachshund family. The relationship between the Dachshund family and the Elven Alliance is one of non-cooperation, yet non-hostility. However, the Dachshund family does invest in certain member groups or publicly listed companies of the Elven Alliance, becoming their controlling shareholder. The secret jade industry is one of the 3 significant elven industries currently receiving robust support from the Dachshund family. The Kiyuan Group serves as the bastion of the Dachshund family's secret jade industry, acting as a nexus for the reformist faction of the Elven Alliance. They are currently facing a pivotal moment as they venture into the mainstream market. As the principal shareholders, the Dachshund family naturally must pay heed to their decisions and developmental trajectory. The Dachshund research delegation has traveled a great distance to the city of Binshushi in Huagua for 2 primary reasons. The first is to investigate the pilot project that has incurred substantial losses due to inexpensive gambling stones. The second is to assess the market conditions present in Huagua. Among the notable figures of the Dachshund family in this research delegation are two individuals. One is the brother of the current head of the Dachshund family, Count Tun Dachshund. The other is the young lady seated beside him, who possesses a pair of azure eyes inherited from her father, resembling treasures bestowed by the sky and the sea. When her gaze sweeps across her surroundings, it envelopes everything in a gentle and benevolent aura. Cynthia has known the owner of those enchanting eyes for a month and has never witnessed her lose her temper, even when others around her falter in their duties. She merely offers soft, gentle reminders to avoid repeating such mistakes in the future. This young lady is the youngest daughter of the Dachshund family, Lady Eloan Dachshund. If asked to assess Lady Eloan's character, Cynthia would describe her as a kind and gentle lady, who occasionally reveals a playful spirit characteristic of youthful exuberance. Hailing from a humble background in France, Cynthia finds herself amidst the long-standing nobility of England represented by the Dachshund family, where historical tensions are particularly pronounced. However, throughout their acquaintance this past month, Eloan has shown her no prejudice. On the contrary, she has consistently demonstrated consideration for her, which has deeply moved Cynthia. In her eyes, Eloan is a true noble, endowed with both virtue and talent, possessing a kind heart. Such traits epitomize the legacy that a centuries-old aristocracy should embody. Upon learning that Benshoshi is hosting a city celebration, Lady Eloan expressed a desire to partake in the festivities, wishing to immerse herself in the festive atmosphere of Huagua. What a remarkably approachable noblewoman she is. Cynthia holds an almost fervent admiration for Eloan. Although the organizers sternly declined her participation upon realizing that a Dachshund heiress intended to compete, fearing potential mishaps during the name-tag tearing contest, they ultimately permitted her to attend the event with an escort for protection. Cynthia, aren't you going to eat? Eloan gently tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing a delicate smile that evoked a sense of compassion. Cynthia shook her head. Lady Eloan, your unwavering kindness is evident, as you have not wasted a single bite of this rather unpalatable lunch. Eluer smiled awkwardly, expressing her discomfort. Sigia, I am just truly hungry, she remarked. However, Sigia merely shook her head, dismissing it as a kind-hearted pretext. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the next table. Hey Xiaozhou, look over there. Chapter 51. Lin Zhou turned his head and inadvertently locked eyes with Sigia. Two striking foreign beauties, one tall and the other petite, both with golden hair and azure eyes, caught his attention. Their beauty was captivating, which explained Lin Lan's insistence on him looking. Yet, it became apparent that the other party understood Chinese, leading to an awkward moment when their gazes met. Lin Zhou and Sigia were merely 3 to 4 meters apart. Hi. Sorry, Lin Zhou greeted them, attempting to maintain a friendly demeanor despite his embarrassment. However, Sigia ignored him entirely, glaring at Lin Lan and exclaiming in Chinese, how rude. Please be mindful of your manners. Her voice was loud, seemingly meant to ensure everyone around could hear. This declaration drew the attention of several onlookers, who began to wonder if something had transpired. Lin Lan quickly lowered her head, her fingers twisting in anxiety, feeling both conflicted and wronged. Despite her usual carefree demeanor with Lin Zhou, she was inherently shy and timid in public settings. She was, after all, just a simple-minded introvert. During work, she buried herself in writing at her desk, and after hours, she returned home to play video games with her pet dragon, having scarcely any friends. The embarrassment of making a scene in public left her speechless, her head bowed in shame. Sigia, puffing out her neck, turned away with an air of triumph, provoking a frown from Lin Zhou. He had already offered his apologies, yet she continued to bully Lin Lan. 80% of conflicts in the world arise from thoughtless remarks. This was hardly a significant matter, and it was impossible to determine who was right or wrong. It was simply a matter of mutual irritation. Though Lin Zhou often appeared exasperated by his silly sister, he was fiercely protective of Lin Lan. He stood up and approached Sigia's table, startling the onlookers who were unaware of the situation. They had overheard an argument between the two tables, and now this man was rising. Was a fight about to ensue? Would this escalate into an international dispute? Excited spectators raised their phones, ready to record, thinking, let them fight. Let them fight. Sigia, having initially felt justified in her remarks and relishing the discomfort she had caused these uncouth foreigners, felt a surge of pride. However, upon raising her gaze, she saw the Eastern man advancing towards her. What do you intend to do? Sigia asked, standing protectively in front of Eluer. Standing tall, though her voice trembled slightly, she felt a flicker of fear in the presence of this unkind man. The two faced each other, and Lin Zhou scrutinized Sasha before his gaze settled on the note parrot perched upon her shoulder. The bird's beak was speckled with crumbs. Its plumage appeared dull, indicating a lack of balanced nutrition, and it seemed to be finicky with its food. A mere glance allowed Lin Zhou to discern the parrot's dietary condition. Can this note parrot mimic human speech? Sasha was taken aback, uncertain of Lin Zhou's intent, and chose not to respond. Lin Zhou rummaged through his pocket and produced a palm-sized box filled with an assortment of energy cubes he had personally crafted. Selecting one that had been specifically enhanced for its aroma to stimulate a sprite's appetite, he held it out in his hand, allowing the rich scent to waft towards the note parrot. Sasha was bewildered. What was he doing? Suddenly, she felt a lightness on her shoulder. The parrot, typically only interested in biscuits, astonishingly flew to Lin Zhou's hand, eagerly attempting to consume the energy cube. Hey, you! Sasha's face reflected her anxiety. She was apprehensive about Lin Zhou potentially feeding her parrot something unsuitable. Lin Zhou interrupted her, saying, "This note parrot is quite picky, isn't it? I can see you've been trying to rectify this issue, but with little success." Sasha was momentarily stunned. Indeed, her parrot favored biscuits over energy cubes. She believed she had been managing the situation well. How did he know? Gently stroking the note parrot's feathers, Lin Zhou observed it devouring the entire energy cube. Not all sprites are particularly clever. Some, like Psyduck or the note parrot, exhibit a more simplistic intelligence. Without deliberate training, they might only achieve a cognitive level akin to that of a 2- or 3-year-old child. A simple temptation with an energy cube was often enough to entice them to indulge. Onlookers began to show interest, intrigued by this individual who seemed adept at befriending and taming unfamiliar sprites using energy cubes. Yet, no one anticipated what unfolded next. Lin Zhou raised the note parrot to his eye level and cleared his throat, declaring, "Repeat after me." The note parrot tilted its head, seemingly comprehending. Satisfied, Lin Zhou nodded and raised a finger towards the parrot, loudly proclaiming, "A standard Chinese curse, say it 3 times." A hush fell over the crowd, leaving everyone utterly perplexed. How childish this person is, to hold a grudge against a mere bird, unwilling to let even it be. Then, the musical parrot opened its beak. Goodness! How did this bird learn so quickly? The onlookers transitioned from bewilderment to sheer astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Although the musical parrot possessed an innate ability to mimic human speech, it typically required extensive practice through repetition. How could it have mastered it after just 3 attempts? Indeed, mastering a skill is arduous, while descending into mischief appears remarkably effortless. The musical parrot seemed elated to have acquired new vocabulary, flapping its wings and incessantly repeating the phrases. Such crude language. Saija's face flushed crimson, clearly incensed by Lin Zhou's antics. Yet, Lin Zhou merely nodded in satisfaction, delivering a parting jab. "Your bird exhibits considerable wit." At this moment, the crowd erupted in laughter. This individual had audaciously taught another's musical parrot to utter profanities. How utterly mischievous. However, this composed demeanor was far more admirable than rushing in to engage in a quarrel. Quite charming indeed. Attracting the musical parrot to tame it and teach it to speak was a feat not easily accomplished by the average person. "What are you teaching my musical parrot to say? Return it to me." Saija's expression darkened considerably as she produced a Pokéball to forcibly retrieve the still squawking parrot. In public, her own Pokémon's antics were utterly embarrassing. Lin Zhou chuckled lightly, turning back to his seat and leaving Saija to fume at the air. He did not demand an apology. After all, he was no moral enforcer. Such matters hardly boil down to right or wrong. Who isn't he inadvertently offended someone while speaking? His intention was purely to protect Lin Lan and to vent his frustrations on her behalf. Chapter 52. Coming to see the angel, Lin Zhou returned to his seat. The minor commotion in the restaurant concluded without escalating into any significant trouble. The restaurant staff, who had been anxiously anticipating a potential conflict among customers, finally breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their duties. The hidden bodyguards assigned to Iloa Air by the competition's officials also retracted their Pokéballs, refraining from intervening. During lunch, the event's cameras were focused on interviews with popular stars, ensuring that no footage of the earlier incident was captured by the small Magnemite cameraman. Among the spectators, however, some recorded the amusing scene of Lin Zhou teaching the musical parrot to speak and shared it on social media. A silly bird flapping its wings and squawking. What a delightful sight. Saija sat in her seat, simmering with anger. Meanwhile, Iloa Air beside her stifled giggles behind her hand. "Miss Iloa Air," Saija said, her face flushed with embarrassment. No, I think it's quite adorable," Iloa Air replied, unable to contain her laughter any longer. "It is entirely the fault of that fellow Lei for not being present. The very reason for bringing him over from London was to safeguard Miss Aluer. Now, when his presence is most needed, he has vanished without a trace," murmured Sixia softly. Aliur smiled as she took Saixia's hand and patted it, finding that Saixia, in her moment of sulkiness today, appeared quite endearing. Lin Zhou returned to his seat, and Lin Lan, with her tear-filled eyes, suddenly turned to him. Lin Zhou, yes. I'm sorry, she stammered. No more tears. Let us eat, and after the meal, we shall resume tearing name tags. Our goal today is victory. Lin Lan immediately obeyed, closing her mouth and beginning to eat. Lin Zhou possessed a particular knack for dealing with Lin Lan, with a memory akin to a fish's mere 7 seconds. Lin Lan might well forget her troubles over the course of a meal. Of course, this presupposed that no one would come to provoke her. However, after Lin Zhou and Lin Lan had finished their lunch, Lin Lan's spirits had just begun to lift when he glanced up to see Aliur and Saixiu approaching. Lin Lan instantly tensed and lowered her head again. Lin Zhou furrowed his brow. Why were these two still intent on pursuing him? Gently, he rubbed the ears of the fire fox, which understood his intent and leaped onto the table, baring its teeth fiercely at Aliur. Sparks flew. Aliur was taken aback. These sparks posed no real threat. With the recent mastery of his supernatural abilities, the fire fox's affinity for fire had diminished, and the sparks extinguished almost immediately after being emitted. Lin Zhou had merely instructed the fire fox to create sparks as a warning not to trouble him. Yet, Aliur was genuinely startled, taking 2 steps back, her face suddenly paling as she coughed violently. This exaggerated reaction left Lin Zhou momentarily stunned, internally protesting that he had not even approached her yet. So why was she playing the victim? Saixia's expression shifted dramatically. She rushed forward to support Aliur, retrieving a vial from her bag, pouring out several tablets, and offering a glass of water to help her take the medicine. After taking the medication, Aliur's complexion improved somewhat. Saixia glared at Lin Zhou, exclaiming, "What have you done? Miss Aliur has been frail and sickly since childhood. She cannot be frightened. How dare you?" However, Aliur intervened, weakly smiling and gesturing that it was of no consequence. Aliur then turned to Lin Lan, offering a kind smile. "I apologize. Please do not misunderstand. I have come to express my apologies on behalf of Saixia for her inappropriate words to this young lady." Aliur's voice was soft and gentle as she smiled slightly at Lin Lan, appearing somewhat fragile, yet exuding a remarkable tenderness. The sunlight filtered through her light golden hair, illuminating her softly contoured, fair face, and her deep blue eyes seemed to possess an enchanting power, effortlessly dismantling the defenses of the heart. Lin Lan was momentarily captivated, tugging at Lin Zhou's sleeve with a foolish expression. Hello, Xiao Zhouzhou, come out and see the angel." Lin Zhou, feeling disinterested in her silly sister, longed to bury her head in food and remain silent. On the other hand, Saixiu completely ignored Lin Zhou and her companion, as she had long wished to leave. Had it not been for Miss Ailor insisting on greeting these two individuals, she would not have been startled into a fit by that man's sprite. Including the earlier incident involving her mischievous pet parrot, Saixiu held no favorable impression of Lin Zhou whatsoever. Once again, Saixiu glanced at her phone, noting that it was nearly time for their scheduled appointment. With a sigh of relief, she stated, "Miss Ailor, it's about time. We must return, as there is an important meeting this afternoon." "Yes, I understand," Ailor nodded, winking at Lin Lan before departing with Saixiu. Their visit was brief, akin to stopping by merely to say hello after lunch. Lin Zhou paid them little mind. It was not uncommon for foreign friends to participate in the tear-off name tag competition, and there was nothing remarkable about it. After Lin Zhou and Lin Lan had dined and rested for a while, the event organizers announced the end of the break. The two rejoined the throng of competitors, eager to continue the spirited contest. In a dimly lit underground parking lot on the outskirts of the Puxin commercial district, Su Zijin, battered and bruised, hid behind a small car. His heavy breaths echoed in the air, sweat clung to his clothes, and blood smeared his wounds. At that moment, Su Zijin appeared far more haggard than he had a week prior. Indeed, the malevolent Sakura had once again traced his whereabouts. After encountering the young man commanding the Fire Fox, the Sprite Alliance had pinpointed his location using surveillance footage provided by the police. The malevolent Sakura was swiftly on his trail once more. Having gone 2 days and nights without sleep, Su Zijin's mental state was teetering on the brink of collapse. He felt the 4 Pokéballs at his waist, 2 of which were now empty. His fletchling had sacrificed itself during the initial pursuit by the malevolent Sakura, detonating to buy him time. His Diglett had aided his evasion for a full 2 days by burrowing tunnels, only to be ultimately captured and tragically perish beneath the shadow ball of the opposing Umbreon. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. He could not confront them head-on. Perhaps it would be best to give up. He truly could not endure any longer, enduring the dual torment of body and mind. Su Zijin longed for death in that very moment. If he died, the relentless pursuit would cease. If he died, he would be free from future worries. Yet, he felt a deep-seated resentment. For over 20 years, he had diligently strived to become a trainer. However, upon achieving that dream, his life had become more miserable than that of an ordinary person. For 7 years of aimless wandering, he found himself cornered, relentlessly pursued, reduced to a state of desperate flight, too fearful to show his face. Suzijin clenched his fists, a man in his 30s. Yet tears the size of pearls streamed from his eyes. The thought of dying here filled him with an unrelenting bitterness. Chapter 53. A desperate path. The echo of heels striking the ground reverberated through the desolate parking lot. They had arrived. The malevolent Sakura was here. Suzijin, hidden behind a car, felt a sudden tightening in his chest. He held his breath, one hand reaching for the Pokéball, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was left with only 2 Pokémon. One was the steadfast Shroomish, his companion since the beginning, and the other. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased. The underground parking lot fell into an eerie silence. The fluorescent lights flickered. In the inky shadow beneath the car, something sinister seemed to stir. Suzijin's heart raced violently. It was the unmistakable sensation of being targeted by a bloodthirsty beast. He knew his pursuer had found him. Suzijin's eyes filled with bloodshot intensity. He widened them in alarm, pressing the button on the Pokéball. Where are you? His mind screamed. At that moment, from the shadow beneath the car, a foul gust surged forth. A shimmering claw, imbued with malicious intent, reached out towards Suzijin's vulnerable neck. Should this claw, brimming with dark malevolence, make contact, his neck would surely rupture, flesh torn asunder, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yet, the Pokéball radiated a blinding light. The released Shroomish swung its tail fiercely, positioning itself before the deadly claw. Although the tail had been honed through countless battles, it lacked the mastery of the iron tail technique, failing to harness elemental energy. Its strength far from the might of a true move. The malevolent claw collided with the flesh. With a horrific tearing sound, blood sprayed forth. The twitching tail was sent flying, landing in a pool of crimson. Suzijin's eyes widened in horror. The tail of Shroomish had been severed by that claw. In agony, Shroomish let out a piercing wail, losing its balance and collapsing to the ground. Suzijin cried out in anguish, rushing to embrace the fallen Shroomish, bleeding from its severed tail, stumbling out from behind the small car. From the shadows, the moonlit EV emerged, stepping forward with deliberate grace. Its bloodthirsty gaze swept over the bleeding stump of Shroomish's tail, licking the blood from its claws with a hint of mocking amusement. The moonlit EV ceased its relentless pursuit, patiently awaiting its master's next command. The sound of footsteps echoed once more. Suzijin's hand trembled as it rested upon the severed tail of the Dusclops, and when he lifted his gaze, he was met only with the blinding brilliance of golden cherry blossoms. This was the malevolent cherry blossom of the Fujiwara clan. For half a month, the Alliance investigator had pursued him from Dongjiang City to Binshushi City, covered in blood and in a state of utter disarray. Suzijin regarded the young investigator standing before him, a bitter sensation rising within him. This woman, barely in her 20s, was even younger than he had been when he first took the trainer examination. Now, having become a trainer and toiling within the Pokémon League into his 30s, he found himself unable to best even this young girl. No, it was more accurate to say that she could effortlessly annihilate him. Over the past few days of flight, aside from the moonlit EV, Suzijin had not even encountered any of her other Pokémon. The overwhelming disparity in strength rendered it unnecessary for her to summon any additional Pokémon. Was this the privilege of a trainer born into a prestigious family? From a young age, immersed in the world of trainers, with ample resources provided by their families, free from the burdens of survival, they could devote themselves entirely to nurturing their Pokémon. It was profoundly unfair. Suzijin's heart was a tumult of emotions. As a person from an ordinary background, he had struggled tirelessly throughout his life, yet had not even reached the starting line of their race. At last, I have caught you. You have made me chase across Dongjiang to Binshushi for so long. It seems the Gene Group has provided you with considerable assistance, Fujiwara Sakura remarked coldly regarding Suzijin. Were it not for the Gene Group's interference, obstructing her investigation and repeatedly sabotaging her efforts from the shadows, she would not have had to expend such great effort to apprehend him. The Gene Group will no longer assist you. Now, tell me, where is the item hidden? Fujiwara Sakura proceeded directly to the point, evidently uninterested in engaging in further trivial conversation with Suzijin. Her sole purpose in pursuing this man was to obtain that treasure. Suzijin was momentarily taken aback by her words, but soon understood. Haha, so you two are here for that item. I thought the Alliance would not send someone of your caliber to hunt me. Suzujin grimaced, the realization dawning upon him. It turned out that she was also aware of the treasure's existence in his possession, aware of its value. It was for that treasure that she had come. If I give you the item, will you let me go? Suzujin gritted his teeth and spoke. Huh? Do you think you possess the right to negotiate terms with me? Fujiwara Sakura narrowed her eyes as she observed Suzujin, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Beside her, the moonlit EV began to gather a terrifying shadow ball. Regardless, the item is with you. In your desperate flight, it would be impossible for you to conceal it elsewhere. I shall simply take it myself. Suzujin scoffed at the thought, fully aware that no matter what, she would not let him escape. The malevolent cherry blossom had gone to great lengths to pursue him, and it was evident that her motives extended far beyond the duties of an Alliance investigator. She harbored intentions of hoarding the treasure. The Alliance was undoubtedly oblivious to the existence of this artifact in their possession. Once the malevolent Sakura acquired it, she would certainly ensure his silence. During the pursuit of a fugitive, when faced with resistance, the investigator, prioritizing personal safety, resorted to lethal force. Such a report could be hastily drafted to appease higher authorities. According to the Alliance's laws, fugitives possess no rights. Their fate rests solely upon the whims of the investigator. Suzujin was acutely aware that should he fall into the hands of the nefarious Sakura, survival would be utterly impossible. What on earth was this object? Suzujin unconsciously leaned against the pocket close to his body, pondering the nature of the treasure contained within. He knew only that this item was of significant interest to the elders of the Alliance and could fetch a high price. However, its true utility remained a mystery to him. How tragic, how profoundly sorrowful it was that in the end, he could not even comprehend the reason for his demise. A self-deprecating smile twisted Suzujin's face into a grimace. Very well, if you desire it, I shall ensure you cannot possess it. Suzujin withdrew his Pokéball. Recalling the Shroomish, he watched as the shadow ball from the opposing moonlight EV coalesced into form and hurtled toward him. Simultaneously, he hurled another Pokéball. The shadow ball, imbued with a chilling aura, raced directly towards Suzujin. The Pokéball opened, a flash of white light erupted, and a half-human, blue creature materialized before him, colliding with the menacing shadow ball. Chapter 54. Indeed, Girenu. Fujihara Sakurako's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the blue creature standing before Suzujin. This is Girenu? Hiss. This is troublesome. A heavy sensation settled in Fujihara Sakurako's heart. She knew the situation was dire. Yet, the shadow ball from the moonlight EV was already en route. Psychedelic starlight gathered around Girenu's form, enveloping it in a brilliant glow. Girenu's entire being became translucent, as if transformed into a mirror of starlight. The approaching shadow ball struck precisely against this starry mirror. The shadow ball exuded a terrifying ghostly energy, akin to sinister claws, relentlessly attempting to breach the protective barrier and seize Girenu. However, Girenu, adorned with the starlight mirror, exhibited an elasticity akin to that of a highly flexible rubber band, distorting in response to the shadow ball's assault. Simultaneously, the unleashed energy wreaked havoc, distorting the very fabric of space as if the shadow ball were the focal point of force, causing the surroundings to depress gradually. The shadow ball's velocity diminished progressively until it came to a halt. Bang! Girenu, stretched to its limits, erupted with a tremendous sound. The entirety of its mirror-like starlight was engulfed within the shadow ball. The shadowy sphere was instantly enveloped by starlight, expanding outward like a bullet released from a slingshot. Rebounding with accelerated speed, the luminous energy sphere surged forth, almost instantaneously appearing before the moon EV, with a mirror-like reflection. It had the capacity to absorb the opponent's damage and retaliate with amplified force. This was indeed the formidable technique upon which the Gurenrin relied for its survival. Everything transpired in a mere heartbeat. The moon EV could only slightly adjust its position to evade a fatal blow, yet still, the energy sphere grazed one of its hind legs. Boom! The vehicle behind the moon EV was struck by the energy sphere, instantly erupting into a massive fireball that soared skyward. The explosive gusts of wind sent several surrounding cars flying, while thick smoke billowed upward, triggering the fire alarm. The fire sprinklers activated, showering the entire underground garage in a fine mist. The moon EV, dragging a twisted and evidently fractured hind leg, retreated to the side of Fujihara Sakura. Suzujin gazed upon the once mighty moon EV, now with a broken leg, his face finally revealing a fierce smile of vengeance. You severed the tail of the Shroomish today, and I shall break one of your legs in return. Suzujin understood that this act of defiance bore little significance in the current situation, Yet it was the only struggle he could muster, the sole satisfaction he could derive. He looked at the Gyurenrin before him, his emotions entangled. He knew that without this Gyurenrin, he would not even be capable of this meager resistance. Over the 7 years of being a trainer, the most precious possession he had acquired was this rare Pokémon, Gyurenrin. He had once become separated from the main expedition in a labyrinth and stumbled upon a cave, from which he retrieved a Pokémon egg. Initially intending to sell the egg for money, he found himself unable to afford an appraiser for the identification certificate. Without this certificate, the species of the egg remained unknown, rendering it unsellable at a decent price. Thus, Su Zijin ultimately chose to keep the egg rather than part with it at a loss. Eventually, the egg hatched into a small Gyurenrin. The evolution of this little Gyurenrin had culminated in the current Gyurenrin. Gyurenrin is a particularly unique Pokémon, possessing a limited repertoire of skills but endowed with unparalleled defensive capabilities. It innately inherits the moves Mirror Reflection and Counter, both of which can also be learned by other Pokémon, albeit at a steep cost, and supplemented by technique gems. However, the efficacy of these moves in the hands of others pales in comparison to that of Gyurenrin. This disparity stems from the physiological structure inherent to the Pokémon itself. Gyurenrin's naturally resilient, sack-like form enables it to don the thickest armor and withstand the most punishing blows. The defensive counterattack effects of its moves are unrivaled among all Pokémon. The Pokémon League, based on years of exploration and research, has established an official rating system for the rarity of Pokémon. Some Pokémon, endowed with remarkable talents yet possessing poor reproductive capabilities, are challenging to cultivate artificially. Scarce in number and difficult to capture, fall within the category of rare Pokémon. The Pokémon known as Gardevoir is indeed one such rarity. Not easily obtained and relatively uncommon. Su Zijin never anticipated that the Pokémon egg he fortuitously acquired would hatch into such a rare creature. This can be considered one of the most fortunate events since he embarked on his journey as a trainer. He has diligently nurtured Gardevoir, harboring hopes that one day it might enable him to join a prestigious company or lineage. However, that prospect now seems impossible, as Su Zijin struggles for his own survival. Perhaps, once matured, Gardevoir could leverage its exceptional talents and inherited moves to stand its ground against most Pokémon of comparable levels. Yet, Gardevoir has not yet reached the stage where it can fend for itself. Just moments ago, it successfully reflected back the Shadow Ball from the Umbreon, inflicting damage upon the adversary. However, it too bears numerous wounds. The Mirror Reflection does not provide defense against incoming attacks. Its effect only manifests after sustaining damage, doubling the counterattack. This means that Gardevoir must still endure the opponent's onslaught. If Umbreon were to launch several more such attacks, Gardevoir would undoubtedly falter. It is evidently impossible for Su Zijin to defeat Fujiwara Sakurako using Gardevoir. Nevertheless, he released Gardevoir not with the intention of vanquishing Fujiwara Sakurako. In the underground garage, the remnants of vehicles continued to smolder, while the gentle spray from the fire suppression system persisted. The waterlogged fluorescent tubes flickered intermittently, and the shadows beneath Fujiwara Sakurako and Umbreon underwent a peculiar transformation. The shadows elongated incessantly, ultimately converging beneath Gardevoir's feet, held firmly in place. Fujiwara Sakurako observed the shifting shadows, her impatience evident as she clicked her tongue. She had not expected Su Zijin to possess such a clever stratagem. Although the object of their pursuit was almost within reach, it now required further waiting. You have already lost 2 Pokémon in your desperate bid for escape. Will you continue this futile endeavor? Fujiwara Sakurako's words were devoid of empathy, as if those 2 Pokémon had not met their demise at her hands. Su Zijin responded to her with a cold smirk. Do you believe that if you kill me, you will spare my Pokémon? Fujiwara Sakurako shook her head. Tamed Pokémon are exceedingly difficult to recondition. The more intelligent and powerful they are, the more so. Their bonds with their trainers run too deep to be easily altered. Especially if they witness their trainer's tragic end, their emotional responses will only intensify, and they may even seek revenge. Thus, the typical handling of such Pokémon involves either sending them to research facilities for live experimentation or outright extermination. Chapter 55. Shadow Manipulation. Su Zijin was unwilling to engage in further conversation with Fujiwara Sakurako. Upon witnessing that the Gyarados had indeed ensnared the shadows of Fujiwara Sakura and her moonlit Eevee, he swiftly turned to flee the subterranean parking lot, leaving behind the Gyarados, Fujiwara Sakura, and her Pokémon in a tense standoff. Fujiwara Sakura did not pursue Su Zijin. Rather, she found herself utterly unable to do so. With her shadow trapped beneath the Gyarados' foot, she felt as though she were shackled by an invisible bond, restricting her movement to the vicinity of the Gyarados, rendering escape impossible. This was the signature ability of the Gyarados, Shadow Trap. Shadow Trap is an exceedingly rare trait, possessed by only a handful of Pokémon species. The manifestation of this ability is such that it can immobilize either humans or Pokémon by stepping upon their shadows, confining them within a designated area. Suzajine's intention in leaving behind this Gyarados was unmistakable. He had resolved to sacrifice it, using its presence to buy time for his escape. The method to break free from the Shadow Trap is not inherently complex. One need only incapacitate the Pokémon exerting the ability. However, the complication arises from the fact that it is indeed a Gyarados, a Pokémon renowned for its resilience. Striking it is fraught with peril, for unless one can surpass its defensive capabilities in a single blow, they risk facing the backlash of its various counterattacks. Conversely, refraining from engaging it leaves one ensnared by the Shadow Trap, unable to flee. Thus, upon seeing Suzajine summon the Gyarados, Fujiwara Sakura's immediate reaction was one of apprehension. She glanced down at her moonlit EV, whose hind leg was fractured but not severely. With a trip to the Pokémon Center, it would soon recover, as Pokémon possess far superior physical resilience and recuperative abilities compared to humans. Yet, facing the Gyarados in its current condition would render the already hindered moonlit EV ill-suited for further combat. Fujiwara Sakura retrieved a Pokéball, attempting to recall her moonlit EV. However, under the Gyarados' Shadow Trap, it proved impossible. Observing the Gyarados remained stationary, merely awaiting an attack from her side. She then produced 2 additional Pokeballs from her waist. In typical battles, trainers seldom deploy all their Pokémon at once. Instead, they usually release 1 or 2. Particularly seasoned trainers, as this allows for more strategic command based on the evolving dynamics of the battle. Moreover, Pokémon are enigmatic creatures endowed with a myriad of extraordinary abilities. Some are well documented, while others are scarcely noted, and some remain entirely unknown. For instance, the legendary move known as the Song of Ruin is said to have the potential to cause the demise of all Pokémon that hear it, a chilling ability, albeit one that exists solely in myth, as no one has ever witnessed it in action. However, to avert certain peculiar abilities that could ensnare one's own Pokémon, it is prudent to refrain from revealing all of one's Pokémon at the outset of a battle. Concealing some of one's trump cards from the opponent may present an opportunity to deliver an unexpected strike at a critical juncture, or perhaps to devise a countermeasure in a moment of crisis. A seasoned trainer approaches battle akin to a game of chess, counteracting moves and testing each other's resolve. Typically, a trainer will unleash all their Pokémon in a desperate bid only when the stakes are dire. Fujiwara Sakurako stepped to the edge of the shadowy area, attempting to step outside but found it impossible. She then retrieved a Pokéball, positioning it just beyond the reach of the shadow, releasing a Dark Raven. The Dark Raven flapped its wings, appearing outside the shadow's influence, unharmed. Follow that individual. Fujiwara Sakurako commanded the Dark Raven, instructing it to pursue the not-so-distant Suzajine. The Dark Raven cawed and soared from the underground parking lot into the air above the city, searching for Suzajine's whereabouts. In the underground parking lot, Fujiwara Sakurako turned to face the rare Pokémon, the shadowy creature, for a moment, shaking her head in regret. She produced another Pokéball and pressed the switch. Ever since her Moon EV had matured and could handle most situations, she had not utilized this particular Pokémon in quite some time, the one she had nurtured from the beginning. The Pokéball opened with a flash of white light, revealing a deep gray figure that, like a specter, surged forth, enveloped in a torrent of malevolence, lunging toward the opposing shadowy creature. In its emerald, cunning eyes, a bloodthirsty glint radiated forth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, in a certain mall within the Pu-Xian commercial district, Lin Lan sat on a bench, counting the brands they had torn off. 289, 290, 291, 292. A total of 292 brands. Lin Lan exclaimed, excitedly hammering her small fist on Lin Zhou's shoulder. Xiao Zhou, do you think we can win with this number? Of course, we can win. With this many. They couldn't catch up even with a few advantages. Lin Zhou waved his hand dismissively. He thought to himself that most people were merely there to record a show and would be satisfied with tearing off 7 or 8. None played with such earnestness as she did. With a total of 1,000 teams participating and 2,000 brands in play, she alone possessed nearly 300. Let us take a break and wait for the competition to conclude. Lin Zhou glanced at the time. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon, and there was about half an hour left before the competition would finish. Lin Lan nodded, stowing the brands, which bulged her pockets considerably. Lin Zhou rolled his eyes. Do you want me to help you carry some? Lin Lan, her expression tense, clasped her pockets with both hands. No need. This time it's my turn. You just relax. It is evident that I have been clearly assigned a role. Lin Zhou gazed at her with a look of incredulity. Lin Lan, clutching her name tag, indulged in her moment of delight before approaching Lin Zhou with a pitiful demeanor. Xiao Zhou, I'm thirsty. Mom, can I return this, sister? Is it too late? Lin Zhou covered his face, but still instructed Lin Lan to sit still and not wander off, asking the electric dragon to keep an eye on her while he sought a place to procure water. Each group had only one small magnetic photographer, and the teams of two proceeded separately, with the camera following only one individual. Compared to Lin Zhou and Lin Lan, the production team certainly had no reservations about allowing the small magnetic photographer to remain and continue capturing the beauty. Meanwhile, Lin Zhou was on a quest with the Fire Fox to find water. They were currently situated in a large comprehensive commercial center in the POKÉ business district. This place resembled the Wanda of his past life, boasting brand stores, dining options, cinemas, and every conceivable amenity. However, due to the name tag tearing competition, all the stores were closed and not operational. He could only search for vending machines and water dispensers in the restrooms. On the third floor where they were located, Lin Zhou searched in vain for a vending machine, only to find that the restroom's water dispenser had run out of paper cups. With no other option, he took the escalator down to the second floor. However, as soon as he reached the second floor, Lin Zhou paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow. He noticed deep red bloodstains extending across the gleaming white tiles of the mall. Chapter 56. Foreseeing the future, a sense of foreboding washed over Lin Zhou. He crouched down and caught a whiff of a metallic, rusty scent. This was indeed blood. Had someone been injured? Had a contestant fallen? What could have happened? The amount of blood seemed excessive. Observing the trail of blood, it was no wonder Lin Zhou's imagination ran wild. Any rational person would find it disconcerting. He gently stroked the ear of the Fire Fox nestled in his arms. For the sake of caution, he decided to have it utilize its ability to foresee the future. Ever since the incident in the alley with the wanted criminal, he had become significantly more cautious in his actions. Over the past month, Lin Zhou had dedicated considerable effort to studying the Fire Fox's foresight, though the results had been rather meager. Aside from the limitations and rules governing its use, he had not been able to uncover much else. The foresight allowed glimpses of a frozen moment in time, the visions influenced by Lin Zhou's own thoughts. These images might occur, but they were not guaranteed. For instance, if Lin Zhou wished to see what lay within a piece of raw stone, the foresight would simulate the events following its cutting. If it were unconscious, it might draw from subconscious inclinations. It was during his initial arrival in this world of descending spirits that the Fire Fox first granted him the ability to foresee the future. What he observed was the time displayed on his mobile phone, an instinctive manifestation of his desire to check the hour. Lin Zhou later endeavored to comprehend that in the foreseen future, material existence is indeed an objective reality, yet actions are not inevitably predetermined. For instance, Lin Zhou could visualize the moment he would cleave the raw stone, and he could perceive the treasures concealed within. However, he retained the subjective freedom to choose against splitting the stone. In essence, foreseeing the future does not equate to witnessing an unwavering timeline of inevitable occurrences. The nature of precognition resembles a wondrous extrapolation, capable of accurately predicting potential scenarios that may unfold under Lin Zhou's contemplation. This extrapolation bears a semblance of pseudoscience. Perhaps Laplace's demon theory in quantum mechanics could serve as a potential explanation. Lin Zhou himself could not fathom the scientific principles underpinning this phenomenon, yet he felt no compulsion to delve deeper. He was not a scientist, merely an individual seeking to embrace a carefree existence. The ability to foresee the future is not without its limitations. It demands the expenditure of the Fire Fox's vitality. Overindulgence leads to exhaustion and fatigue, necessitating ample rest for recuperation. Curiously, the depletion incurred from this foresight is enigmatic and uncertain. At times, a single use of the Fire Fox might leave him utterly drained, while on other occasions, employing it 10 times in a day would still leave the Fire Fox exuberant and lively. Lin Zhou remained uncertain whether the difficulty of the extrapolation dictated this variance. A violet luminescence enveloped the Fire Fox, and suddenly, Lin Zhou's mind went blank. Engulfed by blinding white light, a blurred image flickered before his eyes. A man, battered and bruised, stood with blood streaming from numerous wounds, leaving a trail of crimson upon the ground. This path of blood appeared to be his doing. The man was positioned at the end of an escalator, his bloodied hand resting on a pokeball at his waist. He seemed to be ascending to the next level via the escalator. From the man's perspective, the surrounding array of brand stores came into view, suggesting that they were situated on the third floor of a shopping mall. And then, Lin Lan. Lin Zhou jolted awake, a chill coursing through him. He had seen Lin Lan. The bloodied man had ascended to the third floor, precisely where Lin Lan was resting. Damn! Lin Zhou was drenched in cold sweat, an expletive escaping his lips, a rare eruption of anger. He turned and dashed back along the escalator. He needed to reach Lin Lan's side as swiftly as possible, a man drenched in blood, clutching a pokeball. There was no conceivable way he could be anything but malevolent. The agonizing memory of his encounter with the fugitive, the searing pain of being pierced by a seed bullet, remained vivid in his mind. He understood all too well that this world is not as safe as it seems. He could not allow Lin Lan to come to harm. He had to hurry. He had to make it in time. Lin Zhou's eyes burned with urgency as he sprinted forward, his teeth clenched with determination. With his lips bleeding profusely, he remained blissfully unaware of the pain. Foreseeing the future, he was able to perceive the unfolding scenes through his own perspective. Though he had no knowledge of the speed at which he advanced in this mental simulation, he understood that such details were of no consequence. All that mattered was swiftness. He must return to Lin Lan's side with utmost haste. Blood dripped onto the pristine tiles with each agonizing step he took, gritting his teeth in unbearable pain. He tugged at his clothing, the fabric saturated with large patches of crimson blood, which had soaked through completely. The coagulated blood had even fused his flesh to the garment. Gasping in agony, Su Zhajin was shocked to find that his previous wounds had reopened. His condition was dire, to say the least. The spirits had either perished or were grievously injured, and he himself was suffering from ruptured wounds that began to bleed profusely, leaving him uncertain of how much longer he could endure. Yet despite this, the will to survive surged within him, initially engulfed in despair. He had nearly relinquished all hope of survival. However, upon confronting the malevolent Sakura and realizing that she sought the treasure, viewing him as expendable, no more than an inconsequential obstacle to be easily dispatched, he was ignited by a complex blend of fear and indignation. To underestimate me, to belittle me? Very well. If you desire this treasure, I shall ensure that you do not obtain it. With newfound resolve, Su Zhajin vowed to escape with the treasure in hand. Determined not to perish easily, he refused to vanish like a grain of sand, swept away without leaving a trace. He would live to infuriate these individuals. Indeed, he had left behind a distraction for the malevolent Sakura, but his fate was precarious, and he could now rely solely on a single mushroom-like spirit. However, the mushroom had suffered a severed tail, significantly diminishing its combat prowess. While spirits were known for their remarkable recovery abilities, particularly after transcending the ordinary and reaching the trainer level, a severed tail was unlikely to regenerate. Had Su Zhajin retrieved the tail earlier, he might have been able to reattach it. Yet, he dared not take that risk. He needed to escape the shadow of the malicious Sakura immediately to ensure his safety. Otherwise, Fujiwara Sakurako might opt to eliminate him first. Nevertheless, his mushroom possessed a unique healing trait capable of converting toxins into restorative energy. Before fleeing, he had exhausted all his resources to equip the mushroom with a deadly poison orb. Now, thanks to its healing ability, the bleeding from its severed tail had ceased, and the wound was gradually healing. Though it would no longer possess a tail, at least its life had been preserved. As long as he lived, opportunities would arise in the future. Deep within, Su Zhajin vowed that if he could escape this ordeal, he would one day return to exact vengeance upon these individuals. But first, he needed to locate a disruption spray. The moonlit EV had once again locked onto him. To escape, he first needed to find a disruption spray to nullify the tracking effect. Within this expansive shopping mall, there existed a store that sold Pokémon potions. He had previously noted the sign indicating that the establishment was located on the third floor. Su Zhajin, clutching his injured abdomen, struggled to ascend the escalator. He felt a sense of relief, fortunate that an event seemed to be taking place nearby, leaving the mall virtually empty and allowing him to move with ease. However, just as the escalator progressed steadily and he was nearing the third floor, he suddenly heard voices above. "Ah, I'm so thirsty, why isn't Xiao Zhouzhou back yet?" There were indeed others present. Su Zhajin paused at the sound, instinctively reaching for his Pokéball. He could not afford to be discovered now. Should anyone appear, it would be their misfortune, as he would have no qualms about eliminating them. A dangerous, bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes, and he licked his parched lips. He had been driven to a dead end, feeling no moral burden in slaughtering an ordinary person. Chapter 57. Perhaps he drank fake alcohol. Lin Zhou ran with all his might, pushing himself to his fastest pace to return. Only upon catching sight of Lin Lan in the distance, safe and sound, did he feel a slight sense of relief. Yet, he dared not delay his steps, for according to his foresight, the dangerous individual was approaching rapidly. The location of his emergence was right next to the escalator beside Lin Lan. Xiao Zhou, why have you been gone so long? Lin Lan also spotted Lin Zhou, her eyes lighting up with excitement as she stood and waved. However, she soon noticed that aside from the firefox nestled under his arm, Lin Zhou's hands were empty. In an instant, the light of hope faded from her eyes. Akin to a fish out of water, bereft of dreams. Where's Shui? I'll get to her later. No time to explain. Sit still. I'll be right back. Electric Dragon. Keep an eye on her. Lin Zhou had no time to explain. He rushed over and pressed her back into her seat, instructing the Electric Dragon to watch over her. Without a moment's pause, he sprinted towards the escalator. As he approached, he saw a figure's head emerging from below. Evidently, the other party had ascended the escalator. They're here. Lin Zhou was drenched in cold sweat. It was indeed perilously close. Just a mere moment's delay could have cost him dearly. The individual coming up the escalator had only just heard voices and was taken aback by the sudden appearance of someone at the top. As he looked up, his gaze met Lin Zhou's. It's you. A familiar encounter. Familiar lines. Just like that fateful meeting in the dark alley, they recognized each other instantly. Lin Zhou would certainly never forget Su Zijin's visage. Last week, he narrowly escaped from the clutches of his adversary. The grudge stemming from that seed bullet is one that a petty individual like him can harbor for a lifetime. His instincts were not mistaken. Upon witnessing the bloodied and disheveled figure in his premonition, he surmised that this individual was dangerous. Now, it appears his judgment was indeed correct. The moment Lin Zhou recognized Su Zhe's face, he reacted instantly. This was a perilous trainer, a wanted criminal. He must not be allowed to unleash his Pokémon. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Zhou acted without a moment's hesitation. With the momentum of his run, he propelled himself into the air. He charged towards Su Zhe as if he had nothing to lose, executing a flying kick. Su Zhe was taken aback. Was this person reckless enough to throw caution to the wind? They were atop an escalator towering 7 or 8 meters high. The outcome of such a kick could only end with both of them tumbling down the escalator. Falling from such a height would surely result in severe injury, if not death. Su Zhe attempted to evade, but in the confines of the narrow escalator, there was nowhere to escape. He could only watch helplessly as the shadow before him loomed larger. Though his hand rested on a Pokéball, it was already too late to release his Pokémon. Lin Zhou's kick landed squarely on Su Zhe's chest. Both of them lost their balance simultaneously. As anticipated, Lin Zhou and Su Zhe tumbled down the escalator together. Lin Zhou? Lin Lan exclaimed in alarm. Just moments ago, Lin Zhou had rushed over, babbling a series of bizarre statements that momentarily left her bewildered. Yet, without warning, he leaped from the escalator. From Lin Lan's vantage point directly facing the escalator, she could not see Su Zhe ascending from below. All she witnessed was Lin Zhou suddenly jumping off. Even with her limited comprehension, she understood the peril of such a high leap. Almost in tears, she hurriedly brought her electric dragon to the side of the escalator, peering down in concern. The photographer, the little magnet, followed closely, floating beside her. The moment Lin Zhou leapt from the escalator was captured and broadcasted by Little Magnet. The broadcast team was taken by surprise at this turn of events. The camera had been trained on Lin Lan's perspective, resulting in the shocking footage of Lin Zhou's leap being aired live. The chat room erupted. What is happening? Why did the master do something so reckless? Did he jump off a building? Perhaps he consumed counterfeit liquor? Is this a broadcasting mishap? Or part of the director's script? It feels scripted. It cannot be that they would actually air such footage. How could this be real? What an extraordinary script that necessitates such a dramatic leap. Inside the broadcast vehicle, the chief director, visibly anxious, shouted, "Cut to another angle. Quickly, switch the camera." The director, equally startled, promptly transitioned the feed to follow another participant. Suddenly, the live stream shifted to a popular celebrity currently engaged in a game of tearing name tags. However, the audience was indifferent to this distraction, their comments dominated by discussions of the earlier incident. Wow, they've switched the camera. Are they not filming that anymore? Did something really happen? It seems it did. I saw the paramedics and doctors from the production team rush to the scene. How terrifying. The audience, frightened, dropped their snacks and trembled in silence. Was anyone recording that earlier footage? What exactly transpired? The screen was live streaming throughout. If you wish to view it, please follow our account on Bilibili. I will edit that segment and post it. Initially, some in the chat speculated that the scene of the jump from the escalator was scripted by the director. However, this switch in camera angles only served to exacerbate the situation. Yet, the director had no choice. Such an accident could not be broadcasted. The chief director was in a frenzy, never expecting that this year's name tag tearing competition would result in such a calamity. The paramedics hurried to the scene. "Call the police." You go report it. And bring that camera angle in. Let the little magnet fly over to ascertain the situation. The chief director meticulously assigned tasks while praying silently. A broadcast incident is one thing, but a real tragedy would spell disaster for him. Simultaneously, he couldn't fathom why someone would suddenly jump. Due to the angle of the cameras, no one noticed Su Zijin's figure. Those watching the live feed believed Lin Zhou had leapt from the escalator. It wasn't until Lin Lan and the little magnet reached the glass barrier and looked down that they discovered not only Lin Zhou, but another individual below. The Firefox. The double shields. In the instant Lin Zhou lost his balance, he curled his body into a ball, cradling the Firefox within his embrace. Shielded by Lin Zhou, the Firefox was afforded a safe environment to exert her telekinetic powers. Lin Zhou tumbled down from the 7 or 8 meter high escalator, the force of gravity propelling him fiercely. His body collided repeatedly with the unforgiving metal steps and tempered glass. The double shields manifested frequently around Lin Zhou, their telekinetic control mitigating the tremendous impact. Nevertheless, despite being mentally prepared and under the Firefox's protection, Lin Zhou emerged from the fall bruised and battered, with several contusions marking his body. The garments on his arms and legs were torn, revealing various degrees of bruising, with several wounds seeping blood. The scene was truly harrowing. After all, this was a flight of stairs towering 7 or 8 meters high. Moreover, he hadn't merely slipped. He had launched himself with the intent to confront his adversary, kicking off with fervor and losing his balance, ultimately tumbling down. The impact was indeed severe. Chapter 58. Poison. The reason Lin Zhou exerted himself so desperately was to prevent Su Zijin from unleashing his Pokémon. This was a genuine trainer. That night in the alley, Lin Zhou had witnessed the terrifying prowess of Su's Shroomish. Furthermore, when Lin Zhou had visited the September house to procure medicine, he had noted the 4 Pokeballs dangling from Su's waist. This indicated that Su potentially possessed 4 Pokémon. At this moment, Lin Zhou remained unaware that Su Zijin actually had only 1 Pokémon left. Lin Zhou understood all too well that facing such an opponent, should Su release all his Pokémon, he would stand no chance of victory. Not only would he be in peril, but so would Lin Lan, the Firefox, and the Electric Dragon. None would survive. Therefore, he had to take the initiative. If he could not best them in Pokémon battles, he would have to confront Su directly in a physical altercation. This was a matter of life and death. Who would care about the method employed? The only strategy that mattered was one that ensured his survival. The moment on the escalator presented the perfect opportunity. Although this action was undeniably fraught with risk, should the Firefox's psychic power and the double shield fail to withstand the force and provide adequate cushioning, Lin Zhou himself could very well find himself in danger. Rolling down the escalator, if fortune did not favor him and he happened to twist his neck or strike his head, he could very well find himself in a dire situation. Fortunately, the Firefox's psychic abilities and the double shield proved sufficiently robust, offering him considerable protection. As for Su Zijin, Lin Zhou bore the pain coursing through his body as he rose to his feet and cast a glance in Su's direction. It was a tragic sight. Both arms and one leg were bent at unnatural angles, clearly fractured. The broken bone protruded from the flesh of one arm, a sight that made Lin Zhou feel nauseous. Yet, as he observed Su Zijin gripping a Pokéball with his fractured hand, alongside the Shroomish that had appeared at his side, he couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. Remarkably, he had still managed to summon a Pokémon. It was the familiar adversary, the very Shroomish that had nearly shot him down with its seed bombs in the past. However, this particular Shroomish appeared to be in poor condition. A notably broken tail was painfully conspicuous. Although the wound on the tail had healed, the loss of a substantial portion of its body would undoubtedly result in a lack of balance. The Straw Hat Mushroom evidently had yet to acclimate to its physical state. Unable to refrain from swaying side to side, even while standing still, Su Zijin lay on the ground, racked with excruciating pain. Both of his arms were broken, leaving him immobile, and he could only laboriously turn his head, his eyes brimming with hatred as they bore down on Lin Zhou. This fellow was indeed ruthless. Su Zijin was on the brink of exploding with rage. He had never felt so utterly helpless, not even when fleeing from the pursuit of the malevolent Sakura. The resentment within him was palpable. The sacrifice of Guoran Wang had been in vain, as the opportunity for a grand escape slipped away. He had yet to procure the interference agent, and by the time the malevolent Sakura eliminated Guoran Wang, thanks to that moonlit EV's tracking abilities, he would be easily found. With both arms and a leg fractured, how could he possibly escape now? Was he to hop on one leg? He could do nothing but await his demise in this very spot. And all of this was the fault of the person before him. Su Zijin deeply regretted not ensuring the death of this youth when he had the chance. If only he had known that today would end in disaster at Lin Zhou's hands. Now, he still had the opportunity to eliminate this brat. After all, he was merely an ordinary person. Although the fire fox employed some peculiar psychic moves, it was still an ordinary level creature, not even having reached the trainer tier. The Straw Hat Mushroom, despite its severe injuries, could still easily dispatch an ordinary level Pokémon, or so Suzajin believed. When it came to ordinary level Pokémon, there was nothing a barrage of seed bombs could not resolve. If there were, then 2 barges would suffice. In his current state, Suzajin knew escape was no longer an option. The thoughts of fleeing and seeking revenge now seemed like a farcical joke. The only recourse left to him was to allow the Straw Hat Mushroom to eliminate this meddlesome ordinary person who had caused him such misfortune. Straw Hat Mushroom, Seed Bomb. Suzajin croaked, blood spilling from his lips. Lin Zhou's lips twitched at the sight. Brother, you're expending too much energy and taking in too little. Can't you spare a few words? Despite the profound concern for its trainer's condition, the Straw Hat Mushroom remained steadfastly loyal, gathering energy for its attack. It began to rapidly condense the surrounding grass-type energy within its open maw. Seeds, aglow with a vibrant green light, coalesced as if loading into a chamber. The dark barrel aimed directly at Lin Zhou and the fire fox, poised to unleash a barrage that could reduce them to mere riddled remains. However, just as the grass-type energy reached its zenith, the Straw Hat Mushroom's body suddenly convulsed violently without warning. The energy faltered, and the incomplete attack dissipated in an instant. The seed bullets, now devoid of grass-type energy, scattered across the ground. Suzajin's heart trembled at this sight. What was happening to the Straw Hat Mushroom? However, Suzajin, having lost an excessive amount of blood, was becoming increasingly disoriented and lacked strength, managing only to open his mouth with great difficulty. The mushroom, however, did not respond. Its body convulsed more violently. With each spasm, white foam began to seep from the corners of the mushroom's mouth, and purple spots emerged from its chest, spreading like a dark stain. This, unmistakably, was poisoning. Suzajin, lying on the ground, watched the mushroom's condition with his pupils dilating in shock. The appearance of purple spots was indeed the most evident sign of a creature succumbing to a potent toxin. But how could this be possible? How could his mushroom be poisoned? The mushroom's inherent trait was to heal through toxins. For it, poison would not only fail to inflict harm, but could also be transformed into healing energy. A creature endowed with such a healing trait should be utterly impervious to toxins. Why on earth? The more Suzajin pondered, the more perplexed he became. His mind felt muddled, and as he continued to lose blood, his body grew increasingly cold, impairing his thought process. Through his blurred vision, he could barely discern that the mushroom had seemingly collapsed in front of him. How could this be? The opponent was merely an ordinary person, not even a trainer. How could they have achieved this? An ordinary person could not defeat a trainer, just as a trainer could not triumph over one more powerful than themselves. Suzajin, faced with the evil cherry blossom, possessed no capacity for resistance and could only flee. Yet you, an ordinary person, have managed to bring me to such a dire state. The mushroom's fate was uncertain. Having succumbed to poison, it too seemed beyond salvation. All 4 of his Pokémon lay dead, and now it appeared he was to follow suit. If only he had not chosen to become a trainer. Suzajin's heartbeat abruptly ceased, his confusion and longing coming to a sudden halt, departing alongside him. He was neither captured by the evil cherry blossom nor engaged in a grand battle with Lin Zhou's Pokémon, devoid of dramatic highs and lows. He simply passed away quietly, unexpectedly, in the throes of excessive blood loss. Perhaps he never anticipated that he would meet such a simplistic end. Chapter 59. The increased appetite. The faint, purplish glow enveloping the fire fox gradually faded away. The bond of trade exchange had been severed. Lin Zhou glanced at the lifeless body of the poisoned mushroom lying on the ground. Its corpse, a deep shade of purple bordering on black, emitted a foul odor reminiscent of decaying organic matter, slumped on the ground like an overcooked eggplant. The potency of this toxin was indeed formidable. Reality, after all, is not a game. Even the most resilient Pokémon can perish. Although Lin Zhou had mentally prepared himself, witnessing a once-living creature succumb to death before his eyes was a stark and unsettling experience. The visage was as grim as that of a withered eggplant, and within, a sense of disquiet lingered. The poison healing trait is a wondrous characteristic that allows a Pokémon to convert toxins into restorative effects. Lin Zhou recalled that in his previous life within the game, a common strategy involving the use of the Shroomish was to have it carry a toxic orb, thus fully exploiting the potential of its poison healing ability. Initially, he was uncertain whether such tactics were applicable in the real world. However, after encountering a shroomish previously, he returned home to peruse information online, confirming that this strategy indeed existed in this realm. Trainers employing the poison healing trait of shroomish would procure items like poison barb and toxic orb to enhance the creature's self-recovery capabilities. The higher the quality of the toxic orb, the greater the toxicity and the more pronounced the healing effects, albeit at a steeper price. Lin Zhou sought this information to ascertain the feasibility of dealing with that particular shroomish. Although he may not necessarily apply it, acquiring knowledge is invariably beneficial, for the path of a trainer is one of endless learning. Yet, Lin Zhou never anticipated that he would encounter the fugitive Suzijin once more, especially not in the company of that very shroomish. The Firefox possessed the ability to swap traits, which, for a Pokémon like shroomish that inherently relies on its characteristics, was akin to a fatherly blessing. By swapping traits, the poison healing ability would be relinquished, rendering the toxic orb and similar items on shroomish into its own death knell. The introduction of toxins, particularly for a grass-type Pokémon like shroomish, was nothing short of lethal. The more potent the toxic orb, the swifter the demise it would herald. Eliminating this shroomish showcased the remarkable efficacy of the Firefox's trait-swapping ability. The enchantment of Pokémon lies in their extraordinary capabilities, which can conjure a multitude of possibilities. While sheer strength is undoubtedly fundamental in Pokémon battles, the astute application of moves and tactics can yield unexpectedly advantageous results. In terms of prowess, the Firefox was in an entirely different league compared to that shroomish. Even in its injured state, with a severed tail, the shroomish could effortlessly overpower the Firefox. However, the Firefox cleverly employed trait swapping, causing the shroomish to suffer a fatal backlash from its own toxins. Thus, it accomplished a remarkable feat of turning the tables and achieving a counterkill. This success was attributed to Lin Zhou's astute analysis and judgment of the shroomishes condition, leading him to issue the crucial command. This exemplifies the role a trainer ought to play in Pokémon battles. Pokémon possess an innate combat instinct. They evade attacks and strike when opportunities arise, fully aware of their capabilities. In truth, during battles, Pokémon do not require their trainers to provide excessive and superfluous commands. However, the majority of Pokémon possess a far less profound understanding of their adversaries than they do of themselves. They remain oblivious to the characteristics and moves of their opponents, often left bewildered when confronted with unfamiliar techniques. These dilemmas are precisely what trainers must navigate during Pokémon battles. An exemplary trainer ought to possess a wealth of knowledge regarding Pokémon, analyzing their opponent's physical traits and attack patterns to devise effective strategies. While Pokémon undoubtedly represent the core combat strength, it is the trainer's experience and intellect that enable superior command of this prowess. Pokémon must execute their attacks adeptly, while trainers are tasked with anticipating the adversary's subsequent move. This very reason elucidates why the synergy between Pokémon and trainers often grants an advantage in labyrinthine encounters with wild Pokémon of similar caliber. Through rigorous training, Pokémon enhance their self-awareness, while trainers, through diligent study, come to understand their foes. Having dispatched the opponent's Firefox, the little creature playfully grasped Lin Zhou's pant leg, nimbly leaping twice to settle upon his shoulder. With narrowed eyes, it rubbed its fluffy cheeks against Lin Zhou's face, clearly seeking praise. Lin Zhou was somewhat taken aback. The Firefox appeared to show no aversion to the brutality of battle, exhibiting little reaction even with a fallen Pokémon nearby. Unbeknownst to Lin Zhou, since the day the shroomish had inflicted harm upon him, the Firefox had harbored a grudge against it. From his pocket, Lin Zhou retrieved a piece of energy cube number 1 and offered it to the little creature. Earlier, when he tumbled down the escalator, the Firefox had diligently employed Psychic and Protect to shield him, and later maintained the link of trade exchange until it had poisoned the shroomish. The intense frequency of moves utilized by the Firefox had taken a considerable toll on its stamina and energy. Energy cube no. One would swiftly replenish its nutrients and restore its vitality. Recently, Lin Zhou had noticed a marked increase in both training expenditure and appetite since the Firefox began consuming energy cube number 1. Previously, when it feasted on regular energy cubes, a modest daily portion sufficed. After the old herbalist had imparted the recipe for energy cube number 1, the Firefox's daily diet naturally transitioned to this enhanced variant. Initially adhering to the herbalist's advice of 1 cube per day, it soon became apparent that this was insufficient, as the little creature incessantly expressed hunger. In recent days, it required 3 energy cubes daily just to feel satiated. Each energy cube number 1 cost 100 currency units, amounting to 300 for 3 cubes. The Firefox was now consuming the equivalent of 300 currency units each day. Were it not for the 500,000 funding from Wang Huachen's school team, Lin Zhou would have found it increasingly challenging to sustain this little companion. He now fully comprehended the financial demands of raising Pokémon. Lin Zhou approached Su Zijin, who lay motionless nearby. Su Zijin had seemingly been silent for half a day. He craned his neck to observe, his pupils vacant, devoid of luster. The significant loss of blood rendered his chest devoid of the vigorous rise and fall of breath. All symptoms suggested a lifeless body, dead. A pang of unease struck Lin Zhou, yet he felt neither excessive worry nor panic. Su Zijin was a trainer, but he was also a fugitive, a wanted criminal implicated in a massacre. He had never hesitated to take lives. Lin Zhou had narrowly escaped death at his hands once. But fortune does not always favor the fortunate. This time, Lin Zhou acted solely to defend himself, his family, and his Pokémon. Had he not struck first, he might very well have been the one lying dead now. In such circumstances, both the laws of the Pokémon League and those of the national government would safeguard his rights as a citizen. Chapter 60. The one who lies still. Lin Zhou glanced down at Su Zijin's fallen form, his mind racing with audacious thoughts. Here lay a criminal, already cold and lifeless, and an idea began to take shape. Standing there, he pondered briefly, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse behind him. He had not forgotten that they were participating in a name-tag tearing competition, with each team accompanied by a camera-wielding Magnemite. Now, that very Magnemite was descending from above. Drawing closer, Lin Zhou knew that the earlier struggle with Su Zijin had likely been captured on film, and the broadcast team may have already witnessed it. Yet, this mattered little to him. It could even serve as evidence for his justified defense. However, Lin Zhou was determined to prevent any further recording of the unfolding events. He gently rubbed the ears of his fiery fox, subtly tilting his head back. The fiery fox comprehended, its body emanating a faint psychic aura, and an invisible telekinetic force surged forth silently. Suddenly, sparks erupted from the camera perched atop the Magnemite, culminating in a loud bang as it belched forth black smoke, rendering it utterly inoperative. In the broadcast van, the chief operator intently monitored the live feed, focusing on Lin Zhou's segment. As the Magnemite captured the scene beneath the escalator, his expression shifted from anxiousness to astonishment and shock. He witnessed the circumstances below the escalator. Though Lin Zhou bore some abrasions from his leap, he appeared relatively unharmed. Crucially, beside him lay another individual and the lifeless body of a Pokémon. The Pokémon was so mangled it resembled a mushy pulp, its form a grotesque heap. Adjacent to it was its trainer, in dire condition, covered in wounds, with fractures and severe blood loss. It seemed he was either unconscious or on the brink of death. The overall supervisor, upon witnessing the scene, felt a chill wash over him. A program had resulted in a loss of life. As the program's chief, he bore a significant responsibility and would undoubtedly be implicated. Losing his job would be a minor concern compared to the possibility of facing imprisonment. This was untenable. With dependents above and below, a wife at home, a mistress outside, and a mortgage still looming in the hundreds of thousands, along with outstanding debts on various loans, his entire livelihood hinged on this job. He absolutely could not afford to go to prison, nor could he lose his employment. This was simply not an option. The overall supervisor clenched his teeth and pondered for a long time, yet no viable solution emerged. Get the camera closer. Ensure the footage is clear. This could be intentional harm, and should the police investigate, this video may serve as evidence. Concealment was no longer feasible. He could only place his hopes in the results of the police investigation, wishing that the blame might be directed externally to facilitate discussions with the clients. However, just as the camera drew nearer, the screen displaying the footage suddenly flickered with static before plunging into darkness. The supervisor was taken aback and shouted towards the camera crew. What is happening on your end? The camera seems to be malfunctioning. Is there another camera nearby? Hurry and switch to it. There's another one available. Yet, upon switching, the screen went dark once more. The supervisor's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Meanwhile, the director, sitting nearby, was frantically lamenting. A single camera costs nearly 100,000. With 2 failures, that's 200,000 gone. What is going on? Why are we experiencing consecutive malfunctions? The camera crew trembled in confusion. We don't know. The supervisor was irate, his teeth grinding. He suspected foul play from the individual responsible. For how else could it be so coincidentally timed? Send all nearby cameras over. We must capture this footage. This is a matter of life and death. The director nearly collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, haven't you seen one camera fail after another? Why would you rush to sacrifice more? Do you have any idea how expensive these cameras are? Do you think we have a fortune at home? Fortunately, at that moment, there was a knock at the door of the production vehicle. Open up. We are the Alliance's investigators. Everyone inside the vehicle paused, surprised by the mention of the Alliance's investigators. These investigators were senior officials stationed at various local offices of the Alliance around the world, often trainers themselves, tasked with assisting the higher-ups of the Alliance in their operations. Why would they appear here? The supervisor hurried to open the door, revealing two men in uniforms, who presented their credentials and stated, "We are investigators from the Alliance, currently assisting in tracking down a fugitive." According to the communication from the investigator, the fugitive has appeared in your operational area. We require your surveillance perspective to search for the criminal. The chief officer was momentarily taken aback by this statement, but soon realized its implications. A wanted criminal. He could hardly contain his excitement. If the recent incident was indeed connected to the fugitive sought by the Pokémon League, it would pertain to trainers and would directly invoke the investigative and judicial procedures of the League, thereby bypassing the domestic judicial system. This would eliminate a considerable amount of hassle. The parties involved would likely not impose excessive difficulties on them. After all, incidents influenced by trainers are deemed acts of force majeure for ordinary citizens. Please come in. We have made a significant discovery. The wanted criminal may have infiltrated our vicinity. We captured footage of him attacking someone. The chief officer hurriedly ushered in two assisting investigators and displayed the recorded footage, showcasing the scene from when Lin Zhou executed a flying kick until the camera went black. After reviewing the footage, the two investigators exchanged concerned glances and nodded. The chief officer, visibly anxious, inquired, "Is this the wanted criminal?" "Indeed, it is him. We urge you to apprehend him swiftly. That one be necessary. The situation has cooled down." "Wait, is the fugitive not the one standing?" "No, it is the one lying down." The chief officer was momentarily confused, having initially assumed that the aggressive young man was the fugitive. After all, the individual lying on the ground appeared to have lost all vitality, both human and Pokémon alike. "Is there anything further for us to assist with? Please provide us with a copy of this footage and delete it from your records. Also, this footage hasn't been broadcasted, has it?" "It has been aired, albeit just a brief segment at the beginning," the chief officer admitted, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Very well. We will manage the dissemination of this information on our end. You need not concern yourself with it." The investigators clarified the situation, obtained a copy of the footage, and subsequently departed from the broadcast vehicle. Chapter 61. Evolution Stone. The cameras atop the two Magnemites emitted smoke, evidently rendered inoperative by the psychic shockwave from the Firefox. Lin Zhou glanced around cautiously, ensuring no cameras were capturing him any longer. He then swiftly crouched down to search Suzujin. The pockets of his trousers were empty, as were those of his shirt, and he bore no backpack. A quick glance at the Pokéball at his waist revealed it to be empty as well. Lin Zhou could not help but let out a soft sigh. "Brother, you are a trainer. How can you be so destitute?" Unbeknownst to Lin Zhou, Suzujin had been relentlessly pursued by Fujiwara Sakura, exhausting all his possessions along the way, and now, nothing remained. Not only had various potions and energy cubes been depleted, but even his phone and Pokédex had been lost during his frantic escape. Lin Zhou, filled with reluctance, once again ran his hands across Suzujin's shirt, feeling the sticky warmth of blood. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. It seemed that there was a concealed pocket sewn into the inner side of the garment, and something appeared to be nestled within. With a slight tug, Lin Zhou tore open the hidden pocket, producing a sharp sound as it ripped apart. A large glass orb fell out, clattering onto the tiled floor and rolling away. Without needing Lin Zhou to utter a word, the Firefox harnessed its psychic energy to retrieve the orb, placing it gently into Lin Zhou's palm. "What is this?" Lin Zhou's pupils constricted in astonishment. He never anticipated encountering such an object here. The glass orb was perfectly round, faintly glowing with a spectrum of colors, within which a spiral shape resembling a genetic fragment swirled. An evolution stone. Evolution, often referred to as superevolution, is a unique form of transformation in the original game. Unlike the ordinary evolution of Pokémon, which entails a complete metamorphosis into a new form and a transition into a different life stage, evolution represents a fleeting super-frequency transformation. In simpler terms, it is akin to a sudden surge of power, a brief explosion of one's inner cosmos, resulting in a significant enhancement of strength within a short time frame. However, evolution is a transient state. Once its effects dissipate, one reverts to their former self. Lin Zhou recalled from previous games that not all Pokémon could evolve. Only a select few were capable of such a transformation, and he was uncertain how this applied in the real world. The prerequisites for evolution entailed that a human must possess a key stone, while the Pokémon must hold the corresponding evolution stone for its species. Then, if the human and Pokémon shared a profound bond, evolution could occur. These were the principles he remembered from the game and anime. Whether this was applicable in the real world remained unclear to him. He had previously inquired about evolution from Lulu, but Lulu was unaware of what evolution entailed. Lulu subsequently asked his trainer uncle, who also lacked knowledge on the matter. After receiving this response, Lin Zhou initially believed that the concept of evolution did not exist in this world. However, it was now evident that this was not the case. The large glass orb in his hand was unmistakably the keystone for evolution. Evolution truly exists. Yet, considering Lu Li's uncle's ignorance, it was likely that not all trainers were aware of it. Evolution might be a secret known only to a select few. Such secrets are not uncommon. For instance, if one were to ask Lin Zhou how many nuclear warheads his country possesses, he would surely be at a loss. Finding a keystone on Su Zijin was something he could not definitively deem a gain, yet it was certainly a fortunate acquisition. However, at this moment, the stone held little utility for him. He tucked the keystone into his pocket, rose to his feet, and shook off the blood that clung to his hands. His gaze then returned to the corpse of the conical mushroom. He recalled that the toxic spots seemed to have begun spreading from the creature's chest. Lin Zhou pointed to the chest area of the mushroom and said to the Firefox, "Firefox, use your psychic power to search. It should be in that location." The Firefox's body radiated a psychic aura as it delved into the soft hairs on the mushroom's chest. Before long, a black-purple, highly toxic gem was levitated from the chest's fuzz. This was the lethal gem that Su Zijin had purchased for the mushroom, intended to complement its toxic healing properties. Yet, this very gem ultimately caused the demise of the mushroom. Upon seeing the quality of the poisonous gem, Lin Zhou realized it was not a trifling item. No wonder the mushroom's poisoning had occurred so swiftly. The toxicity was exceedingly potent. He had previously observed such high-quality toxic gems on Qin's official website, where they were generally priced above 2 million. Aside from the keystone, this toxic gem could be considered a commendable trophy for Lin Zhou, valued at no less than 2 million. However, this gem was not to be handled directly. It possessed lethal toxicity to organic beings. To withstand this poison, one would either need to rely on the inherent strength of the spirit as it awaited treatment or possess a poison-type spirit that was entirely immune. Then arose the question, how would Lin Zhou transport this back? "Lin Zhou, can I come down now?" Lin Lan's anxious voice echoed, and upon glancing up, Lin Zhou noticed her looking down at him with palpable worry from above. He suddenly remembered that he had instructed her to remain up there. "It's safe now. You can come down," he called out. Lin Lan, unable to contain her eagerness, rushed down the stairs with the electric dragon. As she approached, Lin Zhou noticed her tear-streaked face and swollen eyes, glaring at him with evident frustration over his earlier actions that had caused her distress. All right, no more tears. Didn't we agree? You should lie down and rest," Lin Zhou said, exasperated, as he patted the electric dragon, which was watching her with concern, reassuring it as well. Seeing the grim scene involving Su Zijin, Lin Lan fearfully pointed and asked, "Lin Zhou, is that person dead?" "Yes, he is," Lin Zhou replied. "He was a notorious criminal, and we acted in self-defense. It's all right. We'll wait for the police to handle this matter. It doesn't concern us." He endeavored to assuage Lin Lan's worries with his words. "Oh," Lin Lan nodded, somewhat understanding but still puzzled. Lin Zhou then pointed to the backpack behind Lin Lan and said, "Let us set that aside for now. Hand me the bag." "Why?" Lin Lan asked, puzzled, as she passed it to him. Upon receiving the bag, Lin Zhou began to rummage through it, searching for something to contain the toxic gem. After a bit of searching, he unearthed a metal thermos from the bottom of the backpack. Unscrewing the lid, he discovered it was filled to the brim with hot water. Holding the thermos in hand, Lin Zhou looked at Lin Lan in bewilderment and couldn't resist asking, "Didn't you have a cup? What water did you ask me to buy for you earlier?" "Oh, he." Lin Lan chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head, her eyes darting around in a guilty manner. Upon witnessing her expression, Lin Zhou instantly deduced that she had undoubtedly forgotten to bring water along. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, contemplating the idea of redoing his silly sister and persuading their mother to have another child. Had it not been for the water incident, this chain of misfortunes would not have unfolded, and it was sheer luck that they managed to deal with Su Zijin. Although Lin Zhou appeared relaxed standing here, he had just faced a perilous situation while tumbling down the stairs. He hoped Lin Lan's memory would erase today's harrowing events, hence he refrained from scolding her. With a gloomy expression, he disposed of the water in his thermos and instructed the Firefox to use telekinesis to place the toxic gem inside, sealing it tightly. "Let us leave. This blood scene is quite revolting." Lin Zhou had no intention of lingering here for too long. He suspected that someone from the production team might be en route, possibly even alerting the authorities. He still possessed the keystone and preferred to hide it before dealing with any police matters. Lin Lan nodded and followed Lin Zhou out of the mall. Chapter 62. I want all his information at the entrance of a large shopping mall in the Pushing Business District. Fujiwara Sakura arrived, guided by the Dark Crow. According to the Dark Crow's directions, Suzujin should be inside this mall. She had indeed taken quite a while to deal with that troublesome Gurenwang. She had not anticipated that the creature would prove to be so formidable. When confronting a creature like the Gurenwang, overwhelming force yields miraculous results. Delivering a devastating blow to incapacitate the opponent is the most effective approach. However, her specialization lay in dark-type creatures. Her moonlit Eevee, Dark Crow, and that creature were all of the dark type. Dark types excel in ambush, intimidation, and coercion. They are not adept at delivering massive damage in a single strike. Thus, she found it particularly challenging to combat the Gurenwang. Each attack would be countered, and her creatures had to remain vigilant to evade, and if avoidance was impossible, to dodge vital areas. How does one combat an armored tank with a thorny aura? To avoid being countered to death, one could only reduce damage, consume potions, and wear it down bit by bit. Fortunately, in the end, the Gurenwang succumbed to the claws of her creatures. However, this encounter had consumed a considerable amount of her time. While trapped in the Gurenwang's shadow, Fujiwara Sakura had no choice but to call the Pokémon Center's office, requesting 2 investigators to assist her. She needed their help to monitor Suzujin's whereabouts. Although she had instructed the Dark Crow to follow him, it was prudent to have a backup plan. After pursuing him for so long and finally catching a glimpse of him, she could not afford to let him escape again. Ding dong. The sound of her phone ringing echoed. Sakura Fujiwara picked up the phone, realizing it was the liaison contacting her, and pressed the answer key. Hello, she greeted. Detective Fujiwara, we just visited the broadcasting van. What is the situation? Have you located the individual? We have found him, near the large shopping mall. Upon hearing this, Sakura's heart sank slightly. It was the same place where the Dark Raven had led her. She thought to herself that Suzujin would not be able to escape this time. Given his wanted rating, it should not have been this troublesome. The appearance of that particular figure had indeed been somewhat unexpected. It must have been his final trump card. Now, with Suzujin having exhausted all his means, he was hiding within that mall. Sakura believed that as long as she entered and apprehended him, she would secure the coveted keystone. However, the liaison on the other end had not finished speaking. The situation may not be exactly as we anticipated. Not as we anticipated? Sakura was taken aback. What do you mean? Suzujin is dead. Dead? Sakura's eyes widened in shock. What on earth happened? How could he be dead? I can't say for certain. I will send the video footage to your phone shortly. You can take a look. Additionally, I have already contacted the police, indicating that this is related to the trainer incident, and it will be handled by our Pokémon League. I have instructed the production team to withdraw, so they want to interfere with your investigation. Understood. Please send the video promptly, Sakura urged before ending the call. She received the video on her phone. In the footage, a young man kicked Suzujin down the escalator. Su fell, seemingly on the verge of death, yet he suffered little injury. Later, Su's Shroomish attempted to attack the assailant, but suddenly collapsed from poisoning. Just as it seemed Su was presumed dead, the camera suddenly went black, and the recording ended there. That's it. Sakura was astonished. The video lasted barely a minute. Not only the 2 liaisons, but even she struggled to comprehend what had transpired. How did the Shroomish die? Why did this person suddenly attack Suzujin? How did he emerge unscathed from the fall? However, the assailant seemed somewhat familiar. Sakura replayed the footage, focusing on Lin Zhou for a moment, when suddenly a realization struck her. She recognized him. Wasn't he an employee from the establishment called September House? They had met that evening, and he must have encountered Suzujin as well. As the thought of this individual potentially having met Suzujin crossed her mind, an unsettling premonition arose within her. She hurried into the large shopping mall, making her way directly to the location provided by the liaison, ascending to the 2nd floor. Upon arrival, she was met with a grim sight. 2 lifeless bodies lay there. Sakura Fujiwara exhibited no interest in grilled eggplant. Her sole focus was on the lifeless body of Suzujin. Indeed, she was an investigator for the Alliance. Yet her purpose here was not to apprehend anyone. No, it was the keystone that propelled her on this arduous journey. However, her search proved fruitless. Nothing was found in the pockets of his clothes or trousers, nor within his garments. She meticulously scoured every potential hiding spot on Suzujin's body, yet found nothing. Could it be that he had not brought it with him? This notion flickered momentarily in her mind before she dismissed it with a shake of her head. Such a precious artifact would undoubtedly be kept close by a fugitive, never hidden away. Besides, it served as his talisman. It was this very keystone that Su Zijin had leveraged as a bargaining chip to elude the tightly sealed confines of Dongjiang City with the aid of the Jin Corporation. Since the keystone was absent from his person now, it was highly plausible that someone had beat her to it. After all, there was another individual who had encountered this corpse before her. A chill flickered in Sakura's gaze as she retrieved her phone and dialed the investigator's number. Please assist me in retrieving all information regarding the young man who appeared in the video within the hour. At the periphery of the New Pu commercial district, Lin Zhou was approached by Lin Lan, who inquired with curiosity, "Aren't you attending the final settlement?" I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I will not be going. As long as one person from each team is present, it suffices. Given the number of name tags we have, victory is assured. You can proceed to claim the prize, Lin Zhou replied. He was uncertain whether the event organizers had alerted the authorities. After all, he was involved and would likely be questioned by the police. Although the matter would eventually be handed over to the Alliance investigators if it related to trainers. The transition would require time. In the interim, the police would still seek his account and pose numerous questions. With items pilfered from a corpse in his possession, he felt increasingly uneasy. Thus, he preferred not to appear at the event and certainly could not accompany Lin Lan to collect the prize. He needed a plausible excuse to depart. Electric Dragon, take good care of her. Once the awards are concluded, head straight home and be cautious on the road, he instructed. The Electric Dragon raised its diminutive hand to its ear, affirming its commitment to the task. Lin Zhou nodded, turned, and made his way home. With a keystone tucked away in his pocket, he felt restless no matter where he went. It was best to return home and secure the artifact. Chapter 63. The mysterious Pokémon egg. Upon arriving home, Lin Zhou rummaged through the refrigerator, discovering remnants of vegetables purchased the day prior. He assembled a meal, preparing several dishes. Today, the Electric Dragon had yet to return, prompting Lin Zhou to don the chef's hat for the first time in quite a while. Since the arrival of the Pokémon, the Electric Dragon had been solely responsible for their care, leaving Lin Zhou's culinary skills dormant. Once the table was set with his creations, he had barely settled down when his phone rang. Lin Zhou took out his phone and noticed it was a call from Lulu. What could this rascal possibly want at this hour? Lin Zhou pondered, perplexed. "Hello. What is up? Can't stand the solitude anymore?" he asked, sensing an unusual silence on the other end. "No, I just wanted to check if you were still alive." Lulu replied. "Are you a master of conversation?" "I was about to hang up," Lin Zhou retorted. "I saw you jump off a building during the live stream." Lulu continued. "You were watching the live broadcast of the name tearing competition?" Lin Zhou inquired. "Yes, I happened to be watching and caught that part." Lin Zhou was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated that moment would be broadcasted. With so many participants and camera angles, what were the odds that his moment would be captured? Little did he know, due to their striking performance and Lin Lan's charm, the production team had intentionally given them ample screen time, resulting in the unexpected incident being aired. Was it really broadcasted? How much did they show? Lin Zhou asked. Curiosity piqued. "I just saw you jump, and then it cut out. People have already clipped it into a video and posted it online. You can find it if you search," Lulu informed him. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhou rushed back to his room, opened his computer, and searched for the name tearing competition. Among the search results, a headline caught his eye. Name tearing competition sudden jumping incident. He clicked on it and discovered that the video only showed him descending the escalator before abruptly cutting to another scene, leaving the rest unseen. What on earth happened? Lulu asked, intrigued. "I ran into Su Zijin," Lin Zhou explained, omitting the part about foreseeing the future with Su Zijin and the keystone. Lulu responded with a series of long sighs. "Goodness, you truly dared to jump from such a height. To jump or die, jumping had a chance of survival. Would you dare if it were you? Huh, but you managed to take out a trainer. That's impressive. I could boast about that for a lifetime," Lulu exclaimed. "Give it to you? Dream on. Wait until I'm tired of bragging first," Lin Zhou chuckled, just as he was about to close the video page. Suddenly, the web page refreshed, and a 404 error appeared. Lin Zhou raised an eyebrow. Had the video been removed? He tried searching for news about the name tearing competition's jumping incident, but there was suddenly nothing online. Realizing this indicated that the league had taken control of the situation and begun managing the information. Lin Zhou felt relieved that the police would not come looking for him. Yet, he wondered if anyone from the league would come to inquire. Nevertheless, Lin Zhou was not overly concerned. It was merely a matter of giving a statement, and as he told Lulu, he would just recount the truth. Moreover, there was a chance he could help the league catch a fugitive and perhaps earn a reward, or even a good citizen award. After chatting with Lulu for a while longer, Lin Zhou hung up and stepped onto the balcony, glancing down at the street just in time to see Lin Lan and Electric Dragon returning. Lin Lan wore a foolish grin on her face. cradling a Pokémon egg in her arms. It dawned on Lin Zhou that the promotional advertisement mentioned the grand prize for the name-tearing competition, 2 annual passes to the health center, and a mysterious Pokémon egg. As the door was knocked upon, Lin Lan and the electric dragon returned. Lin Zhou opened the door, welcoming them inside. The moment they entered, Lin Lan couldn't help but raised the Pokémon egg to show off to Lin Zhou. Xiao Zhou Zhou, what do you think? I told you I would definitely win the prize. I see. Now put it down and let us eat first. Lin Zhou felt as though he was already burdened with parental worries despite not even being married yet. Otherwise, a child of such size might truly be a challenge to care for. No, I want to put it down. This egg is my treasure. I'm going to hold on to it all day, even when I sleep tonight. Hee hee. Lin Lan pranced into the house, her excitement palpable. Upon seeing the table laden with dishes, her eyes widened with delight. Go wash your hands first, Lin Zhou instructed. Help me hold it. Lin Lan, treating the precious egg with utmost care, swiftly thrust it into Lin Zhou's arms before dashing off to wash her hands and eat. Lin Zhou smirked, examining the egg in his hands. This was his first close encounter with a Pokémon egg. The egg was slightly larger than a human head, with a somewhat coarse shell that felt calcium-like to the touch, yet it was remarkably sturdy. It was said that it wouldn't break even if dropped. Pokémon, as extraordinary beings, were solely born from eggs, with no live births. Even a Pokémon like Grimer originated from an egg. The ecology of Pokémon eggs was indeed fascinating. Some Pokémon appeared entirely unbefitting of egg-laying, yet they were undeniably born from eggs. Among breeders, there were many who specialized in egg ecology and studied Pokémon eggs, as this field represented a vast, profound, and practical branch of Pokémon science. Nowadays, if an ordinary person wished to raise a Pokémon, they typically visited establishments like the Pokémon House to purchase eggs or young Pokémon. Most of these creatures were artificially bred to meet market demand. After all, wild Pokémon could only be found within mazes. Fishing along the coast ultimately yielded limited results. It was fish farming that truly fostered wealth. Currently, the mainstream market for ordinary people was still dominated by artificially bred Pokémon. However, not all species could be bred artificially. Some, like Pidgey, Caterpie, and Nidoran, were relatively easy to cultivate, while others, such as Dragonite and Jengar, posed greater challenges for artificial breeding. Only breeders who specialized in these areas and mastered the relevant techniques could achieve such feats. This was also why certain Pokémon commanded high prices in the market. The number of individuals capable of breeding them was scarce, resulting in limited supply. Furthermore, breeders or companies possessing these breeding techniques would intentionally regulate their output. Scarcity begets value. Only when quantities are limited can one command a higher price. Much like the ragdoll cat that Lin Zhou was once aware of, which fetches a premium. Affluent individuals often seek rare creatures to nurture, as this serves to signify their status. It is rather mundane for everyone to care for the same type of creature. Possessing something unique allows one to stand apart. However, in the realm of creatures, any species that can be artificially bred, regardless of how tightly production is controlled, cannot truly be deemed rare. After all, even the most aggressive marketing strategies and price inflation must yield profits. The genuinely precious and valuable creatures are those that can only be obtained from the labyrinth. Even if one raises a ragdoll cat, can it truly be compared to nurturing a tiger? Chapter 64. The visitor from the shadows. Lin Zhou cradled a creature egg in his hands, glancing around for quite some time, without discernible results. Creature eggs, though varying in size, possess little distinction beyond their dimensions, exhibiting a high degree of similarity. Only by witnessing the breeding process firsthand can one ascertain the specific creature that has emerged until the egg hatches. Identifying the creature solely based on external appearance is quite challenging. Only certified appraisers, utilizing professional instruments or creatures, can accurately identify the egg, akin to discerning the raw essence of a precious gem. Legitimately sold creature eggs come with certificates issued by professional appraisal organizations, indicating the species and permitting lawful sale. This measure is designed to prevent unscrupulous vendors from deceiving consumers, such as selling caterpillar eggs at inflated prices akin to that of a legendary creature. With standardized appraisal certificates, although prices may be slightly higher, they ultimately safeguard consumer rights. Some adept appraisers or sophisticated equipment can even accurately determine the growth potential and innate talents of the unborn creature within the egg. After all, each individual possesses unique gifts. The inherent qualities of a creature, whether flawed or extraordinary, can be discerned even during the egg stage. Naturally, this identification cannot claim complete accuracy. It is akin to a rough estimate, influenced by technical factors. However, The creature egg that Lin Zhou and his companions won as a prize in the name-tearing competition, naturally, lacks an appraisal certificate. The officials merely touted it as a mysterious creature egg, leaving only them to know its true nature. Yet, this is of little concern to Lin Zhou. It is merely an egg, and it cannot remain dormant indefinitely. It must eventually hatch. Lin Zhou waved his hand, summoning the fire fox, which was training nearby, maneuvering a small double shield in a circle around itself. He pointed to the creature egg and said, "Use your foresight to see what creature resides within this egg." The fire fox blinked its large eyes, a shimmering amethyst aura enveloping it, as its tiny paw poked Lin Zhou. A familiar sensation washed over him. Suddenly, his mind went blank, and his vision was engulfed in white light. Vague images flickered before his eyes. The scene depicts the moment when one witnesses the hatching of a Pokémon egg. In his hand, he holds a phone displaying the date as June 20th, precisely 1 week hence. This was a clever method conceived by Lin Zhou. While employing his ability to foresee future events, he introduced a variable. He was simultaneously aware of the time. This allowed the projection to include temporal markers. By doing so, he could ascertain approximately when the events within the vision would transpire. For instance, he could deduce from the time on the phone that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the Pokémon egg should hatch in a week's time. As for the creature that would emerge from this egg, Lin Zhou felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Is this the mysterious Pokémon egg that the event organizers spoke of? Its mystery eludes him. Yet it is undoubtedly rather stingy. Lin Zhou even suspects that this egg might have been purchased from a discount store. The Pokémon contained within is nothing more than the most common variety, readily found everywhere, and its price is exceedingly low. The organizers truly lack integrity, offering such eggs as prizes while branding them as mysterious. However, to be fair, the Pokémon within this egg does seem somewhat unique among its kind. Lin Zhou contemplated for a moment while holding the egg. Perhaps it would be best to let Lin Lan take care of it. The breeding slot for the electric dragon belongs to their parents, and Lin Lan has a breeding slot available. After all, caring for it wouldn't be burdensome, and it seems well suited to her. He just needs to prepare a few items. In a couple of days, he'll visit the flea market to see if he can find a fish tank. Lin Zhou placed the Pokémon egg in a secure spot and washed his hands before heading to dinner. At the dining table, Lin Lan's excitement had yet to fade. With animated gestures, she recounted her experience at the award ceremony, mentioning the celebrities and internet personalities she saw, who greeted her and shook her hand, chattering away like a child returning from an outing, eager to share the wonders of her first encounter with such novelty. Observing her enthusiasm, Lin Zhou pondered whether he should take his sister out more often on weekends. Living a monotonous life confined to home and work could lead to complications. Although her mind was already rather unconventional, it was worth attempting to salvage the situation. After dinner, while the electric dragon tidied up the house, Lin Lan nestled on the sofa, cradling the Pokémon egg as she watched television. Lin Zhou immersed himself in his studies, while the Firefox practiced its psychic abilities and dual shields. Everything unfolded as usual, with no distinction from their daily routine. As night deepened and time progressed, Lin Lan eventually grew weary of the television and retreated to her room to sleep, clutching the Pokémon egg tightly. Fortunately, the egg was sturdy. Otherwise, given Lin Lan's poor sleeping posture, it would likely be reduced to a puddle of yolk by morning. Lin Zhou vividly recalls a time from his childhood, around the age of 5 or 6, when he shared a bed with Lin Lan. The next morning, he awoke in a hospital, bruised and battered, receiving an intravenous drip, with every part of his body aching. From that moment onward, he developed a certain fear of her. It transcended mere sleeping habits, resembling a nightmare where one is mercilessly attacked. Dian Long maintained a regular routine. After tidying up the household chores, he donned his reading glasses to peruse the newspaper, and by around 10 o'clock, he retired for the night. In contrast, Lin Zhou and Hua Huli were two nocturnal creatures, often studying and exercising well past midnight. Hua Huli had ceased to be fixated on a strict schedule, engaging in physical activity almost at any time and place. Lin Zhou noticed that since Hua Huli's appetite had increased, its stamina and vitality had also surged. Every day, it seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy, constantly striving to enhance its abilities. Lin Zhou had consulted various resources online and sought advice from trainers in the Keshuan live streaming room. The conclusion he arrived at was that Hua Huli was likely approaching the critical point of evolution. Evolution represents a transformative process for Pokémon, a journey towards greater strength. During this pivotal stage, an increased intake of nutrients and energy was entirely normal. It was imperative to provide Pokémon with ample energy during this phase, as it significantly aided in their post-evolutionary transformation. With sufficient funds at his disposal, Lin Zhou was determined to continuously supply energy cubes to his little companion, ensuring it received the necessary nutrition to accumulate energy. He handed over another super energy cube. Watching as Hua Huli devoured it, counting, he realized this was already the 5th cube for the day, and its appetite had grown yet again. He continued to read until the early hours of the morning. After turning off the desk lamp and rubbing his eyes, he felt a bit parched. Noticing his cup was empty, he stood up, intending to fetch some water from the kitchen. As he opened the door, he stepped into the pitch-black living room, navigating in the darkness toward the kitchen. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed, a barely audible snap in the stillness of the night. Though subtle, it was enough to send a shiver down Lin Zhou's spine. What lurked behind him? Alarmed, he spun around, only to find a figure seated in the shadows of the living room sofa. Chapter 65. The World of Trainers. A pair of crimson eyes ignited from the shadows, and with a graceful stride, a Moonlight EV emerged. Lin Zhou recognized this familiar Moonlight EV and had a vague inkling of the identity of the visitor. Although he did not know her personally, he had encountered her before at the September house, the Japanese girl who spoke impeccable Chinese. At that time, she had been pursuing Suzijin. Lulu later speculated that she might be an investigator for the Alliance. If it were an Alliance investigator, Lin Zhou would not be surprised that she came to question him. After all, the investigator was pursuing Suzijin, and Lin Zhou was present at the scene when Suzijin died, with the incident captured on camera. It would be exceedingly simple for the investigator to acquire that footage and uncover his identity. Lin Zhou had long been mentally prepared for the possibility of being interrogated by an Alliance investigator. However, he never anticipated that she would abruptly invade his home in the dead of night. Something about this felt decidedly amiss. Are you Lin Zhou? Fujihara Sakura rose from the sofa, half of her face shrouded in shadow, obscuring her expression from Lin Zhou's view. Are you an Alliance investigator? Lin Zhou cast a sidelong glance at the menacing Moon EV, instinctively retreating a couple of steps to maintain distance. His retreat was not born of fear. He simply believed that rabies vaccines were rather costly these days. Have you come to inquire about Suzijin? I was merely acting in self-defense. It was unfortunate that he fell to his demise. Lin Zhou shrugged as he spoke. This was the truth, and he had nothing to conceal. Perhaps an ordinary investigator pursuing a fugitive would have concluded their questioning at this point. However, Fujihara Sakura's presence in the dead of night clearly indicated that she was not merely there to hear Lin Zhou's trivial remarks. Humph, Fujihara Sakura scoffed. Why did you destroy the camera? What did you do when it could no longer capture you? Lin Zhou furrowed his brow, sensing that her words were laden with implication. He began to suspect a certain possibility. Fujihara Sakura stepped out of the shadows, standing before Lin Zhou, her expression a mix of amusement and scrutiny, as she quietly stated. You took what belonged to Suzijin, didn't you? Indeed, this woman's pursuit of Suzijin was evidently driven by motives far beyond merely apprehending a fugitive. The keystone. She had come for that specific item. Realizing this, Lin Zhou wasted no time. He reached into his pocket and produced the keystone, tossing it to her without hesitation. Fujihara Sakura was momentarily taken aback. The large glass sphere arced gracefully through the air, and she instinctively reached out to catch it. The dazzling, multicolored brilliance emanating from the genetic core confirmed that this was indeed the keystone. As she beheld the easily acquired keystone, Fujihara Sakura found herself momentarily perplexed. Thinking to herself that Lin Zhou was far too forthcoming, she still had lines to deliver. She had anticipated needing to employ considerable persuasion, or even force. But to her surprise, Lin Zhou had willingly handed it over. She had been contemplating using the Moon EV's hypnosis to incapacitate him if he refused to part with the stone, which would have required significant effort. Now, however, she found herself spared from such exertion. In Huagua, there is a saying, those who recognize the times are the true talents. Lin Zhou shrugged once more. If Lu Lu were present, he would undoubtedly be unable to resist mocking Lin Zhou for his shamelessness, for embellishing his own image, forcibly attributing a cultured depth to the notion of cowardice. It appears you comprehend the value of this item. Fujihara Sakurako gazed at Lin Zhou with keen interest. Narrowing her eyes, Lin Zhou merely curled his lip. No matter what Fujihara Sakurako said, he remained silent. Let us strike a bargain. You shall help me keep this secret and refrain from disclosing any information regarding this stone, and in return, I shall offer you certain benefits. She proposed while toying with the keystone in her hand. She harbored no desire for others to be aware of her possession of the keystone, particularly the members of the Elf Alliance, for such a treasure was exceedingly precious and could easily incite envy. As far as the matter of this keystone was concerned, apart from the individual whom she had silenced from the Gene group, only she, Suzijin, and Lin Zhou were privy to its existence. With Suzujin now deceased, Lin Zhou was the sole remaining individual aware of its existence aside from her. If Lin Zhou were a trainer, Fujiwara Sakurako would have 100 ways to deal with him. The predicament lay in the fact that Lin Zhou was merely an ordinary person, and given her position as an alliance investigator, she found herself unable to take action against him. Thus, she was compelled to adopt a different approach. Since she could not ensure his silence indefinitely, it would be prudent to find a means to persuade him. Previously, Fujiwara Sakurako had procured detailed information about Lin Zhou through the alliance. This dossier was remarkably comprehensive, chronicling nearly every aspect of Lin Zhou's life, from his birth and upbringing to his time in kindergarten and university, even including the dimensions of his younger brother and the measurements of his sister. After perusing the information, Fujiwara Sakurako was thoroughly acquainted with all the details. Notably, the dossier contained videos of Lin Zhou's Firefox executing a decisive strike, as well as footage of his confrontation with Suzujin. These recordings revealed Lin Zhou's aspirations and capabilities. He was an individual yearning to become a trainer, and the prowess of his Pokémon was already nearing the level of a trainer. Fujiwara Sakurako concluded that forging a deal with Lin Zhou would not be overly challenging, for she possessed something he desired. Stepping closer to Lin Zhou, she stated, "If you assist me in maintaining this secret, how about I help you enter the realm of trainers?" Lin Zhou paused momentarily, taken aback. What did she mean? Fujiwara Sakurako produced 3 empty Pokéballs from a pouch at her waist and placed them on the table. She then retrieved a device resembling a mobile phone and handed it to Lin Zhou. This is a prototype Pokédex, possessing most of the functionalities of a standard Pokédex. It catalogs the origins, ecology, and characteristics of the majority of currently known Pokémon, along with average physical data. Furthermore, it features a scanning function capable of assessing a Pokémon's energy levels and various physical attributes, as well as energy affinity. There are numerous additional features for you to explore at your leisure. A Pokédex? Isn't this a privilege reserved for trainers? Lin Zhou exclaimed, astonished as he examined the device in his hand. Lulu had previously informed him that it was a privilege exclusive to trainers, seemingly bound to personal identification such as fingerprints. This is a test version specifically designed for non-trainers. Ordinary individuals like you typically do not have access to such devices. Sakurako Fujiwara lightly pressed the power button, activating the Pokémon Pokédex. On the expansive touchscreen, various functionalities were displayed, resembling the usage of a mobile phone. Within the Alliance, numerous families, corporations, and factions thrived. Individuals hailing from esteemed trainer lineages aspired to become trainers, not through the ordinary qualification exams like commoners, but by participating in the internal assessments held every August. These evaluations were conducted in a labyrinthine setting, and successfully passing them would grant one the status of a trainer. The difficulty of these internal assessments was comparable to that of the standardized examinations. However, participating in the internal assessments often presented opportunities for unexpected rewards. The prototype Pokédex served as the ticket to enter these assessments. Chapter 66. The Guide. Each year, the Pokémon League allocated a certain number of prototype Pokédexes, distributing them among various families, corporations, and factions. These prototype Pokédexes also represented eligibility for the internal assessments. Annually, each family would send forth their most promising youths, brimming with potential as trainers, to partake in the evaluations. On one hand, it was a chance to shine in the assessments, competing for prestige among families. On the other hand, it was an opportunity to showcase oneself, vying for the attention of investors in the Dome competition. The mention of the Dome competition and investors left Lin Zhou puzzled. This was not something that could be easily explained. He merely needed to understand that the more outstanding one's performance in the internal assessments, the greater the potential benefits. Sakurako Fujiwara waved her hand, offering little elaboration on these intricate details. Such talk was futile and insubstantial. The essence of the internal assessments was more straightforward than one might imagine. To conquer all adversaries was to seize victory. If one could achieve this, they should pursue it with fervor. As for everything else, Lin Zhou would come to comprehend it once he became a trainer. Lin Zhou listened, momentarily taken aback by Sakurako's words. Gazing at the prototype Pokédex in his hand, he pondered whether this could be considered as having connections. In truth, the reason he had so readily handed the keystone to Sakurako was not merely due to his awareness of being outmatched. It was primarily because the keystone held little utility for him at this stage, rendering it unnecessary to risk contesting for such an item. Evolution was indeed powerful, but the prerequisites were numerous. Merely possessing the keystone was insufficient. One also required a Pokémon capable of evolving and the corresponding evolution stone. It was akin to acquiring a shard of a divine artifact. only to be informed that there were 107 more elusive shards needed to assemble the artifact. When would he ever gather them all? Lin Zhou was uncertain if he would have the opportunity in the future. For now, he did not wish to endanger his life for such an ethereal evolution. Moreover, this was reality, not a game. The means to achieve evolution and the extent of its potential remained shrouded in mystery, making the pursuit seem even less worthwhile. The keystone was originally something he had acquired effortlessly from Suzujin, so even if he were to bestow it upon Fujiwara Sakura, he would not suffer any loss. Moreover, it was quite astonishing that Fujiwara Sakura would voluntarily offer him benefits. It felt as though fortune had unexpectedly knocked on his door in the middle of the night, akin to a benevolent Santa Claus delivering gifts. The concept of an internal assessment was entirely new to Lin Zhou. According to Fujiwara Sakura, this evaluation was exclusive to the families of the members within the Elf Alliance, distinctly different from the qualifying examinations accessible to ordinary individuals like them. However, he pondered, but I'm not a scion of a prominent family. Can I truly participate in the internal assessment with this? The internal assessment recognizes only the Pokédex, not the individual. Many families have previously sold their testing Pokédexes when they lacked suitable candidates within the year. Naturally, should you succeed in the assessment, joining the Fujiwara family is also an option. We have many loyal brothers, and the atmosphere here is quite harmonious. Besides, I find you rather agreeable. You could accompany me henceforth, Fujiwara Sakura said, narrowing her eyes and patting Lin Zhou's shoulder. She indeed held a certain fondness for him. Appreciating his demeanor when dealing with Suzujin, his well-trained fire fox, and his candidness when he tossed the keystone. The Fujiwara family's origins lay in the underworld, and having grown up in such an environment, Fujiwara Sakura was naturally drawn to those who displayed a free-spirited and unrestrained nature. By offering Lin Zhou the testing Pokédex, she aimed to draw him closer and integrate him into the Fujiwara family. She had a keen eye for character, although Lin Zhou was currently weak. She believed that with even a modicum of support, he could swiftly evolve into a formidable trainer. No, joining an organization is not for me, haha. Lin Zhou chuckled awkwardly, subtly distancing himself from Fujiwara Sakura. He couldn't shake the feeling that her speech resembled that of a pyramid scheme promoter on television. He began to suspect whether her family operated coal mines within the Elf Alliance, intending to lure him into laboring for them. What kind of Pokédex could possibly match the worth of a capable and handsome young man like him? Fujiwara Sakura observed Lin Zhou's evident aversion, her expression momentarily faltering, and a sense of frustration welled within her. How could this young man be so ungrateful? The Fujiwara family was one of the premier families beneath the Elder Council of the Elf Alliance, notorious for their ruthless reputation. They wielded considerable influence, and aside from the Dragon Lords in Naples, few dared to oppose them. This was a coveted opportunity that many would yearn for. Yet this impudent boy had the audacity to disdain it. Just wait. When you become a trainer and realize what you have missed out on. Even if you come seeking me, I shall not grant you entry, Fujiwara Sakura thought, her teeth clenched in determination. The seasoned veterans of the realm fear encountering such naive newcomers, who remain oblivious to the reputations that precede them. At this moment, Fujiwara Sakurako's demeanor shifted, as she took 3 empty Pokéballs from the side and unceremoniously thrust them into Lin Zhou's hands. Take these. What are these? Lin Zhou inquired, puzzled by the Pokéballs he now held. These are trainer's Pokéballs. They differ from the ones you typically use. They do not connect to the Alliance network and will not disclose your Pokémon's information. The secrets of your Pokémon are of utmost importance to every trainer. Never divulge them to anyone, not even to those closest to you. This is crucial for a trainer's survival. In the world of trainers, the more your Pokémon's secrets are exposed, the swifter your demise will be. Remember this well. Although Fujiwara Sakurako's tone had turned harsher, her warning was sincere. Lin Zhou could perceive her earnestness in fulfilling her promise to guide him into the world of trainers. Thank you, he expressed from the heart. Despite their exchange being transactional, Fujiwara Sakurako, from the perspective of a mentor, had indeed provided him with significant assistance. Whether it was the qualification for internal assessments or her final piece of advice, both were invaluable. Fujiwara Sakurako scoffed. The Pokédex can also function like a mobile phone. It contains chat applications like WeChat, where you can find my contact information. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to reach out. With that, she turned and exited through the door. Lin Zhou mused to himself that she was rather considerate, even offering after-sales service. He accessed the communication feature in the Pokédex and discovered only a single contact, a number belonging to Fujiwara Sakurako. Thus, he learned her name. After providing gifts and after-sales support, she truly was a commendable individual. Fujiwara Sakurako left Lin Zhou's residence, descended the stairs, and paused at the bottom. She noticed a figure blocking the entrance to the building. Fujiwara Sakurako furrowed her brow, keenly assessing the individual for a moment. Upon spotting the Pokéball adorned with a dragon emblem at the person's waist, her pupils dilated in shock as she gasped, "The Yulong?" Chapter 67. An ordinary office worker passing by the Yulong? Why would a member of the Yulong clan appear here? Fujiwara Sakurako's heart raced in alarm. The Moonlight EV leapt forward, positioning itself protectively in front of her, its fur bristling, emitting a fierce growl. The individual before them appeared to be an office worker in his 30s, dressed in a wrinkled suit and shirt, holding a suit jacket and a briefcase. A cigarette dangled from his mouth, imparting an air of weary maturity. At first glance, he seemed like an ordinary office worker passing by. However, Fujiwara Sakurako recognized that he was no ordinary person. The dragon-patterned Pokéball at his waist was a distinctive emblem of the Yulong clan. The Dragon Clan, a paramount family within the Elven Alliance, holds a status second only to the Elder Council, with no equal. Within the Elven Alliance, few families can rival their influence. The reason lies in the Dragon Clan's specialization in Dragon-type spirits. Dragon-type spirits are arguably among the most rare and unique of the 18 elemental attributes of spirits. This rarity is attributed to their formidable innate abilities, as they possess physical attributes far superior to those of ordinary spirits. With a high starting point, they exhibit remarkable growth potential and adaptability. They naturally counter the mainstream attributes of water, fire, grass, and electric, while their natural enemies are scarce. The inherent racial talents of dragon-type spirits are undeniably powerful, except for certain disgraceful dragon kin that possess the bloodline without corresponding strength. The majority of dragon-type spirits exceed the average in prowess. The strength of the Dragon Clan is primarily due to their near monopoly on the production of potent dragon-type spirits. They control all the major dragon valleys and labyrinths where wild dragon-type spirits are found. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan has established their own dragon ranches to research and cultivate dragon-type spirits. There are speculations that the Dragon Clan may have mastered certain breeding techniques for dragon-type spirits, enabling them to breed artificially. The members of the Dragon Clan have a broad sphere of activity, with 3 main hubs centered around their dragon ranches located in East Asia, Tibet, and the Middle East. The area influenced by the Dragon Clan spans nearly half of Asia. Given such an expansive territory, the prosperity of the Dragon Clan is well-founded. Fujiwara Sakurako appeared somewhat anxious. The unexpected emergence of the Dragon Clan took her by surprise. However, she could not entirely dismiss the reasons for their appearance. As the primary heir of the Fujiwara family and an investigator within the upper echelons of the Elven Alliance, she was privy to many secrets unknown to ordinary trainers. For instance, the Dragon Clan's mastery over dragon-type spirits is not the true reason for their dominance within the Alliance. The adage "the nail that sticks out gets hammered down" rings true. Although the Dragon Clan is powerful, their strength does not guarantee their existence. At the inception of the Elven Alliance, there existed a family even mightier than the Dragon Clan. Yet it swiftly perished under the combined efforts of various families within the Alliance. The Elven Alliance is a complex tapestry of factions, and the rules of the game dictate that to survive, one must have a reason for existence. The reason for the Dragon Clan's survival lies in their possession of a colossal secret weapon, evolution. They hold the keys to the sources of keystones and evolution stones, along with the secrets of evolution itself. The structural hierarchy of the Elven Alliance is governed by a council system. The highest decision-making body consists of 9 elders, with 3 individuals sharing different authorities. Every decade, the 9 elders are elected, with candidates drawn from the prominent families within the Alliance. Each family may only have 1 representative elder per term, who may serve consecutive terms. Every decade, the Dragon Clan bestows 9 keystones and evolution stones upon 9 elders as a token of support. When Fujiwara Sakurako's grandfather served as an elder, he too was a recipient of such gifts from the dragon. Regrettably, that particular set of keystones and evolution stones is no longer in the possession of the Fujiwara family. By monopolizing the evolution process, the Dragon Clan has cultivated favorable relations with the Council of Elders and ensures a long-term presence within its ranks. This is a formidable family, endowed not only with strength, but also with substantial influence. Sakurako realizes that having just acquired a keystone, the other party's intentions are glaringly evident. "Oh, the little girl from the Fujiwara family, you cannot take that keystone with you." The man, distressed, ruffled his slightly greasy hair. "I found this keystone on a wanted criminal. Must the Dragon Clan be so overbearing?" Frustrated, Sakurako bit her lip and took a small step back, her hand brushing against the Pokéball at her waist. "This item belongs to the dragon's territory, and its previous owner had ancestral ties to the dragon. She never anticipated that it would bring her misfortune. This item rightfully belongs to the dragon clan. There's no reason for you to take it. The man flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued, however, the dragon clan is indeed grateful for your assistance in recovering our lost item. It was originally my task, but my boss has been making me work overtime on revisions. And my wife has been urging me to pick up the kids from school, leaving me utterly overwhelmed with no time to apprehend the fugitive. You, as a league investigator, have done commendably by retrieving the keystone for me. I will certainly recommend you for additional field allowances. Sakurako was infuriated to the point of near fainting. I traveled from Dongjiang to Bin's Hush, enduring countless hardships and relentless tracking for an entire week. After finally acquiring the keystone, you dare to extort me now? Can such matters be resolved with a mere increase in allowances? Does your conscience not ache? The Pokéball glimmered with a white light. A shadow with emerald green eyes surged forth like a bolt of lightning, launching an assault on the man. Filled with malevolent intent, its claws glinted menacingly, promising dire consequences should it make contact. However, the man merely chuckled at Sakurako's little trick, stepping back to exit the building. A harsh screech suddenly pierced the air, resonating in the ears of both Fujiwara and her Pokémon. It was akin to nails scraping against a blackboard, sending shivers down their spines and raising goosebumps. The shadow Pokémon's advance faltered as the sound waves disrupted its surrounding dark energy. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The pitch gradually escalated, surpassing the range of human hearing. The ultrasonic waves crashed over Sakurako and her Pokémon like relentless tides, swiftly engulfing them in a vortex of sound. Sakura Fujiwara, in anguish, clutched her head as warmth trickled from her ears. It was blood. Her Pokémon, too, was not faring any better, huddled in place, moaning in distress. Gritting her teeth, Sakura realized that her adversary was far beyond her capabilities, and she hurled the newly acquired keystone at her opponent. The sound waves abruptly ceased, and as the throbbing in her head eased, Sakura exhaled, casting a cold gaze outward. The colossal sound wave dragon descended, prostrating itself beside the older man. It was the very Pokémon that had unleashed the ultrasonic attack moments earlier. Blood dripped from her ear onto the golden cherry blossoms as Sakura retrieved her Pokéball, recalling her Pokémon, and sneered, "Do you intend to hoard the secrets of evolution forever? You shall not find a favorable outcome." The older man shrugged, picking up the keystone from the ground. "This is not a matter within my purview. After all, I am merely a passing, ordinary office worker." Chapter 68. The invitation from Bao Di. The older man climbed onto the back of the Soundwave Dragon, which took flight, vanishing into the night sky. Rage and resentment swirled within Sakura as she stared into the heavens for a long while. She felt indignant. Yet, she was powerless against her opponent. For that keystone, she had traversed from Dongjiang to Binju, negotiating with sellers and pursuing fugitives, spending nearly a month in her efforts. And now, it was being seized by the Draconic clan? Was she merely a laborer? Sakura forcibly suppressed her urge to scream into the void, recognizing that impotent fury served no purpose. She would remember this grievance. That so-called ordinary office worker would find himself awaiting her vengeance. A gentleman's revenge is never late, but for Sakura, it would be relentless. Wiping the blood from her ear, Sakura spat in the direction the Soundwave Dragon had departed and turned away. With the matter of the keystone concluded, Sakura felt as though her efforts had been in vain. After becoming a league investigator, she had spent the last 2 years in training abroad, and it was now nearly time to return to the Fujiwara estate. In the bustling streets of Binju, where eateries operated through the night, many patrons were enjoying late-night snacks. At one table sat a young man and an older man, appearing no different from the surrounding ordinary diners. However, the Pokéballs hanging from their waists bore distinct dragon motifs. These two were members of the Draconic clan. The older man, who had just taken the keystone from Sakura, was named Chen Jiliang. The young man, resembling a student, was called Lu Ming. "Xiao Ming, I need you to make a quick trip and return this item," Chen Jiliang said, handing the keystone to Lu Ming. "Not a bother at all. I happen to be heading back to the Dragon Ranch in Nanhai in the next few days, so I can take it along," Lu Ming replied with a smile, casually pocketing the keystone, seemingly unconcerned. His eyes occasionally darted towards the pot in front of him. Yet it was evident that his attention was predominantly fixated on the skewers within. This time, he encountered the girl from the Fujiwara family. Chen Jiliang poured himself a glass of beer and took a refreshing sip. Oh, Lu Ming found himself intrigued. He had certainly heard of the moniker Evil Cherry, a figure of exceptional prowess among the younger generation of the Alliance. How formidable is her strength? Among her peers, she is barely passable. Yet she has improved significantly since the last time I beheld her. Chen Jiliang took another sip of beer. When did you last see her? Chen Jiliang gestured with his hand. Perhaps she was about this tall, still in kindergarten at the time. Lu Ming was at a loss for words. The Fujiwara family has been plagued by unfavorable rumors in recent years. Do you know anything about it? The Fujiwara family, Chen Jiliang sighed. Ever since that old rascal Fujiwara passed away 8 years ago, the family has not been the same. The current head of the Fujiwara family, that coward, is hardly deserving of the title. Lu Ming chuckled at this. Fujiwara Sakura is now 24 years old, an exceptional talent among her contemporaries and quite respected. Moreover, she is the daughter of the family head, the primary heir. Even if she were to take over the Fujiwara family now and become the new head, though she may be young, it does not seem impossible. The girl from the Fujiwara family possesses a remarkable awareness, reminiscent of the old rascal Fujiwara, who rose from nothing to build a notorious reputation. It is just a pity. Chen Jiliang's words trailed off as his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his wife calling and quickly answered. Chen Jiliang, you scoundrel, where have you been wandering off to? The voice on the other end roared like a mother tiger. Sister-in-law, with such a resounding voice, you are still in excellent health, Lu Ming remarked with a smile. I am dining out with someone. Why the rush? Chen Jiliang said, his face contorted with worry. Dining? What time is it, and you're still eating? Finish up and hurry home. Your son insists on having his father lull him to sleep. No matter what I say, he refuses to listen. Nonsense. Your voice is louder than our family's sound wave dragon. How could the child want you to soothe him to sleep? Chen Jiliang and his wife bickered, while Lu Ming watched, thoroughly entertained. Chen Jiliang, I see you've grown more capable. Are you coming back? If you don't, I'll ask old Wang from next door to come over and lull the child. I can see the child is quite fond of Uncle Wang. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiliang grew anxious. He could no longer remain seated. He hastily tucked his briefcase under his arm and stood up. No, don't do that. I'm coming back now. Let me tell you, if that Wang dares to step through our door, I will break his legs. Just you wait. I'll return immediately. Meanwhile, Lu Ming continued to enjoy his skewers, thoroughly amused by the unfolding drama. Chen Jiliang shot him a glare. How carefree you students are. Living each day in such freedom. Once you reach my age, with a spouse and children to think about, the worries will start to take a toll, and you may find yourself losing hair over it. Enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave now. With a spirited departure, Chen Jiliang left the scene. Lu Ming did not linger long either, finishing his meal before he too exited. The following day, Monday, brought yet another session of Professor Yan's advanced mathematics class. Lin Zhou was engrossed in his studies while Lu continued to idle away his time, engrossed in a mobile game with Blue Crocodile. Suddenly, Lin Zhou's phone vibrated. He glanced at it to find a private message from his account on the Qiyuan website, 4396. Hello, I am Bao Di, a host on the Qiyuan live streaming platform. I greatly admire your evaluative skills demonstrated during your last performance. I wonder if you would be interested in discussing a potential collaboration. Lin Zhou merely glanced at the message before closing the screen, choosing to ignore it. Over the past month, he had lost count of how many private messages he had received from this individual, having never responded to any of them. Bao Di was the host who had once featured the head-covering dragon during a live broadcast. At that time, in order to earn money for Firefox's basic skill Secret Jade, Lin Zhou had participated in a tenfold bet, leading to his identification of that particular head-covering dragon. The incident had indeed caused quite a stir and even made the headlines. However, the focus was not on Lin Zhou's tenfold bet, but rather on the head-covering dragon itself. And with time, most people had nearly forgotten about it, with only a few likely to remember. Nevertheless, Bao Di, as one of the main figures involved, still held a vivid impression of the event. The art of raw stone identification is a profound discipline, and the economic value generated by raw stone evaluators can rival that of trainers. These evaluators are sought after by major secret jade industry companies. The notion of a raw stone evaluator capable of making assessments through a screen was something Bao Di had never encountered before. He found himself genuinely curious about this individual. Why would someone of such high evaluative proficiency engage in a bet worth several thousand yuan in his live stream? Chapter 69. The Importance of the Chrysanthemum. Bao Di. We need to schedule a new announcement for next week's live stream. Please prepare in advance and allocate a day for the broadcast, instructed his manager, Xiao Yun, while holding a notepad. Another announcement? This would be the third one this month. Bao Di's expression was not particularly enthusiastic. Announcements typically pertain to public events such as endorsements or meet and greets, which yield some financial compensation. When he signed on as a host, he had been informed that the company might arrange endorsements for him, allowing him to promote products during his live streams, leveraging his popularity. For instance, The official Qiyuan website runs weekly promotions on skill secret jades, aiming to sell off excess stock or those recently produced in abundance. At this moment, one might be astonished to discover that every trainer in the various live streaming rooms is seamlessly employing the same tactics. This is, in fact, a result of these streamers being requested to act as brand ambassadors. Typically, within these streamers' channels, product links are provided, and the number of purchases made through these links is meticulously recorded, subsequently allowing the streamers to earn commissions based on the quantity sold. This incentive operates on a tiered system. The more products a streamer sells, the greater their earnings. There have been instances where streamers have garnered commissions exceeding tens of millions in a single event. Such lucrative prospects have invigorated numerous streamers on the platform, leading them to realize just how profitable this endeavor can be. Consequently, many streamers have unleashed their creativity, embarking on extravagant performances. Conditions for executing their tactics may exist, yet they are often fabricated to ensure their application. During these moments, they transform into the platform's finest directors and most theatrical performers. The scripts they craft are increasingly captivating, with each individual embodying the essence of a leading actor. Of course, there are those who are more straightforward, directly informing their fans that once a certain number of purchases is reached, they will don women's attire for a live stream. Bowdy himself is quite resistant to this notion. Having been a streamer for several months, he has grown significantly and is acutely aware of the audience's aversion to such antics. Viewers enter his channel to witness skillful gameplay and authentic outdoor adventures, not to be subjected to his promotion of ineffectual gimmicks. If he were an ordinary small-time streamer, he would have little choice in the matter. However, Bowdy is a prominent figure on the Quchuan platform, serving as its flagship persona, with many fans drawn specifically by his presence. Such a valuable asset is surely afforded certain privileges by Quchuan. For those streamers who engage in excessive commercialization, Bowdy opts not to participate, as he understands the importance of sustainable growth. Even the most lucrative endeavors must adhere to fundamental principles, yielding results gradually. His manager, Xiaoyan, flipped through her notes and informed Bowdy, "This time it's different. The company has a new project and wishes for you to be a pilot for it." "A new project? What sort of project?" Bowdy inquired, puzzled. It appears they intend to combine maze exploration with live auctioning as a new streaming segment. The detailed proposal will be available next week. Upon hearing this, Bowdy contemplated for a moment. It sounded promising, especially since it involved maze content, which was certainly preferable. He nodded in agreement. After conveying the information, Xiaoyan departed to attend to other streamers' lounges. Bowdy then resumed his attempts to engage Lin Zhou, sending a message to inform him of the new segment next week, inquiring if he would be interested in watching. Given Lin Zhou's aloof demeanor and his consistent lack of responses, Bowdy regarded it as merely a playful endeavor. His phone vibrated. Glancing at the notification, he noted it was a private message from Bowdy. With a cursory glance at the content, he chose to ignore it, returning to his reading. Lin Zhou had no intention of responding to any messages from Bowdy. He was astute enough to realize that Bowdy had become attached to him due to his previous identification of the coveted headless dragon. Lin Zhou, in his haste for monetary gain, seized an opportunity that presented itself and made an investment. Initially, he intended to withdraw after a single engagement. Believing it would not lead to excessive trouble, if issues arose, he could simply switch accounts. After all, the Qiyuan platform caters to trainers who highly value the confidentiality of their personal information. Consequently, for various reasons, accounts are not linked to personal data. Additionally, the flow of funds is automatically obscured within the intermediary processes, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to trace the account back to its owner. Unless one engages in exceedingly suspicious behavior, which might attract the attention of the Three Dragons Network police, generally, there are no repercussions. In truth, few had paid him any mind. The realm of appraisers is shrouded in mystery. As they say, different trades are like different mountains. Not everyone comprehends the intricacies involved. Most regarded him merely as a highly skilled appraiser, and once the fervor subsided, so too did their interest. However, this treasure brother was remarkably persistent, incessantly sending private messages with flirtatious undertones, seemingly harboring ulterior motives to meet him in person. What could possibly account for such keen interest? Lin Zhou, valuing discretion above all, was resolute in not responding to his messages. While he frequently watched live streams on the Qiyuan platform, he rarely tuned into Treasure Brothers broadcasts. His primary focus was acquiring knowledge on nurturing Pokémon, often engaging with streams hosted by educators or breeding specialists who impart foundational knowledge. These channels typically attracted minimal traffic due to their mundane nature and basic content for trainers. Nevertheless, Lin Zhou often found himself engrossed in these sessions. as he was not yet a trainer and required this essential knowledge. Occasionally, he would bestow monetary gifts upon these streamers, genuinely appreciating the valuable insights they provided on breeding. Such knowledge would ultimately translate into enhanced capabilities for his Firefox, and he felt it only fair to express gratitude through a modest donation. Unlike Lulu, who had the guidance of a trainer uncle, Lin Zhou had to rely on self-study for his journey in Pokémon nurturing. The hosts of these lesser-known streams, though not particularly popular or exceptionally skilled, could be considered half-mentors to him. Lin Zhou seldom watched Treasure Brothers broadcasts, not due to a lack of skill on his part. On the contrary, it was because his proficiency far exceeded that of novice trainers. Having tuned in a few times, Lin Zhou realized he could not glean anything of value from him at this stage. Aspiring for unattainable heights was not a prudent habit. Moreover, Treasure Brothers' content typically revolved around maze explorations, entertaining, indeed, but lacking in educational merit, thus providing no rationale for Lin Zhou to engage further. The morning passed in diligent study and self-improvement. After sharing a meal with Lulu in the cafeteria, Lin Zhou rode a shared scooter to September House in the afternoon. Last night, the herbalist sent him a message, indicating that she had boarded the plane and was likely already across the ocean in South America. Today, her granddaughter is expected to take over the management of September House. Lin Zhou stood at the entrance of September House, twisted the doorknob, and pushed the door open. Chapter 70. The joy of Ankh in stealing a man. The bell above the shop door chimed. As Lin Zhou entered September House, the interior appeared just as it always had. The shelves were meticulously arranged with fruits, potions, and energy cubes, all in perfect order. The floor and windows gleamed with cleanliness, evidently just tidied up. The herbalist would never clean the shop herself. It was clear her granddaughter had arrived. Lin Zhou's lips twitched. He realized that even the job of sweeping had been taken from him. The door leading to the backyard swung open, and a young girl stepped into the shop. The girl paused upon seeing Lin Zhou, then greeted him with a polite smile. "Welcome. I'm the new employee that Grandma hired." Lin Zhou studied the girl. She must be the herbalist's granddaughter. She was petite, seemingly young, exuding a neighborly charm. Wearing a straw hat, a rubber apron, and gloves, she held a small shovel. Her attire splattered with dirt. Lin Zhou felt puzzled. What had she been doing in the backyard? He recalled the various medicinal plants Grandma had planted, all presumably grown in pots. It seemed exaggerated for her to be covered in so much mud. "Oh, you must be Lin Zhou," she said. "Grandma spoke of you, saying she found a very promising new employee and encouraged me to seize this opportunity." "Well, you certainly have a pleasing appearance." Lin Zhou felt somewhat bewildered. Seize what opportunity? Something felt amiss. Hadn't Grandma mentioned that her granddaughter was from the countryside, inexperienced in the city? He had thought Grandma was being naive, not fearing that her granddaughter might take advantage of him. Yet now he felt as if he were the one being sold. "Just call me Ankh," she introduced herself, then turned to see Lin Zhou staring blankly. "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" Lin Zhou shook his head. "No, it's just that you seem a bit different from what Grandma described." "Haha, what did Grandma say about me? Does she still think of me as a naive girl from the mountains, completely clueless?" Ankh laughed heartily. With the rapid urbanization over the past 2 years, even the village has internet access. It's not as isolated as it once was. A new commercial district has been established for over 6 months now. Yet Grandma still views me through her old lens. Ankh appeared to be a lively and amiable girl, her smile warm and inviting, effortlessly bridging the gap between them. Just as they were conversing, the backyard door opened once more, and a sprite entered, carrying 2 empty water buckets. The sprite, adorned in a warm brown hue, ambled upright, sporting a painter's beret atop its canine head, with its tail dipped in vibrant paint. Ankh, upon noticing the approaching sprite, introduced it to Lin Zhou. "This is the Tutu dog, a sprite I have cultivated." Lin Zhou was taken aback. He was astonished that Ankh possessed a Tutu dog. This particular sprite is classified as relatively rare in the official grading of the Alliance, due to its uniquely inherent abilities. It naturally wields a distinctive innate move, Sketch. To date, Sprite scientific research has only identified this move within the Tutu dog species, with no equivalent found among other sprites. Nor has any related move gem ever been discovered. The essence of the Sketch move is rather straightforward. It allows the sprite to replicate the moves of other sprites. Indeed, the Tutu dog is a joyous thief of abilities. Your move may be impressive, but in the next moment, it could become mine. For the Tutu dog, the nature of moves resembles the intricate delineation of a complex design, utilizing the pattern to channel energy. The function of the Sketch move is to recreate this design and thereby execute the corresponding move. However, the effectiveness and completion of the move still hinge upon the Tutu dog's own prowess. For moves that are overly intricate or advanced, the 2-2 dog may struggle to replicate them. It must rely on the trajectory of the opponent's energy manipulation during battle to barely emulate the move, as it cannot utilize it independently under normal circumstances. For even more complex moves, the 2-2 dog's capabilities may fall short, rendering it incapable of replication altogether. Conversely, for simpler moves, after a few attempts at mimicry, the 2-2 dog may even learn them independently and use them at will. The 2-2 dog is a sprite with exceptionally high potential both at its upper and lower limits. Its physical attributes and energy affinity are rather ordinary, lacking in exceptional qualities. Furthermore, the 2-2 dog is among the few sprites that cannot learn moves through move gems. Not all sprites can grasp the techniques imparted by move gems. A select few, possessing particularly unique cognitive frameworks, perceive the world differently from ordinary sprites. For instance, sprites like DITTO and MAGIKARP cannot comprehend the conventional understandings within move gems, akin to how a layperson struggles to grasp the artistic vision of a creator or the perceptions of the mentally ill. Of course, MAGIKARP's inability to learn is primarily due to its simplicity. In the world perceived by the 2-2 dog, moves appear as intricate patterns, and its method of executing moves resembles the act of painting. While it naturally possesses only the sketch move, this ability endows it with a remarkable capacity for rapid learning. Although it cannot master moves through gems, it can learn the moves of other sprites through the art of sketch. The reason one might assert that the potential prowess of the 2-2 dog is exceptionally high lies in its remarkable capacity for learning, which remains unbound by inherent attributes. Provided its strength is sufficient, it could, in theory, acquire all the moves of every attribute. However, theory is merely theoretical. Reality must be contingent upon one's actual capabilities. Moves serve merely as enhancement templates. No matter how formidable the template, it must be applied within the context of one's own power. Moreover, an abundance of moves without mastery yields limited effectiveness. Nevertheless, a well-trained 2-2 dog indeed proves to be a remarkably versatile asset, akin to a jack of all trades. While its strength may not be overwhelming and its moves may not be mastered, it possesses a smattering of skills that can provide solutions in times of trouble. In a community of trainers who meticulously cultivate multiple Pokémon, the status of the 2-2 dog is distinctly unique. One either refrains from raising this creature or dedicates all resources for the latter part of one's life to nurturing this singular Pokémon. Diversions into raising other Pokémon should be avoided. Previously, Lin Zhou had witnessed a trainer on a live stream who exclusively raised a 2-2 dog, aptly named Master of Moves. This trainer engaged in frequent broadcasts, showcasing battles alongside 2-2 dog, learning moves from other trainers, conducting move analyses, and so forth. Chapter 71. Ank's agricultural strategy with no customers in sight. Do you have a moment? If so, could you assist me? Ank said, while darting into the storage room of the shop to retrieve a shovel and hoe, clutching the shovel in her left hand and the hoe in her right. She approached Lin Zhou, glancing around hesitantly. Lin Zhou initially thought she would select one for herself. Instead, both tools were swiftly thrust into his hands. I'm quite different from Grandma. She is exceedingly kind and surely hasn't assigned you any tasks. However, I am now the manager of September House, and as an employee, if you wish to earn your keep, you must put in the effort, Ank smiled. Lin Zhou accepted the shovel and hoe without any protest. His part-time salary at September House was quite decent, and he felt it was only right to contribute. Lin Zhou weighed the shovel and hoe, inquiring, what is this for? Filling holes. Ank pointed towards the door leading to the backyard. I intend to thoroughly till the soil of September House's courtyard to plant fruit trees and medicinal herbs. Previously, Grandma used potted soil, hence the courtyard has never been turned. I've already dug the holes this morning. Your task is simply to fill them. Lin Zhou nodded, not overly concerned. After all, it was merely filling holes in a backyard roughly the size of a basketball court. Ank had taken an entire morning to dig the holes, so he assumed he could complete the task rather swiftly. With a shovel in his left hand and a hoe in his right, Lin Zhou followed Ank as she opened the door to the backyard. The backyard, where is it? Lin Zhou stared, his eyes wide with astonishment at the scene before him. The charming herbal garden of the September House has vanished without a trace. In its place lies a deep pit, nearly 10 meters in depth. This pit is remarkably square and precise, leaving no corner of the backyard untouched. The walls of the pit are lined with ice, emanating a slight chill, forming a barrier to prevent the surrounding earth from collapsing. After all, this is a 10-meter deep abyss, without the icy walls as support. The surrounding soil could easily cave in, potentially engulfing half of the September House. Lin Zhou peered into the depths of the pit, his expression one of exasperation. Is this what you meant by wanting to turn the soil? Surely, There must be some misunderstanding regarding the term turning soil. Or perhaps the villagers possess a unique flair for such endeavors. Now I am left to fill this gaping chasm you have created. Pointing at the enormous pit before him, Lin Zhou inquired of Enko, how on earth did you excavate this hole? By tilling the soil, using telekinesis to shift the earth, and employing freezing beams for support. By digging down 2 meters at a time, after 5 iterations, it's done. The tutu dog excels at such tasks, Enko explained. Lin Zhou could hardly contain his incredulity. Is your tutu dog a graduate of a technical school? Utilizing it as a digging machine is quite ingenious. But how am I supposed to fill this? Should I simply dump the soil back in? He pondered. Surely filling the pit must be simpler than digging it. His Firefox also possessed telekinetic abilities, albeit not as comprehensive as the tutu dog's, yet it could still manage to move soil. Of course, it's not merely a matter of shoving the earth back in. Otherwise, I could have done it myself. Besides, I've already arranged for the soil to be transported away. And Ku pointed beyond the backyard fence. Lin Zhou turned to see a pile of burlap and rubber bags heaped like a small mountain. Those contain fertilizers and tree fruits. We will use those directly for filling. There is no need for soil. They must be layered appropriately, as the different fertilizers and tree fruits serve distinct purposes. As Enku spoke, he directed the tutu dog, which used its telekinesis to bring in several bags of fertilizer and tree fruits. A few rubber bags were torn open, and under the control of telekinesis, the fertilizer cascaded down evenly, covering the base of the pit with a thin layer. The same method was applied to several snakeskin bags, spilling forth a multitude of unknown tree fruits. With a sharp slice of air, the fruits broke apart into segments, scattering across the pit's bottom, forming a complete layer. The tutu dog's tail danced like a brush, sketching trails of energy in the air. Water splashed, soaking the freshly laid layer of fertilizer and tree fruits. Lin Zhou's eyes widened in astonishment. How many techniques has this tutu dog mastered? Tilling, freezing beams, telekinesis, air blades, and water manipulation. All these skills were executed with remarkable finesse and fluidity. Moreover, it appears that he has yet to reach the level of a trainer. Essentially, the process involves layering, with some layers containing fruit from trees and others comprising energy fertilizers. The thickness of each layer must be controlled at 20, and watering should occur after every 2 layers. Each layer employs different types of tree fruit and energy fertilizers. I possess a blueprint that specifies the requirements for each of the 50 layers. Enk handed over a diagram to Lin Zhou, who, upon examining it, found himself bewildered by the densely annotated layers depicted within a substantial pit. Is this to be filled with tree fruit? Indeed, many varieties of tree fruit contain nutrients that facilitate the condensation of energy, and when combined with energy fertilizers, they can significantly enhance the fertility and nutritional richness of the soil. Lin Zhou mused that this was not merely about enriching the soil. It seemed as though a pit full of fertilizer had been created. The abundance of nutrients would enable even a bald patch of earth to sprout hair. Although he lacked expertise in agriculture, he understood that excessive fertility could hinder plant growth. Wouldn't this risk overnourishing the roots? While ordinary tree fruits and plants might indeed suffer from root burn, certain advanced varieties thrive under such conditions. Enk chuckled, as she was an expert in the cultivation of tree fruits and medicinal plants. Urban land, repurposed for development, possesses inherently low nutritional value, making it challenging even to support the growth of common tree fruits, let alone advanced varieties. Her grandmother specialized in pharmacology, which might suffice for pot cultivation. Yet my studies focus on cultivating tree fruits and medicinal plants, necessitating substantial land for planting. To cultivate in this backyard, soil transformation is imperative. Designing and modifying the land is, however, my inaugural lesson in this specialized field. Lin Zhou listened to Enk, finding her arguments quite persuasive. Yet, gazing at the small mountain of tree fruits piled nearby, he could not help but feel a twinge of regret at the thought of them being discarded into the pit. How much will all this cost? He asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Enk smiled mysteriously. Do you recall how much the medicinal plants grown by my grandmother in pots were worth? She once mentioned they were valued at over 200,000. The cost of transforming this land will require an additional 20 million. Are we burying 2 apartments in the 3rd ring of Kyoto in this soil? And I'm the one doing the burying. Lin Zhou had surrendered his capacity for rational thought. He resolved that if Lulu ever lamented being so poor as to eat dirt again, he would bring him to this spot and point to the ground, saying, "You can't even afford the dirt." Chapter 72. Haunting. Is it now the case that cultivating even a single tree fruit requires millions in funding? Lin Zhou felt a headache coming on at the mere mention of money. Whether one is a trainer or a cultivator, any undertaking related to Pokémon inevitably incurs expenses. This does not even represent a starting point. If one merely aimed to create a moderately fertile transformed plot, perhaps 1 or 2 million would suffice. However, such transformed fields generally do not sustain their fertility for long. This particular transformed field, albeit costly at 20 million, possesses the remarkable ability to absorb and recycle energy. As long as it is not excessively depleted, it can replenish itself for continued use. My grandmother has not returned for quite some time, and I surmise she will remain in the house until September, so I have decided to take decisive action. Nevertheless, this significant expenditure has nearly depleted my savings accumulated over the past few years. Lin Zhou chuckled, as he had just met a wealthy woman, albeit one who had already gone bankrupt. Is it truly necessary to invest such an exorbitant sum in cultivating high-end fruit trees? Can the cost be recouped? It is difficult to ascertain. The transformed field merely provides an experimental environment, while the success of operation and development ultimately rests upon the cultivator's expertise. Back at my rural home, I had 5 transformed fields in my backyard designated for my research, 2 of which I unfortunately overexploited. However, 1 transformed field yielded results. A venture capital firm is willing to offer 50 million for the patent of a new variety. Lin Zhou expressed his bewilderment at the world of the affluent. How could these individuals treat millions as casually as mere pocket change? Is it truly that ruthless for cultivators to earn their livelihood? Hank shook her head. The cultivator community is divided into 2 categories. The first comprises those driven by career aspirations after obtaining their cultivator certification. Those who lack the desire for further education or the financial means to continue their research often opt to open a shop or join a company. This includes pharmacies that dispense potions or breeding houses that care for others' Pokémon. Their work is relatively straightforward, yielding modest earnings, yet it remains stable. The second category is research-oriented, primarily engaged in scientific inquiry. If they can produce research outcomes, they may sell patents or collaborate with manufacturers. My specialization in fruit trees and plant cultivation holds potential. If I can cultivate new varieties or discover methods for artificially cultivating rare fruits, I stand a chance to earn substantial patent fees. Fields such as potion development, akin to my grandmother's work, offer even greater opportunities. Additionally, there are studies on Pokémon genetics and egg ecology, among others. Although the research sector appears to promise lucrative patent fees, the initial investments can be quite substantial, making it uncertain whether one can ultimately break even. It is entirely possible to pour vast sums of money into research and reap nothing in return. For instance, within my area of specialization lies a particularly challenging problem: the artificial cultivation of the miraculous fruit. That miraculous fruit used for crafting the wondrous cube? Lin Zhou recognized the term. He recalled seeing it in his grandmother's notes. It is a key ingredient for upgrading potions. When he first encountered it, he even messaged Lulu, inquiring about its price. 2 million for a single piece, valuable yet elusive. Indeed, it is that very miraculous fruit. The artificial cultivation of this fruit represents the ultimate challenge within the realm of fruit cultivation. Every cultivator specializing in the breeding of miraculous fruits yearns to unravel this conundrum. The ability to cultivate these extraordinary fruits artificially would carry immense significance, with the accompanying wealth, fame, and connections enough to incite envy in anyone. Lin Zhou nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Once upgrading potions can be mass-produced, whoever masters the method of artificial production would wield unparalleled authority. Do you believe being a high-level trainer is impressive? I can enhance my abilities with potions and outshine you. Let us see how audacious you remain. However, it is lamentable that no one has yet discovered a method for the artificial cultivation of miraculous fruits. Some have begun to speculate that perhaps such a method simply does not exist. These miraculous fruits may actually be akin to minerals, having formed through some unique natural accumulation. Ank shrugged her shoulders. Lin Zhou, puzzled, inquired why. Ank chuckled and asked Tutu Dog to slice open a miraculous fruit for her, showcasing the interior to Lin Zhou. What do you think is the most crucial aspect of growing miraculous fruits? Lin Zhou glanced at the seeds within the halved fruit, uncertainly responding, seeds? Indeed. Seeds are necessary for planting miraculous fruits, but Ank tossed the remaining half of the fruit back into the pit. Miraculous fruits do not possess seeds. Can't they be cultivated like potatoes, using tubers? Lin Zhou questioned. Within the ranks of the Elf Alliance, there was once a family that invested 2 billion to procure nearly 100 miraculous fruits, attempting to break through this research hurdle and experimenting with various cultivation methods. Yet, they ultimately failed. Nearly 100 miraculous fruits perished, and the 2 billion evaporated, leading to the family's decline as they faced scrutiny from the Elders' Council. Lin Zhou couldn't help but reflect that this was a textbook example of squandered wealth. Are you a formally recognized cultivator by the Alliance? Lin Zhou suddenly recalled this question. Yes, I obtained my certification 6 months ago. You don't seem to be of age to have qualified for the exam. I'm already 20 this year, don't I look it? Not really, you seem quite young. Hee, I'm pleased, but that 1T earned you a raise. Lin Zhou noticed Ank looking at him with a somewhat adoring expression, leading him to wonder if she had misinterpreted something. This task is yours now. If you can't finish today, continue tomorrow. I must attend an elf market shortly, so I'll take my leave. Good luck. After delegating the task to Lin Zhou, Ank departed for the elf market. Lin Zhou, accompanied by his fire fox, began to transport various fertilizers for the miraculous fruits according to the blueprints. After processing the fruits, he would dump them into the pit. Although Lin Zhou's fire fox possessed considerable psychic abilities, it lacked the multi-functionality of Ank's Tutu dog, necessitating Lin Zhou to handle many tasks manually, such as slicing the fruits and watering them, which in turn consumed valuable time. Until Ank returned in the evening, Lin Zhou had only managed to complete more than 30 layers, leaving over 10 layers yet to be laid. After bidding farewell to Ank, promising to return the following afternoon to continue, he made his way home. The night passed in silence, and the next morning found Lin Zhou seated in the lecture hall. Having arrived early before the class commenced, 2 girls in front of him had also come early, engrossed in gossip that Lin Zhou could overhear. Did you hear? The 9th dormitory was haunted again last night. Lin Zhou paused at this revelation. The 9th dormitory? That was where he and Lu resided. Haunted. Chapter 73. Come back and sleep with me. Lin Zhou was unaware of how such urban legends about hauntings at the university spread online. In any university, if there weren't a few restless spirits, it would be shameful to discuss it. Dormitories, restrooms, classrooms, science laboratories, staircases, and lakes were all considered high-risk zones for supernatural occurrences. The specters included everything from a classmate who hanged herself to another who jumped to her death. Not to mention various malevolent spirits, with long-haired female ghosts being particularly prevalent. There were more ghosts reported in universities than there were professors. Fortunately, Lin Zhou's school was relatively new, having only recently opened its new campus. The buildings were new as well, resulting in fewer students succumbing to despair, and thus fewer stories for students to concoct. Since moving out to live with his sister, Lin Zhou hadn't stayed in the dormitory for quite some time. He recalled that before moving out, there hadn't been any rumors of hauntings. The class bell rang, and today, Lu arrived right on time. Lin Zhou looked up. Startled, Li's eyelids drooped, his eyes vacant, heavy dark circles under his eyes, and his hair a disheveled mess, walking as if he were a corpse. What did you do last night? You look utterly drained. Lu stiffly turned his head in his seat, his vacant gaze meeting Lin Zhou's as he said, Lin Zhou, come back and sleep with me tonight. Has hand-holding finally ceased to satisfy you? No, I need a warm embrace. I beg you, find a girlfriend. You keep leaving me confused about your orientation, and it makes me anxious. A girlfriend is no match for a roommate. Don't panic, just hold me tight. Lin Zhou thought to himself, with such a ghostly pallor, how does he still have the energy to banter? On a serious note, what happened? What could it be? I didn't sleep a wink last night. Why not? The dormitory was haunted. Haunted? Lin Zhou raised an eyebrow, recalling just moments ago hearing the 2 girls in front discussing the hauntings in their dormitory. Last night, after lights out, I was lying in bed playing on my phone, just about to sleep. Suddenly, the screen illuminated a ghastly pale face right beside me. Li's expression was one of torment, clearly reluctant to relive the memory. Lin Zhou felt as though vivid imagery had taken residence in his mind. In the dead of night, he found himself alone in his room, surrounded by utter darkness. Save for the faint glow of his phone. When he shone the light to the side, a face appeared, watching him. It was rather unsettling. I nearly succumbed to terror. A cold sweat broke out as I hastily roused Lonnie. To my dismay, the face vanished in an instant. Armed with a flashlight, Lonnie and I searched for an hour, yet found nothing. Initially, I suspected it was merely a trick of my eyes. However, after turning off the flashlight and lying down to close my eyes, I soon heard scratching sounds beneath the bed. Upon opening my eyes, that face was once again staring at me. Lu, exhausted, slumped over the table, visibly frustrated. Ah, it seems that ghost has taken a liking to you. Lin Zhou chuckled softly. I truly cannot fathom what misfortune has befallen me. It hasn't left my side all night. The moment I close my eyes, it scratches beneath the bed, and when I open them, there it is again, a face staring back. It rendered me incapable of sleeping. As I dared not shut my eyes, Lu sighed in resignation. Lin Zhou, intrigued, asked, is it a ghost-type spirit? Lin Zhou was uncertain of the existence of ghosts in this world, yet he knew that ghost-type spirits were real, known as phantoms. These spirits are quite rare in the hands of ordinary individuals. Typically, only trainers delve into the realm of ghost-type spirits. Among the many people Lin Zhou knew, aside from Professor Yin, who taught advanced mathematics and cared for a drowsy, he had never encountered anyone else with a ghost-type spirit. The difficulty of artificially breeding ghost-type spirits is one reason for their scarcity. Furthermore, caring for them can indeed be quite troublesome. Ghost-type spirits generally have a peculiar penchant for consuming fear. It is not uncommon for them to materialize unexpectedly to frighten their owners, indulging in a feast of fear. This is why ordinary individuals typically shy away from keeping ghost-type spirits. What purpose would it serve? To amuse oneself? Living in constant fright could lead to dire consequences. Of course, some unscrupulous individuals unleash their ghost-type spirits nightly to terrify others, thereby feeding on their fear. Lin Zhou surmised that Lu had likely encountered such a spirit. It must be a ghost-type spirit. Otherwise, I wouldn't have felt such fear. The ghostly energy must have influenced my emotions. The characteristic of ghostly energy is its ability to stimulate the endocrine system, amplifying feelings of fear. Lu clearly understood that a ghost-type spirit was at play, yet he remained oblivious to which one was so malevolent. I could hardly endure it last night. In a fit of rage, I ran to the corridor, knocking on dormitory doors in search of help. Alas, after a restless half-night, I found no one. Lin Zhou pondered, no wonder so many people were aware. Just moments ago, those two girls were gossiping about it, and it seems you have been stirring things up in the middle of the night. After a moment of reflection, Lin Zhou inquired, "Are you certain it's a tamed spirit? It could very well be a wild one." Occasionally, wild spirits do emerge from the maze, particularly those of the ghostly type, which are adept at stealth and concealment, making them more prone to appearing in the wild. It is imperative that it is not a wild creature. A tamed spirit can be restrained by its owner, but a wild one would be uncontrollable. Every nation has established a bureau for the management of urban spirits, specifically tasked with maintaining order among spirits within urban environments. Alliance inspectors handle cases involving trainers, while the police address matters concerning ordinary citizens. These urban managers are dedicated to resolving incidents involving wild spirits infiltrating cities and causing disturbances for humans. Should citizens discover a wild spirit wreaking havoc, they can contact the Bureau to summon the urban managers to resolve the situation. However, ghost-type spirits present a particularly vexing challenge due to their proficiency in evasion. Even if a report is filed and the urban managers arrive, the ghostly spirit may have vanished, only to return later to harass you once more, leaving you powerless. Furthermore, ghost-type spirits generally only inflict minor inconveniences on individuals, unlikely to pose a threat to public safety. Thus, urban managers tend to shy away from such troublesome matters, perceiving them as a waste of time and resources. After all, they are public servants, and their focus should be on fulfilling their duties. When confronted with these wild spirits, it is not akin to dealing with petty vendors, from whom they could extort or intimidate. Spirits do not pay, and there is no profit to be gained. Hence, they often merely make an appearance to file a report stating that the spirit has escaped, merely to fulfill their obligations. Chapter 74. Nearly a breakthrough. What do you intend to do? Lin Zhou asked. Lu still had the school team's subsidy of 500,000, which should suffice for temporary accommodation. Staying away for a while is feasible, yet it cannot be a permanent solution. They must devise a way to locate it. Lu believed that the issue needed to be addressed fundamentally. Avoidance was not a viable option. If he moved out temporarily, what would happen if it returned again? They must either find its owner or capture it. Lin Zhou lowered his head in contemplation and asked, "What is the strength level of that ghost-type spirit?" Without a direct confrontation, it is unclear, but it should be significantly more powerful than the blue crocodile. The blue crocodile attempted to attack it once, and while the water gun hit squarely, it had no effect whatsoever. It likely possesses moves such as Nightshade or Confuse Ray. The ghostly appearance is exceedingly lifelike. Once struck, the feelings of terror are utterly uncontrollable. Lu reminisced about the events of that time, shivering involuntarily, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Fortunately, the sprite had merely frightened him and had not launched an attack. Had it escalated into a confrontation, his blue croc might have proven inadequate to withstand Lin Zhou. Help me think of a solution. After all, we share the bond of dormitory friendship. You can't just stand by and watch me suffer daily. Lu implored, his expression pleading for assistance. "Oh, spare me. I would rather embrace our fragile brotherhood," Lin Zhou retorted, rolling his eyes. However, despite his sarcastic remarks, Lin Zhou felt obliged to assist Lu in his time of need. "Let me ponder a solution. If it doesn't work out in a couple of days, you should consider staying elsewhere for the time being." Lu nodded in agreement. knowing he would certainly avoid returning to the dormitory for the next few days. In truth, Lu Li's own Blue Croc was not lacking in strength. If he couldn't resolve this issue alone, he had no choice but to seek Lin Zhou's help. After all, Lin Zhou possessed an extraordinary fire fox. Lula hadn't seen that fire fox in quite some time and was curious about its current level of prowess. Honestly, while he was intrigued, he was reluctant to inquire of Lin Zhou, fearing the potential disappointment. Perhaps it would be best to focus on supervising the Blue Croc's development. The Blue Croc had been indulging in games lately, often shirking practice. He needed to return and educate it properly. After a morning full of classes, Lulu ventured out in the afternoon to find a hotel for some much-needed rest. Meanwhile, Lin Zhou headed to the September house, which awaited his return to fill a significant pit. Fortunately, he had managed to complete much of it the previous day, leaving only about 3 meters and several layers to fill. Lin Zhou spent roughly 2 hours pouring fertilizer and watering the pit, ultimately finishing the task. Although filling the pit was part of his job, he gained additional benefits from it. He had meticulously noted down the requirements for the 50-layer transformation field. Should he be endowed with ample resources, he could construct a transformation field of his own, thus acquiring a valuable skill. "You've worked hard," Enku remarked, handing him a bottle of chilled mineral water. "Is it cold enough?" "Yes, thank you," Lin Zhou replied, removing his straw hat, rubber gloves, and apron, setting them aside. He took the bottle from Enku, gulping down the refreshing icy water, which soothed his throat on this sweltering summer day. "Your grandmother truly left me a capable employee. You completed the pit in less than 2 days," Enku chuckled, casting a glance at the firefox nearby. At that moment, the firefox was wagging its tail, its large eyes wide with anticipation as it gazed at Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou retrieved an energy cube box from his pocket and offered the firefox a super energy cube. Remarkably, it was not yet afternoon, and this was already the 5th cube it had consumed. "At this rate, your firefox will soon evolve." Enk cast a curious glance at the firefox and continued. "Moreover, judging by the level of energy consolidation within it, a breakthrough seems imminent." "How have you nurtured it?" "Breakthrough?" Lin Zhou responded, utterly bewildered. "A breakthrough signifies crossing the threshold of the ordinary level and ascending to the trainer tier. Are you not aware of this?" While Lin Zhou was certainly familiar with the concept of a breakthrough, he was baffled as to how the firefox was nearing such a transition so suddenly. In this world, the strength of Pokémon is categorized into levels, akin to experience points and levels in the original game. The criterion for these levels is the accumulation of energy within the Pokémon itself. The greater the energy accumulation, the stronger the physical constitution of the Pokémon, leading to enhanced mastery over elemental energy and an overall increase in strength. When the accumulation of energy and nutrients reaches a sufficient threshold, a qualitative change occurs, resulting in a significant breakthrough in the Pokémon's strength. The discrepancy in power between different levels is immensely pronounced. Lin Zhou perceived this as a mere upgrade. It was simply a matter of accumulating enough experience points to become stronger. Once a Pokémon transitions from the ordinary level to the trainer tier, a stark disparity in strength begins to emerge, and the classification of levels becomes distinctly defined. A breakthrough into the trainer level marks the most fundamental entry point. As the Pokémon's strength escalates, it will subsequently advance through the ranks, elite, gym leader, and champion. This hierarchical gradient has been artificially delineated by the Pokémon League primarily for the purpose of assessing Pokémon's strength and trainer qualifications. Lin Zhou was aware that his Firefox had been exerting itself significantly and growing rapidly, with energy and nutrient accumulation occurring at an impressive pace. Initially, he had assumed this was merely a preparatory phase for evolution, never considering the possibility of a breakthrough. Lu Li's small alligator had already evolved into a blue alligator without yet achieving a breakthrough into the trainer tier. Lin Zhou could not have anticipated that his Firefox would be on the verge of a level advancement prior to its evolution. This was largely due to Lin Zhou's lack of experience regarding breakthroughs as opposed to evolution. While Lin Zhou was well-versed in the process of evolution, having numerous examples of Pokémon evolution in his vicinity to draw from, such as Lu Li's small alligator transitioning into a blue alligator, for which he had first-hand knowledge of its physical condition and dietary habits, he had encountered far fewer instances of breakthroughs into the trainer level. Although he had studied this aspect through literature, the gap between theory and practice remained significant. It was akin to a medical student believing they could perform surgery simply by reading a few surgical manuals. Enk, on the other hand, was a certified Pokémon breeder, having obtained her qualifications through the League. Her experience in Pokémon nurturing undoubtedly surpassed that of Lin Zhou, who was still in the theoretical learning phase. Enk gazed at the Firefox, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes, and remarked, "The earlier a spirit breaks through its level, the better. It is indeed a rare opportunity for this firefox to have the chance to advance before its first evolution. If you wish to establish a solid foundation for its future growth, I suggest you heed my advice. Chapter 75. Containers and Water. Ankh and Lin Zhou returned to the September house, taking their seats at the rustic wooden table. Ankh commenced a tutorial for Lin Zhou on the earlier discussion. If one were to liken a spirit's body to a container, then energy would represent the water within. Both the water and the container have the capacity to expand. Given that spirits possess differing talents, their containers vary in size, and consequently, the quality of the water differs, leading to a natural disparity in their beginnings. Ankh retrieved 2 teacups, one large and one small, from the table to illustrate his point. For non-evolutionary spirits, this container is inherently perfect, boasting a remarkably high growth potential. To enhance their strength and breakthrough levels, they merely need to accumulate water. Conversely, for spirits capable of evolution, an apt metaphor would be to envision a matryoshka doll-like container, where layers nest within one another, with the innermost container holding the water. Each evolution shatters the inner container, allowing the water to flow into a larger, new vessel. Many evolvable spirits have weak evolutionary barriers. Their internal containers become fragile as the spirit ages, making them prone to breaking. Even without a growth in strength, these spirits may naturally undergo evolution. Of course, not all spirits possess such fragile evolutionary barriers. Some are quite exceptional. For instance, the barrier for a Magikarp to evolve into a Gyarados is notoriously difficult to surpass. It requires substantial energy accumulation to shatter the container and achieve evolution. This is why it is so challenging for a Magikarp to evolve into a Gyarados, an endeavor akin to leaping over the Dragon Gate. Talent and circumstance limit the majority of Magikarp, rendering them unable to evolve throughout their lives. This elucidates the relationship between evolution and breakthrough. The ability to evolve indicates that their original physical structure is incomplete. Evolution is a process of refining that physical structure. Lin Zhou listened intently. Absorbing advanced knowledge that was absent from the tomes he typically perused. Ankh rummaged through his breeding notes behind the counter, flipping through the pages. For spirits, evolution presents both a challenge and an opportunity, serving as an excellent chance to lay a strong foundation. Those that simply wait for the weakening of their evolutionary barriers miss this opportunity. Prior to evolution, the spirits possess relatively smaller containers. They can leverage the existence of barriers to further compress and solidify their energy, thereby increasing energy density and enhancing both purity and quality. It is akin to compressing the water vapor within a bottle into liquid form. Not only does the density increase, but the capacity to contain more water also expands. The disparity between high-purity energy and low-purity energy is monumental in terms of effectiveness. The higher the purity of the energy, the greater the enhancement in power and duration of the abilities it bestows. Furthermore, the cultivation of compressed and condensed energy is rendered more feasible within smaller containers. Ankh beckoned the fire fox with a gesture, inviting the little creature to approach. The young one glanced up at Lin Zhou, who nodded in affirmation, signaling it was permitted to come over. With cautious steps, the little creature made its way from the table. Ankh reached out, stroking the fire fox's fur and examining its skeletal structure, gauging its growth progress. Subsequently, Ankh retrieved a mechanical lens from the side and directed it towards the fire fox, stating, "The physical growth is nearing saturation, and the accumulation of energy has almost filled the container, reaching its limits. If this state persists, evolution may occur within 2 weeks. However, the energy accumulation still falls short of the requirements for a breakthrough. More energy is necessary." Lin Zhou, perplexed, remarked, "But did you not say the container is already full?" Ankh nodded. The fire fox, which had not yet undergone evolution, possesses a relatively small initial container. Thus, even if energy accumulation reaches its maximum, it cannot achieve a breakthrough. To absorb and accumulate more energy, there are only 2 methods. One is evolution. Post-evolution, the container expands, allowing for greater energy retention. This explains why breakthroughs tend to be somewhat easier in the early stages. However, such ease is limited to the initial phases. A creature cannot evolve indefinitely. Its biological structure eventually stabilizes at a relatively fixed level. Once the pinnacle of evolution is attained, the capacity of the container can no longer undergo significant growth. To continue enhancing one's strength, one must then refine the purity and density of the energy itself. Yet, at that juncture, the path to improvement becomes extraordinarily arduous. Every increment of strength gained will be laborious and progress will be painstakingly slow. This marks the point at which a creature's growth reaches its limits. Therefore, to avoid future regrets, it is prudent to establish a solid foundation early on, which will facilitate subsequent growth. I recommend your alternative method. Strive to enhance the energy density and purity, aiming to achieve a breakthrough before evolution. Ank's explanation was thorough. As one would expect from a professional breeder, despite specializing in arboreal fruits, their understanding of creatures would not be lacking. Lin Zhou pondered for a moment before inquiring. What does the second method entail? How can one elevate energy density? This task is both challenging and straightforward. You must endeavor to alter your creature's diet. Your fire fox is presently at the cusp of evolution, a period during which its intake of energy and nutrients is at its peak, capable of consuming vast quantities with a high conversion rate. Thus, one can facilitate the rapid accumulation of compressed energy by providing it with high-purity energy cubes. Ordinary energy cubes will not suffice. Only advanced energy cubes will do. The energy purity of standard energy cubes is too low, laden with impurities, which results in minimal energy intake and a heightened risk of prematurely breaching the evolutionary barrier. It is essential to utilize high-purity energy cubes to create an osmotic pressure that enhances energy acquisition efficiency and aids in the process of compression and condensation. The energy cubes you previously fed it were likely taught to you by your grandmother. Although these energy cubes possess a significantly higher purity than ordinary ones, they still fall short of what is required. This fiery fox will need even purer energy cubes to achieve a breakthrough before evolution. Ank, holding a pen, inscribed 3 energy cube recipes on paper and presented them to Lin Zhou, stating, consume 5 cubes of each type daily. First 2 days with the first type, the subsequent 2 days with the second type, and the final 2 days with the third type, as the purity escalates progressively. Lin Zhou took the paper and glanced at the recipes. He pondered the production cost for a day's worth. How much did the recipe his grandmother provided cost per day? Reflecting on it, he recalled that the cost of a single super energy cube was 100 yuan, and the fiery fox needed at least 5 each day, estimating around 500 yuan daily. Oh, then just add a 0 to that. Ank tapped the first recipe on the paper. Another 0? Why do you enjoy adding zeros so much? Lin Zhou thought to himself. However, it wasn't over yet. Ank pointed to the second recipe. This one needs another 0. Another 0. Lin Zhou's lips twitched as he swallowed hard. As Ank reached for the third recipe, he raised his hand to halt her, saying, all right, you need not continue. The first time might be somewhat unfamiliar, but with repetition, it will become second nature. Lin Zhou already anticipated what Ank was about to say. Another 0, right? Ank beamed, nodding in satisfaction. You have a good grasp. Chapter 76. There are many ways to earn money. Lin Zhou now found himself in a state of financial distress. He had merely heard tales of the exorbitant costs associated with nurturing Pokémon, but had never experienced it firsthand. Before the fiery fox's appetite surged, the daily food expenses, though considerable, were manageable. The first dramatic spike in expenses occurred when the fiery fox began consuming Super Energy Cube number 1. From there, it spiraled uncontrollably, with the fox's appetite growing larger and the cost of its sustenance escalating. Upon reviewing the recipes he procured from Ank, Lin Zhou calculated that over 6 days, the total expenditure for the raw materials, fruit from the trees required for the 3 energy cube recipes, amounted to an astounding 11 million yuan. Ank, ever eager to assist, offered to help him with the production once he acquired the ingredients. The dilemma, however, was Lin Zhou's inability to afford such an expense. Previously, he had received a subsidy of 500,000 yuan from the school team, of which he had spent less than 100,000. After allocating funds for purchasing cultivation resources for the fire fox, he also sent 10,000 to his parents at home. Lin Zhou hesitated to send more, fearing it would cause them concern, merely stating that it was income from a part-time job. The remaining sum of over 400,000 could only cover a little more than 1/3 of the deficit, primarily due to the exorbitant cost of the raw material. The fruit of the tree. In the third formula that Enku provided him, Lin Zhou found a specific type of tree fruit and checked its price on the official website of Kuyuan. To his astonishment, it was listed at a staggering 100,000 per piece. Lin Zhou was taken aback. In this day and age, a mere fruit costs 100,000? Doesn't he risk dental damage? It is no wonder that trainers earn such high incomes. Without substantial earnings, how could one support these creatures? After some contemplation, Lin Zhou placed an order for the materials of the first 2 formulas on the official website of Kuyuan. These ingredients were relatively affordable, totaling only 110,000, which he purchased outright. He provided the address of September House, expecting delivery by tonight. Fresh produce like tree fruits is typically available for immediate purchase and delivery from distribution points in nearby cities. Although it was quite late and the Daizuo courier had finished their shift, the cat-headed night owl courier was available to take over. As long as the recipient was available to collect the package, deliveries could be made around the clock. Once the materials arrived, they would be handed over to Enku for the creation of energy cubes, allowing the Firefox to begin consuming them promptly, with enough to last for 4 days. The first 2 formulas were manageable. However, the third formula posed a significant challenge. 70,000. He still faced a deficit of 70,000 for the materials of the third formula, with only 4 days to devise a plan to earn at least 70,000. Lin Zhou felt a headache coming on. Had he known earlier, he would have sought more opportunities to earn money. Since he set his sights on becoming a trainer, he had initially considered ways to generate income. However, shortly after, the incident involving Shun Qingming and the school team arose, followed by Wang Huaqin providing him with a subsidy of 500,000. At that moment, Lin Zhou thought this substantial amount would suffice, ample to support the Firefox's growth to the trainer level. Yet, to his dismay, the funds had barely settled in his hands before they flowed out like water, leaving him short. With time running out, he pondered where he could find additional funds. Should he approach Wang Huaqin for a bit more? Lin Zhou was certainly hesitant. While he could press for favors, he knew he had to tread carefully. Previously, Lin Zhou had not wanted Wang Huaqin to interfere with the school team matters. And with the backdrop of Shun Qingming, he had acted rashly in seeking that money. Moreover, that money was not truly Wang Huaqin's. He was merely doing a favor, expecting Lin Zhou to win the city competition in return. Such favors could be granted once, perhaps as a show of a skilled individual's minor irritations. However, asking for help again would be seen as Lin Zhou overstepping his bounds. Wang Huaqin would undoubtedly sever ties with him. After all, Wang Huaqin worked in the provincial party office, albeit likely still as a mere clerk for the time being. However, according to Luo Yunjie, Wang Huaqin's father is a powerful figure within the provincial committee, possessing a deeply entrenched background. Lin Zhou felt it unnecessary to provoke such a political heavyweight. He was not Lin Lan, at least he had some sense. Pursuing Wang Huaqin for leverage was not a viable path. Exploring alternative methods, Lin Zhou retrieved his phone and opened Lu Li's WeChat, contemplating his wording before sending a message. Lin Zhou, I have a friend who is in urgent need of money. Is there a way to earn it quickly? Lu, our country has a comprehensive criminal code, which includes numerous methods for making money. Haha. Exiting WeChat and putting away his phone, Lin Zhou understood that Lu could not offer any reliable advice. After much contemplation, he still had no particularly good solutions. Unless a Porsche parked beside him, and a beautiful, wealthy woman emerged, tearfully pleading to support him. He was left with the daunting task of amassing a substantial sum of 700,000 in a short time, relying solely on his ability to foresee the future. To be honest, Lin Zhou preferred not to use his foresight, especially for monetary gain, out of fear of exposure and the ensuing complications. After some experimentation with this ability, he realized its limitations were quite pronounced. Its efficacy was not as promising as he had hoped. While the world of gambling exists, such as lotteries and betting, theoretically, Lin Zhou could leverage his foresight to predict outcomes for profit. In reality, this was not feasible. The future remains uncertain. The foresight merely allows for the extrapolation of potential future events, but whether these events actually occur cannot be guaranteed, as they are subject to human interference. Lin Zhou had conducted experiments, crumpling papers with numbers and drawing lots. He utilized his foresight to glimpse the number and compared it to the drawn number, discovering that they did not always align. This implied that foresight is not infallibly accurate. The future may vary due to numerous influencing factors. However, if Lin Zhou grasped the paper beforehand and then employed his foresight, the predicted number would indeed be accurate. Since the number was already in his possession, it could no longer be altered by his choices. Thus, while lotteries, betting, stocks, and exchange rates might not be precisely predictable, the realm of gambling stones was different. The essence of the raw stone remained unchanged, regardless of external factors. Lin Zhou believed that if he wished to profit through foresight, he needed to focus on this domain. He held a significant advantage in the realm of gambling stones, where his foresight would undoubtedly be reliable. The only consideration for Lin Zhou was how to meticulously safeguard his secret. He decided to see if he could find time tomorrow to visit the large shopping mall near the Elephant Center, contemplating potential opportunities. Lin Zhou mused to himself. As the clock approached 6 or 7 in the evening, it was time for him to return home for dinner, lest Lin Lan start urging him again. Furthermore, after his meal, he would need to return to school for the night. After all, he had promised Lu that he would assist in dealing with that elusive ghost-type spirit. Chapter 77. There are ghosts on a June night. The air offered no hint of coolness, only a stifling warmth. Lin Zhou returned home from the September dormitory, and after dining, he headed straight back to school. He informed Lin Lan that he had matters to attend to and would be staying at the dormitory, lingering at the foot of the dormitory for a while without ascending. He glanced at his phone. It was now 10:55 p.m., just 5 minutes shy of the 11 p.m. curfew. Once the curfew passed, the dormitory matron would lock the entrance, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Subsequently, the power to the dormitories would be automatically cut, compelling darkness upon them, while the corridor lights would remain illuminated for a brief period before extinguishing in the dead of night. Seeing that time was slipping away, Lin Zhou entered the dormitory building. The dormitory matron was out on her rounds, leaving the lobby empty. Before him stood 2 vertical elevators, with the stairwell to his right. The dormitory was not low-rise. It was an apartment-style building equipped with elevators. Lin Zhou's room was on the 5th floor, and he intended to return there first. He pressed the button to ascend. With a chime, the elevator doors opened to reveal an empty chamber. Lin Zhou stepped inside and pressed the button for the 5th floor. The doors closed, and the elevator began its ascent. Inside, silence enveloped him, punctuated only by the gentle hum of the machinery. Entering this confined elevator felt akin to stepping into a sealed box, evoking a chilling sense of uncertainty about where he would be sent upon the next opening of the doors. The elevator doors were a reflective metallic surface, allowing Lin Zhou to see not only the interior, but also his own reflection. He was alone. 1, 2, 3, ding. The elevator halted at the 3rd floor. Lin Zhou felt a flicker of surprise. He had not pressed the button for the 3rd floor. Why had the elevator stopped there? Had another student summoned it? He had no time to ponder, for the door slid open to reveal no one outside. A dimly lit, desolate corridor stretched out before him, shrouded in darkness. The lights along the corridor and its sides were extinguished, casting an eerie gloom that enveloped the space, devoid of any illumination or presence. At the far end, a flicker of light intermittently illuminated a partially ajar door, the restroom light, which seemed to be malfunctioning. Despite it being a summer night, the somber corridor exuded a chilling atmosphere, causing Lin Zhou to feel an unwelcome draft creeping down the nape of his neck. He shivered involuntarily, a slight unease creeping into his heart as he glanced at the time. It was precisely 11 o'clock at night. Lin Zhou swallowed hard. In this eerily silent and foreboding environment, his heartbeat quickened. He peered towards the end of the corridor, where the half-open restroom door swayed gently, emitting a creaking sound. The distinct sound of water droplets cascading down the pipes was audible, and within the drain, it seemed as though creatures were scuttling about, creating a rustling noise. In the silence, every sound was amplified, every subtle rustle resonating in his ears, instilling a sense of disquiet within him. With each slight opening of the swaying restroom door, an abyss of darkness loomed, yet it felt as though something could leap forth from within. Lin Zhou was reluctant to linger any longer on this unsettling floor. Since earlier, a sense of unrest had gripped him, as if something were poised to burst forth from the restroom at the corridor's end. He repeatedly pressed the elevator's close button, and the doors began to sluggishly inch toward closure. However, just as the doors were about to shut, an inexplicable gust of chill suddenly swept down the corridor, causing the restroom door to slam wide open. The sound of damp footsteps echoed in the corridor, as if some unseen entity was emerging from the restroom, racing toward the elevator with increasing urgency. Lin Zhou's hair stood on end, a wave of cold washing over him from head to toe. His fingers anxiously fumbled with the elevator buttons, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, although the dim corridor appeared devoid of any presence. The sound of those approaching footsteps grew ever nearer. "Close, you cursed door." Lin Zhou felt his heart race, sensing an unknown terror drawing closer. Desperately, he pounded the close button, but it did little to hasten the process. Fortunately, at the very last moment, the elevator doors finally sealed shut. Just before they closed, Lin Zhou caught sight of a damp footprint appearing on the ground outside the door. Fortunately, the elevator doors had closed, halting the footprint's advance, as a chilling metal barrier seemed to sever the connection to all that was fearful. The elevator began its steady ascent, liberating him from that eerie floor. Lin Zhou finally exhaled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, forcibly suppressing the fear that surged within him. He now understood why Lu had been so terrified earlier. The intensity of this emotion was truly striking. The dimly lit corridor, the chilling breeze, the shadowy restroom, and the damp footprints had all provided an overwhelming sense of horror. Only the gentle illumination within the elevator offered a modicum of relief. Gradually, Lin Zhou's mood began to stabilize, as a myriad of questions arose in his mind. Why had the elevator stopped on the 3rd floor? Why had there been no sounds from that floor? What was the source of those damp footprints? Confused, Lin Zhou furrowed his brow, while the elevator continued its ascent. But wait, a sudden realization struck him. Something felt amiss. The ascent seemed to last longer than usual. He abruptly looked up, only to find that the display indicating the current floor had extinguished, yet the elevator persisted in its upward motion. A chill ran down Lin Zhou's spine as he instinctively took a step back, his reflection visible in the elevator's mirrored walls. As he gazed into the glass, beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead, a wave of icy dread surged from his spine, enveloping him in a frigid terror. In the reflection, he beheld a pair of damp red shoes resting on the ground behind him. Chapter 78, The Peculiar Little Thing. Lin Zhou felt his scalp prickle. Despite being confined within the elevator, he could feel the chilling gusts sweeping past him. Staring at the sopping red shoes on the floor, panic surged through him. He realized that this was the work of a ghostly spirit, and he hadn't anticipated encountering it so soon. The effect was indeed terrifying. No wonder Lu had been too frightened to return. This was far more exhilarating than any horror film. Lin Zhou understood that he had undoubtedly fallen victim to this haunting. The Nightshade Illusion, one of the signature moves of the ghostly spirits. In terms of lethality, the Nightshade Illusion lacked significant destructive power, as it was not primarily focused on inflicting damage. Its main function was to directly assault an individual's psyche, invoking fear through sound, illusions, and sensations. This was one of the hallmark tricks of ghostly spirits. They instilled fear through the Nightshade Illusion, and once a person succumbed to terror, they became a source of fear energy for the spirits to absorb. Previously, Lin Zhou had only encountered descriptions of this phenomenon in books, having assumed that the Nightshade Illusion was merely a shadowy figure meant to frighten. Now, it became clear that he had underestimated the potency of the spirit's abilities. The series of horrifying events that unfolded after the elevator halted on the third floor, along with the fear that enveloped him, were all influenced by the Nightshade Illusion. It was akin to standing at the edge of a high building, where one might conjure the illusion of falling and instinctively retreat. Fear is a fundamental instinct to avoid danger. Gripping his Pokéball, Lin Zhou pressed the switch, and a brilliant white light flickered to life. As soon as the firefox appeared, its fur bristled with an electrifying intensity. With bared teeth, it emitted a low growl, clearly sensing the ominous atmosphere that unsettled it. The fluctuations of psychic energy coalesced, forming a protective barrier around Lin Zhou and the fox. Prioritizing his own safety, Lin Zhou contemplated how best to confront the adversary. He withdrew an energy cube box from his pocket, extracting 2 cubes of the super energy number 1. One he offered to the firefox while the other he consumed himself, chewing it eagerly. This substance was known to replenish mental energy, enhancing Lin Zhou's focus and banishing distracting thoughts. A refreshing sensation surged through his mind, invigorating his cognitive faculties. However, 2 streams of warm, metallic-tasting blood soon flowed from his nostrils. He had begun to bleed. The energy cube was originally designed for spirits, brimming with excessive energy, and being an enhanced version. It was simply too much for a human to bear. Lin Zhou had previously inquired with Enku about the safety of human consumption of super energy number 1. Enku's response had been reassuring. At least it wouldn't be fatal. Indeed, while it posed no lethal threat, it did bring about a certain fiery discomfort. As Lin Zhou wiped the blood from his nose, a pang of worry for his hair crossed his mind. He felt as though he had consumed an excessive amount of walnuts, devoured an enormous quantity of melon seeds, chewed on a substantial piece of ginseng, and downed a large bowl of turtle soup. His mind was ablaze. Nonetheless, thanks to the effects of super energy number 1, the illusions before Lin Zhou began to distort and crumble. The red shoes vanished, and the elevator's floor indicator returned to normal, now resting on the 5th floor with the doors wide open. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhou dashed out of the elevator and into the corridor. The elevator was too cramped for a confrontation. If a fight was to ensue, it needed to take place in a more spacious area. As he and the firefox exited the elevator, Lin Zhou turned back, blocking the doors with his hand to prevent any escape. Looking up, he spotted a shadow laboriously climbing out from the maintenance hatch in the elevator's ceiling, attempting to flee. Indeed, that spirit had been in the elevator. Lin Zhou, having been ensnared by the night shadow's effects, had been momentarily lost in a mild terror-induced hallucination, completely oblivious to the figure above. This mode of escape was rather rudimentary. It was a ghost that could not pass through walls. Among ghostly spirits, some possess the ability to traverse through barriers, while others do not. These spirits are not entirely incorporeal. Their physical forms are simply unique. They can indeed sustain harm and suffer poisoning. However, their distinctive physicality allows them to evade most physical damage. Observing the struggling figure, Lin Zhou was determined not to let it escape. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to end this once and for all. He certainly didn't wish to experience another bout of nosebleed. With a surge of psychic energy, The ceiling of the elevator was violently ripped apart. The sprite lost its point of support and fell directly to the ground, allowing Lin Zhou to finally discern its appearance. Ah, this little creature possesses a rather distinctive charm. Lin Zhou squinted, surprised to encounter this particular sprite. He had initially anticipated a more common entity, such as a ghastly or a Waimu. To his astonishment, he found himself face to face with an unexpectedly rare sprite. According to the official evaluation by the Alliance, this sprite is classified as exceedingly rare, not due to its strength, but rather its scarcity, difficulty in capture, and inherent mystery. Its body resembled a rag doll, small enough to be easily held in one's hand, adorned with a design reminiscent of Pikachu, crudely drawn as if by crayon on tattered fabric. It swayed left and right. This was merely a guise, not its true form. It was a Mimikyu, a dual-type sprite that embodies both ghost and fairy attributes. The most remarkable aspect of Mimikyu lies in its enigmatic disguise ability. A psychic shockwave surged forth, as the air was compressed and coalesced by an unseen mental energy, hurtling toward Mimikyu. The current position of the Firefox was on the precipice of evolution, having reached the zenith of power just below that of a trainer. Its moves were terrifyingly potent, and as long as Mimikyu had not attained trainer level, it would be utterly incapable of withstanding such an assault. However, when the psychic force, akin to crashing waves, collided with Mimikyu, it emerged unscathed. The ragdoll's head tilted, and a shadowy apparition materialized behind it. This phantom gradually toppled backward and vanished, seemingly absorbing the impact in its stead. The Firefox's attack was effortlessly neutralized by Mimikyu. Seizing the moment, Mimikyu transformed into a shadow, utilizing its agile form to dart swiftly beneath Lin Zhou's legs and escape. Mimikyu's unique trait, disguise, allows it to disregard all rules and unconditionally block a single attack. This is one of the rare abilities that touch upon the realm of laws. Mimikyu is inherently timid, often avoiding human contact, and with its special disguise ability, it can easily evade capture in various situations. It can indeed be considered one of the most elusive sprites, and encountering one is a stroke of luck. Moreover, this appeared to be a wild Mimikyu, and being wild implies it could be captured. Lin Zhou gazed at the Mimikyu's form, which was gradually receding into the distance, and excitedly licked the blood from his lips. Chapter 79. Capture. In Lin Zhou's previous world, the capabilities of sprites were quantified in a data-driven manner, allowing for an immediate and clear understanding of their strengths and weaknesses. Thus, he possessed a relatively accurate comprehension of the prowess of various sprites. He was well aware of which sprites boasted high base stats and innate strength. In this regard, the Sprite Alliance might not even match Lin Zhou's expertise. After all, one requires years of observation, experimentation, and summarization, while the other merely necessitates a glance at the data table. The innate physical prowess of a Pokémon is manifested in the form of what is known as base stats. These base stats encompass various parameters, including muscle strength, energy affinity, and explosive power, among others. Essentially, it serves as a numerical representation of a Pokémon's innate talent, facilitating the differentiation of strengths and weaknesses. For instance, a Pokémon like Banjara possesses a base stat of 100, indicating exceptional aptitude, whereas a Magikarp, with a base stat of merely 5, could be deemed as possessing inferior or subpar potential. Thus, through base stats, one can swiftly ascertain which Pokémon excels and possesses formidable capabilities. Most Pokémon within a given species exhibit base stats fluctuating within a specific numerical range, subject to individual variations. Although individual differences exist in the real world, a lion remains a lion, and a sheep remains a sheep. Regardless of the extent of individual disparities in talent, the limitations of species cannot be transcended. To alter one's position within the food chain, one must rely on diligent effort. Presently, the Pokémon League has publicly disclosed information on over 500 known Pokémon in its Pokédex for all trainers. However, among these, many rare Pokémon have incomplete data. Nonetheless, Lin Zhou is aware that the number of Pokémon in the game far exceeds this figure. This implies that there exists a plethora of Pokémon data that the League either retains within the higher echelons or remains oblivious to. This is quite normal. Previously, botanists and zoologists would frequently announce the discovery of new species. Humanity's exploration of Pokémon varieties and ecosystems is likewise an unending pursuit. The Pokédex provided by the League offers scant information on the rare Pokémon, Mimikyu. The average person may not even recognize this Pokémon. However, Lin Zhou, well-versed in the game's data, possesses a profound understanding of Mimikyu. Objectively speaking, Mimikyu's base stats are not particularly high. Its physical attributes and energy affinity, when considered holistically, only rank it at an average level among various Pokémon. However, in the realm of Pokémon, base stats do not encompass all. For a Pokémon, the composition of strength can be divided into 3 essential components: level, ability, and moves. The level of a Pokémon refers to its energy and physicality, forming the foundation of its strength, which is indeed influenced by base stats. However, for certain species, their unique abilities or moves may far surpass the disparity represented by base stats. No matter how formidable a brute becomes, he merely transforms into a more powerful brute. In contrast, the arcane prowess of a Pokémon is extraordinary, endowing it with many abilities beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. Mimikyu's disguise ability exemplifies this notion. The characteristic of the Mimic, theoretically, allows it to disregard any damage at the moment of attack, regardless of the nature of the assault. Although Lin Zhou has yet to validate this in practice, the recent encounter has already stirred his interest in this enigmatic creature. Furthermore, its base stats, while not exceptionally high, surpass those of most ordinary Pokémon. Notably, among Ghost-type Pokémon, the Mimic stands out as an unconventional variant. Its prowess does not lie in the typical ghostly abilities of cursing or debilitating foes, but rather in its explosive potential. It resembles a melee mage adept in close combat, ready to engage at a moment's notice. The Mimic's instantaneous speed and explosive power are its most remarkable attributes. Lin Zhou mused that capturing and nurturing it could effectively complement the offensive shortcomings of his Firefox. After all, while the Firefox has mastered defensive maneuvers, its offensive capability is limited to a basic move, telekinesis, which lacks sufficient power. With both the Mimic and the Firefox, Lin Zhou would achieve a balanced offense and defense, enabling him to approach challenges with greater versatility, unlike the passive stance he adopted against Su Zijin. As he plans to participate in the internal assessment organized by Sakurako Fujiwara in August, being well prepared is undoubtedly prudent. The more he contemplated, the more he recognized the potential of this Mimic. Should he capture it? Undoubtedly. The pressing concern, however, was that it appeared to have fled. Yet, he was confident it would not escape far. Being well acquainted with the Mimic's abilities, Lin Zhou was assured that sending in the Firefox would secure its capture. A triumphant smile crept across his lips as he wiped away the surge of blood from his nose. Accompanied by the Firefox, Lin Zhou traversed the corridor to the restroom at its end. Upon entering, he indeed discovered the Mimic collapsed inside, its body marred by toxic purple blotches. A chuckle escaped him as he commanded the Firefox to utilize telekinesis, retrieving the deadly poison orb from beneath the Mimic's tattered rags. This was the Firefox's unique ability, the Magician, although Lin Zhou seldom called upon this skill, as there had been few occasions requiring it. The ability was essentially a subtle sleight of hand akin to magic tricks. Its simplest application involved swapping items between pockets or transferring objects from one's hand to another's. This innate talent allowed the Firefox to execute the maneuver with remarkable stealth and success. The placement of the poison orb upon the Mimic occurred seamlessly during their skirmish. Although the keystone Lin Zhou had acquired from Su Zijin was confiscated by Sakurako Fujiwara, this poison orb remained. Such an item could inflict grievous harm, even to trainer-level Pokémon. Lin Zhou had witnessed firsthand how a Shroomish succumbed to the toxin of the poison orb, leaving it in a pitiful state. Thus, Lin Zhou subsequently procured a small metallic box, encasing the lethal gem within, and affixed it to the Firefox. This arrangement would enable him, when the need arose, to surreptitiously place this deadly object upon his adversaries, utilizing the dexterous hands of the Firefox magician, thereby ensuring their poisoning. To avert any inadvertent contact, Lin Zhou has cultivated the prudent habit of carrying an antidote with him at all times. The illusionary skin of the Mimic could effectively withstand the Firefox's assaults. However, Lin Zhou's intentions lay elsewhere. Once the toxic gem was introduced into one's possession, escape was futile. With a formidable blade of 40 meters prepared, allowing an adversary to flee 39 meters was inconsequential. Lin Zhou remained resolute and composed, with a strategy firmly in mind. Chapter 80. Lifting the skirt. At this juncture, the Mimic lay convulsing on the ground, afflicted by poison. Lin Zhou, concerned that further delay might result in its demise, hastened to capture it before administering the antidote. From his backpack, he retrieved a Pokéball and activated its capture mode. He hurled the Pokéball towards the Mimic. A flash of white light enveloped the creature, drawing it into the confines of the ball. The red and white sphere landed, gently swaying twice before falling silent. Capture successful. The process was remarkably smooth, with the Mimic scarcely capable of mounting any effective resistance. The Pokéball, once in capture mode, functioned akin to a net, providing a degree of restraint to the caught creature. During the capture, If the binding capacity is low, the creature can easily escape. This device is disposable. Should the net be broken, the Pokéball becomes rendered useless. However, if the net successfully restrains the creature, it will remain bound for a short duration, making escape considerably more difficult. Thus, trainers typically deplete a creature's stamina prior to throwing the ball for capture. This method resembles fishing. Once the fish is hooked, it must be played until it is fatigued before reeling it in to avoid snapping the line. Generally, the stronger the binding capability of the Pokéball, the higher the success rate for capture, albeit at a greater cost. Nevertheless, Pokéballs are consumables, barring specially customized variants. Mass-produced models remain relatively affordable. Yet, the high demand, particularly among trainers, persists, as capturing creatures within the labyrinth using Pokéballs is the most convenient, efficient, and cost-effective method. However, the binding effect of standard balls is rather negligible, essentially equivalent to none, allowing creatures to escape with minimal effort. Lin Zhou's ease in achieving capture stemmed from the mimic's own inadequacies, lacking the prowess of a trainer and succumbing to poison, leaving no opportunity for resistance. Lin Zhou retrieved the Pokéball, applying a flat-tipped syringe to its surface, injecting the antidote spray into the sphere. This specialized syringe was developed in conjunction with the Pokéball, allowing for direct application to the creature or injection through the Pokéball's interface. Through the translucent crimson shell of the Pokéball, Lin Zhou could discern the shrunken form of the shuppet within. Although the shuppet was ensnared in a poisoned slumber, the effects of the antidote spray had begun to take effect, gradually fading the toxic markings on its body. It was likely that the toxins would soon be entirely purged. Exiting the restroom, Lin Zhou found himself on the 5th floor of the dormitory building. A few steps down the corridor led him to his shared room with Lulu. Upon returning to the dormitory, he noticed that it was past 11 and the lights had been turned off. He retrieved the powerful flashlight he had prepared earlier, switched it on, and the illumination brightened a portion of the small room. He took out the Pokéball and pressed the button to release its contents. The little creature languidly sprawled on the table, its tiny, beady eyes darting about in panic, yet its body lacked the strength to move, clearly exhausted from the recent toxins. The function of the Pokéball was merely to capture Pokémon. It was not akin to a mind-altering device. Reality, after all, is not a game. Pokémon are living beings with their own thoughts and cannot be expected to unconditionally obey humans once captured. Therefore, a trainer's successful capture of a wild Pokémon is merely the beginning. The subsequent taming phase presents even greater challenges. This is why many trainers prefer Pokémon eggs over capturing wild Pokémon, as those hatched from eggs are raised from a young age and thus develop a closer bond with their trainers, alleviating much of the trouble. In contrast, wild Pokémon requires significant effort to befriend and tame, a task not suited for everyone. Some trainers spend 4 to 5 years attempting to bond with their captured Pokémon, only to find mutual understanding and trust elusive. This may stem from the trainer's shortcomings, such as inadequate skills or lack of knowledge, or from the Pokémon's inherent distrust of humans, or a personality mismatch that hinders coordination. Such dynamics are akin to romantic relationships. Mere appearances cannot forge a connection. Various incompatibilities may arise, necessitating time and methodical approaches to harmonize. During this process, if certain conflicts prove insurmountable, parting ways becomes the only option. Consequently, in the real world, cultivating a remarkable Pokémon that aligns with one's ideals is exceptionally challenging. It is not as simplistic as portrayed in games. The journey from acquiring the desired Pokémon to achieving a mutual bond and subsequently investing resources in development, including purchasing rare items and teaching moves, is fraught with uncertainties, and few can adhere to a meticulously devised plan. In fact, many find themselves stymied at the very first step, which is entirely normal. Without the backing of a prestigious lineage, how many ordinary individuals can truly progress far along this path? Lin Zhou was fortunate to have encountered the Fire Fox, allowing him a somewhat smoother journey than most. Had he chosen to abandon the Fire Fox initially, he could only wonder where he might be now, having merely captured the shuppet. Lin Zhou now faced the task of attempting to tame it. Fortunately, this ghostly entity possesses neither formidable strength nor maturity. It remains quite young, with its personality, habits, and worldview yet to be fully formed, leaving ample room for development. While it may be challenging to satisfy an adult, there exist numerous methods to please a child. Lin Zhou retrieved a sinister energy cube from the energy cube box. He discovered a recipe in his grandmother's breeding notes for crafting an energy cube specifically designed for ghost-type Pokémon. This particular energy cube is made from a fruit known as the fear berry, encapsulating the unique essence of fear that ghost-type Pokémon find appealing. Lin Zhou, lacking creativity in naming, simply designated this energy cube as Ghost Number 1, akin to the Psychic Number 1. Ghost-type Pokémon can consume this energy cube to absorb the essence of fear directly, eliminating the need for them to seek out fear-inducing emotions themselves. Ordinary individuals typically do not have access to such energy cubes, as they are prohibitively expensive and are generally sold to trainers. This scarcity explains why ghost-type Pokémon are seldom kept by the average person. The high cost of sustenance renders it unfeasible to nourish them, and they may resort to frightening others. Upon the emergence of Ghost Number 1, a dense aura of ghostly energy permeated the air, instantly captivating the small, beady eyes of the ghostly entity. It fixated on the energy cube in Lin Zhou's hand, its gaze reflecting both a ravenous desire to consume and an underlying fear. Feeling vulnerable in the hands of a stranger and recalling the agonizing pain it had just endured, it was only natural for the entity to feel apprehensive. Noticing the entity's trembling, Lin Zhou gently caressed it, acknowledging its timidity. He pondered where precisely to administer the energy cube, for the doll-like head was merely a facade, concealing the true form of the ghost beneath the tattered cloth. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the edge of the entity's ragged skirt and lifted it slightly. Chapter 81. Return my money. I am no longer keeping it. Lin Zhou deliberated for a moment before seizing the edge of the ghost's tattered skirt and lifting a corner. Without glancing inside, he tossed the energy cube into the opening and swiftly covered it back up. The true form of the ghost, hidden beneath the tattered cloth and cursed, seldom reveals itself easily. Its true nature is shrouded in various urban legends. Some claim that those who behold it meet their demise, while others assert that its true appearance is exceedingly terrifying, leading to a multitude of interpretations. When a story transforms into urban legend, it typically arises from one of two possibilities. One possibility is that it is so rare that no evidence can be produced, leading to rampant speculation. The other is that those who have witnessed it are no longer alive. This is a common theme in ghost stories. Only the living ponder the existence of ghosts, while those who have truly encountered one have met their end. Curiosity can be perilous, and Lin Zhou felt no need to test the veracity of these tales. He lacked such curiosity. In Lin Zhou's childhood, there was a water dam near his home where a tragic incident had occurred. Someone had fallen and met their demise. Driven by youthful curiosity, Lin Zhou followed the adults to witness the aftermath. The gruesome sight of exposed organs and brain matter left an indelible mark on his tender psyche, instilling in him a profound aversion to dishes such as tofu pudding, tofu flour, and beef offal soup. This childhood trauma served as a constant reminder that senseless curiosity often leads to nothing but personal disgust. He had no intention of peering beneath the skirts of mysteries. Such behavior seemed utterly perverse. Besides, in this day and age, even the most depraved individuals no longer indulge in lifting skirts. It would be awkward to discover similarities where one expected differences. Lin Zhou gently lifted a corner of the mysterious skirt and fed it an energy cube. The entity within stirred and squirmed, resembling a cheeky hamster with its cheeks stuffed, busily chewing. With a soft gulp, it swallowed the energy cube. As it absorbed the nourishment and energy, the mysterious creature gradually regained its strength. Just as it managed to stand, its beady eyes darted around, searching for an escape route. Lin Zhou, discerning its intentions, smiled faintly and released the firefox. The energy of telekinesis surged forth, and the still weak creature felt an overwhelming pressure pinning it down, rendering it immobile. Lin Zhou exhaled onto his fingertips and flicked a mental strike onto the creature's head, his expression fierce as he admonished, "You will be punished for disobedience." He then brandished another energy cube, asserting, "Obey me, and you'll have food every day." The age-old adage of enticing with sweet dates holds true. As long as it proves effective, the nuances of the approach matter little, for children remember not the pain but the promise of sustenance. The creature gazed longingly at Lin Zhou, trembling with a mix of fear and hunger. It had been lost in this place for several days, unable to find food, surviving solely on the consumption of fear. Yet, the meager remnants of fear could not sufficiently meet its nutritional needs. The energy cube Lin Zhou had provided had granted it a fleeting sense of fullness, but it remained hungry. Perhaps it had never truly been satiated since its birth. As the firefox released its telekinetic hold, the mysterious entity did not flee. Instead, its eyes remained fixated on the energy cube, immobilized by desire. Lin Zhou had initially intended to offer it a morsel to soothe its restlessness, and then return it to its Pokéball, planning to continue its training the following day. After all, taming a wild Pokémon is not a task completed in a day. It is a protracted endeavor. However, it became evident that he had overestimated the creature's pride. Upon encountering food, all notions of dignity vanished. Indeed, sustenance serves as a vital link in the bond between Pokémon and humans, especially since not all young Pokémon possess the ability to forage independently, particularly in urban environments. Lin Zhou continued to feed the energy cubes into the mouth of the mischievous spirit. Initially, the little creature recoiled in fear, but upon tasting the treat, it began to chew eagerly. After finishing one energy cube, the spirit looked up at Lin Zhou with hopeful eyes, as if asking for more. Lin Zhou's lips twitched. These weren't mere sweets, but costly treats, each ghost-type energy cube costing no less than 200 yuan. Having consumed 2, it was still not enough. He fed it another, and it seemed somewhat unsatisfied. Finally, after the 5th cube, the spirit appeared utterly content. A total of 5 energy cubes had drained him of 1,000 yuan. Were you a money-eating machine? Lin Zhou's face darkened. What had possessed him to spend so recklessly? One after another, his funds seemed to vanish in pursuit of favorable rapport. The spirit, now well-fed, had a slightly swollen belly and nuzzled against Lin Zhou's hand. Unwilling to part from this generous benefactor. Go away. Return my money. I can't keep you. Lin Zhou's heart bled as he lamented the outrageous expense. 1,000 yuan a day for food? Who could endure that? With funds for the Firefox's evolution still not gathered, this new financial burden felt overwhelming, as if they were driving him to seek employment. Lin Zhou's head throbbed. He felt as though he was nurturing 2 little emperors at home. Realizing the time, he decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. After consuming that powerful energy cube, he had a nosebleed and felt dizzy. His mind was utterly foggy. Enough of this, I'll shower and sleep. The next morning, Lin Zhou rose as usual to attend class. Lulu was surprisingly early, waiting for him in the classroom. How did it go? Lulu asked with a mischievous grin. Although he was troubled by the ghost-type spirit in his dormitory, he relished watching Lin Zhou's misadventures more. It's settled. You can return to your dorm tonight. Huh. Lulu was taken aback. You resolved it in just one night? He was well aware of how tricky the ghost-type spirit could be. If you did nothing, it would scare you, and if you tried to catch it, it would flee. He had thought Lin Zhou would take days to manage it, but never expected such swift resolution. Lin Zhou pressed the button on the Pokéball, discreetly releasing the spirit beneath the table. The timid creature, upon emerging, burrowed into Lin Zhou's embrace, leaving only its round eyes to cautiously survey the surroundings. Upon seeing the spirit, Lu Li's eyes widened in astonishment. You actually caught this little sprite? What kind of spirit is it? I've never seen one like it. It's a rare spirit. There's scant information recorded in the league. Lin Zhou gently patted the spirit's head, which seemed to enjoy the affection. It affectionately nudged against Lin Zhou's hand, emitting soft, hungry gurgles. Lin Zhou's expression darkened. He had just fed it abundantly the previous night, so how could it be hungry again? Chapter 82. Here I come again with a scowl. Lin Zhou produced an energy cube to feed the creature before retrieving it into its Pokéball, preferring not to dwell on it. Lulu, however, remained oblivious to Lin Zhou's displeasure, eagerly inquiring, "Don't be so hasty in putting it away. I haven't had a good look yet. This Pokémon appears rather intriguing. Does it possess any unique abilities?" "Ah, unique abilities indeed, especially when it comes to eating," Lin Zhou retorted with a roll of his eyes, thinking to himself how Lulu always had a knack for bringing up the most irrelevant topics. "What do you intend to do with this Pokémon? Seek assistance in its care, or perhaps sell it?" Lulu queried. "I will take care of it myself," Lin Zhou replied, shaking his head. Lulu was taken aback, an expression of astonishment crossing his face. "You're going to care for it yourself? Impressive, my friend. It seems your family is quite affluent." According to the guidelines established by the Pokémon League and various governmental bodies, ordinary students like Lin Zhou were permitted only a single Pokémon under the breeding quota. They could legally care for only one Pokémon. Violating this breeding regulation by exceeding the quota was considered illegal, and the penalties for being caught were severe. Exceeding the breeding limit would also incur taxes. After all, those who think themselves wealthy and wish to indulge in excess must face financial obligations. For every additional Pokémon, an annual tax of 5 million was levied, with the second at half price. If one could afford the taxes, they were free to keep as many as they wished. A scenario the tax authorities relished, as it catered to those with more money than sense. Lulu had initially presumed Lin Zhou would sell this Pokémon at a high price to acquire resources for nurturing his fiery fox. However, Lin Zhou's willingness to take the risk of exceeding the breeding quota clearly indicated that this Pokémon held significant value. "Is this Pokémon truly so remarkable that you would risk such consequences?" Lulu asked, his tone tinged with curiosity and a hint of envy. "Well, last night I invited you to join me, but you hesitated. Who could have guessed you would resolve it all in one night?" Lulu shrugged, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. Nevertheless, you must exercise caution regarding this overbreeding. Minimize the use of your Pokémon to avoid attracting unwanted attention, Lin Zhou nodded, acknowledging Lu Li's prudent advice. Despite the rigorous annual inspections, skilled individuals always found ways to modify Pokéballs and obscure their information. With adequate preparation, evading inspections and avoiding taxes was not overly challenging. However, if discovered and reported, the consequences would be dire. It is imperative that I become a trainer swiftly. Then I shall no longer be bound by these breeding regulations, Lin Zhou asserted. Honestly, I believe you have a strong chance of passing the trainer examination this year, Lu remarked, recalling their prior conversation about both participating in the upcoming December trainer qualification exam as a trial run, initially not expecting to succeed. However, given Lin Zhou's relentless dedication to his studies and the astonishing growth rate of his Firefox, the likelihood of him passing the examination on his first attempt seems remarkably high. The mere thought of them both taking the exam, with him failing while Lin Zhou succeeds, fills Lu with a sense of discomfort. No, he cannot afford to falter at such a crucial juncture. Observing Lin Zhou's current state, Lu suddenly feels compelled to exert himself as well. Previously, he had instinctively believed that passing the trainer's examination on the first try was implausible and that it would take several years, which led to his complacency in various aspects. Yet now, with Lin Zhou's example before him, having started at a similar point but now evidently poised for success, he recognizes that he too might have a chance. Armed with 500,000 in school funding, he can afford to be bolder and more rigorous in nurturing his blue crocodile, as well as begin earnestly preparing for the examination content. Stimulated by Lin Zhou's ambition, Lu gradually finds his own direction for effort. He too wishes to see if he can pass the trainer's qualification exam on his first attempt. Such is the nature of humanity. The presence of a driven friend can subtly inspire one to clarify their own aspirations. Afternoon. At the Pokémon Center in Binju City, Lin Zhou wanders through the shopping complex with his Firefox. The last time he visited the Pokémon Center was a month ago when he handled the registration procedures and health checks for his Firefox, and participated in stone gambling, acquiring the precious gem that allows for ability swapping. This time, Lin Zhou's purpose is to seek opportunities for financial gain, specifically through stone gambling and precious gems, setting aside the exorbitant costs of nurturing that enigmatic creature. The immediate concern is that his Firefox is on the brink of evolution, and he urgently needs to procure the remaining 700,000. Lin Zhou had previously contemplated that through conventional means, amassing such a sum in a short period was implausible. Thus, after much deliberation, he resolved to rely on the Firefox's ability to foresee the future. Engaging in stone gambling and securing precious gems presents the most viable means of profit. Disguising himself as an appraiser would help conceal the secret of his prophetic abilities. All he needs is to find a raw stone containing a high-grade precious gem, akin to the one he previously acquired, and he could swiftly amass the necessary funds. Of course, Lin Zhou does not expect to rely on sheer luck constantly. There are still a few days remaining. After thoroughly exploring the shopping complex and visiting all the precious gem stores, he discovers that most are not accessible to the general public. A trainer's qualification certificate is required for purchases. The establishments open to the public are generally small-scale brands that do not engage in stone gambling. The only sizable precious gem store that accommodates the general public and supports stone gambling is none other than Kiyuan Precious Gem Store. Lin Zhou gazes at the familiar storefront, wrinkling his nose slightly. A month ago, he had extracted an immensely valuable characteristic exchange jade from the Keshuan Jade House. He still vividly remembers the manager clinging to him, offering a price of 5 million. If it weren't for the lack of options, he would have preferred not to visit the Keshuan Jade House for gambling on stones. He was uncertain if the establishment maintained a blacklist akin to that of a casino, but if such a list existed, Lin Zhou was certain he would be prominently featured. Just last month, he had profited handsomely here, akin to robbing a bank, which surely left a lasting impression on the manager. This time, Lin Zhou intended to quietly amass wealth, seizing the opportunity before his presence was recognized. He felt that if Keshuan identified him and prepared for his arrival, it would lose its charm. However, Keshuan was the sole establishment catering to ordinary individuals in the stone gambling business. Lin Zhou found himself in a predicament. He aspired to be a good person, yet he had no choice but to continue exploiting Keshuan Jade House. Adorned with a mask and sunglasses, Lin Zhou, thoroughly disguised, made his way towards the familiar stone gambling stall at Keshuan. Keshuan, I have returned. Chapter 83. The Great Fire Explosion at the entrance of Keshuan Jade House. The inexpensive stone gambling stall awaited. The rules remained unchanged, 500 yuan per piece, yet the ambience had transformed from the bustling energy of Lin Zhou's previous visit. The initial fervor of stone gambling had waned as patrons gradually recognized the futility of their efforts and the inherent pitfalls, resulting in a significant decline in visitors. The stall outside the Jade House was deserted, with only a lone staff member seated idly on a nearby chair, keeping watch. With no customers in sight, the employee was engrossed in their phone when a flicker of movement caught their eye. Upon glancing up, they were met with the sight of two individuals, both shrouded in masks and sunglasses, rendering their appearances unrecognizable. The staff member paused momentarily, taken aback. The two disguised figures mirrored this surprise. Lin Zhou glanced at the masked individual opposite him, sharing his own mask and sunglasses, feeling a twinge of annoyance at their uncanny resemblance. "Are you here to gamble on stones?" The staff member broke the silence. 500 yuan each, free cutting, choose wisely, and pay via QR code. The employee, accustomed to the peculiarities of the gambling trade, dismissed the oddity. Lin Zhou and the masked man nodded slightly, choosing to ignore one another as they began to sift through the raw stones. Meanwhile, hidden beneath Lin Zhou's hood, the fiery fox stealthily placed its small paw on his neck, activating its foresight. A familiar white light emerged in his vision, and blurred images flashed before him, revealing glimpses of the future. Within the cut stone, a dazzling skill jade appeared, its identification reading, Great Fire Explosion. Lin Zhou was taken aback. The skill jade of Great Fire Explosion was listed at 5 million yuan on Keshuan's official website, available only for trainers. The official purchase price from Keshuan was 4 million yuan. If Lin Zhou were to acquire this precious technique gem, he could effortlessly sell it back to the Ku Yuan official for a staggering 4 million. This substantial sum would not only suffice for him to purchase the resources needed for the Firefox's breakthrough, but would also alleviate his concerns regarding resources for a long time to come. However, such fortuitous luck seems almost too good to be true. While Lin Zhou is indeed capable of discerning the secret gem within the raw stone with absolute certainty, it is predicated on the existence of such a gem within the stone itself. The probability of finding a gem in this inexpensive gamble is quite low. It is highly plausible that none of the displayed raw stones contain a gem at all. Initially, Lin Zhou believed he would need to spend several days, perhaps even venture to nearby districts and cities, in search of a potential find. Yet, in reality, he encountered none of that hassle, as he never anticipated discovering a raw stone containing a secret gem so effortlessly. Moreover, it is an advanced technique gem, the Great Character Flame Explosion, which can fetch a considerable price. Lin Zhou had only visited the Ku Yuan gem trading booth twice before. On his first visit, he unearthed a technique gem valued at 5 million, and now on his second visit, he had once again stumbled upon another gem worth 5 million. Could he be mistaken for a gambling philanthropist? This seems to transcend mere luck. Although Lin Zhou harbors a vague suspicion, he is not inclined to relinquish the opportunity that lies before him. Recalling the image of the raw stone he had seen in his precognitive vision, he began sifting through the multitude of stones. Before long, he found it, an oval raw stone adorned with sporadic red speckles. Within this stone lay the coveted Great Character Flame Explosion technique gem. Lin Zhou picked up the raw stone and approached the attendant to make his payment. Meanwhile, the masked man nearby was still perusing the stones. He held a phone displaying a photograph of a raw stone, seemingly searching for one that matched the image. As Lin Zhou selected his raw stone to pay, the masked man inadvertently glanced up and caught sight of the stone in Lin Zhou's hand. His eyes widened in astonishment as he compared the stone with the one in the photograph. The oval raw stone with sporadic red speckles was identical to the one in the image. Realizing that Lin Zhou held the very technique gem he sought, the masked man's expression shifted to one of panic. He hastily stepped forward, urgently calling out to Lin Zhou. "Wait a moment, friend." Lin Zhou, who was about to finalize his purchase, turned back in curiosity. "What is it?" The masked man hesitated before saying, "Actually, I was hoping to acquire that raw stone as well, but I didn't expect you to select it in the blink of an eye." Lin Zhou chuckled inwardly at the man's naivete. "I genuinely chose this raw stone. Would you consider allowing me to have it while you select another?" "Absolutely not." Lin Zhou would certainly not acquiesce. After all, this was a precious stone worth several million. Why would he relinquish it? "Friend, could you please be accommodating?" The masked man's voice carried a sense of urgency, though he endeavored to suppress it. However, his desperate desire for that particular raw stone had already aroused Lin Zhou's suspicions. With so many raw stones available, why was the masked man so fixated on this one? Could it be that he was aware of the secret technique hidden within? Lin Zhou remained unaffected by the masked man's words, informing the attendant, "I want this one," as he pulled out his phone to scan for payment. Observing Lin Zhou proceeding to check out, the masked man felt a surge of anxiety. "I told you to give it to me." You're actually trying to snatch a mere stone from me. Hand it over. I want to buy it. The masked man, gritting his teeth in desperation, reached out, intending to seize the raw stone while Lin Zhou was distracted. After all, the stone had not yet been paid for. It did not belong to anyone yet, and he thought he could forcibly take it and pay later. However, before his hand could even graze Lin Zhou, a chilling sensation coursed down his spine. His heart raced uncontrollably. The masked man's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he involuntarily stumbled back, collapsing to the ground, his legs weak. It was as if he had encountered something utterly terrifying. The shadow of the night. The enigmatic figure concealed beneath Lin Zhou's hood struck silently, unleashing the dread-inducing shadow of the night upon the masked man, plunging him into profound fear. The sudden collapse of the masked man startled the attendant, who was oblivious to the unfolding drama. Yet, he refrained from uttering a word or asking questions. He was merely an ordinary shop attendant, tasked with selling raw stones and collecting payments, reporting daily to his manager. He believed that fulfilling his duties was sufficient. He had no desire to meddle in matters beyond his scope. Lin Zhou cast a sidelong glance at the masked man, now sprawled on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Musing to himself that the masked man had clearly been warned, yet he continued to dance perilously close to danger. Now, having been struck by the shadow of the night, he would likely require some time to recover. Lin Zhou chose not to dwell on the masked man any longer, proceeding to the attendant, scanning to complete the purchase of the raw stone, and then departed with it. Chapter 84. Thunder. The masked man trembled on the ground, paralyzed by fear for an extended period. Only when the effects of the shadow of the night began to wane could he muster the strength to rise. Glancing at the bewildered attendant and the now empty stall, he gritted his teeth and hastily made his exit. Once outside the Pokémon Center, the masked man hurried down the street, his anxiety palpable. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. After a brief period of ringing, the call connected. Did you manage to buy it? Buy it? Hell no. Someone intervened and snatched it away. What? Do you have any idea how much that secret technique is worth? What are you doing? Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Do reclaim it. This is the most expensive jadeite in recent times. Do you not realize that? He ambushed me, using some method to incapacitate me. You truly are useless. Enough with the banter. Just accept your fate. The person has vanished. Before the masked man could utter another word, he suddenly sensed a shadow darting past him. The world around him spun wildly, and he felt a sudden blow to his head, causing him to collapse to the ground, convulsing and unable to rise. Initially bewildered by the sudden assault, the masked man soon found himself in tears, lamenting why it was always him who suffered such misfortunes. His phone was snatched from his hand, severing the connection. He felt himself being hoisted up and dragged into a nearby alley, a desolate place evidently chosen for this ambush. After a moment of disorientation, the masked man finally regained his senses, gingerly touching the swelling at the back of his head and discerning the figure before him. A Lucario wielding a glowing bone stick had appeared, gripping his collar tightly, and delivered 2 sharp slaps to his face. The masked man's mask fell away, revealing his instantly swollen and crimson cheeks, stinging with pain. Who were you speaking to just now? A young man approached, his features distinctly East Asian, with sharp angles, sword-like eyebrows, and a beauty mark beneath his eye. Yet, his expression remained cold, his gaze lifeless, as if he were devoid of emotion. The masked man's cheeks and head throbbed painfully. He did not recognize the individual accompanying the Lucario, but he understood the purpose of this confrontation. As the Lucario prepared to deliver another blow, panic surged through the masked man, prompting him to hastily confess, "Do not strike. I will speak. I am the manager of the Kashuan Jadeite Company." 2 more slaps struck him, leaving him bewildered. "I have already confessed. Why do you continue to hit me?" The expressionless young man replied, "Consider this a warning, lest you attempt to deceive me." The masked man felt a surge of frustration as he listened to this. "What were you and the manager of Kashuan Jadeite Company discussing? Explain yourself clearly. If not, you shall be punished." "I will explain. The manager approached me for collaboration. He stated that he would place a piece of jadeite raw stone at the gambling stall each day and send me a photograph of it, allowing me to identify and purchase it. We would then sell the jadeite and split the profits. He assured me that with him orchestrating this, no one would discover our scheme." The masked man divulged everything without reservation. Realizing that the manager intended to exploit his position and the vulnerabilities of the inexpensive gambling stones to steal jadeite from the company for personal gain, he sensed that the situation had escalated beyond recovery. Since someone was already onto him, it was unlikely he could conceal the truth any longer. Rather than endure further torment, he figured it was wiser to confess candidly. His heart brimmed with resentment towards the manager of Keshuan Jadeite Company. Was it not agreed that this would not lead to trouble? Such a short time has passed, and already trouble has arisen. How long have you been at it? And how much have you earned? In less than a month, I received over 1 million in hard-earned fees, most of which ended up in the hands of the manager at the Keshuan secret jade firm, who has undoubtedly earned tens of millions. To amass in a month what an ordinary person might never earn in a lifetime is a feat only an industry related to mystical jades could accomplish. The expressionless man learned the information he sought, stowing away his recording device, and perusing the masked man's phone for photos, discovering several untouched images of raw stones. These pieces of evidence should suffice. The expressionless man nodded at the masked man, who then understood and executed a swift kick. The poor masked man barely had a chance to utter a word before being knocked unconscious, terror etched upon his face. Not lingering at the scene, the expressionless man withdrew a pokeball, recalling his Lucario, and departed the alley. After turning a few corners, he entered a Cantonese tea restaurant. Inside, a golden-haired, blue-eyed British girl and her accompanying translator were savoring afternoon tea. Aliur glanced up just as the expressionless man entered, her eyes lighting up with a smile as she waved. "Ray, over here." The man referred to as Ray approached and stood beside the girl, murmuring, "Miss Aliur." Aliur gestured to the seat beside her, urging Ray to sit, and deftly picked up her chopsticks to offer him some delicacies from the steamer. "Ray, try this siumai. It's exceptionally delicious, far better than what we had last time in London's Chinatown." Ray, unsure of how to respond, popped a steaming siumai into his mouth. Chewing a few times before swallowing, his expression still devoid of emotion. Beside them, Sasha watched in disbelief, her lips twitching as she wondered how he could eat such hot food without discomfort. After finishing the siumai, Ray produced his recording device and phone, placing them before Aliur, as this was the task she had entrusted him with. The recording played back the masked man's testimony regarding the manager of the Keshuan secret jade firm with crystal clarity. Aliur perused the photos on the phone, nodding with a knowing smile, indicating her awareness of the situation without further comment. Meanwhile, Sasha listened with growing indignation. These parasites within the company. They were given the opportunity to work and earn wages, yet they exploit their authority to undermine the company's interests. She was acutely aware that the manager's actions were tantamount to using Keshuan Group's profits for personal gain. As one of Keshuan's shareholders, the Dachshund family faced losses in earnings due to the company's diminished profits. "All right, Sasha, do not be upset. We are here in Huagua to resolve this matter," Aliur said with a smile, taking Sasha's hand and offering her comfort, appreciating Sasha's forthrightness and passionate spirit. Aliur carefully stored away the voice recorder and her phone, turning to Lei with a serious expression. "Lei, I appreciate your efforts. I had anticipated that this trip to Huagua would be somewhat easier, but my father has entrusted me with an important task just before our departure. Given the unreliability of Uncle Tan, I may have to trouble you with quite a few matters in the near future." Lei nodded silently, his expression unchanged. Chapter 85, Finding a Buyer After Dinner. Lin Zhou returned to his room and retrieved the raw stone he had purchased that afternoon. To avoid complications, he chose not to have it cut at Kiyuan, but decided to do it himself. He took out the hammer, nails, and grinding knife he had bought on the way back, and began to meticulously work on the raw stone. The sound of clinking and clanging resonated for nearly 3 hours before a small piece of the stone's exterior was finally struck off, revealing the secret jade within. Lin Zhou knew that this was sufficient. He intended to sell it, not to use it personally, so all he needed was to expose the jade for scanning and identification. He took out the Pokédex to scan the jade, which displayed the retrieved information: skill, great fire explosion, fire type, description, highly concentrated flame energy forms a large character for attack. Destruction power assessment, high flexibility assessment, low. In addition to this fundamental information about the great fire explosion, the Pokédex linked several short videos. By opening these clips, one could observe various Pokémon of differing strengths demonstrating the great fire explosion. This is the convenience of the Pokédex. It serves as a trainer's encyclopedia, allowing one to scan for any information needed. It is far quicker and more vivid than flipping through books. In this age of abundant information, the significance of knowledge is self-evident. This is also why the Pokémon League strives to limit the availability of the Pokédex to trainers. Such a tool is not suitable for widespread distribution. Lin Zhou felt grateful to Fujihara Sakura for gifting him this Pokédex. The exchange of an utterly impractical keystone for a device that could provide immense assistance was immensely valuable to him at this moment. As Lin Zhou played with the partially exposed jade in his hand, he pondered how to sell this precious item. This jade was worth millions, which would serve as the future sustenance for his 2 little companions, the Firefox, and the Mimikyu. However, Lin Zhou harbored some doubts about the sudden appearance of this great fire explosion jade. It felt too coincidental. Moreover, there had been an odd individual who attempted to contest him for it, which only heightened his suspicions. Nevertheless, Lin Zhou did not linger on his doubts. In a world where nothing is devoid of risk, especially when he was poised to acquire a fortune in the millions, it would be foolish to be overly apprehensive. Besides, when he purchased the raw stone, he had already prepared a disguise, so the other party should not easily recognize him. Regardless, he was determined to sell this jade. The current dilemma lies in how to sell. Lin Zhou is unfamiliar with trainers and cannot seek out potential buyers on his own. The Koyuan Group has long been acquiring secret stones, albeit at a price slightly below the market rate. Physical stores have acquisition counters, and online shops can facilitate transactions via mailing, allowing for bank transfers once the items are sent. This method should ideally suit Lin Zhou. However, upon researching online, he discovered that Koyuan has a stipulation. They require either a Trainer S certification or a Breeder S qualification. Only secret stones sourced from certified personnel are acquired by the Koyuan Group. Lin Zhou examined other companies dealing in secret stones, only to find that they shared the same policy. After all, these stones are predominantly sourced from mazes and mines, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to procure them. Thus, the provenance of any secret stone presented for sale by an ordinary person raises significant concerns. If the stones were acquired through illegitimate means, it could lead to troublesome disputes. Consequently, these companies outright refuse to purchase secret stones from non-certified sellers. This predicament left Lin Zhou in a bind. He contemplated seeking assistance from Lu Lu and his trainer uncle, but quickly dismissed the idea. Having previously showcased a million-yuan secret stone in front of Lu Lu, he could not possibly explain a second occurrence. This was not a matter easily brushed off with a tale of having purchased a ticket for a clandestine escape to become a fortunate one. He would either raise Lu Lu's suspicions or be perceived as a show-off. Although Lin Zhou trusted Lu Lu immensely, he was reluctant to reveal the secret of the Firefox's ability to foresee the future. If Lu Lu was not an option, who else could he turn to? After tidying up and taking a shower, Lin Zhou lay in bed, contemplating the acquaintances that flitted through his mind. Perhaps he could appeal to Enku. She possesses a Breeder S certification and is quite affluent, likely indifferent to the few million involved. Furthermore, her interests lie solely in fruits, so she would probably not pry into the matter of the secret stone. The following day, at the September Pavilion, Lin Zhou approached Enku, informing her that he had a large fireburst secret stone and sought her assistance in selling it to Koyuan Group. Enku examined the raw stone Lin Zhou presented. I can help you sell this secret stone, but are you certain about selling it to the company? I recall their acquisition prices tend to be rather low. Have you considered selling it directly to a trainer? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhou's interest piqued. Do you have a buyer? Do not underestimate the social circles of a breeder. I can inquire among my friends to see if anyone is in need, she replied. While it may not yield a higher price, the market average could still be attained. With a smile, Enku picked up her phone and began making contacts, and before long, she had found a buyer. Here lies a buyer eager to procure your precious jade. This month, the market has seen a significant influx of the grand character flame explosive jade. With an average market price of 4.8 million, he has expressed willingness to purchase directly at this price. The cost of jade is not immutable. It fluctuates with production levels and market demand. Scarcity coupled with high demand naturally elevates prices, while an abundance with low demand leads to a decline. 4.8 million. This figure surpasses Lin Zhou's initial expectation of 4 million by a considerable margin. Let us proceed at this price. Please send me the address, and I shall dispatch the package immediately. After packaging the jade, Lin Zhou requested the recipient's address from Enku. He then visited the logistics company to send the jade. The recipient was remarkably prompt, perhaps owing to Enku's considerable influence. As soon as Lin Zhou dispatched the jade, the recipient requested his bank account details and promptly transferred the funds. 4,800,000. Lin Zhou gazed at the balance in his bank account, a cascade of zeros rendering him momentarily speechless. This was his first encounter with such a substantial sum. Traditionally, when one acquires wealth, the immediate thoughts gravitate towards purchasing a home, a car, or marrying a spouse. After all, a lifetime of toil is often aimed at such endeavors. However, the prevailing circumstance is that this is a world of magical beings. Lin Zhou has 2 insatiable mouths to feed at home, making it clear that this windfall cannot be squandered frivolously. Beyond the funds required for the Firefox's advancement, he must also ensure that the sustenance for the 2 little creatures is adequately arranged. Furthermore, it is time to procure the jade necessary for the techniques intended for me and I. Chapter 86. A lesson in retrospection. Lin Zhou logged onto the official website of Kuyuan, navigating to their online store. Kuyuan Group, renowned as the leader in the jade industry, offers a plethora of common technique jades. While certain advanced techniques require trainer qualifications for purchase, the selection available to the general public remains quite extensive. Lin Zhou clicked through the product categories, selecting the ghost-type jade section. The shelves of the Kuyuan online store displayed an array of ghost-type techniques: Lick, Nightmare, Shadow Ball, and Ominous Wind. Each technique jade was accompanied by a description and a brief demonstration video. The videos were crafted with exceptional professionalism, showcasing the techniques in all their grandeur and potency, captivating the viewer's attention. Though Lin Zhou found himself thoroughly enticed, he maintained a sense of restraint and refrained from impulsively making purchases. The Kuyuan store featured numerous promotional items. However, these were mostly impractical and overstocked. The truly useful technique jades were seldom available at a discount. To acquire a discount on these highly sought-after technique gems, one must likely wait for significant promotional events such as the Spring Festival, Christmas, Black Friday, or the Double 11 Singles Day. Lin Zhou perused the products page by page, ultimately finding several technique gems that piqued his interest. After careful consideration among his selections, he narrowed it down to just 2. Lin Zhou refrained from choosing an excessive number of techniques. After all, reality diverges from games, where the value lies in quality rather than quantity. Although spirits can learn to utilize techniques through the gems, the effectiveness and power require time and refinement. Drawing from his previous experience in nurturing the Fire Fox, he concluded that mastering the fundamentals is essential, necessitating consistent practice to steadily enhance one's capabilities. The pursuit of immediate success through fanciful means is ill-advised. The 2 technique gems Lin Zhou selected for Misfit were Shadow Claw and Shadow Sneak. As the name suggests, Shadow Claw condenses ghostly energy into formidable claws, making it one of the 2 fundamental offensive techniques of the ghost type. The other foundational move is Shadow Ball, which focuses on ranged attacks. Considering Misfit's advantages in close combat, Lin Zhou prioritized Shadow Claw for her. As for Shadow Ball, he deemed it prudent to wait until Misfit had mastered Shadow Claw before expanding her offensive repertoire. Both Shadow Claw and Shadow Ball boast similar power, with their distinction lying in the advantages of range. Shadow Ball's long-range nature introduces concerns regarding accuracy, and the energy required for its execution is considerable. Conversely, Shadow Claw demands significantly less energy and does not require accuracy considerations in close quarters, offering greater flexibility. However, Shadow Claw's sole drawback is its short range. While effective in close combat, it becomes challenging against opponents who utilize long-range tactics. Thus, Lin Zhou chose to complement Shadow Claw with Shadow Sneak. The purpose of Shadow Sneak is to enable the spirit to manipulate its shadow to launch surprise attacks on its adversaries. The combination of Shadow Sneak and Shadow Claw effectively addresses the limitations of attack range. Together, these 2 techniques form a practical and efficient offensive strategy. Moreover, Misfit possesses the move Nightshade, which disrupts opponents' emotions and focus. Lin Zhou reasoned that these 3 techniques, Shadow Claw, Shadow Sneak, and Nightshade, would suffice for Misfit at her current stage. The Fire Fox had only recently learned techniques such as Psychic, Dual Shield, and Ability Swap. Yet mastering these foundational moves has already filled her daily training schedule to the brim. Nevertheless, the Fire Fox has become exceptionally proficient in these skills. Lin Zhou contemplated that once the Fire Fox achieves a breakthrough to the trainer level, it would be time to procure new technique gems for her to learn. Certainly, the new techniques for the Fire Fox will have to wait until its breakthrough. For now, let us first procure the technique secret jewels for the Mimikyu. Although Shadow Claw is a basic move, it possesses considerable power and versatility, making it a staple for Ghost and Dark-type Pokémon. Its popularity ensures a higher price, set at 200,000 per jewel. Conversely, the more niche move, Shadow Sneak, has a lower market demand, resulting in a slightly reduced cost of 100,000 per jewel. In total, acquiring both technique jewels requires 300,000, with an additional 700,000 necessary for the energy cube materials needed for the Fire Fox's breakthrough. Having just earned 4.8 million, 1 million has swiftly been spent. Lin Zhou selected the 2 technique jewels and added them to his cart, filling in the delivery address before proceeding to checkout. As always, Koyuan's logistics proved efficient, with the jewels scheduled to arrive the following day. On the second day, the delivery from the Polipper arrived promptly. Lin Zhou unpacked the box to reveal the 2 technique jewels. He called over the Mimikyu, who had been playing alongside the Fire Fox, and the 2 little creatures had grown quite familiar over these past few days. "Come here and sit," Lin Zhou instructed, pointing to the table before him. The Mimikyu wobbled over, its curious eyes sparkling as it gazed at the meal ticket before it. Today, I will teach you 2 moves. Remember to practice after meals. Don't just eat and sleep. Lin Zhou chided the Mimikyu, noting its laziness. It would simply lie down and doze off after a meal. In stark contrast to the diligent firefox, such lethargy must not be indulged. It was imperative to correct this habit early on. Pampering would lead to spoiling, which would yield no benefits in the future. Lin Zhou contemplated the training regimen that needed to be established promptly, vowing to oversee the Mimikyu's training daily. If it did not train sufficiently, it would not be allowed to eat. The innocent Mimikyu stared back at Lin Zhou, blissfully unaware that this man was devising ways to intensify its training. Its days of leisurely indulgence were drawing to a close. Lin Zhou picked up the Shadow Claw technique jewel and pressed it against the little creature, saying, "Let us begin with a move called Reversal Claw." A stream of data surged forth, imparting the knowledge of Shadow Claw into the Mimikyu's mind. As it absorbed this information, the tattered skirt twitched, and a colossal shadowy claw suddenly emerged. This enormous claw, standing over half a meter tall, was larger than the Mimikyu itself. It exuded an eerie aura, pulsating with ghostly energy. The claw's tip was extraordinarily sharp. Should it grasp a person, it would likely leave a gash deep enough to see bone. Lin Zhou marveled at the sight, exclaiming that indeed, something formidable had emerged from beneath the skirt. He then retrieved a wooden board he had prepared for testing the move. And as the Mimikyu struck with its claw, it shattered the board effortlessly. Satisfied with the effectiveness of Shadow Claw, Lin Zhou turned to the second technique jewel, Shadow Sneak, and applied it to the Mimikyu. "Now, I shall teach you a flashy move." The Shadow Sneak technique jewel was absorbed by the Mimikyu. The energy within Mimikyu surged as it endeavored to employ the newly acquired techniques. Lin Zhou observed that the shadow beneath Mimikyu began to morph, stretching gradually towards his side. Suddenly, the inky shadow quivered, breaking free from its projected surface, and stood upright. The standing shadow of Mimikyu swayed unsteadily, waved at Lin Zhou, and then lay back down. Lin Zhou couldn't help but twitch his lips. This was not a shadow ambush, but rather an adorable display. Mimikyu's mastery over shadow attacks was evidently less refined than its proficiency with Shadow Claw. It was clear that for a sprite, mastering such dexterous techniques required considerable effort at the outset. The Firefox had experienced something similar when learning Psychic. It was far more challenging than mastering Double Team. However, while these versatile techniques might take longer to grasp initially, their effectiveness once mastered was undeniably impressive. They could be combined with other moves for innovative variations, providing opportunities to uncover new applications or even discover entirely new techniques. Of course, Mimikyu had yet to even achieve basic proficiency. Lin Zhou gently patted Mimikyu's plush head and said, "These 2 newly learned techniques must be practiced daily from now on, for no less than 3 hours each. If you fail to meet the practice requirement, there will be no food for you that day." Upon hearing the words "no food," Mimikyu's eyes sparkled with determination, and it nodded eagerly. Lin Zhou was uncertain whether Mimikyu truly comprehended the seriousness of his words, but it mattered little. He would simply enforce the consequences if practice was insufficient, hoping that repeated penalties would instill a sense of responsibility. Days swiftly passed. As Lin Zhou had anticipated, Mimikyu's training was initially quite arduous. The little creature exhibited a remarkable laziness. After a dedicated first day, it began to slack off on the second. Lin Zhou promptly cut off its rations, and upon realizing that its food source was no longer reliable, Mimikyu was left bewildered, crying out in hunger. Lin Zhou resolutely allowed it to cry. Ultimately, it was the Firefox who guided Mimikyu through its training, and with tear-streaked cheeks, Mimikyu completed its overdue practice before Lin Zhou finally fed it. Naturally, Lin Zhou did not forget to capture a video of Mimikyu's heart-wrenching cries, preserving it as a piece of their shared history. This would serve as the little one's amusingly embarrassing past. Seizing the opportunity to document their adorable antics while they were still small would prove invaluable, as capturing such moments would be impossible once they grew up. Recently, Lin Zhou had noticed that his Firefox had matured considerably, behaving well and rarely causing him trouble, seldom seeking affection. As a doting father, he felt both gratified and melancholic. It had only been a short time since he had taken her in, and now she was already becoming independent. Lin Zhou eventually realized that Mimikyu was not as obedient as the Firefox and lacked the same level of self-discipline. Allowing it to practice alone would be ineffective. Thus, he decided to have the Firefox train alongside Mimikyu each day. The 2 little creatures would practice their moves together, making the training process significantly less tedious, while the Firefox could also help supervise Mimikyu. On a weekend morning, Lin Zhou was engrossed in a book within his room when a sudden exclamation from the adjacent room belonging to Lin Lan startled him. Initially taken aback, he recalled a particular matter and checked the date on his phone, realizing it was indeed the anticipated time. He surmised that Lin Lan's exclamation was due to the hatching of the Pokémon egg she had won in the nametag tearing competition. A week prior, he had glimpsed the eggs hatching through the foresight granted by his Fire Fox, confirming that today was the day. Exiting his room, Lin Zhou made his way to the living room to retrieve the large fish tank he had purchased long ago. As he connected the hose to the faucet to fill the tank with water, Lin Lan's door swung open. She emerged, her face flushed with excitement, cradling an eggshell that was mostly shattered, revealing the head of a Pokémon peeking out. Xiaozhou, it hatched, it hatched, it hatched, she exclaimed. Yes, I know. I've prepared for this, Lin Zhou replied, casting a glance at the egg, which revealed the head of a rather dim-witted fish, opening and closing its mouth to blow bubbles. Indeed, the mysterious Pokémon egg had hatched into a Magikarp, the weakest of all Pokémon, without exception. Lin Zhou had previously criticized the event organizers for their frugality upon witnessing the future hatching. He wondered why, for such a grand competition. The prize was merely a live seafood? Had they spent all their funds on inviting celebrities? As he mentally grumbled, he noticed the fish tank was nearly full, turned off the faucet, and gestured for Lin Lan to place the Magikarp inside. He added teasingly, "Do you need to add some scallions, ginger, and garlic?" Initially, Lin Lan had been thrilled about the Pokémon's hatching, unconcerned about its species, as she had lovingly held it for many days. However, upon hearing Lin Zhou's musings about seasoning, she quickly cradled the Magikarp protectively, pouting and eyeing him warily. All right, I was just joking. I want to make soup out of it." "Quickly, place it in," Lin Zhou said, playfully ruffling her hair to diminish her anxiety. "You naughty Xiaozhou," Lin Lan retorted, carefully placing the Pokémon egg beside the tank before tipping the Magikarp into the water. The golden scales of the Magikarp shimmered in the water, sparkling as it entered the tank, its large eyes vacantly blowing bubbles. The singularly remarkable trait of this Magikarp was its unusual golden hue, distinguishing it from the common red variety. Lin Zhou referred to such a specimen as an alternate-colored Pokémon or a shiny Pokémon, akin to a genetic mutation within a species that produced an individual exhibiting characteristics different from the norm. Just as humans possess a spectrum of appearances, so too do Pokémon. Aside from its coloration, a shiny Pokémon generally bears no other differences compared to its regular counterparts, unless it evolves. The fact that this Magikarp is still a mere underachiever remains unchanged, regardless of its hue being red or gold. "Look, Xiaozhou, it's golden. A golden koi." Lin Lan gazed at the Magikarp, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Can I keep it?" Her family had always prohibited her from raising Pokémon, arguing that if she couldn't take care of herself, how could she possibly tend to a creature? Yet, this was Magikarp, one of the most resilient Pokémon, requiring only a modest amount of food to thrive. Surely, she could manage this. Lin Zhou shared the same sentiment, hoping to provide Lin Lan with a Pokémon to care for, diverting her from her habitual seclusion and gaming. Other Pokémon would pose too great a challenge for her, but the Magikarp seemed perfectly suited for her needs. "If you wish to keep it, you must remember to feed it daily." Lin Zhou nodded in agreement, prompting Lin Lan to cheer joyfully.